Chapter 551, Number 1 Training Room. Chapter 551, Number 1 Training Room. A little girl who was wearing a white dress stood at the entrance of a training room while leaning against a wall. She glanced at everyone in the resting area. Although she appeared as though she posed no threat to either human or beast, the ferocity that was faintly contained within those pupils caused those people whose gazes met hers to feel cold sweat appear on their backs. Kuko, it is actually Senior Xian. Lu Qing's expression had also changed a little the moment that the little girl appeared. He appeared much better compared to the others as he immediately spoke with a smile towards Xian. However, that address which he used gave one a strange feeling. Just think, a man who appeared like a huge gorilla was actually speaking to a little girl, who was merely the height of his waist, in such a respectful and frightened manner. It was likely that no one would think that this was an ordinary situation. Xian glanced at him before taking small steps as she walked into the area. As she walked in, the human crowd who was observing from around hurriedly stepped back. They were afraid of being the innocent party who ended up suffering while watching someone else's affair. Lin Yan stood beside Xiao Yan. His entire body immediately became uneasy when he saw that Xian was actually walking toward them. He truly felt great fear for this frightening brute force queen. Hey, who bullied you? Didn't I tell you that you should find me if you face any trouble? Xian's footsteps stopped beside Xiao Yan. She curled her lips toward Xiao Yan and said, "Tell me. I will help you vent your anger." As she spoke, she even used her pair of large, intelligent, dark eyes to sweep around her. Those people who were stared at by her hurriedly shook their heads while feeling the skin on their heads become numb. Yao Sheng's face twitched a little as he stood beside Lu Qing. He quietly took a step back and hid half of his body behind Lu Qing. It was likely that no one would dare anger this little monster who frightened everyone in the entire inner academy. He really did not expect that Xiao Yan would actually have such a relationship with the little monster who was the most difficult to get close to. It is merely a small conflict. I will settle it myself. Xiao Yan smiled, shook his head in front of the focus of everyone. Although he clearly knew that Xian was an extremely powerful magical beast, he was ultimately unable to handle the thought of using her name to swagger about because of this little girl's appearance. Moreover, it had not really reached the stage of so-called bully. Both parties had suffered a little in his exchange with Yao Sheng earlier. It could only be said that it was a draw. Lu Qing's expression became a little more relaxed when he heard Xiao Yan's words. If Xiao Yan were to speak Yao Sheng's name, it was likely that Xian would immediately pull the ladder out for a beating given her character. At that time, it was likely that he would have no choice but to act in order to protect Yao Sheng. Although he was not afraid of Lin Xiaoya in this inner academy, he could not help but have a heart filled with fear when faced with this little monster. Having conflict with her was something that Lu Qing really did not want to experience. Xian frowned when she heard this. She turned around and stared at Xiao Yan with large eyes. She used a voice that only the two of them could hear and said, "Don't think that you can stop refining Danwans for me in the future by not allowing me to help." Xiao Yan was neither able to laugh nor cry as he shook his head. This little fellow thought that the reason Xiao Yan rejected her help was actually because he wanted to avoid the responsibility of helping her refine Danwan. She was indeed a cute little girl. You can rest assured that I will not go back on my promise to you. All you need to do is to bring the medicinal ingredient and come find me after you have finished eating the Danwans. Xiao Yan smiled and rubbed Xian's head. Suddenly, he felt that the surrounding gazes were a little strange. He raised his head slightly, only to see that the surrounding people were using an extremely stunned gaze to look at him, that hand of his which was rubbing Xian's head. Send that fellow flying with a slap. A soft muttering sound spread among the human crowd. Xian's fierce name was something that was extremely feared among these experts on the strong ranking. Back then, there was no shortage of strong and bold people who issued challenges toward her. However, each and every single one of them were violently sent flying like a ball under those delicate and small hands. Finally, they ended up with their bones broken and their tendons injured. Although they fully recovered from their injuries, that kind of frightening scene was enough to cause them to remember it for the rest of their lives. Hence, some people involuntarily felt gloated when they saw that the current Xiao Yan actually dared to treat Xian in this manner. Of course, their anticipated event of being sent flying was something that was naturally impossible to occur to Xiao Yan. Xian merely shook her head in a displeased manner and slapped Xiao Yan's hand. Her rebuking words caused the faces of everyone around to twitch. Since when did this brute force queen become this easy to talk to? Xiao Yan's rubbing hand also stopped with some embarrassment after becoming the focus of so many eyes. He immediately withdrew it in an awkward manner. Lu Qing let out a dry cough. Since Xian had appeared, it was naturally impossible for him to issue any more warnings. From the looks of the actions between Xiao Yan and Xian, it appeared that the relationship between the two was not bad. He did not doubt that if he were to repeat the words he spoke earlier, that brute force queen would charge over and punch him. Alright, the matter today shall end here. Any grudges can be settled in the grand competition. That is the most impartial place. Lu Qing clapped his hand as he said faintly. Once he did so, he looked at Xiao Yan again before waving his hand, bringing Ao Shang and the others as he turned around and left this resting place. The surrounding audience also shrugged their shoulders when they saw Lu Qing leave things alone. After which, they began to slowly spread out and leave. Hey, I'm telling you that you should have directly said it was that sissy. With this monster helping you, why would you need to be afraid of Lu Qing? Lin Yan's finger gently poked on Xiao Yan's back as he spoke softly when he saw Lu Qing and the others leave. Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head. He did not continue to be entangled in this topic. After lazily stretching his waist, he said, all of the training rooms here can be used, right? Are there any restrictions? Of course there are. Lin Yan rolled his eyes and said, the 6th level doesn't have the so-called differentiation between high, middle, and low. Basically, all of it is prepared for the experts on the strong ranking. However, whether the inside of the training room is good or bad is determined by your ranking on the strong ranking knot. You are currently ranked 31st on the strong ranking. Therefore, your designated training room is there. Lin Yan turned around and pointed at a corner not far away. That place had a training room that was standing alone. This training room may have been much more exquisite when compared to the training room a couple of levels above, but down here, it merely appeared simple when compared to those training rooms on the other side of the resting area. There is a number on the door of the training room. This number represents your rank on the strong ranking. The further in front that a training room is ranked, the better its effect. Currently, I am using the number 9 training room. Training at that place would have a speed that is at least twice as fast as your number 31 training room. Lin Yan laughed. His laughter contained a gloating tone to it. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. He ignored the gloating Lin Yan as he turned around and walked toward his training room. Hey, do you want to train here? Xiao Yan had just turned around when Zi Yan's voice sounded. Yes. In that case, you can go to my training room. It is number 1. Its training speed is at least 2 to 3 times faster than number 9. Zi Yan's tender voice caused the smile on Lin Yan's face to instantly stiffen. Immediately, his face was filled with envy as he eyed Xiao Yan. The number 1 training room. This was the training room that was dedicated for this little monster's use. The fellows in the top 20 of the strong ranking had coveted it for an unknown time, but ultimately none of them dared to issue a challenge. Hence, they could only be envious. It was really expected that Zi Yan would actually lend her training room to Xiao Yan today. This kind of treatment was something that even Lu Qing, Lin Xiuya, and the others had never enjoyed. One can lend one's training room to another person? Xiao Yan's face was filled with surprise as he spoke. Lin Yan spread his hands and spoke helplessly. The inner academy would not interfere with whom the training room is loaned to as long as the owner is willing. Xiao Yan mused a little after hearing this before nodding with a smile. He spoke to Zi Yan, all right. I shall borrow your glory and enjoy the swift training speed of the number 1 training room. There was merely 20 days from now to the grand competition. Raising his own strength quickly was the most important thing for Xiao Yan at this moment. He would appear to be a little spoiled if he were to reject her again. A smile was immediately raised on Zi Yan's face when she heard Xiao Yan's reply. She softly said, however, I will come and look for you to help me refine Dan Wan while you are training. Yes. Xiao Yan smiled. He would naturally not reject such a small matter. Follow me. Zi Yan was even happier when she saw Xiao Yan agreeing in such a decisive manner. She hurriedly led the way. Behind her, Xiao Yan shrugged his shoulders toward the envious face of Lin Yan before following her. After passing through the resting area, another spacious training room immediately appeared in Xiao Yan's gaze. As he approached, he could even faintly feel the pure energy that was seeping out from these training rooms. Along the way, Xiao Yan did indeed see numbers on the doors of some of the training rooms as Lin Yan had mentioned. Starting from the number 20, the warm energy that seeped out of the training rooms grew increasingly powerful the further one moved forward. When they had walked to the rooms that were within the first 10, Xiao Yan was even able to see threads of pale red energy drifting like filaments through the air with his naked eye. This kind of strange scene caused Xiao Yan to be unceasingly amazed. Xiao Yan's footsteps stopped outside of a spacious training room in the deepest area. This training room was a little strange. Other training rooms would have powerful energy overflowing out. This place, however, was completely empty. Xiao Yan could not even sense the existence of even the slightest bit of energy within it as he stood outside. There is no need to continue sensing. This number 1 training room is unique. The energy within it is far too powerful. and ordinary material would explode because of it. Therefore, only this special material that can completely stop the energy from spilling out can be used. Ziyan waved her hand toward Xiao Yan. After which, she pointed at a dark black metal door at the end of the corridor and said, "Don't go there. People are prohibited from entering that place. Even I have to be sent to solitary confinement if an elder was to discover me entering. Therefore, you should be a little careful." Xiao Yan's gaze followed Ziyan's hand as he looked over. Behind the dark black metal door was an ink-like darkness that did not disappear. He frowned slightly and was just about to turn his head when his hand abruptly trembled. At that instant, he clearly sensed the green lotus core flame within his body trembling slightly. There was only one thing within this blazing Skychi refining tower that would be able to cause the green lotus core flame to have such an activity. The fallen heart flame. Xiao Yan slowly inhaled a breath of hot air. He looked deeply at the black metal door before immediately and forcefully turning his head around. After which, he pushed open the door of the highest grade number 1 training room on the 6th level. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 552, The Violent Activity Within the Tower. Chapter 552, The Violent Activity Within the Tower. The door was pushed open. Immediately, a pale red powerful light suddenly surged out, causing Xiao Yan to shut his eyes as a reflex. He only slowly opened them a long while later and eyed the scene in the room. The amazement on his face grew even denser. The spacious interior of the training room had basically been covered by a layer of thick pale red fog. One could merely see a spot 2 to 3 meters in front of him. Wherever one's gaze was directed to the area ahead was covered by that rich dense pale redness. Xiao Yan's face carried amazement as he stepped into the training room. His hand grabbed at the drifting pale red fog in an illusionary manner. Immediately, a warm feeling was transmitted from his hand. A thread of pale red fog moved along his open pores and entered Xiao Yan's body, turning into threads of pure energy that automatically flowed within his veins. What powerful energy! Surprise flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes. He inhaled a deep breath of cold air. It was a long while later before he finally spoke in a soft voice. The degree of richness of the energy present in this place was at least more than 10 times greater than that of a high-grade training room in the 5th level. Xiao Yan did not have the slightest doubt that he would truly be able to feel a flying feeling if he trained here. Of course. Otherwise, those fellows would not look at this place with such envious eyes. Ziyan arrogantly raised her small chest behind him as she spoke. Xiao Yan nodded joyfully. He slowly stepped into the room and his body passed through the pale red fog. A moment later, he saw a pale black rock platform that was similar to the other training rooms in the middle of this training room. In front of the rock platform was a small notch. It appeared that training in this place similarly required the deduction of fire energy. This is the training place. You have your own fire crystal card, right? Oh, that's right, I forgot to tell you. No. One training room may be better than the other training rooms, but it also requires quite a lot of fire energy. It appears that training here for 1 day requires the deduction of 30 days of fire energy. Ziyan swung her ponytail as she revealed 2 canine teeth while she spoke with a smile. 30 days of fire energy, such a huge training fee was something that caused even the wealthy and confident Xiao Yan to involuntarily exhale cold air from between his teeth. If one was to count in this manner, it appeared that one would nearly require 1,000 days of fire energy in order to train here for 1 month. Heavens! Xiao Yan would definitely not be able to train here were it not for him relying on the sale of medicinal pills to earn fire energy, even if he was beaten to death given such a great fire energy deduction burden. This amount of fire energy was something that most ordinary students would not be able to spend in an entire year. Don't tell me that you don't have fire energy. I have no other solution if that is the case. Ziyan hurriedly spoke when she saw Xiao Yan's manner. She did not know of any methods to earn fire energy. Therefore, she could only use the fire energy that she obtained from the inner academy every month to maintain her training. Even though the first on the strong ranking was able to obtain quite a lot of fire energy every month, it was merely just sufficient for her to train in this place. She did not have any method if she was asked to sponsor someone else. You need not worry about this. Xiao Yan shook his head helplessly. After which, he slowly sat down cross-legged and spoke to Ziyan. After this, I will begin to train. You should not come and disturb me during this training period. If you want to look for me to refine Dan Wan, you can wait at the side for me to wake up. You must not suddenly wake me from my training condition. Otherwise, you can continue to eat those raw medicinal ingredients in the future. Xiao Yan's threat clearly had an extremely great effect on Ziyan. Therefore, the latter's head immediately nodded like a chicken feeding on grains. That manner was such that she had nearly raised her hand to swear. Xiao Yan relaxed and smiled when he saw this action of Ziyan. He took out a fire crystal card from his storage ring and gently inserted it into the notch. After which, his hands immediately began to slowly form the training seal while his eyes were shut quietly. Ziyan tooted with her mouth when she saw Xiao Yan entered into his training state. She threw Xiao Yan a grimace before walking out of the training room in an extremely displeased manner. After which, she flipped her hand and closed the door. The fire energy that the number 1 training room deducted may be called a sky-high price, but it must be said that its effects could indeed match this kind of sky-high price. This was the thought that appeared in Xiao Yan's heart when he saw the cluster of extremely rich heart flame that appeared within his body. The heart flame formed while training on the top few levels could be called a thread or a wisp. The heart flame in this number 1 training room had appeared in the form of cluster after cluster. Moreover, the heat within was also a couple of times stronger than the former. Under this kind of powerful heart flame, the speed at which Dou Qi was being refined was so quick that even Xiao Yan was quietly speechless. A large cluster of invisible heart flame curled and rose near his heart. Wave after wave of powerful Dou Qi unceasingly followed the Qi paths and circulated. After which, it was poured in. Following the appearance of this Dou Qi once again, it had already become a line that was as thick as a thumb and appeared crystal clear, much like an emerald-colored crystal line. Although the rate of increase of his Dou Qi had increased more than 10 times under the refinement of this powerful invisible heart flame, the Qi paths in Xiao Yan's body frequently emitted waves of piercing pain due to the hot temperature. Moreover, this was the result after Xiao Yan's body had already undergone strengthening by the core-quenching body milk. If it had been his body before it had been strengthened, given Xiao Yan's current strength, such a ferocious heart flame would likely cause the interior of his body to roll about in an overwhelming manner the moment it appeared. Although Xiao Yan was extremely unwell due to the feeling of piercing pain, it did not delay him by even a little. The thought of his mind still pushed the Dou Qi to repeatedly surge out from the sea urchin Dou crystal that had 7 long thorns. Currently, the urchin Dou crystal in his body had been reduced from the initial 9 long thorns to 7 of them. After becoming familiar with the Dou Ling class during this period of time, Xiao Yan slightly understood some of its secrets. It appeared that each time his strength advanced once, a long energy thorn would shrink back into the sea urchin Dou crystal. According to this guess, it was likely that Xiao Yan would be truly able to reach the Dou Wan class when he had absorbed all of the 7 remaining energy thorns into that sea urchin Dou crystal. Xiao Yan felt extremely astounded by this special measurement method of the Dou Ling class. This had caused him to have a clearer understanding of his own strength. This was undoubtedly much clearer than the vague feeling of the Dou Shi class. With the help of that wild and violent heart flame from the number 1 training room, Xiao Yan was able to vaguely sense that the 7th long energy thorn within his sea urchin Dou crystal was gradually becoming shorter at an extremely slow speed. The moment it completely shrank into the Dou crystal, it would represent that Xiao Yan had reached the 3-star Dou Ling level. There was no sense of time when one was training. This was especially in such cases when one could clearly sense the Dou Qi in one's body becoming more powerful and purer by the day. One would not have the slightest feeling of time that was flowing by in the outside world. A full 5 days had passed since Xiao Yan had entered the number 1 training room. Ziyan had come once during the 5 days. She waited for a long time when she saw Xiao Yan's training condition. Until the end, she did not dare to forcefully wake Xiao Yan up. She was really afraid that Xiao Yan would cease refining danwans for her in his anger. In that case, it was likely that she would have to return to the miserable life of eating raw medicinal ingredients. The benefits that these 5 days had toward Xiao Yan were naturally something that one would know even without saying. Not only did his aura become increasingly dense, but the Dou Qi in his body had also become much more polished. The 7th energy thorn on the sea urchin Dou crystal had already shrunk by nearly half. From this, it was sufficient to see the achievement of Xiao Yan's training during these 5 days. If he was placed in a normal situation, it was likely that Xiao Yan would not have such an effect even if he trained for a full month. Xiao Yan finally withdrew from his training condition after training to the 7th day. Coincidentally, he met Ziyan, who had been waiting in this place for half a day. He began to smile somewhat embarrassed when he saw the unhappy manner of the little girl before hurryingly to receive the medicinal ingredients from her hand. He immediately helped her refine a batch of danwan. Only then did Ziyan's expression become slightly better. The 7 days of training were enough to catch up with nearly a month of training. The powerful flood-like surging waves of Dou Qi within his body caused Xiao Yan's entire body to be filled with the feeling of strength. This number 1 training room was indeed far from what an ordinary training room could compare with. Xiao Yan finished refining Ziyan's danwan before eating some simple things. He got up and moved his bones a little, but did not have the intention of exiting the room. He rested in this manner for over an hour before he once again returned to the rock platform, sat cross-legged, and trained under Ziyan's eyes, which appeared to be a gaze that one used when looking at an insane person. "You lunatic! Who trains in this manner? Ziyin muttered before helplessly shaking her head. She could only exit the training room once again. Xiao Yan's plan when entering the blazing Sky Qi refining tower was to undertake a retreat all the way until the start of the strong ranking. He was pressed for time and naturally did not dare to neglect his training. If everything was normal, he would be able to train until the time as he wanted to. However, just as Xiao Yan's training retreat reached its 15th day, a special unexpected occurrence appeared in the calm blazing Sky Qi refining tower. The atmosphere was quiet in the number 1 training room. Xiao Yan was seated cross-legged in the middle. Threads of pale red fog were unceasingly pouring into Xiao Yan's body as they followed his breathing. Eventually, they transformed into rich energy that flowed within his qi paths. Bang! A somewhat low and muffled sound suddenly sounded within the training room. Following the emission of the muffled sound, it appeared that the entire training room trembled gently. Quickly following this, the originally calm energy within the training room suddenly rolled intensely like boiling water. It was naturally impossible for Xiao Yan to continue to maintain his training condition given this activity. His tightly shut eyes abruptly opened as his face looked at the activity within the training room in a shocked manner. A moment later, his expression changed abruptly as he let out a shocked involuntarily cry. Why has the energy within the interior of the tower become so much more wild and violent? All students within the tower. Leave the blazing Sky Qi refining tower within the next 10 minutes. An elderly voice suddenly reverberated throughout the interior of the entire tower while Xiao Yan was shocked. Finally, it rested beside everyone's ears and did not disappear for a long while. Something has happened within the tower, a thought swiftly flashed across Xiao Yan's heart at this instance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 553, The Pre-Uprising of the Fallen Heart Flame. Chapter 553, The Pre-Uprising of the Fallen Heart Flame. Xiao Yan was slightly startled when he heard the old voice that resounded next to his ear. He immediately sat up on the stone platform and swiftly retrieved his fire crystal card from within the notch. He muttered with shock within his heart, what happened? The energy within the tower has become much more wild and violent. I think this should be due to the fallen heart flame. Yao Lao's voice carried a little surprise as it sounded within Xiao Yan's heart. Fallen heart flame? Xiao Yan was immediately stunned when he heard this. He spoke in his heart while being surprised. Didn't you say that there was still at least another couple of months? Don't tell me that the uprising has been accelerated? From the looks of the situation, it has not completely erupted yet. It should be some slightly larger writhing of the fallen heart flame. Yao Lao smiled and said, however, from the looks of this churning, it confirms that what I said was correct. At the very most half a year or at the very least 2 to 3 months from now, the fallen heart flame within this blazing Sky Qi refining tower will rise up completely. At that time, our chance to snatch the fallen heart flame might come. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. His heart had also quietly become a lot hotter. However, this was not the time to be thinking about this. Currently, the violent and wild energy within the tower was no longer suitable for training. Therefore, he should leave quickly. Otherwise, it would really leave one speechless if he ended up being dragged into some other unexpected event that might occur. Xiao Yan leaped down from the stone platform and swiftly rushed out of the number 1 training room. The moment he left the room, an irritable hot energy came pouncing toward him, causing Xiao Yan's face to feel a kind of fiery pain. The corridor was a little chaotic at this moment. The door of some training rooms were being repeatedly opened and one by one, students with faces that were at a loss immediately squeezed out. They looked at one another as they knit their brows tightly together. This was the first time that they had encountered such a situation. Hey, Xiao Yan, are you alright? The number 9 training room that was not far away was also opened not long after Xiao Yan came out. Lin Yan sprang out in an agile monkey-like manner. His gaze looked all around him and he hurriedly shouted upon seeing Xiao Yan. I'm fine. Xiao Yan smiled to Lin Yan by the side as he shook his head and said. I wonder what happened. This kind of situation has never occurred in the blazing Sky Qi refining tower before. Lin Yan rubbed his head and asked in a somewhat doubtful manner. Xiao Yan shook his head slightly, only to suddenly turn it around. He threw his gaze toward the large dark black metal door at the end of the corridor. At this moment, he sensed his green lotus core flame rapidly rising within him. Wisps of green flame suddenly swarmed into Xiao Yan's eyes. In an instant, his pair of dark black eyes transformed into a pair of green fire eyes. Xiao Yan felt a warm feeling overflowing his eyes the moment the green flame swarmed into them. Immediately, he was surprised to realize that the black darkness behind the metal door began to gradually disperse under his green fire eyes. Hence, all the activity in the deep darkness appeared within Xiao Yan's sight. That was a distorted space. Within that space, an invisible flame appeared like an elf that was wildly wiggling around. Suddenly, an extremely strange roar sounded. Quickly following this, that invisible flame appeared to be like a volcano erupting as it surged explosively and shot toward the top of the tower. Small space ceiling mirror, seal. Dozens of low and deep old voices sounded from within the black darkness. Soon after this, a majestic, vast, powerful energy surfaced. Finally, it formed a colorful light curtain on the distorted space. The invisible flame collided heavily with the light curtain. The two of them collided intensely, and powerful circular energy ripples, that were enough to convulse a Dou Qi to an instant death, began to swiftly spread out. Finally they smashed against the dark black wall around them before slowly being annihilated and scattered. The surface of the light curtain was like a water wave under the collision of the invisible flame. It was in repeated turmoil. It appeared to be nearly about to break, but ultimately did not truly turn into nothingness. In an instant, it actually managed to endure under that extremely frightening shapeless flame. You little fellows who don't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. The first elder has already told all of you to leave the tower immediately. Why are you still delaying? Just as Xiao Yan's eyes were utterly focused on the ferocious collisions between the two groups, a low cry suddenly sounded. This caused Xiao Yan's eyes to become blurry. The green-colored flame in his eyes instantly withdrew, and the back of the metal door once again returned to darkness. No matter how one looked at it, that person would not be able to see the high-level fight behind it. That invisible flame should be the original body of the fallen heart flame, right? Its power is indeed frightening. If it is not blocked, it is likely that it would have destroyed this blazing sky chi refining tower. That light curtain should be something that the elders in the tower formed together, right? It is really abnormally strong to actually be able to forcefully seal the eruption of a natural, unique object like the fallen heart flame. Unfortunately, I cannot continue to watch the fight between the two parties. Otherwise, I would at least have a little baseline when I come into contact with the fallen heart flame in the future. Xiao Yan sighed regretfully in his heart. He turned his head only to see an anxious-faced elder standing at the exit of the corridor, repeatedly shouting sternly at the students who were stopping at the exit of the corridor. Lin Yan shrugged his shoulders when he heard the cry of that elder. He did not make any clever remarks as he pulled Xiao Yan's hand and hurriedly walked out. The energy within the tower was growing increasingly violent. He kept feeling a little uneasy as he stayed at that place. Xiao Yan was a little unwilling as he took a last glance at the metal door. He could only follow Lin Yan and swiftly leave this blazing skychi refining tower, which was experiencing increasingly greater activity. Xiao Yan and the others followed the human flow and swarmed out of the blazing skychi refining tower. At this moment, the entrance to the tower was in a state where it was crowded with people. The complete body of black mass and noisy sounds caused Xiao Yan, who had just come out of the tower, to feel like his eardrum were bursting. These people at the entrance were clearly those that had just run out of the tower. Therefore, they were discussing the change within the tower earlier in a somewhat panicked and uncertain manner. The first experience of such a change in the tower worried them enough to cause them to form a fear within their hearts. Xiao Yan did not join these meaningless discussions. His gaze merely quietly watched the top of the large section that protruded out of the ground. Perhaps it was because the tower had some seals added to it, but the feeling of the violent and wild energy paled to an extent that it was difficult to sense. However, by relying on a certain connection between the green lotus core flame and the fallen heart flame, Xiao Yan was still able to sense that an extremely intense collision between sealing and uprising was currently progressing within the tower. I wonder if the elders in the inner academy will be able to suppress the uprising of the fallen heart flame this time around. If it is possible, I would perhaps like some additional preparation time. If it is not possible, I'm afraid that I must act now. It is just that in such haste, my chances of success are likely not going to be high. Xiao Yan frowned intently. He naturally understood that he could only take the opportunity to act once the fallen heart flame broke through the blazing sky chi refining tower. Otherwise, once this fallen heart flame, which possessed an intelligent spirit, were to escape, it would definitely hide itself. Where would he go and look for it at that time? Relax. The uprising of the fallen heart flame this time around is not considered very strong. Moreover, these elders within the inner academy are no ordinary people. With the first elder taking charge, this fallen heart flame will have some difficulty breaking the seal. Yao Lao smiled and comforted Xiao Yan's tensed heart. Xiao Yan only quietly sighed in relief when he heard Yao Lao speak. Let's go. Xiao Yan, it is pointless to continue staying here. The elders will resolve these matters. Lin Yan by the side suddenly spoke. A layer of space seal was wrapped around the blazing sky chi refining tower. Naturally, he could no longer sense the intense exchange going on within it. Hence, he did not want to wait here for long. Xiao Yan mused for a moment before immediately shaking his head. How could he leave now? Therefore, he randomly searched for an excuse and stalled for time. Lin Yan could only helplessly smile and stare when he saw that Xiao Yan was unwilling to leave. You can continue to stay if you want to. I will return first. Remember, if we are to meet in a match when the strong-ranking grand competition begins 4 days later, you can forget about me holding back. Although Xiao Yan was currently anxious, he still mustered up a smile which he gave Lin Yan. After watching the latter's back disappear within the crowd, Xiao Yan turned his head once again and placed all his attention on the blazing Skychi refining tower. Following the flow of time, the number of people stopped outside the tower swiftly reduced. Not long later, the originally extremely crowded place had become empty. Only Xiao Yan alone was still standing on the top of a tree outside the tower. His eyes were shut as he sensed the intense exchange within the tower that left one stunned. Although Xiao Yan was able to sense the energy movements within the tower by borrowing the help of the green lotus core flame, he was unable to clearly see the collision between the two groups like he did in the tower earlier. Hence, after the deadlock continued until the sun had set, he was finally able to sense that the wild and violent energy within the tower had begun to gradually weaken. Looks like the elders have obtained the upper hand. Xiao Yan sensed the fallen heart flame that had once again become quiet. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief. With the inner academy's elder dragging things out, he would be able to gain sufficient time to allow himself to be fully prepared. Xiao Yan let out a soft laugh. He let down the huge stone that was in his heart. However, just as his body had turned around on the top of the tree, it suddenly stiffened. His gaze was stunned as he eyed a black-robed old man suspended in the air not far in front of him. Let down the huge stone that was in his heart, put down a great burden. The old man was wearing a black robe and had a white beard. His pupils were as cold as sharp blades. A mere sweep of his gaze across Xiao Yan caused the pores on the latter's body to shrink tightly. The thing that caused Xiao Yan to be surprised was that this person was actually that old man who had arrived in the mountains after being disturbed by the ground spirit pill that Yao Lao had refined the last time. Xiao Yan's throat rolled a little. He used all his strength to suppress the emotional ripple within his heart. If his emotions were to fluctuate slightly in front of such a strong person, the latter would be able to sense it. Hence, it was a long while later before he cupped his hands together and asked, "This elder, may I know why you are blocking this student?" The black-robed old man glanced at Xiao Yan. There was an unknown meaning within those eyes. It was a long while later before he opened his mouth and said faintly, "You should have seen and sensed the activity within the tower earlier, right? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 554, First Elder Su Qian. Chapter 554, First Elder Su Qian. Xiao Yan's heart pounded immediately when he heard the question that the black-robed old man posed in front of him. His eyes rotated a little while a thought swiftly crossed his heart. If I were to reply that I had really seen it, will this old man commit a kind of dirty deed such as killing a person to silence them in order to keep a secret? After all, the importance of this fallen heart flame to the inner academy was really too great. Hence, it was little wonder that Xiao Yan had such thoughts. Xiao Yan's palm was filled with sweat while the atmosphere was tense and pressuring. The pressuring feeling that the black-robed old man in front of him gave was not in the least bit weaker than Yun Shan from the Misty Cloud sect. With Xiao Yan's given strength, it was likely that the other party would subdue him with a random wave of his hand if one excluded the possibility of Yao Lao lending a hand. Xiao Yan finally made his decision after thinking over it for a long while. He intended to not admit that he had seen the exchange within the tower no matter what. However, at this moment, the black-robed old man in front of Xiao Yan suddenly opened his mouth indifferently. "You should be Xiao Yan, right? It is rumored that there is an extremely vague connection between heavenly flames. I think that the reason that you are able to sense the unusual situation is likely due to the heavenly flame within your body, right?" The words of the black-robed old man immediately caused Xiao Yan to be shocked. However, he was immediately relieved. There were quite a number of elders within the inner academy who knew that he possessed a heavenly flame. However, what caused Xiao Yan to be surprised was that this old man actually managed to discern his situation. Moreover, these words of his undoubtedly also meant that he had long ago known that Xiao Yan had already sensed the activity within the tower. Xiao Yan quietly sighed in relief as he watched the old man's face, which was still calm. Fortunately, he had not voiced his denial. Otherwise, other people might think that he was feeling guilty. "I have indeed sensed a little. However, there seems to be a layer of special seals on the blazing Skychi refining tower. That feeling appears to have become extremely vague outside the tower." Xiao Yan carefully replied. "You need not be worried. I do not have any intention of condemning you of any wrongdoing. The eyes of the black-robed old man were filled with a faint smile as he appeared to have sensed the anxiety in Xiao Yan's heart. He waved his hand and said, "However, I want to remind you that you should not tell others about the matter within the tower. The matter within the tower will not reach a second person's ear." Xiao Yan hurriedly guaranteed. "I am quite familiar with you. It is just that I have not had the opportunity to meet you. You are really a source of envy by being able to control a heavenly flame at such an age." The black-robed old man laughed. The envy in his words was not false. The fallen heart flame was able to allow the inner academy to possess a kind of talent grooming equipment like the blazing Skychi refining tower. Yet the young man in front of him actually possessed a kind of heavenly flame by himself. How could this not let one sigh? Xiao Yan let out a dry laugh, but did not say anything else related to this topic. He cupped his hands and respectfully said, "May I know Elder's name?" Most of the elders within this inner academy had strengths that were around the Dou Qi class. The strength of the old man in front of him had clearly far exceeded them. According to Xiao Yan's guess, if he was not the headmaster of the inner academy, who ultimately never revealed his face, he would perhaps be that mysterious first elder. "I am Su Qian, the chief among the elders. Normally they address me as first elder," the black-robed old man mentioned casually. As expected, Xiao Yan muttered in his heart. Although he had already expected this, his face still could not help but move a little. "Little friend Xiao Yan, you may perhaps be able to sense some unusual changes in the tower. I will honestly tell you that there is indeed quite some trouble brewing inside. We are currently still able to temporarily suppress it. However, this is not a long-term solution. Hence, the old me hopes that little friend will lend the inner academy a hand in the future." Su Qian's face was suddenly serious as he spoke to Xiao Yan in a deep voice. "Even the strength of all the elders are unable to achieve the result of suppressing it. I merely possess the strength of a small douling, what use would I be?" Xiao Yan's face was immediately stunned. He muttered a reply when he heard these words from Elder Su Qian, which actually intended for him to act. "Koko, the you who possesses a heavenly flame is someone that one cannot measure based on ordinary strength." Su Qing laughed and immediately spoke, "You need not be afraid either. It is not yet certain whether we will let you act. It is just that I am searching for an additional path in the event the worst-case scenario occurs in the future. At that time, I will naturally not force you if you are helpless to do anything, but..." Xiao Yan could only smile bitterly and nod his head when Su Qian spoke in such a manner. He said, "All right, I will do my best at that time." "Koko, these words of yours do indeed leave me assured." Su Qian smiled when he saw Xiao Yan's bitterly smiling face. He added, "The inner academy will not mistreat you if you are really able to suppress it. We will let you be satisfied with anything that you want, regardless of whether it is qi methods, dou techniques, medicinal formulas, etc. I want the fallen heart flame. Can you just give it to me?" Xiao Yan muttered in his heart. However, his face acted surprised as he hurriedly nodded his head. Currently the tower is starting to calm down, but there are many other efforts required to take care of the aftermath. "I shall not continue to hold you here." Su Qing smiled and said, "Additionally, there is still another 4 days to the strong-ranking grand competition. You should work harder. You gain quite the great benefits if you are able to enter the top 10. The top 10 are all people at the peak of the Douling class. How can I enter with my strength of someone who has just entered the Douling class?" Xiao Yan smiled awkwardly and replied, "You cunning little fellow. Don't give me that confused look. I know very well just what your strength is like. Although there is quite some difficulty for you to beat Lu Qing and the others, other than Lu Qing, Lin Xiuya, Yan Hao, and a couple of countable people, I'm afraid that the remaining people would have difficulty contending with you in a true fight." Su Qian shook his head and laughed with a clear voice. "Moreover, you may have indeed advanced to the Douling class for less than 2 months, but during this short period of time you have leaped to the level of a 3-star Douling. This speed is something that even leaves me somewhat stunned." Xiao Yan smiled in an embarrassed manner. His heart, however, was quietly shocked. It appeared that quite a bit of information about him was gathered in this old fellow's hand. With the sharp eyes of the latter, it was likely that the foundation of Xiao Yan's strength had already been more or less guessed by him. Otherwise, Su Qian would not say such words. Moreover, advancing to a 3-star Douling was something that had happened 2 days ago when he was undertaking a retreat. It was unexpected that Su Qian was able to see his exact level with just one look. "Little fellow, keeping a low profile may be a good thing, but you should not act foolish in front of people who know what is going on. This old me has been in the inner academy for many years. What kind of geniuses have I not seen?" Su Qian smiled when he saw Xiao Yan's embarrassed manner. He waved his hand and said, "All right, I also have other matters to do and shall not delay your time." Remember, you must enter into the top 10 of the strong ranking, and the agreement between us. The aged face revealed a smile toward Xiao Yan. Su Qian's body that was suspended in midair suddenly began to gradually become paler in a strange manner. A moment later, he completely disappeared from the air just like a ghost. This kind of strange situation caused Xiao Yan's skin to feel a chill. Xiao Yan let out a breath like he had set down a heavy burden a moment after Su Qian disappeared. He relaxed his tightly clenched hand. It was drenched in perspiration, causing him to once again let out a bitter smile. This old man had simply showed himself and randomly conversed with him. Yet, it caused Xiao Yan to act in this manner like he was facing a powerful opponent. The gap between the two of them was really like that of a cloud in mud. It is really unexpected that this person's strength is actually this strong. From the looks of his aura, it is likely that even Yunshan cannot be compared to him. He is indeed worthy of being the first elder of the Inner Academy. Xiao Yan let out a soft sigh as he muttered in his heart, the first elder is already this strong. I really don't know just how terrifying the strength of the headmaster of the Inner Academy that no one can find. This Inner Academy is really a place with hidden dragons and tigers. Xiao Yan sighed in this manner within his heart as he leaped down from the top of the tree. After which, he rushed to Pan's gate under the gradually darkening sky. The strong ranking grand competition was the most intense and most eye-catching competition for the top experts of the entire Jianan Academy. The extremely harsh participation condition meant that almost all of the participants were the most outstanding people in the school. Each of them truly possessed an outstanding talent. The top 10 of the strong ranking in the previous generations had all managed to become well known on the Dou Qi continent. The most useless among them would at the very least dominate an area with the strength of a Dou Wang. Although the conditions to enter the strong ranking grand competition were extremely harsh, they did not hinder the other students in the Inner Academy from wildly pursuing it. Just think, the experts one would hardly be able to see were actually grouped together in one place. The fiery hot fight that unfolded on the stage gave one a carefree and delightful feeling. This kind of situation had an attraction to the other students that did not lose to the crazed feeling of a man who had abstained for a couple of years and suddenly saw a naked beauty displayed in front of him. Hence, during this period of time when the strong ranking grand competition was approaching, the atmosphere within the Inner Academy had gradually soared. The topic of conversation everywhere circled around the grand competition. Moreover, as the time approached, the last 30 names on the strong ranking repeatedly changed. Those fellows who usually tolerated and did not erupt had totally erupted at this moment. They wildly charged at the students on the strong ranking who possessed a golden ticket to the competition. However, no matter how the Inner Academy rolled and flipped, no one dared issue a challenge letter to Xiao Yan after the fights on the fighting stage the last time. Therefore, Xiao Yan was actually able to enjoy an extremely rare idle time during these final few days. This caused him, who was used to being pressed for time, to feel a little uneasy. The 4 days slowly arrived under the anticipation of a countless number of people within the Inner Academy. When the first ray of morning sunlight scattered down on the morning of the 4th day, an old gong quietly sounded from the deep region of the Inner Academy and immediately spread throughout its entire boundary. The instant the gong sounded, numerous people with different appearances from different parts of the Inner Academy with extremely powerful auras suddenly opened their tightly shut eyes. A glow that contained a fiery hot fighting intent swiftly soared under the old gong sound. A black-robed young man who was sitting cross-legged on a bed in a room gradually opened his dark black eyes. He waved his hand and an enormous black shadow flashed and appeared. The enormous body of the ruler cut across the air and carried the whining rushing wind sound. Finally, it was sheathed on his back in a slanted manner. The black-robed young man gently patted the heavy ruler on his back. He turned his head slightly and his gaze was thrown out of the window. He sensed powerful auras that suddenly rose all over the Inner Academy at this instant. The corner of his mouth was slowly lifted into a slight smile. A boiling hot fighting intent surged within him. I, Xiao Yan, shall reserve one spot among the top 10. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 555, Enemies often cross each other's paths. Chapter 555, Enemies often cross each other's paths. The middle stadium that was in the largest area of the Inner Academy was usually not open to the public. It would only be open when the Inner Academy organized a competition. As the hottest strong ranking grand competition, this would naturally be the place where the competition would be conducted. Of course, the area where the stadium in the middle was located was extremely large. However, it was still filled by the countless numbers of black masses of human heads. At a glance, the bustling crowd carried a noisiness that spread all around. Finally, they converged together and rushed to the stands. Of course, the large group Xiao Yan was with was somewhat stunned when they arrived and eyed the human wall that was squeezed very tightly. However, it was fortunate that the competitors had a special tunnel. Borrowing Xiao Yan's glory, Xun Er and the others avoided the trouble of having to be squeezed. They used the special tunnel that was guarded by the instructors and entered a high platform with quite a good view. Xiao Yan stood on a high platform as his gaze swept below. They could see that the spacious arena was evenly divided into 5 platforms. Clearly, this should be the competition ground this time around. Xiao Yan leaned on a guardrail. He looked down on the entire open ground from high above. Hearing the waves of noises that sounded from the ordinary viewing gallery below, the deep regions of his eyes became fiery hot. This competition basically represented the fight between the most outstanding students within the inner academy. The geniuses that had been gathered from all over the continent were extremely haughty people, who wanted to stand out in this grand competition. If one did not have some foundation, it was likely that one would only become other people's stepping stone. Coco, Xiao Yan Geg, this grand competition is of a much higher standard compared to the outer academy qualifying competition back then. Xun Er stood by the side with her hand holding the guardrail. Her lovely body was wrapped in green clothes and revealed her nice curves. She turned her head toward Xiao Yan and smiled as she spoke to him. Xiao Yan nodded. He stretched his waist lazily and randomly said, "This inner academy is originally the place where geniuses gather. There are naturally no ordinary people able to enter the top 50 in this pile of geniuses. Even I have to go all out in this grand competition. Otherwise, it will really be somewhat impossible to enter the top 10. Xiao Yan Gege can definitely do it." Xun Er gave a shallow smile. That elegant and beautiful face, however, was filled with an even richer confidence than even Xiao Yan himself felt. "It is still not certain whether I can or cannot. However, even if a lion wants to fight a rabbit, it must use all its strength. Now that I am faced with a group of opponents that are around the same strength as me, I will naturally have to display all my tactics." Xiao Yan smiled and glanced at Xun Er as he continued, "However, if you wanted to, it would not be too difficult for you to enter the strong ranking. If you display all your tactics, I'm afraid that you would be able to contend with Lu Cheng and the others." Xun Er smiled without speaking. She had seldom revealed her true strength. However, if one were to look down on her because of this, it was likely that one would pay a hefty price. The mysteriousness of this girl and the degree of her hidden trump cards were something that even Xiao Yan could not compare with. She has the strength, but refuses to participate. It is really a waste of opportunity. Wu Hao smacked his mouth as he spoke with a somewhat painful heart. Giving up this opportunity to fight with these experts was definitely a hideous, unforgivable crime in his eyes. "I heard that you have also leaped into the strong ranking 2 days ago?" Xiao Yan glanced at Wu Hao. This fellow's strength may stop at the peak of the Dou Qi class. However, if he were to completely unleash his strength, Xiao Yan understood that it would not be possible for Wu Hao to be easily defeated even if the opponent was an ordinary 1 or 2 star Douling. He, 41st. It is a full 10 places below you. Hopefully, we will not meet right at the start of the grand competition." Wu Hao laughed and spoke. He revealed some pride on his face. He had entered the strong ranking after having only entered the inner academy half a year ago. Although this rank was not considered high on the strong ranking, such an achievement could already be considered very outstanding. Of course, there was still some gap when he was compared with Xiao Yan. However, Wu Hao himself was already extremely satisfied. After all, he was the only one who knew just how much effort and perspiration he had put in to obtain this rank. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. His heart was also a little surprised. This fellow's talent was indeed extraordinary. If he didn't have the Skyfire 3 mysterious change and the help of various medicinal pills, it was likely that the achievements he would have currently achieved would not be much higher than Wu Hao. Xiao Yan continued to converse with Wu Hao for a while. He did not continue being entangled on this topic. Turning his head around, his gaze swept all around him, only to discover that there were already quite a number of people had appeared on this high platform. The students who were able to enter this place were mostly the competitors of the grand competition. The others like Xun Er and the rest were incidentally brought up to this place by the competitors. Xiao Yan's turning gaze suddenly paused on an icy lady who had bright silver hair and a dress that matched it. He was slightly startled. His gaze moved a little and discovered Lin Xiaoya, Yan Hao, and the others by Han Yu's side. It appeared that they were inseparable ever since the few of them had looked for the core-quenching body milk in the deep mountains back then. The gazes of Lin Xiaoya and the others were returned when Xiao Yan discovered them. The few gazes looked at one another and smiled. "Coco, Xiao Yan, I hope that we will not collide together at the start of the grand competition. It would really be a little embarrassing if that were to be the case." With Lin Xiaoya's aura, his existence was basically that of a main character no matter where he was. Therefore, numerous gazes that contained various emotions shot over from the surroundings of the high platform turned toward Xiao Yan upon hearing the laughter. Senior Lin is the second on the strong ranking. Other than Ziyan, the number of people who can contend with you can be counted on one hand. If we were to meet at the start of the competition, it can only be said that Xiao Yan is unlucky. Xiao Yan laughed softly and replied. That may not be the case. I am also extremely fearful of that speed of yours. Lin Xiaoya appeared to give a faint unsmiling smile as he spoke. Having witnessed the frightening speed that Xiao Yan had displayed when he rescued Hanyu back then, he would naturally not underestimate this junior who kept a low profile and appeared to be harmless to both humans and animals. Lin Xiaoya did not lower his voice. Hence, some of the competitors around them were startled upon hearing it. Lin Xiaoya had actually spoken in this manner despite his strength. Was the speed of this Xiao Yan really that frightening? Xiao Yan ignored these surprised gazes around him. He smiled at Lin Xiaoya and immediately ceased pausing on this topic. That's right, we have made another trip to the deep mountains these few days. Lin Xiaoya suddenly opened his mouth and spoke after conversing with Xiao Yan for a while. Xiao Yan's heart leaped without leaving a trace. His expression did not change as he smiled and asked, "Oh? Is that so? How is it? Did you get what you wish for? What else can happen? That beast is currently becoming increasingly abnormal. It was still alright the last time. When we met this time, it had unknowingly become crazy. It awoke its wild, violent bloodline the moment we met. If it were not for the fact that we fled quickly, I'm afraid that we would not even be able to participate in this grand competition." Yan Hao by the side rolled his eyes and cursed with great dissatisfaction. Xiao Yan heart quietly sighed in relief. On the surface, however, he comforted, just forget about it if you cannot obtain it. In any case, as long as you enter the top 10 of the strong ranking, you will be able to enter the lowest level of the Blazing Sky Qi refining tower and receive that so-called essence heart flame to refine your body. At that time, I think that you will all be able to borrow its strength to step into the Dou Wang class. Ugh, hopefully. The refinement of one's body by the heart flame may be called a safe passage into the Dou Wang class. However, it does have quite the failure rate. It is good if it succeeds. If it ends up in failure, although my current distance to the Dou Wang level is merely just a step, this single step may be something that cannot be broken through even in 5 or 10 years if there is no opportunity. Lin Xiaoya helplessly shook his head as he spoke. The Dou Wang class. The true class of the strong on the continent. Dou Ling could basically be found all over the continent. Only after truly advancing to a Dou Wang would one be able to separate themselves from the masses and enter the lineup of the strong on the continent. Xiao Yan was extremely clear about this point. He similarly understood the gap between a Dou Ling and a Dou Wang. Therefore, he was unable to find any comforting words when he saw the anxiety of Lin Xiaoya and the others. After all, there were quite a number of people on the continent who had been stopped for 5 to 10 years without progressing. Coco, I am really a pessimistic person. Lin Xiaoya laughed softly when he saw the atmosphere which had become gloomy. His slightly knit brows also became relaxed as he patted Xiao Yan's shoulders and said, I heard that you have come into conflict with Lu Qing's group in the tower again? He. In that case, you should be a little careful. Lu Qing's group has quite a number of names on the strong ranking. You should be a little cautious if you were to meet them in the competition. Although there is the rule that one is not allowed to take another person's life in this grand competition, the knives and swords don't have eyes. Xiao Yan smiled and was just about to nod when he suddenly sensed that the high platform had become much quieter than before. Immediately, he turned his head around after sensing something. His eyes instantly became slightly narrowed when his gaze swept across a large group of people entering from the entrance. The group of people walked onto the tall platform. The people along the way began to move aside in an extremely tactful manner. The leader of the group was a simply dressed man. He had a strong build. His thick eyebrows were raised like swords and his masculine face, which appeared naturally mighty, carried a sharp aura. This aura was basically something that almost no one in the inner academy did not recognize. Who else would it be but that tyrant spear Lu Qing? Behind Lu Qing was Lu Fei, who had some conflict with Xiao Yan and Yao Shang. At this moment, the two of them had clearly noticed Xiao Yan and the others. Their resentful, dark, cold gazes were immediately thrown over at the same time. Xiao Yan merely raised his brows slightly in the face of the gazes of these two people. He exchanged glances with Lin Xiaoya, Yan Hao, and the others by the side and smiled slightly. As Lu Qing walked straight toward Xiao Yan and Lin Xiaoya, the voices on the tall platform gradually became much quieter. Numerous gazes were thrown toward both parties. These two groups appeared to represent the strongest two factions within the inner academy. Normally, they would avoid each other due to various reasons. Today, however, they actually collided face to face due to the imminent grand competition. It must be said, enemies often cross each other's paths. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 556, Tit for Tat. Chapter 556, Tit for Tat. Under the much more solidified atmosphere, Lu Qing and the rest slowly stopped in front of Xiao Yan's group. The former glanced at Xiao Yan, Lu Xiaoya, and the rest before speaking indifferently. "We have finally met. I have waited for the arrival of this day for a long time." Xiao Yan would naturally not foolishly reply to Lu Qing's words. Everyone in the inner academy knew that Lu Qing's opponent was Lin Xiaoya. With the exception of Zi Yan, the little monster who rode over them, there was hardly anyone who had the qualification to be viewed seriously by Lu Qing. Even Yan Hao, who was ranked 4th, still felt some fear deep in his heart despite usually not showing the slightest sign of being afraid of Lu Qing. "Hopefully, your luck will be better this time around." Lin Xiaoya returned the indifferent smile. Although his body size was basically one entire girth smaller than Lu Qing's, that special aura of his caused him to not have the slightest sign of being eclipsed in front of Lu Qing with his large frame. Although the conversation between the two was simple, it was filled with a tit-for-a-tat feeling that was difficult to hide. As longtime rivals, these two people were compared with each other all the time. The fight back when Lu Qing was defeated by Lin Xiaoya was because of a slight vulnerability. Therefore, he bore a grudge in his heart over this matter. However, he did not search for Lin Xiaoya to compete with despite his strength having soared these couple of years. Back then, he had lost to Lin Xiaoya on the strong ranking grand competition. Now, he needed to obtain a victory in this place. One sharpens one's sword for 10 years. For this match, Lu Qing had shook off an unknown amount of perspiration, endured the feeling of loneliness, and only tasted the bitterness of training. The atmosphere on the high platform was extremely quiet as the two of them spoke. Although those who were able to arrive at this high platform were all strong people at the peak of the inner academy, the hearts of all these proud people felt varying degrees of respect toward these two people whether they wanted to admit it or not. Strength was honored. This was a conventional rule that existed everywhere on the Dou Qi continent. The two gazes intertwined in mid-air. There appeared to be essence-like sparks surfacing. The tense atmosphere was maintained between them. From the looks of this situation, it appeared that they would end up physically attacking each other the moment a disagreement arose. Of course, Xiao Yan was not too worried about this. The two of them were not extremely impatient people. Although this Lu Qing looked extremely boorish, from the looks of how he was able to endure until today after being defeated by Lin Xiaoya, one could see his disposition. Therefore, something that was similar to fighting on the spot would have difficulty occurring between these two extremely calm people. Xiao Yan's gaze moved randomly, only to suddenly see the green-faced Lu Fei behind Lu Qing. He lifted his brows, only to realize that her gaze was locked on Xun Er by the side. Clearly, that slap that Xun Er had given her in public had left her a deep memory. Xun Er appeared to have felt nothing when faced with the vicious gaze of Lu Fei. A pair of pretty eyes paused on Xiao Yan's back. At this moment, a thread of faint golden-colored warm sunlight coincidentally scattered down, leaving behind a golden-colored glow on Xun Er's tender, exquisite, pretty face. Her long eyelashes shook under the sunlight. It was obscure, like an illusion. At this moment, this pretty scene was something that even Lu Fei, who had a good appearance, felt jealous about in her heart. This pretty appearance was also absorbed into the eyes of Yao Sheng behind Lu Qing. His heart trembled slightly. Immediately, he felt a pain on his hand as a weak icy-cold voice was transmitted over, "Humph. This is that girl who slapped back then. You must help me vent my anger if you want me to give you a chance." The skin on Yao Sheng's face twitched. His eyes changed rapidly for a while before finally throwing his dark and cold gaze onto Xiao Yan. Taking a slow step forward, he gave a superficial smile and said, "Xiao Yan, you should manage your woman properly. Otherwise, you might suffer a little more." Yao Sheng's words were clearly targeted at Xiao Yan. Hence, the expressions of Wu Hao, Hu Jia, and the others behind Xiao Yan immediately changed after hearing this. Their gazes were looking at him furiously. This provocative words that Yao Sheng had suddenly spoken also caused Lu Qing to frown slightly by the side. However, he did not say anything. He clearly understood that Yao Sheng was speaking out for the slap Lu Fei endured. As Lu Fei's older cousin brother, he was naturally unable to say anything. Lu Qing glanced at the calm face of Xun Er behind Xiao Yan. He appeared to have sensed something and his feet took a horizontal step to his left and once again protected Lu Fei behind him. He had witnessed Xun Er's ghost-like agility in the fighting arena back then. Hence, he did not dare to slight her too much now. He could perhaps say that he was caught off guard if he allowed Lu Fei to be beaten once under his eyes. However, other people might form some doubts about his strength if this happened a second time. Xiao Yan raised his eyelids. He eyed the dark, cold face of Yao Shang and extended his hand to grab the delicate hand of Xun Er beside him. As he lifted his gaze to look at Yao Shang, he said with a faint smile, "We are not allowed to fight here. I will help you get back at them when we meet in the competition." The smile had a coldness that was not hidden. Xun Er's vaguely visible golden-colored glow was swiftly extinguished after being grabbed by Xiao Yan. She knit her eyebrows slightly, but did not say anything. All she did was take a step back as her intelligent eyes gently swept over Yao Shang on the opposite side. Her slight smile also hid some icy coldness. Seeing Xun Er withdraw, Dou Qi, whose Dou Qi was slowly flowing in his body, finally sighed in relief. However, his gaze was still focused on the quiet Xun Er. With his experience the last time around, he did not know when the latter would once again erupt and beat someone up. "You are right. We will get back everything once we meet on the competition. Otherwise, some new students might well really rise to the heavens." Yao Shang also darkly nodded under Xiao Yan's ice-cold smile. There was a rich amount of hatred in him. "Alright, stop saying all this nonsense." Dou Qi, who had sensed that the atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense by the side, frowned slightly. His deep voice broke the increasingly colder gaze of both parties. With a wave of his hand at Lin Xiaoya and the rest, he immediately turned around and headed toward the seating area on the high platform. "I want to see just what face you will have to arrogantly walking around the inner academy after the competition is over. It looks like those new people who don't know the rules must receive some vicious slaps before they know what rules are called." Yao Shang left behind these harsh words with a soft voice and a cold smile when his dark, cold face passed by Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's expression was so calm that there was not the slightest surge on it as he eyed Yao Shang, who had turned around and left. A cold smile slowly lifted on the corner of his mouth. Yao Shang's repeated provocation had completely aroused the viciousness in his heart. "Hopefully, you will not meet me in the competition. Otherwise, I am afraid that I will give you a fatal blow." Xiao Yan slowly twisted his head as he softly spoke in a manner that suggested nothing had happened. "Kill him. That bastard is too arrogant." Wu Hao viciously waved his hand and scolded. Hu Jia at his side also continued to nod her head. It appeared that she was really unhappy at this sissy fellow. "Kuko, I didn't think that you had a grudge with this fellow." Lin Xiaoya turned around and gave Xiao Yan a smile as he mockingly continued, "However, it is also not totally unexpected." Junior Xun Er slapped Lu Fei. "In order to please her, Yao Shang would naturally come and find trouble with you. Due to his status, it is difficult for him to make things difficult for a girl. Hence, he has shifted his resentment to you. From the looks of his expression earlier, it is likely that he will not hold anything back if you were to really meet him in the competition. You should be a little careful. That fellow's Dou Qi is a little unusual. He practices water affinity Dou Qi. It is rumored that he was accidentally bitten by a poisonous being called the bone-eroding dark scorpion. Not only did he not die because of it, but he had also accidentally merged the poison into his Dou Qi. When he fights with others, the poison collaborates with the lingering gentleness of the water affinity Dou Qi and quietly combines with his Dou Qi to penetrate the other party's body. If it is not expelled in time, that person will die within less than a day." Lin Xiaoya laughingly said. It was not known whether it was intentional or not, but he had revealed all of the foundation of Yao Shang in his words. Xiao Yan nodded quietly. He cupped his hands toward Lin Xiaoya and smiled as he said, "Thank you very much." Although Xiao Yan did not need to fear Yao Shang's Dou Qi, that had merged with poison liquid, with the green lotus core flame protecting his body, Xiao Yan would naturally accept Lin Xiaoya's good intention. "I also see that fellow as an eyesore. However, he usually behaves very satisfactory in front of me. Therefore, I cannot find an excuse to teach him a lesson. If you are really able to meet him in the competition, you can help me give him another punch in passing." Lin Xiaoya spoke in a joking manner. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. However, he laughed coldly in his heart, won't he be let off too lightly if it is just ordinary physical pain? One must viciously tear out a wound that was dripping with blood when faced with this kind of person with a cheap skin. Only then would he retain a fresh memory. The atmosphere of the high platform had once again become vibrant once Dou Qi's group left. As time gradually flowed, the number of people on the high platform also increased. As he gazed down, Xiao Yan was a little surprised to find that those seats below were completely filled at this moment. The large black mass of human heads caused people's eyes to be dazzled. Gong! An ancient gong sound suddenly reverberated through the incomparably noisy stadium, and it resounded without disappearing within the place. Under the sound of this gong, the noisiness also slowly declined until it finally completely disappeared. Chi. The sound of the gong quietly fell and a loud rushing wind sound suddenly appeared in the sky. Everyone raised their heads and they could merely see some vague figures that flashed and disappeared. Their gazes immediately lowered, only to see dozens of old human figures had unknowingly appeared in the special seats on a tall platform. Xiao Yan's gaze swept across these old figures. Most of them were the familiar elders within the academy. The black-robed, old man with the white beard and hair in the middle was surprisingly the first elder, Xu Qian. It is really unexpected that even he has made an appearance. It appears that the inner academy views this strong-ranking grand competition very seriously. Xiao Yan softly muttered. Xu Qian slowly walked forward. His hand appeared to virtually press on the air. The entire stadium immediately quieted until all that was left were numerous breathing sounds. His gaze slowly swept across the entire place before finally stopping on the body of a black-robed young man who was leaning on the guardrail. A faint smile spilled from his eyes. After which, an old low voice sounded beside the ears of everyone present. Those with a place on the strong ranking, please enter the arena. As Xu Qian's voice fell, one could immediately see the human figures on the tall platform flashing and moving. Numerous human figures drew an arc through the air as they steadily landed in the arena. They raised their heads and observed the countless number of human heads around them. A wave of fiery fighting intent soared quietly. The true grand competition was about to ensue. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 557, Determining One's Opponent. Chapter 557, Determining One's Opponent. Bang, dot. A human figure that was like a black-colored metal pagoda carried a sharp rushing wind sound as his feet heavily landed on the ground. In an instant, the dark black ground made of special material quietly formed a few tiny crack lines spreading from the spot where his feet landed. Moreover, the instant he landed, the dozens of competitors on the arena clearly sensed the ground shaking viciously. Immediately, they threw surprised gazes at that black shadow. Only when their gaze took in who that person was did they come to a sudden understanding. Tyrant Spear Lu Cheng. It was likely that he was the only one who possessed such a sharp overbearing brute strength. The moment Lu Qing landed, his body was as straight as the body of a spear, not even bending a little. The black-colored heavy spear on his back was as tall as him and faintly a thick, heavy aura seeped out of it. Lu Qing suddenly raised his head after landing on the ground. His gaze was thrown at a certain spot at the tall platform, and it was filled with a hot fighting intent. The place that the gaze was thrown to was the expected Lin Xiaoya. The gazes of the entire place followed Lu Qing's sight and moved. Finally, they stopped at Lin Xiaoya's body. They sensed the sharp head-to-head aura of both parties and a great anticipation was felt in their hearts. They did not know just who would emerge victorious when the true two experts at the peak of the inner academy were to fight. Lin Xiaoya gave a faint smile when faced with the gazes of everyone present. He cupped his hands toward Xiao Yan a short distance away and immediately pressed his toes gently on the ground. His body was like a falling piece of lead as he flashed off the tall platform. A pale green-colored tornado immediately took shape under his feet. Finally, he appeared to be walking down a flight of stairs. Each time his foot descended, it would appear like it was stepping on some kind of invisible stairs. This scene appeared to be somewhat like the realm of walking through the air. Such a skill undoubtedly caused a cheer to erupt in the stadium. All of them knew that even if it was an elite Dou Wang, he would need to borrow the force of Dou Qi wings in order to remain in the air. Something like this scene of appearing to not borrow any force to walk as though one was walking on flat ground would at least require the strength of a Dou Huang in order to be achieved. Even some of those elders on that high platform nodded their heads slightly upon eyeing this skill that Lin Xiaoya had revealed. With their sight, they were naturally able to see that the former did not truly appear to be walking on flat ground. Instead, he borrowed the wind affinity of his Dou Qi to form an invisible landing spot under his feet. It could not remain for long, but even if this was the case, it was something that required an exquisite control of one's Dou Qi. With Lin Xiaoya's current strength, being able to perform at such a level was already very astonishing. Under the shocked gazes of the entire place, Lin Xiaoya slowly walked down through the air. His feet gently landed on the ground and he immediately stood with his hands behind him. His body appeared elegant. At this moment, there were already quite a number of female students in the surrounding area who had eyes that were emitting stars. Chi. Just as everyone was drunk from the scene of Lin Xiaoya stepping on empty space earlier, the sound of low, deep thunder suddenly roared through the air. Some people hurriedly raised their heads. However, other than the flash of a silver glow, which disappeared immediately in their eyes, they did not actually discover anything else. Only when their gazes shot all over the place did some sharp-eyed people discover that there was an additional black-robed human figure that had appeared in the arena. Xiao Yan? This fellow's speed is really fast. Currently, all the students in the inner academy were already familiar with Xiao Yan's appearance. Additionally, that signature heavy Xian ruler also revealed his identity. In an instant, low surprised voices sounded one after another. Xiao Yan's appearance was not as heavy or beautiful as the previous two, but in the eyes of those people with true strength it did not lose to Dou Qi or Lin Xiaoya. After all, that kind of speed was indeed so fast that it was somewhat terrifying. Dou Qi, Lin Xiaoya, and a few others in the arena turned their heads and threw their gazes to the quiet, black-robed, young man. An extremely obscure, shallow fear flashed across their eyes. This kind of speed was something that even they had to view seriously. Additionally, other than one or two of them, many of them knew in their hearts that even if they were to display all their strength, it was likely that they would not be able to achieve this kind of speed. The speed of this little fellow would likely have difficulty finding many people in the Dou Ling class who can match up with him. Moreover, from the looks of his agility technique, it still appears somewhat tender. He should have just reached initial mastery. I really don't know just how terrifying it will be once he practices it to its pinnacle point. On the tall platform, Elder Hao, who had quite a good relationship with Xiao Yan, fondled his beard and praised sincerely. The class of the agility technique that he is practicing is not low. Otherwise, it would definitely be impossible to achieve such an effect. An elder nodded his head, and had faintly guessed some clues. First, Elder Su Qian stood indifferently on the spot. The somewhat familiar roar of thunder flashed in his mind. A moment later, he appeared to have remembered something and his eyes instantly narrowed. His heart was somewhat surprised as he muttered, "How could this little fellow possess such an agility technique? This is a secret by the Wind Lightning Pavilion that isn't given to others. If those fellows were to discover this in the future, I'm afraid that some entanglement would be unavoidable." If Xiao Yan knew that Elder Su was able to recognize his Dou technique at a glance, it was likely that he would be extremely stunned, feeling that the eyes of this old fellow were a little too sharp. Not long after Xiao Yan and the other two entered the arena, a white-clothed little girl slowly followed the stairs and climbed up from a certain spot under the stage. After which, under the countless number of stunned gazes, she walked to the front of the group. Her mouth appeared to be chewing something as she looked in all directions. She smiled immediately when she saw Xiao Yan, revealing her cute orderly little fangs. Not many people in the inner academy knew about Zi Yan's identity. Perhaps, only just the people on the strong ranking and some older students knew about her. For those new students who had come in a little later, they had never heard of this name. After all, the former did not frequently show her face in the inner academy. Moreover, no one dared to challenge her. Hence, this resulted in the people of the inner academy only knowing Dou Qi, Lin Xiaoya, and the others, but they did not know that the first place on the strong ranking, the person who rode over them, was actually such a cute little girl. Waves of private conversations sounded from the surrounding viewing gallery. However, the expressions of some of the competitors had turned a little unnatural. Other than those who had squeezed into the strong ranking during this recent period of time, fear flashed across the faces of most of the rest of the people. The reaction of these people caused everyone in the stadium to feel at a loss. Zi Yan was too lazy to bother about the gazes around her. Her mouth repeatedly chewed the danwans that Xiao Yan had refined for her. Her laid-back manner did not appear to have the pressure that came with the approaching grand competition. If it was 2 years ago, there were indeed some opponents in this inner academy who could fight with her. Now, however, those elites had already graduated and left. As time flowed by, she had become the student who had remained in the inner academy for the longest time with the appearance of a little girl. Although this student was a little strange. Therefore, with Zi Yan's current abnormal brute strength, it was likely that even Dou Qi and the rest would have difficulty contending with her. This little fellow had already become an existence on the strong ranking that exceeded common sense. Cough. A faint coughing sound that contained Dou Qi sounded beside the ears of everyone. Immediately, the private conversations began to soften. A moment later, they completely disappeared. Numerous gazes were lifted as they eyed the black-robed elder in the middle of the tall platform. Their gazes were filled with respect and fear. As the first elder whose strength and authority in the inner academy was merely below that of the mysterious headmaster, even an ordinary elder maintained respect toward him, much less these students. Since everyone is already here, the grand competition can begin. Su Qian said with a faint smile. However, I would like to give a reminder before the start of the competition. Although the inner academy has an open-minded culture, I still hope that everyone can do their best not to unleash a fatal blow in this competition. All of you are still students, and this is not a place like the Black Corner region where people eat one another. Although the inner academy has a somewhat bloody place like the fighting arena, its original intention is to train all of you and not to let all of you fight to the death. Therefore, everyone should gauge your strength when you strike. Some of the competitors nodded slightly when they heard Su Qian's words. However, most of them maintained a non-committal attitude. In this kind of competition, who would not go all out in order to enter the top 10? When one went all out, one would have difficulty controlling one's strength. It was inevitable that accidents would occur. Su Qian's gaze swept over the faces of the competitors and helplessly shook his head. The atmosphere of the inner academy had gradually become fiercer recently. Those novices who did not know how to go all out and kill in the fighting arena had also grown into vicious wolves of the grassland with extremely rich fighting experience. It was a little difficult to contain their ferociousness at this moment. The rules are the same as they were in the past. Opponents are determined by drawing lots. Seeing that his words did not have much of an effect, Su Qian also ceased to speak any more unnecessary words and instead spoke in a deep voice. The moment the words sounded, he waved his sleeves gently. Immediately, a black cloth that was not far in front of them drifted down, revealing a rock table under it. There was a large wooden cylinder on the rock table which contained quite a number of bamboo sticks. The cylinder contains 25 sticks with a blue bottom and 25 sticks with a red one. The numbers are all from 1 to 25. If you were to pick a stick with a blue bottom containing the number 12, your opponent would be the person who holds the stick with a red bottom with the number 12. Su Qian summarized the rules of the lot picking once. This thing was not very complicated, therefore, those students who had experienced this for the first time could also understand. Alright, let the lot picking begin. The competitors orderly walked to the rock table one at a time and picked a bamboo stick from within the cylinder. They read out their number in front of everyone before withdrawing. Xiao Yan was not anxious to pick a lot. He stood in the same spot and suddenly frowned slightly. Tilting his head slightly, his gaze swept over the place behind him and coincidentally saw a vicious gaze. From his appearance, that person was actually Bai Cheng, who had been defeated by him back then. This matter of his seemed like he was still bearing a grudge in his heart. Moreover, this hatred also had some dissatisfaction. Perhaps he was similar to everyone else in thinking that the reason that he had been defeated by Xiao Yan's hands was because of the dragon strength pill. Bai Cheng's face shook a little when he saw Xiao Yan's gaze being thrown over. He strode forward and walked to the side of the rock table. He groped a little before picking up a bamboo stick with a red bottom. With a deep voice, he read, "Red bottom, 15. Once he read it out, he withdrew to one side and continued to use a vicious gaze to stare at Xiao Yan. He viciously cursed in his heart, "It would be best that you end up picking a bamboo stick with the same number as Lu Qing." Under Bai Cheng's curse, Xiao Yan finally slowly walked to the rock table. He randomly picked out a stick with a red bottom. He was initially a little startled when he swept the bottom with his gaze. A playful feeling immediately surfaced on the corner of his mouth. "Blue bottom, 15. Xiao Yan laughed softly. His gaze was slowly lifted as he saw the cold smile on Bai Cheng's face abruptly stiffen. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 558, The Start of the Grand Competition. Chapter 558, The Start of the Grand Competition. The moment Xiao Yan reported his number, Bai Cheng's expression immediately stiffened. On top of its stiffening, there was even an additional paleness. Bai Cheng had bore a grudge for Xiao Yan ever since he had been defeated by his hands, and he had been blaming his defeat on the matter of Xiao Yan swallowing the dragon strength pill. Perhaps this was because he did not want to admit to the true reason for losing. However, at this instant, an extremely faint fear rose in his heart. It appeared that although he was unwilling to admit it with his mouth, but in a deep region of his heart he did indeed feel a fear toward Xiao Yan. Bai Cheng tightened his grip on the bamboo stick in his hand and eyed the playful smile that hung on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth. His face twitched a little as he lowered his eyes. That gaze was like he had grabbed a ravenous wolf with his hand. "Damn it, even if I have to go all out this time around, I won't give you the opportunity to place in a top 10 position on the strong ranking." Xiao Yan calmly eyed Bai Cheng, who had lowered his head. He played with the bamboo stick in his hand, but was not too worried in his heart. Back then, when he was only a 1-star Dou Ling, he had been able to defeat Bai Cheng. Now that his strength had advanced quite a little, he no longer needed to do something like tire himself out from expending too much effort, which he did the last time. After Xiao Yan, there were some people who continued to pick the bamboo sticks. Among them, Wu Hao's opponent was a 1-star Dou Ling that was ranked 43rd on the strong ranking. This kind of strength could only be considered to be at the back of the strong ranking. Although Wu Hao's strength was merely at the peak of the Didoushi class, his chances of victory were quite great if he went all out. From the looks of his smiling appearance, it was clear that he was rejoicing at his luck. After the final competitor picked his lot under everyone's gaze, the order of the matches in the arena had mostly been settled. The number of dispirited people with helpless looks on their faces was not lacking. This was because their opponents were those experts who were ranked at the top of the strong ranking. Among them, a fellow who had reached the strength of a 4-star Dou Ling had coincidentally picked a number that was the same as Lu Qing. The instant the number had been read out, this fellow's expression immediately turned ashen. Although his strength could be considered to be at the middle level on the strong ranking, his chances of victory undoubtedly fell to an insignificant value in the face of a top expert like Dou Qi. What was interesting was the opponent of Xiao Yan. This fellow was a dark horse that had recently stolen the limelight and entered the strong ranking. Moreover, from the looks of his manner, he seemed to be a person who only knew how to undertake a retreat and train. This resulted in him not having much knowledge about Xiao Yan. Therefore, when he saw that his opponent was actually a little girl, he began to part his mouth and laugh disdainfully under some gazes from around him were reserved for looking at an idiot. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan and the others controlled their laughter. Perhaps this fellow would immediately cry until dusk once the competition began. Su Qian's gaze slowly swept across the entire place. When he saw that all the competitors had figured out their opponents, he nodded slightly. A faint old voice reverberated throughout the stadium. Since the drawing of lots is over, all of you should return to your seats first. The order of the matches will be drawn in succession. Once his words sounded, Su Qian's hand drew a bamboo stick from a cylinder in front of him. He glanced at it and said faintly, "Number 7. The bodies of 2 people among the competitors in the arena suddenly sprang straight up upon hearing the number that Su Qian called. Those people who have the blue and red bamboo stick bottom with the number 7 should stay. The others should leave." Su Qian ordered as he waved his hand. Everyone immediately rushed out upon hearing Su Qian's order. Only 2 people were left. The 2 people in the arena also knew the rules. In the next moment, they swiftly focused their attention. Their faces were tight as faint Dou Qi overflowed from their bodies. Each of them took out their weapons as their gazes sharply gauged their opponent. The viewing gallery, which had become much quieter, eyed the gradually permeating fiery fighting intent in the arena, and private conversations once again broke out. Some of the gazes had also become boiling hot at this moment. The strong-ranking grand competition which they had anticipated for a long time finally had its curtain drawn. Xiao Yan and Wu Hao returned to the tall platform. The former gaze met with Lin Shuya not far away, exchanging a smile and a nod of their heads. These 2 fellows are ranked 35th and 38th. Their strength is not too far apart from one another. There will be some anxiety when they fight. Wu Hao eyed the 2 people in the arena and laughed. Xiao Yan randomly nodded. His body leaned on the guardrail as his gaze lazily stayed in the arena. It is unexpected that Xiao Yan Gege's opponent is actually Bai Chang again. Xun Er covered her mouth and laughed softly. He is just someone who was defeated by me. Xiao Yan smiled and replied. His gaze had some unknown feeling to it. Although there were a couple people who would say that his victory over Bai Chang was because he relied on the help of a medicinal pill, even after he had put up a stage and accepted challenges back then, it did not remove the root of the issue. Now that they were going to meet again, he could coincidentally clearly display his strength for everyone to see in public. If he could defeat Bai Chang once, then he would be able to defeat him a second time and even a third time. But that fellow appears to hold a grudge against you. Your meeting this time around might really end up in an all-out match. Although you are not afraid of him, you should also be careful. In the event that he injures you after going all out, you would be disadvantaged in the matches that follow. Wu Hao frowned and reminded. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. His character was originally very cautious. Naturally, he would take precaution against such matters. Whether he was able to enter the top 10 of the strong ranking affected the important matter of whether the fallen heart flame would end up in his hands. Therefore, he adopted an extremely cautious attitude to this competition, afraid that a simple mistake would occur that would result in a deviation from his plans. As the few of them conversed, the 2 people below had already abruptly collided under the waves of fiery noises from the viewing gallery. Powerful Dou Qi interacted with one another, erupting with waves of low, deep explosive sounds. As the human figures flashed, a clear metal sound repeatedly appeared and sparks flashed out. From the start of the fight, the warm-up was omitted and they entered into a true all-out fight. One of the 2 people in the arena was of the fire affinity Dou Qi while the other was of the wood affinity. Although the strength of the latter was a little stronger, he appeared a little strenuous in his defense of the other party's attack due to his Dou Qi being suppressed by the other party. The fire affinity Dou Qi competitor was also quite smart. He understood the essence of going all out in one go. As his attacks were unleashed, fiery, hot wind appeared continuously. The pale red Dou Qi were like clusters of substance like flames that rose up, drawing numerous arcs through the air and violently hacking toward his opponent. However, under this ferocious and vicious attack from him, that wood affinity Dou Qi student did not show the slightest panic or change in expression. The latter's face was calm as he received all the attacks from the opponent. Although he appeared to have fallen into a disadvantage, he did not receive any serious injuries. The fight in the arena could barely be considered a high-level fight even within the inner academy. Hence, the audience in the surrounding viewing gallery was focused on it. Their eyes did not blink as they stared at the two human figures in the arena. Rousing shouts and unified cries were emitted and reverberated unceasingly in the arena. Although the fight in the arena was extremely exciting to the students in the viewing gallery, it could only cause Xiao Yan and the others to nod their heads slightly. After all, with their strength being different, it was natural they would view things differently. No matter what they saw, they would look at things from a different point of view. That fire affinity Dou Qi student is about to lose. Xiao Yan lazily glanced at the fight in the arena before suddenly opening his mouth to speak. Ha! Wu Hao and Wu Jia by the side were a little stunned when they heard this. Currently, that fire affinity Dou Qi fellow basically held the complete advantage in the fight. Although the fire affinity Dou Qi has powerful and vicious attacks, it cannot last very long. It is clear that his opponent's fighting experience is even richer than him and knows how to dodge and drag things out. Wood affinity Dou Qi may have a weaker attack strength than fire affinity Dou Qi, but it is superior in its endurance. Moreover, it can also automatically heal injuries. If you were to carefully sense things, you would be able to discover that the fire affinity Dou Qi student's attacks are already becoming slower. His opponent, on the other hand, is turning the situation around. From the looks of things, it is likely that the victor will be determined within 10 minutes. Xun Er by the side smiled and explained the situation in a soft voice. Her insight was not the least bit weaker than Xiao Yan. From a certain point of view, she was even able to see more accurately than Xiao Yan. Wu Hao and Hu Jia also became more attentive when they heard Xun Er's analysis. A moment later, they nodded their heads in surprise. Indeed. Xiao Yan glanced at the smiling face of Xun Er beside him. This little girl looked at things more accurately than him. At the very least, he was unable to determine that the victor of these two people would be determined within 10 minutes. Things were exactly as Xun Er had predicted. At the 8th minute, a sudden change occurred in the anxiety-filled battle. The Wood Affinity Dou Qi student, who had been passively defending, suddenly unleashed an extremely sharp attack. The pale green Dou Qi in his hand was like a beam of light as it shot out. Finally, it passed through the defense of the opponent in a lightning-fast manner and heavily smashed into his chest. Immediately, that fire affinity Dou Qi student's face turned pale white. A mouthful of fresh blood spilled down from the corner of his mouth. His body violently fell out of the arena. By the time he climbed up, he could only hear the roaring thunderclap-like applause throughout the stadium. That face of his was downcast and dissatisfied. The first match is won by Hebu. Su Qian indifferently announced the result of the match from the high platform. This match could not be considered as very intense. It was like child's play to him. There was not much for him to praise. As the applause sounded throughout the stadium, Su Qian leaned gently on the back of his chair. He once again picked up a bamboo stick from the bamboo cylinder. After being slightly startled, he immediately shed out an involuntarily smile as he spoke toward the few elders by his side. Looks like we will see a more interesting match than the last one. The second match, number 28. TL, error on author's part. As Su Qian's voice fell, a human figure suddenly flashed up the stage. The person was a man whose face was haughty and arrogant. As the dark horse whose recent limelight had even exceeded that of Xiao Yan's, he charged into the 33rd position in the strong ranking from outside of it. Moreover, this fellow appeared to have let out some arrogant words saying that if he was given 5 days, he would definitely also triumph over Xiao Yan. This caused quite a number of people to admire his pride. However, Xiao Yan did not give a reply to this. The latter was busy with his retreat, and did not have the time to be bothered by some fellows who had just become successful. Not long after the man got onto the stage, a little body appeared under everyone's gaze. The little girl wearing white clothes slowly climbed onto the stage under the snickering laughter in the eyes of Xiao Yan and the others. Haha, little girl, relax. I will definitely hold back. The man could not help but laugh as he eyed the white-clothed little girl. He appeared to already be able to see the beautiful scene of him advancing. Xiao Yan, Lin Xiuya, Lu Qing, and the others on the tall platform wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads in the face of the arrogant laughter of that man. This pitiful fellow. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 559, Beiju. Chapter 559, Beiju. TL, I think that the name Beiju is a wordplay on the word Beiju, meaning tragedy. The laughter of the man directly caused some of the competitors on the tall platform, who knew the reality of the situation, to be silent. Even Lu Qing, Lin Xiuya, and the others could not even guarantee a 50% chance of victory even if they went all out to face Ziyan. Yet this fellow. The man on the stage also sensed that there was something wrong with the gazes around him after he spoke those words. However, he did not know the exact reason for it. The smile on his face stiffened a little as his gaze swept carefully over Xiao Yan. How would he be able to see Xiao Yan's baseline with just his strength? In his eyes, he could only sense that the latter's body did not have very strong Dou Qi flowing. She appeared weak and appeared to be too frail to even receive a blow. Xiao Yan finally came to the arena under the numerous strange gazes from around. Her large dark black eyes glanced at the man as her 10 fingers crossed each other. With a gentle push, her bones immediately emitted a cracking sound. She raised her head and eyed First Elder Su Qian and spoke in a proud and old manner, "Hey, old fellow. Can we begin?" The entire stadium was immediately dumbfounded when these words were emitted. Some of the people who knew Xiao Yan's identity were a little better off. Those who were ignorant had faces that were completely dull. There was actually someone in the inner academy who dared to speak to the First Elder in such a manner? Moreover, Xiao Yan's opponent was also among these dull people. Su Qian helplessly shook his head from the tall platform. He really did not have any solution with regards to this playful little fellow. His gaze glanced at some of those elders who were snickering beside him and could only wave his hand as he said, "Begin. Remember, do not take a person's life." Xiao Yan cutely shrugged her shoulders and said, "Relax. One punch. Whether it will result in a serious or minor injury all depends on how well he can resist blows." Arrogant. Although the other party was only a little girl, the face of the man on the opposite side could not help but sink after being looked down upon in such a matter in front of so many people. He said in an extremely stern voice, "Don't think that I will show mercy just because you are a little girl. Remember my name, Beiju." Xiao Yan immediately swung her pale purple ponytail as she eyed the man who had displayed a lecturing manner. Her cute clear fangs rubbed against one another. Immediately, her delicate feet were raised slightly and landed abruptly a moment later. Bang! A deep muffled explosion suddenly sounded when her feet landed. In an instant, a half-a-foot wide crack line swiftly spread out from Xiao Yan's feet in front of endless shocked gasps. The crack line was like a python that was ambushing the underground. In a short while, it reached the feet of the similarly stunned man who called himself Beiju. The crack line extended, and an invisible force shot out. Finally, it smashed heavily toward the 2 legs of the man. Beiju also appeared to have sensed something when the crack line had reached his feet. Although a dark shadow and uneasiness had appeared in his heart the instant that Xiao Yan had displayed her frightening strength, he was unable to think much at that moment. With a stern cry, powerful Dou Qi immediately erupted violently from his body, forming a gray-white Dou Qi armor on the surface of his body an instant later. Beiju's Dou Qi armor agglomerated extremely swiftly. Clearly, he also possessed quite a great strength in order to be able to reach this step. However, if something must be blamed, he could only blame his poor luck in meeting Xiao Yan, who even Lu Qing, Lin Xiaoya, and the others avoided at any cost. With Xiao Yan's strength, which was comparable to a Dou Wang, even a mere single strike possessed a strength that could not be underestimated. Hence, even though Beiju's body had Dou Qi armor protecting him, that tough-looking Dou Qi armor was basically completely smashed apart at a withering pace the moment the two came into contact. Moreover, his armor completely cracked apart in an extremely short time. That ferocious force mercilessly penetrated the Dou Qi armor and collided at a spot between Beiju's legs. Therefore, a sharp scream that tore his lungs sounded in the stadium. Ah! As they watched Beiju, who was hugging his lower body while his entire body was curled up on the ground like a large prawn, everyone wiped off the cold sweat on their face while looking stunned. Some of the male students held their lower body unconsciously as a reflex. Their bodies became cold. If they were to be struck in this manner, it was likely that even if that thing was healed, one would form a phobia in their hearts. Xiao Yan and the others on the high platform were similarly stunned as they eyed the arena. A moment later, they involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This fellow, although she appeared to be harmless to both men and beasts and even looked quite cute, her attack was quite vicious. What brute force! It seems that she did not even use any energy and completely relied on the strength of her physical body. Xun Er's watery pupils stared intently at Xiao Yan as she softly spoke. Her voice contained a little surprise. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. The moment Xiao Yan struck, he did not sense much of an energy fluctuation. However, he understood things much more clearly the moment he thought of her true identity. Most of the magical beasts were renowned for their powerful physical bodies. Moreover, even Yao Lao had said that Xiao Yan might be a rare unique beast from ancient times. In that case, it was not surprising that she possessed such a powerful strength. The faces of Su Qian and the other elders on the judges' seats twitched a little. Some of the elders let out a couple of dry laughs with none of them knowing what they ought to say. ****. Su Qian withdrew the emotions on his face and let out a dry cough. He said with a bitter smile, "Xiao Yan is victorious in this match." Boring. Xiao Yan curled her mouth. She waved her hand in a bored manner as her feet stomped on the ground. Her lovely little body shot explosively into the air before gently landing near the guardrail that Xiao Yan was leaning on the tall platform. She smiled at him. Your attack is really vicious. As Xiao Yan eyed Ziyan's cute manner that appeared to be carved out from jade, even he would not believe that Ziyan would be able to use such a vicious tactic had he not witnessed it for himself. The other time, I had coincidentally seen him obtain victory in a match. After the match, he had openly told everyone that his next opponent was you. Ziyan glanced at the next match which had begun in the arena, grabbed her pale purple ponytail and laughed as she spoke. Xiao Yan was a little stunned when he heard this. He had thought that Ziyan had acted in this manner because she was impatient with the other party. It was unexpected that the matter actually contained some relation to him. However, this little girl was really amiable for him. Xiao Yan smiled and rubbed Ziyan's small head. He spoke with soft laughter. I am able to settle these kinds of matters. You need not be bothered about them. If I don't help you, you will definitely not help me refine Danwans in the future. Ziyan unhappily shook her head and grunted. As a magical beast, she did not have as many cunning plots as a human. She kept innocently thinking that only by getting Xiao Yan to truly owe her a favor would he continue to help her refine Danwans. You owe me a favor now that I have helped you teach that fellow a lesson. I will remember this. Ziyan muttered. Cuckoo, all right. You can consider that I owe you a favor. Xiao Yan shook his head, feeling neither able to laugh nor cry. He pulled Ziyan's ponytail and eyed her cute face that had revealed a happy smile in the blink of an eye. The image of a little girl, with a timid face and her body always humbly lowered mixed with the blood of both human and snake flashed across his mind. I wonder how Chang Lin is doing, Xiao Yan sighed in his heart. Back then that little girl who had fallen into the mouth of a tiger in the Jiama Empire had eventually been snatched away by the people from the Sky Serpent Mansion from his hands. Xiao Yan kept feeling a certain guilt toward this timid little girl. He. Ziyan laughed when she saw Xiao Yan nodding his head. She revealed her cute little fangs. Her body stood on the guardrail and patted Xiao Yan's shoulders while speaking in a heroic voice. You can rest assured that with me covering for you, I will definitely let you enter the top 10. I will beat whoever dares to snatch your position until he is half alive. Ziyan's voice was not lowered. Therefore, the competitors on the high platform could hear what she said. At that moment, most of the faces changed a little. Many people understood just how frightening Ziyan was in their hearts. Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head. He gently knocked Ziyan's head. As he looked at her rubbing her forehead with a face that was filled with blame, he could not help but laugh and say, I will naturally go all out in order to get into the top 10. If you were to help me, I would not be able to sit steadily even if I managed to enter. Ziyan rolled her eyes. She muttered a couple of sentences, but complied and did not continue to say those words from a moment ago. Coco, it is unexpected that brother Xiao Yan is actually this familiar with Senior Ziyan. A familiar laughter suddenly sounded by his side. Xiao Yan turned his head to take a look. It was actually Lin Xiaoya and the others. At this moment, the gazes of these people were all partially drifting towards Ziyan by the side. Senior, Xiao Yan's mouth widened. He weighed the two of them and was unable to restrain a smile. However, on top of feeling that it was funny, he was also a little stunned. Usually, Lin Xiaoya maintained an indifferent aura in front of everyone. However, no matter how he looked at it, that smile contained worry and even fear. Ziyan glanced at Lin Xiaoya and spoke lazily, so it's you. It has been a long time since we've last met. You really ran very quickly in the last match. Embarrassment surfaced on Lin Xiaoya's face as he became speechless. Back then, in that strong ranking grand competition, he had coincidentally met with Ziyan in the final round. At that time, his strength was naturally not as strong as it was now. Therefore, the moment he met with Ziyan, he ran away from the arena and admitted defeat in an extremely decisive manner. This caused Ziyan, who had failed to beat up someone, to continue to feel resentment. This competition is really boring. You can all continue to play. Looks like there will not be a match for me today. Ziyan eyed the extremely fiery fights in the arena that came and went only to let out a yawn. She waved her hand at Xiao Yan before she leaped down from the tall platform and sprang out of the stadium. Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head as he eyed Ziyan's disappeared body. He turned his head around and looked at Lin Xiaoya's manner where he wanted to speak only to stop himself. Xiao Yan raised his brows, smiled, and asked, what is it? Is brother Xiao Yan very familiar with Senior Ziyan? Lin Xiaoya laughed dryly. So, Xiao Yan spread his hand and said. In that case I would like to ask brother to tell her that it is fine for me to lose if I meet her during the competition as long as she does not embarrass me too much. Honestly speaking, if one were to say that I am a little afraid of Lu Qing, then I would be terrified of her. I think. Lu Qing may be also thinking in this manner. Lin Xiaoya spoke awkwardly. Xiao Yan was immediately dumb when he heard this. Who would have thought that this leader of the Inner Academy's wolf teeth would actually be this afraid of Ziyan? I will help you tell her when we meet. Xiao Yan endured the laughter in his heart as he nodded. Lin Xiaoya finally sighed in relief after hearing Xiao Yan's reply. The former gave the latter a smile of gratitude before cupping his hands together and leaving. Xiao Yan let out soft laughter as he eyed Lin Xiaoya, who had turned around and left. It was indeed true that one thing surrenders to another. The fourth match, number 15. A cry suddenly sounded from the judges' seats just as Xiao Yan sighed, causing him to be slightly startled. He immediately raised his head, only to see the faintly smiling gaze of Su Qian being shot toward him. Is it finally my turn? Xiao Yan turned around and threw his gaze toward a pair of vicious gazes that had been thrown over. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 560, Ruler Technique. Chapter 560, Ruler Technique. Two human figures were facing each other from a distance within the spacious arena. One was black, the other was white. They appeared extremely eye-catching in this pale gray arena. It is actually Xiao Yan and Bai Chang? These two fellows are colliding again. This is going to be a good show. I heard that after being defeated by Xiao Yan's hands the last time around, Bai Chang had been telling others that it was because Xiao Yan had consumed the dragon strength pill, but now that they have met in this kind of competition that doesn't allow the consumption of medicinal pills, I wonder if he can come back from his previous loss? I think that it will be very difficult. Xiao Yan even defeated Cheng Nan when he put up his fighting stage last time. He is a 6 or 7 star elite dueling with strength that is not any weaker than Bai Chang. The extremely crowded viewing gallery immediately emitted quite a number of private conversations as they eyed the two people standing opposite each other. Most of the people in the Inner Academy recognized these two people who had once erupted in an intense fight. The battle in the fighting arena last time had established Xiao Yan's position on the strong ranking. However, the loser Bai Shang had his reputation diminished by quite a bit. It was said that enemies frequently cross each other's path, and now that they had met once again it seemed that saying carried some weight. Xiao Yan was unmoved by the private conversations that had sparked up around him. He rotated his hand slightly and his large heavy Xian ruler flashed and appeared. With a random swing, a powerful force formed under his body, blowing some of the dust on the ground until it spread in all directions. Bai Chang watched Xiao Yan in a dark and cold manner. When he saw that the latter had taken out his weapon, Bai Chang also took out a long pale yellow spear. The body of the spear shook and vibrated in an extremely swift manner. Immediately, blurry flower-like shadows formed from the spear, annihilating anything in their path. Although there was faint fear deep within his heart, this fear disappeared with the wind at this moment. Currently, he could only defeat Xiao Yan in order for all the glory that belonged to him in the past to return. The ranking on the strong ranking he had lost would also return to him. I must defeat this bastard. At all costs. Bai Chang grit his teeth. His eyes became much darker and colder. He had already decided that he would use any means for this match. All those whatever rules about not delivering a fatal blow could go to hell. The victor is the king and the loser is the bandit. As long as he won, all the rumors would automatically cease. Xiao Yan glanced at the volatile face of Bai Chang, which eventually solidified into a dark and solemn look. After which, Xiao Yan threw his gaze toward the judges' seats. Su Qian slowly stood up when he sensed Xiao Yan's gaze looking over. As he stood up, the noise in the stadium automatically receded. Su Qian's gaze looked in all directions. Without saying anything unnecessary, he said, "The fourth match, begin." The moment his voice sounded, the gazes in the stadium that were focusing on the two of them became boiling hot. This match was perhaps the most interesting one among the first few matches of this season's strong-ranking grand competition. Of course, it was not only the surrounding gazes that changed. Xiao Yan and Bai Chang in the arena had also unleashed a ferocious aura at this moment. A green and a yellow-colored Dou Qi surged out from the respective bodies of the two, wrapping around both of them. The two pressuring atmospheres that were created from the powerful Dou Qi spreading out caused some of the students who were a little closer to the fighting stage to breath in a sluggish manner. They are indeed worthy of being experts on the strong ranking. It is not just one level higher than the few matches earlier. The surrounding students quietly praised in their hearts as they sensed the spreading pressuring force. Xiao Yan twisted his neck slightly. Waves of powerful Dou Qi swiftly flowed within his qi paths, providing every part of his body with an unceasing strength. His hand held the heavy Xian ruler tightly as green-colored Dou Qi lingered over it. Occasionally, there would be an extremely faint green-colored flame seedling rising up. Each time that this wisp of flame sprang up, the surrounding air would temporarily distort. One would not be able to sense it unless one had very sharp eyes. The two of them raised their heads, and four eyes made contact in the arena. Sparks shot everywhere since each pair of eyes contained some icy coldness. ****. As four pairs of eyes focused tightly on each other, an extremely tense atmosphere spread out from their auras. This continued for nearly 1 to 2 minutes before a cough sounded outside of the arena. Finally, it turned into the straw that broke the camel's back, completely detonating this extremely tense atmosphere. Qi. The two human figures who were covered by powerful Dou Qi almost shot out simultaneously like arrows the instant the cough sounded. Due to their extremely fast speed, it resulted in many people outside the arena only being able to see two blurry shadows explosively shooting forward. Finally, they appeared like meteorites. They each carried an incomparably strong rushing force as they violently collided in the middle of the arena, appearing extremely shocking to the eye. Ding! The two vague human figures passed each other in the middle of the arena. The sharp long spear pierced out in a lightning-like manner. However, it was easily blocked by the black ruler that was thick like a shield. Sparks immediately flew in all directions. A tiny circular energy ripple spread out at the point of contact. The moment the figures crossed each other, an expressionless Xiao Yan viciously whirled the heavy ruler in his hand in a reflexive manner. The powerful wind that was carried on the heavy ruler tore through the air. A sharp rushing wind sound caused the eardrums of everyone to feel a piercing pain. Ding, 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 dot. As the heavy ruler was swung, Bai Cheng forcefully twisted his body. The long spear in his hand explosively pierced out over 10 times in a short moment. Each spear landed on a spot on the heavy ruler. That clear sound almost agglomerated into a tone that was extremely orderly. Compared to last time, Bai Cheng this time around appeared a little stronger. Countless people in the viewing gallery outside the arena displayed surprised expressions as they eyed the flashing human figures in the arena. With their eyesight, most could only see sparks shooting in all directions and human figures that reached their destinations in a flash while the weapons of the two collided. Bai Cheng appears to have become much stronger compared to the last time they fought. Lin Xiaoya eyed the intense fight in the arena from the high platform before suddenly knitting his brows and speaking his thoughts. He is indeed much stronger. This time around, it doesn't appear that he has eaten any medicinal pill. Instead, it seems like he broke through a level. Yan Hao replied in a deep voice. It looks like he had actually obtained some benefits from being defeated by Xiao Yan the last time. Han Yu's delicate hand held a thread of long silver-colored hair as she faintly spoke. It is but a little improvement. Defeat has already caused his shadow to form in his heart. If he is really able to defeat Xiao Yan this time around, not only will he eliminate this shadow, but his strength might also soar greatly in the future. If he still loses, it is likely that he will forever halt at the Dou Ling class. Lin Xiaoya predicted calmly. That seems to be a little difficult. An extremely faint smile surfaced on Han Yu's cool face. Her pretty eyes looked at the black shadow in the arena, which was just like a maggot in a tarsal bone. She said, in just 2 short months, Xiao Yan has become a 3-star Dou Ling. This speed could be called number 1 in the entire Inner Academy. Moreover, his movement speed, it is likely he is the first among anyone below the Dou Wan class. Lin Xiaoya spread his hands. Back then, he had witnessed Xiao Yan's speed, so he did not think that Han Yu's words were empty. In terms of speed, even he would likely be unable to contend with Xiao Yan unless he displayed the extremely powerful Dou Qi wings. A few thoughts also rolled over Xiao Yan's heart in the arena while the few people were conversing. As the person who had personally exchanged blows with Bai Cheng before, he clearly sensed how powerful that fellow was now. However, the latter could not be considered much of a threat to him. Back then, Xiao Yan, who had just advanced to the Dou Ling class, had relied on the Skyfire 3 mysterious change in order to have the qualification to collide head-on with Bai Cheng. Now that he had already advanced to a 3-star Dou Ling, his strength had soared greatly. Moreover, by borrowing the special effect of the Flame Mantra Qi method, he would not lose out even if he were to fight head-on with an ordinary 5-star Dou Ling. Adding this to his physically strengthened body and the 3000 lightning movement, the current Xiao Yan was already able to entangle and fight with Bai Cheng without using the Skyfire 3 mysterious change. No wonder you have some confidence. You have actually broken through 1 level. However, it is insufficient to just rely on this. A cold smile lifted on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth. His mind suddenly focusing all his attention on the ruler. The feeling of the scene where the tree waves surged in an overwhelming fashion repeatedly flashed in his mind like he was back in the deep mountains. As he sank into this profoundness, the heavy ruler in his hand also abruptly pierced out. A couple of ruler shadows took shape in the air before its trajectory suddenly changed. The originally heavy, bulky ruler was actually just like an ordinary spear in Xiao Yan's hand at this moment. Its degree of agility was actually no weaker than the long spear in Bai Cheng's hand. As the heavy ruler danced, it faintly possessed a repeated lingering attack. As it twined around, Bai Cheng's long spear did not have the opportunity to snake its way out. Ha! The moment Xiao Yan's ruler technique changed, a couple of exclamations suddenly sounded from the high platform and the judges' seats. Each of their faces were filled with surprise. Of course, it was little wonder that they would reveal these expressions because of this scene. Compared to Xiao Yan's earlier attack, which used big motions and completely relied on the method of using one blow to break 10 others, this current ruler technique truly carried some skill. Moreover, this skill was extremely profound. As Xiao Yan's opponent, Bai Cheng sensed the change in Xiao Yan's ruler technique the clearest. His expression immediately became much uglier. In the comparison between the two, the only thing that Bai Cheng could beat Xiao Yan in was his personal strength and the use of his tricky and sophisticated spear technique. However, the former was almost completely offset under Xiao Yan's abnormally strong Qi method, while the ruler technique that Xiao Yan currently displayed was not the least bit weaker than his spear technique. The two combined appeared to be pushing for an overwhelming victory in Xiao Yan's favor. Bai Cheng's eyes widened angrily. There was a faint savageness hidden deep within his eyes. The long spear in his hand was just like a poisoned serpent that had been cornered, leaping randomly in all directions. However, it was ultimately tightly adhered to by that heavy bulky ruler, and could not shake the latter off no matter how he drew the spear. To use a spear technique to its full potential required some distance. Now that Xiao Yan had displayed his technique, the attack from the long spear had basically lost half of its sharpness. Bai Cheng was entangled with Xiao Yan for another few minutes. His eyes gradually reddened and the ferociousness in his eyes suddenly protruded out. He cried out sharply in his heart, "I'll go all out." As the cry sounded, Bai Cheng's hand abruptly struck the spear handle. The long spear shot out, shooting toward Xiao Yan's heart. This attack was merciless. If Xiao Yan were to be unluckily struck by it, it was likely that he would be killed on the spot. Xiao Yan's expression was dark and cold. He shook his arm and the heavy ruler rotated back, appearing in front of him in an instant and blocking that long spear. The strength that was contained in the spear caused Xiao Yan to swiftly take 2 steps back. Xiao Yan stabilized his footing and raised his head. He was surprised to discover that the expression of the current Bai Cheng had turned into a strange blood-red color. Bai Cheng gave a savage smile to Xiao Yan. His voice was so thick that it appeared to have been transmitted from deep underground, causing one's hair to stand erect. "Don't think that only you know a secret technique to raise your strength. Today, I will completely cripple you, you little bastard. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 561, Bloody Ground 8 Split. Chapter 561, Bloody Ground 8 Split. The face of Bai Cheng in the arena had suddenly become extremely blood-red. It attracted the attention of the people in the viewing gallery. Immediately, numerous people were surprised as private conversations sounded. Xiao Yan's eyebrows were knit slightly. He could sense Bai Cheng's aura had suddenly become much more powerful. Moreover, the Dou Qi that writhed over him had clearly become at least twice as strong at this moment. Secret technique, it is unexpected that this fellow also practices one. However, its increase seems to be much weaker than the Skyfire 3 mysterious change. From the looks of the strength of his Dou Qi, it appears that it has merely raised his strength by 1 star. Moreover, from the looks of his expression, it is clear that it increases one's strength by stimulating the boiling of one's blood. This kind of method is one of the weaker types of secret techniques. Xiao Yan muttered softly. Normally speaking, secret techniques were differentiated from good and bad. Something like how he stimulated the heavenly flame to increase his personal strength could be considered an excellent one, while Bai Cheng's one stimulated the blood to borrow its strength could be considered a lousy one. Moreover, some even more vicious secret techniques might even leave behind harm to the user that was difficult to remove. However, no matter whether it was an excellent one or a lousy one, a secret technique was an extremely rare thing. It could be a decisive factor during critical moments. In more serious cases, it could determine the victor in a battle. A bloody aura writhed on Bai Cheng's face. A moment later, he slowly raised his eyes that were covered by the bloody aura. He stared at Xiao Yan in a dark manner as his hand held the long spear tightly. A pale yellow Dou Qi that was doped with a bloody color spread down from his hand, wrapping his entire spear within it. Threads of blood-colored energy wandered indefinitely over it, much like many extremely tiny blood snakes. The long spear was raised and was pointed at Xiao Yan on the opposite side some distance away. The corner of Bai Cheng's mouth involuntarily parted into a ferocious smile as he sensed the powerful energy that was flowing unceasingly within his body. His laughter was hoarse, much like blades drawing past glass, causing the eardrums of some to feel a piercing pain. Xiao Yan's brows were knit without leaving a trace after he was locked onto Bai Chang's long spear. As the party involved, he was able to clearly sense that the former at this moment was different from how he was earlier. This kind of secret technique appears to leave some desirable areas. A thought flashed across Xiao Yan's heart. His eyes, which were staring intently at Bai Chang, suddenly shrank. A silver-colored glow under his feet swiftly flashed and appeared. Following the flash of the silver glow, Xiao Yan's body instantly disappeared from its original spot. The instant that Xiao Yan disappeared, a human figure that was covered by a bloody yellow glow flashed and reached the spot in a ghost-like manner. The blood-colored long spear was like a blood-red lightning bolt that appeared without the slightest sound. Finally, it abruptly penetrated the ground where Xiao Yan had stood. The fight that suddenly erupted within the arena merely happened in a split second. Other than a small number of people, most of the audience could only see a human figure reach its destination in a flash and a blood-red long spear that suddenly appeared. How fast! Quite a number of people in the viewing gallery swallowed their saliva at this moment as they muttered in surprise. They clearly understood that if they were to receive Bai Chang's ghost-like attack earlier, it was likely that they would only be able to sense it after the long spear had penetrated their body. Xiao Yan's body surfaced over 10 meters from where the blood-colored spear landed on the ground. His face carried a little surprise as he eyed Bai Chang, who had appeared in the spot where he had been earlier. Bai Chang was holding his blood-red long spear as he did so. After using that secret technique, it appeared that not only did Bai Chang's strength greatly increase, but even his speed had also soared. If Xiao Yan did not possess an agility Dou technique like the 3000 lightning movement, it was likely that it would not have been so easy to dodge that attack earlier. Bang! Bai Chang raised his dark, cold face after his attack missed. He eyed Xiao Yan, who was not far away, as his hand shook abruptly. Immediately, the long spear trembled at an extremely fast speed. The tip of the spear lifted up. The rock ground that was penetrated escaped from being clamped down by the spear. Some rock fragments spiraled and shot toward Xiao Yan at that moment. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed. He took a small step back and raised the heavy ruler high above his head before immediately hacking it down. An invisible wind formed on the tip of the ruler, escaping from the latter an instant later and striking the rocks that were shot over with great speed into pieces. Pale gray rock powder slowly scattered down. Chi! As the rock powder fell, a blood glow surfaced abruptly. The blood-colored long spear danced and formed numerous spear after-images at that instant. Each spear after-image contained a sharp killing intent that pierced toward all the fatal spots on Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan sensed the sharp spear glow that was basically spread all over his body. His expression also changed a little. The trajectory of the waving heavy ruler in his hand changed once again. From the originally strong hacking motion to an unceasing tangled force that heavily collided with the numerous glowing spears. Ding! Ding! Sparks flew in all directions as the sound of metal colliding rang out. However, Xiao Yan's footsteps swiftly stepped back each time the long spear collided with the heavy ruler. Threads of tiny crack lines also spread on the hard ground. Bang! Another confrontation between the spear and ruler occurred. Xiao Yan's foot were violently stamped down and the ground was completely cracked. A green-colored flame flashed across the heavy ruler. Finally, it was carried by the heavy ruler, containing Xiao Yan's full force as it heavily smashed violently toward the blood-colored spear that was moving in all directions. Xiao Yan was finally not shaken back by the force in this collision. That wisp of green-colored flame was like a gluttonous beast. Any of the blood-colored spear glows that came into contact with it were instantly swallowed. With the help of the green-colored flame, the heavy ruler destroyed the blood-colored spear glow that came from all directions as though the latter was weak and vulnerable. Following the blood-colored spear glow being forced back, the human figure hidden behind it immediately appeared in Xiao Yan's gaze. Four eyes exchanged looks with one another as the energy was annihilated. They both displayed an icy coldness as well as killing intent. Bloody ground 8 split. A dark, dense cry was suddenly emitted from Bai Chang's throat. As his voice sounded, his face, which was originally filled with a bloody color, instantly turned pale white. However, the long spear in his hands was enwrapped by a rich blood-colored energy. Traces of the bloody scent spread out from the body of the spear, causing those who smelt it to feel disgusted. The blood-colored glow on the long spear was restrained until it was frightening at this moment. A dark bloody color dyed it until it appeared to have been made completely from blood. Bai Chang's hand trembled abruptly. Finally, a blood-red glow erupted from the tip of the spear in front of a countless number of shocked gazes in the viewing gallery. 8 blood-colored light arcs at least 5 feet in diameter shot out using an extremely strange route. If one were to carefully look at it, one would realize that these 8 blood-colored light arcs coincidentally formed a cage shape, completely wrapping around all the escape paths of the person who was attacked. 8 blood-colored light arcs carried a whirling wind sound as they drew past the arena. 8 deep gullies that were a foot wide appeared on the hard ground wherever they passed. Rock fragments shot in all directions. As the dust spread, the originally clean battle stage was destroyed until it was a complete mess. Dust rose repeatedly. In merely the blink of an eye, it completely wrapped around Xiao Yan's position. Those 8 blood-colored light arcs basically carried a sharp killing intent as they shot out violently and explosively toward that spot at the same time. Bang! The 8 bloody arcs shot toward the spot where Xiao Yan was at. Immediately, a thunder-like explosion sounded with a bang in the arena. Countless number of rock fragments shot out from the dust toward the viewing gallery, stirring up chaos. The attack of the bloody arc was quite powerful, and its destructive strength also caused people to be extremely surprised. This kind of attack would also be quite troublesome for an ordinary 7-star Dou Ling to block. It was unexpected that Bai Cheng's attack would actually be this strong after he had used a secret technique. Numerous gazes from the tall platform carried some shock as they eyed the 8 blood-colored arcs with its extremely shocking force. An attack of this strength was something that even some of them would have difficulty handling. The bloody ground 8 split of Bai Cheng is quite a lot stronger than what it was before. Looks like that fellow is going to be out of luck. The feminine Yao Shang glanced at the blood-colored arcs in the arena from the tall platform as he laughed coldly. It is best that he is killed on the spot. A gloating look also surfaced on Lu Fei's face by the side as she viciously cursed. Lu Qing knit his brows. His gaze focused intently on the arena where dust was spread everywhere. A moment later, he shook his head and said faintly, "All of you have underestimated Xiao Yan. For some unknown reason, I keep getting an elusive feeling. In this grand competition, it is likely that in addition to having Lin Xiuya as my opponent, there might also be Xiao Yan." The 2 people by his side immediately revealed stunned faces when they heard this. They did not expect that Lu Qing's evaluation of Xiao Yan would actually be this high. Lu Fei muttered a few sentences and was extremely unwilling to see Lu Qing viewing the person that she disliked this highly. However, she did not dare to doubt the latter's words due to his prestige. All she could do was to repeatedly curse Xiao Yan, wishing he would be defeated and become crippled. It seems there is no reaction? Don't tell me. Yan Hao frowned slightly. His gaze stared intently at the dust-filled region that Xiao Yan was at. Those 8 bloody arcs that attacked were indeed extremely powerful. If Xiao Yan was careless, he might really be seriously injured. The delicate hand which Han Yu used to hold the guardrail tightened. Her pretty eyes did not blink as they paused in the arena. Bai Cheng, who had used the bloody ground 8 split, was already completely spent. If Xiao Yan could endure this attack, victory would definitely belong to him. If he was unable to. Lin Xiuya narrowed his eyes. A moment later, he laughed suddenly as he spoke softly, "This fellow does indeed have quite a number of hidden cards." As Lin Xiuya's voice sounded, the dust that had spread over the arena finally faded. Eventually, a human figure faintly appeared from within the dust under the focus of a countless number of gazes. Bai Cheng's hand held the long spear and stood on the same spot. His expression was as pale as sheet. His secret technique was much weaker than Xiao Yan's Skyfire 3 mysterious change, regardless of whether it was in terms of endurance, time, or other aspects. Therefore, after he had displayed his strongest Dou skill, he had completely lost his fighting ability. At this moment, he can only pray that his attack was able to completely defeat Xiao Yan. However, his hope finally came crashing down the moment a human figure faintly appeared within the dust. This was especially when that human figure was still emitting low and deep footstep sounds as he slowly walked out. Bai Cheng's heart sank increasingly deeper as a hopelessness surfaced on his face. Under the focus of countless gazes from the viewing gallery, the human figure slowly stepped out from the dust-filled region. Immediately, the temperature of the entire stadium turned hot. When everyone saw the strange appearance of that human figure who had appeared, shock surfaced with it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 562, Green Fire Armor. Chapter 562, Green Fire Armor. A human figure slowly walked out from the dust-filled area. The eye-catching green-colored flame was the first thing to appear as an unusual heat covered the stadium. The human figure which had appeared was basically completely wrapped within a green-colored flame. Upon closer inspection, the face of the human figure within the flame was completely blurred. However, from the vague outline of the figure, one could still identify that the person within the flame was Xiao Yan. The green-colored flame at this moment was much richer and more ferocious compared to when Xiao Yan had displayed it during any other instance. The flame writhed. If one had sharp eyes, then one would be able to discover that the green-colored flame appeared to have agglomerated into an extremely hard green fire armor on Xiao Yan's body. Any attack would be turned into nothingness under this extremely hot temperature. The large flame-armored person's footsteps were low and deep as he slowly walked out of the dust-filled area. The air gradually distorted following the movement of his footsteps. The entire stadium was silent as they eyed the enormous green flame-armored person that had appeared in their sight. Although they were uncertain about what had occurred, the aura of the current Xiao Yan was much stronger than what it had been earlier. Even though they were so far apart, the people in the viewing gallery still sensed a blazing hot wave sweep over. It was difficult to imagine just how high the temperature was that one would have to face if one were to collide head-on with that flame. Is this that heavenly flame of this little fellow? The old eyes of Elder Su flickered as he sat in the judges' section. It was a long while later before he muttered in surprise, "It is really unexpected that he is actually able to control the heavenly flame so skillfully at such a young age. It really is incredible." Although a heavenly flame was considered rare, Su Qian naturally understood it quite well given his experience and knowledge. Therefore, he also clearly understood just how overbearing and impertinent a heavenly flame behaved. Attempting to tame it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Moreover, even after one tamed it, it was another thing to control it as if it were one's own arm. If one did not do it properly, a backlash might occur. Yet, the flame that Xiao Yan currently displayed was a flame condensed to its limit before finally being suppressed until it had turned into the shape of an armor. This kind of method had a harsh requirement toward one's level of control. He really did not expect that Xiao Yan would be able to perform such a feat at this age. Su Qian had once befriended many alchemists whose refining skills were extraordinary. Although all of the flames that they used had remarkable backgrounds, they were considerably inferior when compared to a true heavenly flame. Moreover, their degree of control over the flame did not exceed Xiao Yan by much. It should be known that the control of a heavenly flame was at least 10 times more difficult compared to other flames. Moreover, most of these people were renowned alchemist grandmasters on the continent. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, was still just an ordinary unknown little fellow at this moment, despite having quite a great talent. Coagulating flame into armor. This could be considered quite a high-level flame controlling method even within those special flame controlling techniques of the alchemist department. The harsh degree of flame control that this thing required was sufficient to cause most of the alchemists to be unable to catch up to him. Of course, this coagulation of flame into armor was not something that Xiao Yan had just suddenly comprehended after an idea suddenly struck him. This was merely an extremely simple process that was similar to that of the Dou Qi armor of a Dou. It was just that the degree of hardness of this type of armor that was agglomerated from a flame was mostly determined by the flame control of the user and the strength of the flame essence. Due to Xiao Yan possessing a powerful spiritual strength that even caused Yao Lao to be astonished, there was naturally no problem with his control ability. As for the flame essence, what other flame was even more ferocious than a heavenly flame? Hence, the defensive strength of this flame armor, coagulated from the green lotus core flame, would likely reach quite a frightening degree. Lin Xiuya, Lu Qing, and the others on the tall platform revealed stunned faces as they eyed the enormous green flame-armored person in the arena. At this moment, they felt that it was a little difficult to handle even given the strength of both of them. The green flame that covered that armor was undoubtedly an extremely terrifying flame. Although they had never personally come into contact with it, they were still able to sense that it was likely that they would be in a big trouble should they touch it. Since one could not touch it, one could merely use Dou Qi attacks. However, merely doing so would likely have difficulty obtaining much of any effect on this tortoise shell-like armor. This could be seen from the powerful bloody ground 8 split that Bai Chang had displayed earlier since it was unable to cause much damage to appear on the armor. This thing had a defensive strength that would leave one stunned. One could unceremoniously say that now that Xiao Yan possessed this green flame armor, which one could not physically touch, yet it possessed a fighting defensive strength, his fighting ability had soared greatly. This was because even Lu Qing and the others could not think of any method to deal with it within a short time when faced with this kind of tough defense. The large green flame-armored person in the arena gave a sudden slight tremble while the entire stadium descended into silence. The flame slowly withdrew, and the green-colored armor that hid under the flame also swiftly faded away. A moment later, it completely disappeared, once again revealing Xiao Yan to everyone's gazes. Xiao Yan's clothes appeared slightly tattered at this moment. His face was also pale. However, his dark black eyes were filled with a pleasant surprise that was difficult to hide. He had merely acted at will earlier. It was unexpected that he was really able to suppress the green lotus core flame until it turned into the shape of an armor. Moreover, the defensive strength of this green fire armor had far exceeded his expectations. This thing could basically be said to give him the power of an absolute defense. However, the coagulation of the flame armor greatly exhausted his Dou Qi and spiritual strength. With Xiao Yan's current ability, he could merely maintain it for less than 5 minutes. From this, one could tell that this flame armor was like a bottomless pit that swallowed Dou Qi and spiritual strength. However, it could be considered an unexpected delight. It should be able to have the unique effect of protecting my life at critical moments. A satisfied smile surfaced on Xiao Yan's pale white face. He slowly raised his head and eyed the white-faced Bai Chang, who was holding the long spear in his hand. Xiao Yan's smile gradually became cold. His grip on the heavy Xian ruler in his hand abruptly tightened. During that attack earlier, Xiao Yan was clearly able to sense that the other party had really intended to strike a killing blow. Although he would be able to display the 3000 lightning movement at the last instant to dodge that attack even if he could not coagulate the flame armor, the killing intent of this fellow caused Xiao Yan's expression to become completely cold. The corner of Bai Chang's mouth twitched a little as he appeared to have sensed the dark coldness on Xiao Yan's face. His pair of eyes were still vicious and ruthless as he mustered the little remaining Dou Qi in his body. The Dou Qi within Xiao Yan's body followed the route of his Qi method as it circulated swiftly. After which, it unceasingly absorbed the surrounding natural energy. Currently, the flame mantra was merely at the middle Shen level. However, its speed of absorbing energy and manufacturing Dou Qi was something that even a high Xian Qi method was inferior to. Moreover, by coordinating the refinement with the green lotus core flame, the rate of recovery of the Dou Qi within Xiao Yan's body was likely something that no one could beat within the same class. Only if there was a big gap between their strengths, discrepancies might occur. As the two of them faced each other once again, the atmosphere within the arena returned to becoming tense with the feeling of daggers drawn. Roar! A low roar was emitted from Bai Chang's throat. His eyes contained remnants of the bloody redness from before as his hand tightened its grip on the long spear. An instant later, his body leaned forward. His hand suddenly smashed violently on the handle of the spear. Immediately, the blood-colored long spear drew across the sky like a bloody glow similar to the color of the sunset, carrying a sharp sound of rushing wind as it shot explosively toward Xiao Yan's head. The blood-colored long spear was swiftly magnified in those dark black eyes. Just as it was about to enter within a 10-meter radius of Xiao Yan, the latter abruptly stomped on the ground. Immediately, an extremely deep green-colored flame shot out explosively from his finger. The speed of the green flame was not fast. However, its strength caused one's face to be shocked. The blood-colored spear tip had just collided with it when the spear tip, which was made of metal, swiftly turned into a molten form in front of everyone's eyes. It released a chi-chi sound as it fell to the ground, leaving behind a small impression on the ground. The spear pole followed soon after the tip of the spear, turning into molten metal before eventually the rest of the spear handle. Consequently, a long spear made from metal was incinerated by an unremarkable-looking green-colored flame, and eventually turned into a pool of molten metal under everyone's gazes. This scene caused quite a number of people to feel a chill over their bodies. Would it not result in them not even being able to leave behind their ashes if they were to touch this flame? Bai Chang was dull as he eyed the long spear that had completely turned into molten metal less than 3 meters from Xiao Yan's face. His body immediately began to shake. He had already displayed all of his tactics, but ultimately the bastard opposite him still did not fall. Bai Chang's eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan. When he suddenly realized that the latter's eyes were dark, cold eyes filled with killing intent, goosebumps suddenly rose all over his body. A terror once again festered from deep within his heart. This bastard wants to kill me? A shocking thought flashed in his heart. Bai Chang hurriedly raised his hand to shout that he admitted defeat. However, the instant that his hand moved, Xiao Yan's feet gently stomped down. A low and deep thunderous roar sounded in the arena. Immediately, everyone could sense a silver glow flash across their eyes before a black-colored human figure appeared in front of Bai Chang. Since you wish to kill me, naturally I should reciprocate the feeling too. Xiao Yan parted his mouth and smiled as he eyed the terrified face that was within close proximity. A savageness shot into Bai Chang's eyes, much like that of a demon. Xiao Yan's body suddenly paused. His entire body was half an inch from the ground as his body took on a whirling form in midair. His 5 fingers were tightly clenched together as he borrowed the rotating force of his body and struck out abruptly while carrying a low and deep sonic boom. Octane blast. The dark, cold cry caused Bai Chang's body to stiffen instantly. A fist that was wrapped by an incomparably ferocious force was swiftly magnified in his eyes. Bang! A low and deep muffled sound suddenly resounded. The entire audience eyed Bai Chang, who was like a sandbag, as he was dragged against the ground. He formed a shallow scar that was a couple dozen meters long on the hard ground before he slid out of the arena and collided against a wall. No one knew if he was dead or alive. After which, everyone turned their heads and eyed the black-robed young man who had maintained his stance of having thrown a punch. A chill involuntarily seeped out from their bones. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 563, Lu Qing's appearance. Chapter 563, Lu Qing's appearance. The entire stadium was silent as everyone eyed Bai Chang, who had collided heavily against the wall. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Quite a number of people could sense the degree of ferociousness behind Xiao Yan's punch earlier despite being a great distance away. They did not dare to imagine whether they could still keep their little lives if that punch were to solidly connect with their body. Xiao Yan slowly straightened his body within the arena. His tightly clenched fist trembled slightly as a trickle of blood followed the tip of his finger and dripped down. Although that attack earlier was indeed ferocious, it also caused his fist to feel some pain after being shaken by the reverse force. However, this was undoubtedly many times better compared to the 90% of strength that Bai Chang had to endure. Xiao Yan raised his head. His gaze swept over the various expressions of everyone on the tall platform. After letting out a soft cough, he turned his gaze toward Su Qian on the judges' seats. Su Qian glanced at Bai Chang below, who no one knew was dead or alive, after sensing Xiao Yan's gaze which had shot over. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. After receiving such a heavy blow, it was likely that Bai Chang would be left with an injury that would be difficult to fully heal even if he was lucky enough to keep his little life this time around. Su Qian had nothing to say in regards to this. After all of the attacks that Bai Chang used against Xiao Yan earlier were basically all fatal moves. He only had himself to blame for having such an ending. Su Qian exchanged gazes with the few elders beside him before waving to some of the instructors maintaining safety within the arena. Immediately, two people flashed forward. They picked up Bai Chang, who was lying on the ground without moving, and carried him away. ****. Xiao Yan wins this match. Su Qian's eyes looked at Xiao Yan in the arena. Immediately, his voice became deeper as he spoke. However, I hope that everyone does not use such heavy attacks in the next match. Those whose tactics are overboard will have their qualification to participate in the competition revoked. Su Qian's words obviously contained a warning. After all, the students who could enter the strong ranking basically belonged to the top within the inner academy. It would be quite a great loss if anything were to happen to a student of such talent. Moreover, some of the students had quite strong backgrounds. Although these backgrounds did not have much of a deterrent effect within the academy, the factions behind them would definitely be displeased if something were to happen to these students within the academy. At that time, it would be troublesome if they were to run to the inner academy crying and shouting. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. His toes pressed gently on the ground as his body rushed to the tall platform. After which, he ignored the numerous gazes from the surroundings and landed on his seat. What a useless person. He is actually unable to defeat Xiao Yan even like this. Lu Fei immediately snorted coldly and softly cursed Bai Chang's inability to take out Xiao Yan as she eyed him return to his seat without appearing to have suffered any serious injuries. Yao Shang, you better not disgrace yourself if you meet him. After cursing, Lu Fei turned her head and spoke to Yao Shang by her side, who was staring at Xiao Yan. Yao Shang was slightly startled. His expression was initially a little unnatural before he immediately gave a sinister smile as he nodded and said, Fair, you can rest assured that as long as I am able to meet him, I will definitely seek justice for you, but you should not look down on Xiao Yan. Otherwise, you will also end up like Bai Chang, losing when he was not expecting to. The green-colored flame armor that Xiao Yan displayed earlier has an extremely shocking defensive strength. Lu Qing knit his brows and spoke in a deep voice. Yao Sheng smiled and nodded. However, there was still a dark coldness and disdain between his brows. Xiao Yan Gege, are you alright? Xun Er held Xiao Yan's hand and asked in a concerned manner. She was able to clearly sense that the latter's breathing was a little rough and heavy. Clearly, his strength had been greatly exhausted in the battle earlier. I'm fine. It is just that the flame armor exhausts too much Dou Qi. I'll be fine after resting for a while. Xiao Yan took out an energy recovery pill from within his storage ring and stuffed it into his mouth as he smiled while shaking his head. Xun Er's pretty eyes studied Xiao Yan's face, only to sigh in relief when she saw the sleek redness that gradually surged over it. Her gaze turned toward the next match that had just begun and softly said, It is really unexpected that Bai Chang actually used such tactics. That bloody ground 8 split is likely a middle Shindo technique. That's right. Moreover, that secret technique which raised his strength is not an ordinary one. It really was beyond my expectations that he had something like that. Xiao Yan smacked his lips and said, Coco, Bai Chang, and Bai Shan do have some background. Their clan may not be very prominent in the entire Dou Qi continent, but they can be considered a second-tier faction. If one were just discussing strength, even the 3 great clans of the Jiama Empire are slightly inferior to them. I think that this secret technique is something that is secretly passed on within their clan. Xun Er smiled as she spoke. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. Due to the special rules, no matter what kind of background one had, it would not provide any sense of superiority for that person within the inner academy. Therefore, it was possible that the faction behind any random person that was picked could be quite great. From the looks of it, I myself might be the kind who was considered the weakest because I am alone, right? Xiao Yan suddenly laughed bitterly as he mocked himself in his heart. He did not have much of a background. Not only did the Xiao clan not have much strength within the Jiama Empire, but it was being chased and killed until few people remained because it had offended the Misty Cloud sect. His only support was himself. Xiao Yan Gege alone is much more effective than any other faction. A Tier 5 alchemist would be welcomed with a smile even if the other party is an elite Dou Huang. Who would dare say that you are weak because you are alone? Xun Er's lovely, delicate hand gently held Xiao Yan's palm as she replied with a soft gentle smile. Xiao Yan was startled when he heard this and immediately laughed out loud in a carefree manner. He had actually forgotten his most important identity. As his palm patted Xun Er's head, he jokingly said, however, even though I am a Tier 5 alchemist, it is likely that I am nothing in the eyes of the faction behind Xun Er. But Xiao Yan Gege is still young. There have not been many Tier 5 alchemists at such an age in the continent. Xun Er smiled as she responded. Xiao Yan smiled. He crossed his legs on the spacious seat and slowly shut his eyes. His mind sank and intruded into his body, adjusting his somewhat tired condition caused by his overexhaustion. Xun Er quietly eyed Xiao Yan's calm face. She muttered to herself within her heart, Xiao Yan Gege, I believe that you will become a truly strong person the next time we meet. There was still an endless stream of fights after Xiao Yan. Moreover, the degree of fierceness even surpassed that of the fight between Xiao Yan and Bai Cheng earlier. During this time, quite a number of people in the top 10 of the strong ranking had shown themselves. That kind of powerful strength caused exclamations to sound repeatedly in the stadium. It was finally Wu Hao's turn to appear after the competition had progressed until it was halfway through. Compared to some of the exciting fights earlier, this fellow's victory was quite relaxing. The strength of that one-star Dou Ling may surpass Wu Hao, but his fighting experience was far inferior when compared to the latter. Hence, the fight had merely lasted less than 10 minutes before that one-star Dou Ling had an opening which was caught by Wu Hao due to his carelessness. He was defeated in one blow. Xiao Yan shook his head, feeling neither able to laugh nor cry as he eyed Wu Hao's face, which was filled with a lack of enjoyment as the latter returned to the tall platform. This fellow was still not satisfied after winning the round so easily. Would this fellow be happy only if he became extremely exhausted just like myself? Number 37. The number that had suddenly sounded in the stadium immediately caused the entire place to abruptly quieten. After being dull for an instant, numerous gazes suddenly turned before finally stopping on that tall, large man with a face as deep as water. The man sat quietly, appearing to sense the focus of all the gazes around him. He slowly opened his eyes and a sharp tyrannical aura suddenly surged out just like the awakening of a snake that had gone into hibernation. Tyrant Spear Lu Qing. Ever since that year when he had been defeated by Lin Xiuya's hands, this tyrannous and mighty-looking man had never lost once within the inner academy. That record of dozens of continuous wins within the fighting arena caused a countless number of students to be filled with both respect and fear. Lu Qing stood up and slowly walked forward. As his footsteps moved, the tyrannical aura on his body grew increasingly powerful. Some of the strong people, who were leaning closer, even sensed that their breathing had become rough and heavy. Lu Fei's eyes revealed some adoration as she eyed the heavy back that was the focus of attention of the entire place in front of her. Ever since she was a child, she had never seen Lu Qing admitting defeat to any opponent. Even those people with outstanding talent like Lin Xiuya would only cause him to be slightly worried. Of course, she had automatically excluded Zi Yan in this. That was because that little girl could not be classified as normal. Lu Fei suddenly glanced at Xiao Yan a short distance away as she had this thought in her heart. The corner of her mouth was lifted into a sarcastic arc. No matter how high you jump, you are merely just a leaping clown in elder cousin's eyes. Xiao Yan naturally did not know what Lu Fei was thinking in her heart. Even if he did know, it was likely that he would be unconcerned. Any spoken words were pallid explanations. Only by thoroughly sparing would there be an effective result. Xiao Yan leaned against his chair. His gaze paused on Lu Qing, who slowly walked forward. If one did not mention anything else, Xiao Yan viewed this man extremely seriously. An incomparable tyrant. This was the best description for him. In his heart, Xiao Yan thought that if Lu Qing was given time to grow, it was likely that no one would disagree that he had the qualifications and the talent to become a giant who would shake the Dou Qi continent in the future. Bang! Lu Qing came to the side of the guardrail before stomping his feet on the ground. His body was like a metal pagoda as it abruptly fell from the sky before heavily landing on the ground. His impact was great in everyone's eyes. The hard ground in the area where he landed was shattered into a pile of powder. Countless crack lines swiftly spread out. Lu Qing stood straight and hugged his chest with his arms. Under the shine of the sun, the dark black heavy spear on his back reflected a dense, cold glow. With this outfit, along with that tyrant aura, it was likely that a person who did not have a strong mental fortitude would lose even before fighting. Xiao Yan laughed softly as he watched Lu Qing in the arena pressuring others with his aura. A fiery hot fighting intent slowly surged within his dark black eyes. Among those of his age group, it was likely that only Lin Xiaoya and Lu Qing would truly cause him to form a fear and solemnness in his heart. He is indeed not a bad opponent. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 564, Great Rift Coffin Splitting Claw. Chapter 564, Great Rift Coffin Splitting Claw. The entire stadium was completely silent as they eyed Lu Qing, who was standing as straight as a spear rod in the arena. This situation was something that even Ziyan had not enjoyed when she had appeared earlier. Although she may be the true number one seed on the strong ranking, her reputation within the inner academy was incomparable to Lu Qing, Lin Xiaoya, and the others because she had rarely exposed herself. Lu Qing quietly stood in the arena. He ignored the various gazes around him. His eyes stayed shut as his hands hugged his chest, waiting for his opponent to appear. Xie. A pale blue human figure suddenly flashed onto the stage under the focus of everyone. The person who came forth was a young man wearing blue clothes. He was around 24 to 25 years old and his face could be considered handsome. However, his face was currently covered with bitterness. Other than a few countable people within this inner academy, it was likely that anyone else who picked Lu Qing as their opponent would also be this dispirited. Ordinarily speaking, by meeting Lu Qing in the first round of drawing lots, one could be said to have completely lost the chance of entering the top 10. The strength of this blue-clothed young man was also not weak since he was ranked in the middle of the strong ranking. However, his chances of victory against Lu Qing, who had half his foot in the Dou Wang class, were basically so small that they were negligible. Not only were the students outside of the arena clearly aware of this fact, but even the blue-clothed young man himself also knew that it was highly likely that he would lose this match. All the competitors have arrived. Let the match begin. Su Kaiyan eyed the two people facing each other in the arena as he waved his hand and spoke faintly. Following the sound of Su Qian's voice, the gazes of everyone instantly became fiery red. All the gazes were filled with anticipation. Although the blue-clothed young man did not hold much hope for victory, he was still an expert who could be ranked on the strong ranking no matter how one put it. He was still in possession of some mental fortitude. Hence, after Su Qian announced the start of the match, he slowly suppressed the panic in his heart. His gaze solemnly watched Lu Qing on the opposite side. With a sway of his hand, a pale blue longsword appeared. The body of the sword had strange faint watery lines on it. The watery lines appeared to be moving anytime it shook, giving it a strange appearance. With the longsword in his hand, the aura of the blue-clothed young man had become much more real. Waves of pale blue Dou Qi swiftly surged out of his body. Finally, it moved along his arm, and wrapped the longsword within it. In an instant, the longsword emitted the faint sound of rolling sea waves. Appearing to have sensed the gradually agglomerated aura of the other party, Lu Qing finally opened his eyes slowly and swept they indifferently over the other party. He nodded slightly. Fortunately, the courage of the other party was not as low as he had initially thought. Senior Lu Qing, Lan Yan will seek your guidance. The blue-clothed young man pointed the longsword straight at Lu Qing as he spoke in a deep voice. Lu Qing twisted his head slightly. His body trembled a little as a wave of bone-cracking sounds immediately sounded within his body. Both of his hands stretched out equally. His palms were larger than an ordinary person's hand. They curled slowly, much like sharp claws. The two hands clawed in an alternating manner in front of him. A couple of invisible strikes flashed through the air before finally striking the ground, leaving behind shallow scars. Xiao Yan's pupils, which intently observing at Lu Qing from the high platform, dilated slightly. He realized that Lu Qing had acted randomly earlier, and had not even used a single thread of Dou Qi. He had completely relied on just his physical strength earlier. This fellow's physical body is actually also this strong. He is indeed a powerful opponent. Xiao Yan sighed softly. The difficulty of tempering one's physical body was much harder than training Dou Qi. If Xiao Yan did not use numerous medicinal ingredients to supplement his bodily strength, it was likely that he would have difficulty possessing his current physical strength. Currently, however, the physical strength that Lu Qing displayed did not appear to be any weaker than his own. As Xiao Yan exclaimed, that young man in the arena, called Lan Yan, took the lead in attacking. His power was also not weak. From how Xiao Yan looked at it, it appeared that he at least possessed the strength of a 4-star Dou Ling. At this level, one would belong among the top even within the inner academy. Currently, He pounced with his entire strength as his powerful Dou Qi surged over his body like the waves of the sea. In addition, the slight sound of rolling waves slowly spread and was transmitted into everyone's ears. Lan Yan clearly knew how troublesome his opponent was. Therefore, he did not hold anything back right from the start. His Dou Qi and speed were unleashed to the limit the moment his body had moved. That Lan Yan flashed and crossed the short distance of dozens of meters in an instant. The long sword in his hand was wrapped in a rich blue-colored Dou Qi. It carried moist air as it violently pierced toward Lu Qing. The sharp sword glow appeared exceptionally dense and cold after being contaminated by the mist. 3 Shark Thorn. A low cry was emitted from Lan Yan's throat. The blue-colored glow suddenly soared, and a faint ferocious sharp head surfaced. Its enormous mouth had a fishy smell that carried some moisture while charging explosively toward Lu Qing. This attack from Lan Yan was basically the strongest attack that he could display within a short period of time. Although the water affinity did not specialize in attack, with the coordination of such powerful Dou Qi, it was able to create the destructive force of a bullet regardless of how gentle water is known to be. As Lan Yan's longsword pierced out, the entire arena was covered in a moist air. 2 clusters of tiny water logs even formed under his feet. Lu Qing's expression still did not ripple much despite facing this extremely ferocious attack of Lan Yan. His eyes stared intently at the longsword that was swiftly becoming enlarged in his eyes. His hands, however, slowly curled into an extremely strange arc. Hey. The attacking distance was covered in the blink of an eye. Lan Yan let out a low cry as the longsword in his hand pierced out. A blue-colored glow suddenly agglomerated into a ferocious shark shape. It widened its savage mouth and bit toward Lu Qing's head. Xie. Lu Qing eyed the ferocious shark sword glow that swarmed over explosively in an indifferent manner. A pale gold color suddenly surged onto his curled claw-shaped hands. His right hand abruptly extended and collided with that ferocious shark sword glow in a lightning-like manner. The instant the two collided, Lu Qing's hand claw changed into a strange arc. His fingers bent and curled and suddenly clipped violently. That thread of ferocious sword glow was firmly wedged between his fingers. Break! A stern cry was emitted. The pale golden glow soared on Lu Qing's palm, and that sword glow was immediately smushed until it collapsed and disappeared. Shwa. When the first sword glow was broken, Lan Yan's expression immediately changed. He hurriedly shook his hand and more 2 sword glows shot out explosively. The 2 sword glows still took the shape of a shark, but their strength was increasingly stronger, such that the third sword glow was a full 3 times stronger than the first. This kind of Dou technique where each blow was increasingly stronger than the previous one would likely not be one with a low rank. Great Rift Coffin Splitting Claw. Lu Qing narrowed his eyes. His hands that were curled into a strange arc abruptly shot out. As the 2 claw-like hands rotated strangely, they once again firmly grabbed onto the 2 ferocious sword glows and immediately shattered them. The 3 fierce shark sword glows that would be enough to defeat an ordinary 4-star Douling were broken by Lu Qing in such an easy manner. Even with Lan Yan's mental fortitude, he was instantly dumbstruck. This kind of match was basically one that was of a completely different class. The match is over. The instant Lan Yan became dumbstruck, a faint voice was suddenly emitted from Lu Qing's mouth. All the pores of the former stood straight as he sensed a wind instantly move close to his body. Lu Qing slightly pushed forward as an incomparably ferocious aura surged out, completely destroying the Dou Qi protecting Lan Yan's body. Grug! Lan Yan's face turned white. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. His body dragged along the ground and was violently knocked out of the arena. The arena was completely silent as everyone eyed Lan Yan, who spat out blood and rolled out of the arena. Numerous sounds of people inhaling cold air arose. Many people only saw that Lan Yan's earlier attack had completed wrapped around Lu Qing. It was really unexpected that in the blink of an eye, the sharp attack had been completely eliminated. Lan Yan was utterly defeated. Many people had a fog over their head in the face of such an ending. Were confused about the ending. What a strange claw technique. Xiao Yan's expression was completely serious as he eyed the pair of large palms from the tall platform. Even he had to say that the attack by Lan Yan earlier was not bad. However, those 3 sword glows that came one after another with increasing strength were completely received by the barehanded Lu Qing. They were even shattered. This technique really caused people to be shocked. Lu Qing has 2 ultimate moves. One is the mountain-splitting spear, and the other is the Great Rift Coffin Splitting Claw. This claw technique is a high Xian Dou technique. However, in Lu Qing's hands, it even has a strength that is comparable to a D-class Dou technique. This is because he has honed this Dou technique for nearly 20 years. It would not be surprising he had practiced it until he had reached the pinnacle. A soft laughter suddenly sounded beside Xiao Yan. The latter turned around and realized that it was Lin Xiaoya who had unknowingly arrived. He is indeed very strong. Xiao Yan was amazed as he nodded. He viewed Lu Qing much higher in his heart. This fellow was indeed extremely troublesome. Coco, Senior Lin is able to defeat Lu Qing, who possesses 2 ultimate skills. I think that your strength should be even greater. Xiao Yan turned his head and smiled as he spoke to Lin Xiaoya. Lin Xiaoya smiled and shook his head as he said, "Back then, I was merely lucky to have defeated him. I wonder if I will still have that luck this time around. This fellow's toughness and talent is something that causes even me to be amazed." As he spoke to this point, his gaze shifted to Xiao Yan. He then continued with a smile, "If you were to use all your tactics, I think that even Lu Qing or me would likely have a difficult time winning against you should we end up fighting, but Senior Lin is overestimating me." Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head. His eyebrows were suddenly lifted. His gaze slowly turned back to the arena, only to see that the metal pagoda-like battle god's sharp eyes were firmly locked onto the two of them. As the latter's eyes moved, the gazes of the entire stadium moved with him and instantly stopped on both Xiao Yan and Lin Xiaoya. Everyone in the viewing gallery felt uncertain when they discovered that Lu Qing's gaze had basically wrapped Xiao Yan within it. It was nothing for Lin Xiaoya to be viewed this seriously given his strength. On the other hand, Xiao Yan may be considered to be the strongest dark horse in the inner academy, but there should still be a gap between him and those people like Lin Xiaoya, who had true strength. The 3 gazes ignored the surrounding ones as they faced each other from a distance. A fighting intent involuntarily brewed and surged within their chests. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 565, Second Round. Chapter 565, Second Round. This match of Lu Qing were undoubtedly one of the few exciting fights in this competition. However, given his strength, a match this standard did not cause others to feel overly surprised. After Lu Qing, there were quite a number of experts who made their appearance one after another. Among them, the one that garnered the most attention was undoubtedly the appearance of Lin Xiaoya. However, his match caused everyone to be neither able to laugh nor cry. This was because his opponent never appeared. Under the pressure of facing the number 2 on the strong ranking, he chose to admit defeat and leave. Therefore, Lin Xiaoya had become the person who had the easiest time advancing. This also caused Lu Qing, Xiao Yan, and the others who wanted to observe Lin Xiaoya's tactics beforehand to feel somewhat disappointed. The 25 matches on the first day lasted from morning until night before it was finally declared to have ended in front of the countless numbers of gazes that did not seem to enjoy it sufficiently. Although there were some competitors who did not display their strength well, the strong ranking was ultimately the competition with the highest standards in the inner academy regardless of how one put it. Exciting fights between the strong were sufficient to cause the others to exclaim in amazement. Moreover, everyone knew that the truly exciting fights were not these elimination matches in this first round. Instead, they were the fights in the second and third day. After today's elimination round, there were only 25 people who remained. Whether it was because of their luck that they reached this step or by other means, there certainly were no ordinary people among them. A fight at this level naturally held a degree of excitement and fiery passion that was far from what the first day's elimination matches could compare with. Therefore, all the audience members adopted an unsatisfied feeling along with anticipation as they waited for the even more exciting exchanges on the second day. As night descended, the inner academy, which had experienced a day of noisiness and great passion, finally recovered its calm. Bits and pieces of light scattered around the enormous academy and were extremely eye-catching in these mountains. The pale moonlight scattered into a quiet room through the window, and landed on the face of Xiao Yan, who was seated cross-legged in it. At this moment, the latter had his eyes closed. His breathing was long and slow as the threads of tiny energy from his surroundings were absorbed into his body along with his breathing. After undergoing some refinement, they added a little brick and mortar on the great undertaking of advancing one's strength. Xiao Yan's eyes moved slightly after the training had continued for nearly 2 hours. They slowly opened, and a mottled breath that was restrained in his mouth for a long time was exhaled. As the mottled breath was exhaled, a layer of pale glow immediately surfaced over Xiao Yan's expression. The pale whiteness that had formed from the intense fight during the day had completely disappeared at this moment. Xiao Yan sensed the surging Dou Qi flowing within his body and smiled. That plan of Bai Chang who wanted to go all out and cause Xiao Yan to lose the matches later on was dashed. With the mysterious effect of his flame mantra along with the collaboration of various medicinal pills, it was not overly difficult for him to fully heal himself within a short amount of time as long as he had not received any kind of serious injuries. It is likely that the competition tomorrow will be even more dangerous than the one today. Xiao Yan mused and muttered. Other than Wu Hao and very few others, those who could enter the top 25 were all undoubtedly truly strong people. These people were much stronger than Bai Chang. However, that great rift coffin splitting claw of Lu Qi really possessed a frightening might. If I am to really fight him, I'm afraid that my octane blast would not be able to catch up to that technique. Xiao Yan tightly clenched his 5 fingers and sighed softly. Although the both of them are of the high Shan class, he had merely practiced octane blast for 2 to 3 years. Lu Qi, on the other hand, had honed his skill for close to 20 years. How were the two comparable? Moreover, Lu Qi's personal strength far exceeded his. If he were to compete with the great rift coffin splitting claw, Xiao Yan could only seek temporary shelter from it. The glow in Xiao Yan's eyes flickered. A moment later, it suddenly became ruthless as he ferociously muttered to himself, "Who cares? I will go all out no matter whom I meet. I must occupy a spot among the top 10. In a small quiet room not far from Xiao Yan's room, a subtle lovely figure stood beautifully under the moonlight. An old man stood with his hands hanging by his side behind her. "Xiaojia, the 1 month of time is up. Aren't you going to leave?" The silent atmosphere continued for a moment before that old man raised his head. That face was naturally that of Ling Ying, who had been shadowing Xun Er. The lovely figure trembled without being noticed. A long while later, she let out a distant sigh. "Let's wait for another few days. I will be able to leave with my heart at ease once Xiao Yan Gege has successfully obtained a spot in the top 10 of the grand competition." Ling Ying helplessly nodded. However, he did not say anything else. His body twisted, and he turned into a shadow which disappeared into the darkness. The young lady did not appear to have sensed the disappearance of the old man behind her. She still stood in front of the window like a stone statue. Her pretty eyes were filled with emotions as they passed through the window and stopped at a room not far away. There was still a faint light remaining in that place. There were many people who were having a sleepless night tonight. The next day came extremely slowly amid the anticipation of a countless number of people. When the first thread of the morning sun scattered down from the skyline, the quiet inner academy was once again replaced by a heated atmosphere. Many students ate their breakfast in a simple fashion before forming groups and rushing to the arena. The enormous arena was swiftly filled within a short 2 hours. A noisy fiery passion, similar to yesterday's atmosphere, echoed in the sky while carrying various different tones. All the elders took their seats in succession half an hour after entering the stadium. After the first elder Su Qian took his seat, the second day of the competition was announced to have finally begun. Due to the elimination round yesterday, there are only 25 competitors remaining. Therefore, we need everyone to draw lots once again. Su Qian's laughed from the judges section. His voice reverberated clearly beside everyone's ear. This time around, however, there will be an excess of 1 person. Hence, there will be only 12 matches today. The last person will advance unconditionally. Su Qian's words gave rise to a commotion in the viewing gallery. Advance unconditionally? This seemed a little too easy, no? If someone had good luck, would they not be able to directly enter the top 13? Coco, this unconditional advancement is likely to have an extremely great attraction to many people. However, for the sake of fairness, our Elders' Council has already held a discussion. This spot will be given to Ziyan. Su Qian spoke with a smile. As Su Qian's words sounded, a commotion broke out in the viewing gallery once again. Those competitors on the high platform, however, nodded their heads slightly. In any case, this little monster would have no problem advancing. If this spot was given to her, they would be lucky enough to avoid meeting her in this round. Does any competitor has any objection to this? Su Qian's gaze turned to the high platform and asked. Everyone shook their head in unison. That orderly manner caused everyone in the viewing gallery to be stunned. Kuko, since that is the case, let's begin drawing lots. Su Qian smiled and nodded toward the bamboo cylinder on the stone table. Hearing this, everyone on the stage immediately rushed over and sequentially picked out a bamboo stick from the bamboo cylinder. 7. Xiao Yan randomly glanced at the number on his bamboo stick before he immediately followed everyone else to the high platform, and quietly waited for the battle that would follow. The first match of the second round of the strong ranking grand competition, number 3. Those with the red bottom number 3 and blue bottom number 3, please get into the arena. Su Qian waved his hand, and cried out when he saw that everyone had finished drawing lots. As Su Qian's cry sounded, 2 human figures immediately flashed down from the high platform. Powerful auras instantly spread over the arena. Xiao Yan's gaze paused in the arena. After hearing Wu Hao introduce them by his side, Xiao Yan had some understanding of these 2 people in the arena. One of them was ranked 20th on the strong ranking, while the other was ranked 22nd. They were similarly strong and both used ruthless tactics. One should not underestimate them if they truly went all out. Let the match begin. Su Qian's faint voice was like a spark that ignited a barrel of gunpowder. In an instant, the extremely tense dagger-drawn atmosphere in the arena completely exploded. There was not much of a warm-up the moment the match began. Both parties unleashed their most ferocious head-on attacks. Two powerful Dou Qi collided together, and the sound of exploding Dou Qi brewed into blast waves, sweeping their surroundings like a fierce wind. Xiao Yan's eyes stared intently at the fight in the arena. He nodded slightly. The students who could reach this stage did indeed have some skill. The overall strength displayed had basically risen one level compared to yesterday. Hey, Xiao Yan. During the moment Xiao Yan was staring at the fight, a hand suddenly patted his shoulders. A familiar voice sounded beside his ear. Xiao Yan turned his head doubtfully. He eyed Lin Yan behind him. When he saw that Lin Yan's face was hiding something, he could not help but felt it was funny. Why? Why are you here instead of preparing for the next match? I am doing this for your own good. Your number is 7, right? Lin Yan sat down beside Xiao Yan and laughed as he asked. Yes. Xiao Yan nodded as he looked uncertainly at Lin Yan. Looks like you really did not hide your number. Originally, your opponent was a fellow ranked 24th. However, that fellow coincidentally belongs to Lu Qing's group. Hence, his number was exchanged with Yao Shang's number. Lin Yan spread his hand and continued, therefore, your opponent has already changed to Yao Shang. From the looks of it, he plans to properly teach you a lesson in the competition. Oh? Xiao Yan lifted his brows as he asked in surprise, isn't changing one's number against the rules? The numbers for the second round are not announced. Most people tightly hide their numbers. No one acts like you, randomly revealing their number. Lin Yan curled his mouth and took out a bamboo stick from his chest pocket. He waved it toward Xiao Yan and smiled as he said, why don't we exchange ours? This opponent of mine is someone ranked 19th. Although he is quite strong, he would undoubtedly be much more relaxing compared to Yao Shang. Xiao Yan was a little moved when he saw Lin Yan's action. He smiled slightly, pushed the bamboo stick back and smiled as he said, coincidentally, I also feel that fellow is an eyesore. Since he wants to teach me a lesson, won't I be a joke to others if I were to dodge it? You have the confidence? The current strength of that fellow might well enable him to at least enter the top 15. Lin Yan frowned, but did not say much when he saw Xiao Yan's rejection. Xiao Yan smiled and patted Lin Yan's shoulders. He turned his head around and threw his gaze toward the other side of the high platform. A feminine Yao Shang also coincidentally threw his gaze over. That gaze didn't even try to conceal disdain and provocation amid the femininity. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 566, Squaring Off Against Yao Shang. Chapter 566, Squaring Off Against Yao Shang. The second round of the competition held a degree of excitement that far exceeded that of the elimination matches on the first day. Most of those people who were able to reach this point had an extremely great strength. However, even with great strength, they had to go all out if they wanted to obtain victory. Some of them would even fight until both competitors were seriously injured before one of them could luckily obtain a weak victory. Following the full swing of progression of the second round of the competition, the competitors in the stadium appeared one after another. After the end of an extremely ferocious match, there was one who rejoiced while the other ended up in sorrow. Xiao Yan eyed Wu Hao in the arena, who was being suppressed by his opponent to the point of being stuck in a disadvantageous situation, and could not resist letting out a sigh. Wu Hao could be considered to be out of luck today. The opponent he drew from the lots was actually an expert within the top 10 of the strong ranking. With this kind of gap, which was close to a full class, Wu Hao gradually fell into a disadvantaged situation even though he had gone all out to fight. At this moment, control of the situation was basically completely within his opponent's hands. It is already not bad that Wu Hao was able to reach this point. If he had met an opponent ranked in the 20s, he might have been able to fight it out. However, he is really quite unlucky to actually meet an opponent within the top 10 of the strong ranking. However, I think that with Wu Hao's character, he will not feel much regret even if he is defeated by the hands of his opponent. Xun Er shook her head slightly and smiled as she spoke. Yes. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. From the start, Wu Hao did not compete with the aim of being in the top 10. His main intention for participating in the grand competition was to spar with the true experts within the inner academy. Currently, his opponent had completely satisfied this hope of his. Hence, he would not be dejected even if he lost. Instead, Xiao Yan Geg, you need to be cautious of Yao Shang. This person is also a little troublesome. You must be careful when you fight him. Xun Er reminded with a gentle voice. You can rest assured. Xiao Yan smiled slightly. He had once exchanged blows with Yao Shang. Additionally, Lin Xiaoya had also given him some tips. Therefore, Xiao Yan understood Yao Sheng quite well, and would naturally not underestimate the latter. There are 24 competitors in the entire arena. In other words, there will be 12 remaining people after today's matches. According to the special rules of the grand competition, 6 people will be randomly chosen to decide the names of the top 10 who will confront each other. The victor will be luckily able to enter the top 10 with the other lucky 6 people. Xun Er softly spoke. Putting in this way, won't the other 6 people who are not picked be able to enter the top 10 without fighting it out? Xiao Yan was immediately stunned when he heard this. He said, won't this be a little unfair to the other 6 who are picked and have to fight it out? Kuko, where would there be anything that is absolutely fair? Moreover, who among those who are able to enter the final round don't have the strength to enter the top 10? When one possesses the strength, one naturally requires some luck. Xun Er replied with a sweet smile. Xiao Yan smiled bitterly and nodded. He suddenly raised his brows and said, with 6 people competing, there will still only be 3 victors. Adding the 6 people who do not fight, it seems that there is still one missing, right? Xun Er laughed softly as she said, you have forgotten about Ziyan who has been saying that she will protect you? With her strength, it is likely that no one can touch her number 1 spot. Xiao Yan was startled. He immediately smiled and nodded. He had actually forgotten about this important little fellow. Xiao Yan turned his head and threw his gaze back into the arena. He involuntarily let out a bitter laugh. At this moment, Wu Hao had already been completely suppressed by his opponent until he had no strength left to retaliate. In one of the collisions between Dou Qi, the powerful Dou Qi that covered his body was instantly shattered. His opponent's attack was not very vicious, and merely displayed some effort to sufficiently shock Wu Hao out of the arena. Wu Hao acted in quite a straightforward manner after his body was thrown from the arena. He cupped his hands toward the victor on the stage before rubbing the bruised part of his hand. He parted his mouth and laughed as he returned to the high platform. That fellow is really strong. He is indeed worthy of being the top 10 in the strong ranking. I used all my tactics, but was merely able to endure 30 exchanges in the other party's hand. Moreover, this was the result after my opponent showed mercy. Wu Hao exclaimed to Xiao Yan and the others on the high platform. Are you all right? Xiao Yan could not resist shaking his head as he eyed the comfortable expression of that fellow. This person was actually so excited despite being beaten up in this manner. It's just some physical injuries. I will be fine after resting for a few days. Wu Hao waved his hand in an unconcerned manner. He was just about to speak when he suddenly heard an old voice from the judges' seats, the next match, number 7. It appears that it is your turn to go and fight? Wu Hao was startled when he heard the words that were transmitted from the high platform. Immediately, he pushed Xiao Yan as he spoke with laughter. Xiao Yan had also heard that voice. He was somewhat stunned. It was unexpected that it would be his turn so soon. He slowly turned his head and swept his gaze toward the tall platform on the opposite side. Yao Shang was also stunned. His feminine face was immediately covered by a dark smile. That fellow is really arrogant. Wu Hao curled his mouth, patted Xiao Yan's shoulders, and said, you better not lose. Otherwise, that fellow will likely greatly humiliate you given his character. Relax, he won't get the chance. Xiao Yan's gaze eyed it dark, cold-gazed at Yao Shang shot over as he spoke with a cold smile. Xiao Yan, you better not lose. A soft laugh sounded from a spot not too far away. Xiao Yan turned and took a look only to find that it was Lin Xiaoya and the others. As the focus of attention, Lin Xiaoya's words naturally caused numerous gazes on the high platform to be shot onto Xiao Yan's body. From these words, it appeared that the next person to appear was Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan cupped his hands to Lin Xiaoya and the others. His toes gently pressed on the ground and a faint silver glow formed under his feet. A low and deep thunderous roar sounded as a black shadow suddenly flashed and appeared in the arena. Everyone in the viewing gallery was startled as they eyed Xiao Yan who had appeared in the arena. Their faces were immediately filled with pleasant surprise. After the intense fight with Bai Cheng yesterday, there was no longer anyone who looked down on Xiao Yan's strength. Currently, they had a feeling that their eyes were going to have a feast when they saw Xiao Yan appearing. He is quite quick to get down to the arena. Lu Fei revealed a cold smile as she stood on the other side of the high platform looking down at Xiao Yan who had appeared in the arena. She curled her lips in disdain and turned her head to Yao Shang who was sharpening his scabbard. She said, if you lose to that fellow, do not appear beside me in the future. The corner of Yao Shang's mouth lifted. A viciousness appeared on his feminine face. You can rest assured that I will beat that fellow until he gets on his knees to beg for mercy in front of everyone. Lu Fei smiled with satisfaction when she heard Yao Sheng say this. She did not have much doubt over the latter's strength. Her pretty eye shot toward the green-clothed young lady on the opposite side and viciously spoke in her heart, "Little slut, I want to see just how you are going to be so arrogant after Xiao Yan is defeated. Be careful. Xiao Yan is no ordinary opponent." Lu Qin, who had been resting with his eyes closed, frowned slightly. He opened them, eyed Yao Sheng, who was about to get into the arena, and spoke in a deep voice. "Chief, you can rest assured. This kind of rubbish is not worthy of your personal intervention. I, alone, am sufficient." A dark, cold smile hung on the corner of Yao Sheng's mouth. He bore a grudge in his heart with respect to how Lu Qin rated Xiao Yan so highly. Now that they were finally able to face each other head-on, he wanted to let Lu Qin know that this fellow was nothing but a paper tiger that would break with a poke. There was no need to be afraid of him. The moment his words fell, Yao Sheng leaped up and jumped down from the tall platform. The moment that he was about to land in the arena, two blackish Dou Qi surged out from his feet and greatly reduced his speed. Finally, his legs landed gently on the ground without raising the slightest bit of dust. It is actually Yao Sheng? It is said that his current strength was sufficient to be ranked within the top 15 of the strong ranking. This is a true rival. That's right. Yao Sheng is quite a lot stronger than Bai Chang. This match is likely going to be a great spectacle. I wonder if Xiao Yan will be able to continue advancing. I don't know. Yao Sheng's Dou Qi is something that even those experts in the top 10 of the strong ranking fear. It is difficult to see just who will lose at this moment. Waves of private conversations immediately sounded in the viewing gallery following Yao Sheng's appearance. Clearly, they felt somewhat surprised about the matchup between the two of them. While the private conversations resounded around him, Xiao Yan's hand slowly grabbed the hilt of the heavy Xian ruler on his shoulder. He immediately waved it in a sudden motion. The heavy ruler drew across the air, carrying a rushing wave of sharp wind sounds as an invisible force swung to the ground. A faint scar appeared. Xiao Yan's raised his head. His gaze glanced at the feminine Yao Sheng, who was giving him a cold smile that harbored no mercy. A dense coldness that was difficult to sense was slowly lifted on Xiao Yan's face. Yao Sheng's repeated provocation had already caused an ill feeling to form in Xiao Yan's heart. Back then, he had also left behind the words that they would see their true skill in the grand competition. Now that they were to truly collide, he would naturally not hold back by even the slightest. What a lucky fellow. You have actually been lucky during your way here. However, let me help you end your luck. A dark, cold glow rushed into Yao Sheng's tiny, dense eyes. Two dark black daggers flashed and appeared. The daggers were both around half a foot long. There were a couple of strange-looking notches on the body of the knife. A faint dark red color was present within the notch. It was just like something that was coagulated from blood with the trace of a bloody stench. A penetrating cold glow was also contained on the blade. If one were to carefully observe it, one would be able to discover that the tip of the blade faintly contained an extremely cold pale purple color. From this appearance, it was clear that a fatal poison was smeared over it. The daggers swiftly rotated into various arcs within Yao Sheng's hands that left others dazzled. It was just like two black, poisonous snakes that were extremely lively and sinister. Xiao Yan's face did not have many fluctuations because of Yao Sheng's cold words. He simply glanced at the latter before throwing his gaze toward the judges' seats, waiting for the match to begin. Seeing that Xiao Yan was once again acting in this indifferent manner that he hated, Yao Sheng's expression became darker and more solemn. The two daggers slowly crossed and gently stroked one another. Faint sparks carrying a dense cold luster shot out. There were quite a number of students on the strong ranking who were aware of the conflict, in the blazing Sky Qi refining tower, between Xiao Yan and Yao Sheng. Hence, they were all excited now that the two were facing off against each other. Their gaze turned toward the two tense people in the arena. Su Qian slowly stood up. His gaze swept across the two people in the arena. A moment later, his hand was gently waved, and the faint sound resounded amid the anticipatory gazes of everyone present. The match begins. The atmosphere of the entire stadium suddenly exploded at this moment. Su Qian's faint voice was just like the spark that ignited a barrel of gunpowder, completely breaking the tense, daggers-drawn atmosphere in the arena. Xie. Yao Sheng was naturally the first to unleash an attack within the arena. The blackish Dou Qi on his body suddenly erupted, and his body turned into a vague shadow that flashed toward Xiao Yan in a lighting-like manner. Although Yao Sheng was arrogant, it must be said that this fellow had some capital to be arrogant. Just this speed already caused Xiao Yan to be slightly surprised. The short dozens of meters were covered in the blink of an eye. In the time it took everyone to take a couple of breaths, the blurry, black shadow forcefully entered into close range of Xiao Yan's body. Immediately, everyone needed a cold sweat in their hearts. By looking at Yao Shang's weapons, they knew that he was extremely good at close-range combat. Although Xiao Yan's ruler had great strength, it still needed space to be displayed. If their distance was too close, the opponent would firmly seal it. Of course, Xiao Yan was naturally able to think to this point. Hence, just as Yao Shang entered a radius of 3 meters from his body, he had finally moved. One could only see the silver glow flash under his feet. Next, his body took a couple of steps back as though it had teleported. The heavy ruler in his hand abruptly cut horizontally. The powerful force caused a circular glowing arc to form on the body of the ruler. The sharp piercing sound of rushing wind howled unceasingly. Yao Shang was clearly somewhat surprised that Xiao Yan was able to pull some distance between them from such close proximity. He sensed the pressuring wind that was coming at him. With a cold laugh, his toes pressed on the ground and his body suddenly drifted up. The 2 daggers in his hand violently pierced down in a lightning-like manner. Ding! The 2 daggers coincidentally pierced heavily on the heavy ruler that drew under him. Sparks shot in all directions and a powerful force easily pressed down on the heavy ruler. Although the daggers did not specialize in head-on, heart attacks, Yao Shang's actually strength far surpassed Xiao Yan. Therefore, under the strengthening of the Dou Qi in his body, the compact, agile daggers were able to hold down the heavy ruler that possessed an extremely great strength. This was the advantage of having a higher level. As the 2 daggers pressed on the heavy ruler, Yao Shang's arms curled. He borrowed the force of the heavy ruler and somersaulted in midair. Immediately, his feet stepped toward the sky, and his body was like a hawk catching its prey as it shot toward Xiao Yan's head in a lightning-like manner. The 2 daggers in his hand carried a dense, cold wind that caused a person's skin to become numb. Xiao Yan raised his brows as he faced this sudden vicious attack variation of Yao Shang. A glow flashed under his feet, and his body once again instantly withdrew a couple of steps. The heavy ruler in his hand swung up from its lowered position in an accustomed manner as it hacked across. Yao Shang was somewhat surprised when his attack failed. His body was like a fish in water while in midair. With a strange twist, the heavy ruler moved along his body and narrowly flew by. As Xiao Yan's attack was similarly dodged by the opponent, he withdrew his ruler and stepped back. He raised his head and eyed Yao Shang, who had landed on the ground, safely standing not far in front of him. The exchange between these 2 people did not last for a long time, but it had been extremely dangerous. As long as a little mistake was made by either party, that heavy ruler or dagger would cause the other party to be seriously injured. Most of the people in the stadium were unable to see the degree of danger. They could only see 2 human figures swiftly intertwining with each other during this exchange. Then a person leaped into midair and landed on the ground an instant later. Once again the face-off between both parties was formed. Of course, the various practitioners on the tall platform had clearly witnessed this exchange. They could not help but let out a good cry when the 2 people parted. Within the arena, Yao Shang gently rubbed the 2 daggers in his hand. The gaze he used to eye Xiao Yan gained an additional solemnness. During that lightning-like exchange earlier, the latter's rich combat experience did not allow Yao Shang to gain even the slightest advantage. I cannot end up in a draw. Otherwise, Feier would not be happy. Yao Shang's gaze flickered as a thought swiftly revolved around his heart. The other party's speed and combat experience does not lose out to mine. Currently, my advantage is that my actual strength is stronger than him. In that case, I should use my level to suppress him. As this thought fell, Yao Shang's body trembled slightly. Immediately, a black-colored Dou Qi, that contained a fishy smell, suddenly erupted from his body and revolved around his body. This black-colored Dou Qi was very strange. At a glance, it was somewhat viscous in nature. A faint black-colored water trace came out from it and landed on the ground, forming a small water stain. Following the surging of Yao Shang's Dou Qi, a pressurizing aura was immediately formed and covered half the arena. Under this sort of pressure, those people whose levels were lower than him would have their speed and Dou Qi recovery reduced slightly. This was a commonly used tactic when a higher-level person faced a lower-level person. Of course, this kind of Dou Qi suppression naturally did not have much of an impact on Xiao Yan. His Dou Qi that had transformed after swallowing the heavenly flame was able to completely shield against such suppression. A green-colored Dou Qi screen slowly spread from Xiao Yan's body. A pressure that was formed from this Dou Qi also surged out, occupying a small corner of the arena. The other places were completely occupied by Yao Shang's extremely overbearing Dou Qi. Xiao Yan was completely at a disadvantage in the confrontation of Dou Qi. This was the gap that was the result of one's true strength. Although Xiao Yan's fighting ability was not weak, one's fighting ability did not have much use in this kind of confrontation. No matter how strong you are, this is the gap in our levels. Yao Shang could not resist laughing proudly as he eyed Xiao Yan, who had been suppressed in this Dou Qi exchange until he was unable to fight back. Xiao Yan glanced faintly at the proud Yao Shang. Both his hands slowly formed some strange seals. An instant later, he softly cried in his heart, "Skyfire 3 mysterious change, green lotus change." As the cry fell, a surging green-colored flame suddenly erupted from Xiao Yan's body, bathing him in fire. An instant later, the flame shrank into Xiao Yan's body in a lightning-like manner. However, as the flame returned to his body, Xiao Yan's Dou Qi soared immediately. His black hair moved automatically despite the lack of wind. Due to the soar of the Dou Qi in his body, his aura also soared. In an instant, his aura and Yao Shang's ended up occupying separate halves of the arena. Unorthodox moves. Yao Shang's expression changed slightly when Xiao Yan made a comeback against his pressuring aura. His mouth, however, gave a cold, disdainful smile. Whatever can defeat you is orthodox. Xiao Yan similarly gave a cold smile. After displaying this Skyfire 3 mysterious change, the degree of power of his Dou Qi was also not much weaker than Yao Shang. Currently, he no longer needed to worry about an attack with his full strength being easily broken by the other party's dagger. "Yao Shang, you cannot lose to this crip, him." From the tall platform, Lu Fei's pretty face immediately became anxious as she eyed Xiao Yan, whose aura had suddenly soared. She did not care about anything else as she leaped onto her feet and shouted loudly. However, before the final cripple was shouted out by her, she sensed an ice-cold mountain-like gaze shooting over at her from the opposite side. Her gaze swiftly looked over. It was actually that green-clothed, young lady called Xun Er. Originally, given Lu Fei's character, she would definitely ignore her. However, when she saw that faint flickering golden-colored flame and those cold pupils, a coldness rose within her heart. The cripple in her mouth was also swallowed by her. The cold gaze from the other side slowly withdrew after seeing that Lu Fei's insulting word had not been shouted. What is there to be proud of? Just see how I am going to humiliate him once the trash is defeated by Yao Shang's hand. With my elder cousin protecting me, I am not afraid of you, little slut. Lu Fei spoke viciously. Her expression was green as she sat back on her chair after being frightened by a gaze from the other party to the point where she had to swallow her words. Hearing the voice of Lu Fei from the tall platform, the gaze which Xiao Shan used to stare at Xiao Yan became much darker and colder. His toes moved slightly, and a black glow agglomerated under his feet without leaving a trace. Immediately, his toes abruptly pressed on the ground as his body emitted a suah sound and instantly approached Xiao Yan. Chi. Yao Shang did not hesitate even a little once he entered attacking range. His arm shook swiftly as two daggers that were like two poisonous snakes drew numerous afterimages as they violently pierced toward the entirety of Xiao Yan's body. Clang, clang, clang. The silver glow under Xiao Yan's feet flickered as he borrowed the mysteriousness of the 3000 lightning movement. His feet agilely moved within a small area as the heavy ruler in his hand became like a shield, protecting his entire body behind it. Those countless numbers of daggers that came piercing explosively were unceasingly colliding with the heavy ruler. Numerous clear clang sounds that were like unusual notes sounded. Xiao Yan held the heavy ruler tightly in his hand. The green veins on his arm pulsed. That dagger may appear light and handy, but it was just like a heavy rock smashing down as it landed on the heavy ruler. Adding that extremely intensive attack, Xiao Yan felt his hand become slightly numb even with his increased strength. Fortunately, such an intensive attack also greatly exhausted Yao Shang's strength. This wild storm-like attack continued for another 5 minutes before it gradually slowed. A moment later, those dagger afterimages suddenly disappeared. The pressure on the heavy ruler also slightly reduced. Xiao Yan violently bore the ruler horizontally as he took a couple of steps back. His chest rose and fell as he eyed Yao Shang, who was repeatedly panting on the opposite side. He once again lowered his head and glanced at the heavy Xian ruler. Even his head felt a little numb as he eyed the dense, tiny white spots. This kind of attack was really too dense and intense. If he had not borrowed the wide body of the heavy Xian ruler, it was likely that he could only choose to dodge such an attack. This fellow really does have some ability. Xiao Yan slowly exhaled a breath of air. His gaze glanced at Yao Shang on the opposite side. After this confrontation, he did indeed have a little understanding of the latter's tactics. Yao Shang, use your full strength. Don't dilly-dally with him. Yao Shang knit his brows slightly when he heard the urging voice of a lady once again sounding from the tall platform. He immediately let out a helpless sigh. His gaze was dark and solemn as he stared at Xiao Yan. As his arms formed a seal, one could see a dense black-colored Dou Qi surging out explosively from his body before wrapping around him. The black-colored Dou Qi spread out repeatedly. Finally, it was like a large Dou Qi cluster that began to shrink and expand in a rhythmic manner. It appeared like it was brewing something. Caution rose within Xiao Yan's heart as he eyed this somewhat strange action of Yao Shang. The Dou Qi in his body sped up and was ready to be unleashed. Black water world. A low cry was suddenly emitted from within the black-colored Dou Qi. Immediately, that black-colored Dou Qi cluster suddenly rotated swiftly. A roaring sound reverberated over the entire arena. As the rotation occurred, Xiao Yan was stunned to realize that a countless amount of black-colored liquid shot out from within it. As it rotated, it basically covered the entire arena within it. As Xiao Yan was uncertain what exactly this thing was, he did not dare let it touch his body. Hence, his body swiftly withdrew and dodged those black liquids that shot over. The dodging continued for a moment before Xiao Yan's body suddenly paused. He hurriedly lowered his head only to discover that both his legs had unknowingly stepped into a pool of black water. Xiao Yan used all his strength to pull his legs. He was stunned to realize that the black water actually contained quite a strong suction force. Moreover, this black water also possessed an extremely strong corrosiveness. In just the blink of an eye, a layer of Xiao Yan's shoes had already corroded. If it not for his quick reaction to direct Dou Qi and wrap it around his feet, it was likely that his shoes would have instantly corroded. The entire arena is my domain. How can you land on your feet? You have lost this match. Cold laughter suddenly sounded. Xiao Yan's eyes shrank slightly, only to see the black water splashing explosively in front of him. Yao Sheng's body shot out from that spot in a strange manner. The sharp dagger in his hand violently pierced toward Xiao Yan's arm. Those who were on the tall platform immediately exclaimed one after another as they eyed Xiao Yan, who was unable to move because he was stuck in the black puddle of water. He could only receive Yao Sheng's attack head-on. The pride on the corner of Yao Sheng's mouth became increasingly rich upon hearing the exclamations from the tall platform. The speed of the dagger in his hand suddenly accelerated. However, just as he was about to strike his target, a wild wind suddenly blew toward him. The point where his dagger landed was empty. Yao Sheng's body swiftly lowered himself when his attack missed. He made a couple of strange twists while nestling close to the water, and his body quickly withdrew over 10 meters. Only at this moment did he raise his gaze and was stunned to realize that Xiao Yan's figure was not in the arena. Where is he? The viewing gallery was similarly uncertain as numerous gazes looked in all directions. Yao Sheng's face was dark and solemn. His gaze was slightly lowered, only to suddenly see an inverted image within a cluster of black water. His body instantly stiffened as he immediately raised his head in a sudden motion. All he saw was a black-robed, young man suspended in the air. Behind him were a pair of large purple-black wings. Those wings flapped slowly. He appeared much like a deity. As Yao Sheng raised his head, everyone in the viewing gallery also raised their gazes at the same time. They were stunned when they saw the pair of wings on the back of Xiao Yan. Dou Qi transforming into wings? Besides the viewing gallery, those on the tall platform and even in the judges' seats emitted sounds of inhaling cold air one after another. Everyone's gazes were filled with shock and disbelief. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 567, Overcoming the Black Water World. Chapter 567, Overcoming the Black Water World. Translated by Aaron. Edited by Comfortable. The entire stadium was silent as the black-robed young man flapped his wings, suspended in midair. Su Qian's face on the judges' seats was also somewhat stunned. However, his eyes were naturally far from what the others could compare with. This was because when his gaze once again swept over the wings on Xiao Yan's back, his stunned look gradually turned to a sudden understanding. It is actually a flying Dou technique. Hey, it is really unexpected that this little fellow is even able to get his hands on such a rare Dou technique. As Su Qian pointed it out, the other elders also came to a sudden understanding. An ordinary person might not have heard very much about the flying Dou techniques. However, with their experience, they have heard a little about such extremely rare Dou techniques. Fortunately, I almost thought for a second there that this little fellow had advanced to the Dou Wang class. Some of the elders quietly wiped off the cold sweat on their foreheads. They had went all out to desperately train for decades in order to achieve their current strength. If this young man below, who was not even 20, had achieved this step, they would truly feel grief and indignation. Moreover, the most frightening thing was that this fellow was also a Tier 5 alchemist. The silent atmosphere in the arena continued for a period of time. Finally, it gradually once again became active. There were also a few people on the tall platform who had recognized the origin of the wings on Xiao Yan's back and sighed in relief because of this. There was immediately some envy within the arena. A flying Dou technique may not be comparable to a pair of true Dou Qi wings, but it was still able to allow one to fly in the sky. This was a target that many people had been chasing after. Especially when the Dou Wang class was so far away. One did not know just when it would be before one could train until that level. It is actually a flying Dou technique. The dull face of Yao Sheng within the arena also gradually recovered. He was able to clearly sense that Xiao Yan's aura had yet to advance to the Dou Wan class. When he carefully studied the shape of the purple-black wings, his heart came to a sudden comprehension. His tensed-up body also relaxed slowly. Yao Sheng would not be too afraid of him as long as the other party had not truly reached the Dou Wan class, even if his opponent had the advantage of flying. Yao Sheng's feet stood in the strange black water that covered the entire arena. He raised his head and looked at Xiao Yan in the sky before speaking with a cold smile. I don't believe that you can continue remaining in the sky. According to my knowledge, continuously displaying a flying Dou technique exhausts quite a lot of Dou Qi, right? Xiao Yan hand tightly held the heavy ruler in the sky. His gaze glanced at the arena below as he frowned slightly. It was just as Yao Sheng had said. At this moment, the entire arena had completely turned into Yao Sheng's domain. The moment he landed on the ground, he would be stuck to that strange black water. Xiao Yan may be able to isolate that corrosiveness, but its suction strength would hinder his speed to a varying extent. When facing an opponent who specialized in swift speed, like Yao Sheng, a slight reduction in speed may result in one being pressured into a disadvantaged position. Yao Sheng held the pair of dark black daggers tightly. He smiled coldly as he watched Xiao Yan, who was suspended in midair. He did not move his body even a little. Since Xiao Yan had the advantage of being in the sky, Yao Sheng's attack range could not reach him. If he were to forcefully leap into the air and attack, then he would become the other party's target board. Hence, remaining quiet during this kind of moment was the best choice. It is indeed quite troublesome. Xiao Yan slowly flapped the wings on his back as his body descended greatly. Green-colored Dou Qi formed a faint energy film on the surface of his body. The dark black heavy ruler was also completely covered by Dou Qi. His gaze stared intently at Yao Sheng in the arena while a faint silver glow suddenly formed under his feet. An instant later, the wings on his back flapped, borrowing the wind's strength. The 3000 lightning movement was unleashed to its limit. It came to the point where other than a few people, the remaining people could only see Xiao Yan's body trembling before leaving behind a partially visible afterimage in the sky. The sudden spike in Xiao Yan's speed caused Yao Sheng's expression to change slightly. Before Xiao Yan had arrived in person, the force from his speed had already struck, causing the black water on the ground to fly up. A vague black shadow suddenly appeared in Yao Sheng's eyes. His leg moved slightly and his body appeared like it was ice skating as he teleported over the black water. As his body moved, the heavy ruler that contained a sharp rushing wind sound also nestled close to him as it came heavily shearing down while carrying a wave of fiery pain. When the hacking of the heavy ruler missed, the direction of its strength changed nearly instantly, forcefully stopping the downward hacking motion. The ruler was twisted and the hacking motion changed to a sweeping one that cut toward Yao Sheng's waist. The degree of response that Xiao Yan used to change his attack far exceeded Yao Sheng's expectations. Hence, when the heavy ruler changed direction, Yao Sheng's entire body was covered with cold sweat. In this critical moment, his legs on the black water appeared to have slipped without thought, causing his body to fall backward. The moment he heavily fell on the water, he cleverly avoided the heavy ruler. As Yao Sheng's body landed in the black water, not only did he not receive even the slightest bit of resistance, but he also ended up just like a fish in water. His body lay in the water and flashed in a strange manner. Immediately, he appeared under Xiao Yan, who was less than 2 meters from the ground. Both his arms shook and the dark black daggers were just like poisonous snakes, carrying a dense, cold wind as they pierced at Xiao Yan's chest. Bang! The moment that the dagger were about to reach Xiao Yan's body, a powerful invisible wind suddenly pressed down. While being blocked by this wind, Yao Sheng's attack paused momentarily. On the other hand, Xiao Yan borrowed this pushing force and once again leaped into the air, escaping from Yao Sheng's attack range. Xie! Yao Sheng involuntarily twitched the corner of his mouth. He let out a scoffing sound after he ended up missing his chance to attack, which were difficult to come by. During the fight that occurred in a split second, both Xiao Yan and Yao Sheng had once again finished one round of dangerous encounters. Both parties respectively had a pair of wings and great agility atop the black water, and they had an approximate understanding of each other's speed. The eyes of everyone outside of the arena were burning with passion because of this exciting fight. This fellow appears to not be affected by the suction force of the black water. Instead, he is even more agile, just like a fish entering water. Xiao Yan softly muttered as he knit his brows and watched Yao Sheng, who was nestled close to the black water. The strange agility that Yao Sheng had displayed on the black water earlier had exceeded his expectations. If he had not displayed the fire palm at the last crucial moment to shock the air and unleash a wind to slow down the opponent's attack, it was likely that he would have received some injuries in this exchange to test each other out. Looks like I must deal with this black water. Otherwise, this fellow's attack strength soars by over 20% while on it. A thought swiftly rotated within Xiao Yan's heart as his eyes flickered. no matter how strange this black water is, it ultimately possesses the properties of water. As long as it is water, I am not afraid that I will not be able to vaporize all of it. Xiao Yan did not have the slightest hesitation as this thought flashed across his heart. His 10 fingers flicked gently and threads of extremely tiny green-colored flames immediately flashed out from the tips of his fingers. Following the appearance of these flames, the temperature of the arena soared greatly. Yao Shang had the 10 plus wisps of scattered green-colored flames in the sky from within the arena. His expression changed slightly. This was especially so when his gaze swept over the cold smile on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth. His heart sank slightly after that. Go! Xiao Yan flicked his fingers while floating in the air. Immediately, the 10 plus wisps of tiny flames shot down. Yao Shang's body twisted and swiftly dodged when he sensed the green-colored flame fly over. However, these flames were not directed at Yao Shang. Instead, they lingered around half a foot on top of the arena, swiftly shuttling around. Such a close-distance interaction caused the black water, which was spread over the ground, to swiftly dry up at a rate visible to the naked eye. The water couldn't withstand the frightening temperature of the green lotus core flame. Quite a number of people on the tall platform exclaimed quietly as they eyed the diminishing black water. It was unexpected that Xiao Yan would use this kind of method to restrain Yao Shang's black water world. Although this kind of method could not be considered to be rare, it was extremely effective. There was no lack of people among them who had exchanged blows with Yao Shang before. However, without a flying Dou technique, they were unable to fly into the sky and dodge when faced with this extremely troublesome black water world. Hence, they could only forcefully resist the suction force and the corrosive strength. However, by fighting while being distracted, it was only a matter of time before Yao Shang used his speed to wear one down unless Yao Shang's opponent's strength far surpassed Yao Shang. Coco, Xiao Yan's tactics really do cause one's eyes to become dizzy. It is likely that Yao Shang, who has lost the effect of black water world, will be suppressed by Xiao Yan in terms of speed. Lin Xiaoya could not resist laughing as he watched the black water in the arena that had been reduced by half. He is the only one who can use this technique. That black water world is the coagulation of Yao Shang's Dou Qi in some special poisonous liquid. An ordinary flame would have difficulty dealing with it. Han Yu nodded slightly as he spoke. That flame is indeed very troublesome. Lin Xiaoya's gaze glanced at the wisps of fire serpent-like green-colored flames that were randomly scurrying about. A sullenness flashed across his eyes. Lu Qing frowned as he eyed the swiftly reducing black water within the arena from the other side of the high platform. He shook his head and said in a deep voice, Yao Shang is in trouble. Anxiety immediately flashed across Lu Fei's pretty face by the side when she heard this. She was about to stand up and shout when Lu Qing's expression sank. He cried out in a low voice, sit down. Just how do you think you look like by shouting when watching a match? Lu Fei could only return to her seat filled with grievances when she was scolded by Lu Qing. She used her vicious gaze to stare at Xiao Yan, who was suspended in midair while she muttered a curse. All he does is just rely on a flying Dou technique. What is there to be proud about? As long as it is able to defeat his opponent, it cannot be considered a trick. A match where one sets all sorts of rules is nothing but a sparring between children. In a real life and death match, the dead person does not have a chance to raise a dispute. Lu Qing replied faintly. His gaze that was glancing at the arena suddenly solidified as he sighed. Yao Shang's black water world can be considered to have met its nemesis. As Lu Qing's words sounded, the final cluster of black water in the arena was turned into nothingness under the circling flames and the furious green expression of Yao Shang. Xiao Yan beckoned with his hand in the sky. The 10 plus wisps of green-colored flame, which had become a lot smaller, were withdrawn back into his body. He faintly eyed the furious green face of Yao Shang before flapping the pair of wings on his back. The heavy ruler in his hand was once again wrapped by powerful Dou Qi. Next, I want to see just what tactics you have left. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 568, Victorious. Chapter 568, Victorious. Yao Shang's face was a furious green as he eyed Xiao Yan in the sky, who had a mocking smile hanging on the corner of his lips. His hands tightened their grip on the daggers as he said coldly, even without the black water world, you will be defeated sooner or later. I don't believe that secret technique of yours to raise your strength can endure for long. It is sufficient enough to finish you off. Xiao Yan laughed softly. His arm shook a little as powerful green-colored Dou Qi carrying threads of green-colored flames, that were difficult to discover, leaped and climbed onto the heavy ruler. His gaze stared intently at Yao Shang below, whose entire body was tense. An instant later, Xiao Yan suddenly flapped his wings, only to hear a slight schwa sound. Immediately, a vague black shadow strangely appeared behind the back of Yao Shang's head. The heavy ruler in his hand carried a wild and violent force as it was viciously hacked downward. That ferocious wind appeared to be intent on tearing the air in front of him apart. Yao Shang sensed something the moment the wind from his back sounded. His feet stomped heavily on the ground, and a black water vapor abruptly surged out from under his feet. Finally, it collided with that heavy ruler. Puff! The moment the two came into contact, the heavy ruler heated the dark black water until it turned into a somewhat blackish mist in an extremely easy manner. However, when it fell, the space in front of it was empty. After borrowing the instant obstruction of the water vapor earlier, Yao Shang had already used his agility to withdraw a couple of meters. The attack by Xiao Yan's heavy ruler had just fell when a dark and ruthless Yao Shang once again pounced over in a lightning-like manner. His pair of dark black daggers swiftly rotated between his 10 fingers. They were like two poisonous snakes, easily fatal and filled with a dense, cold luster. Xiao Yan raised his brows upon seeing that Yao Shang had come attacking head-on. The Dou Qi in his body was just like a galloping river that swiftly flowed unceasingly within his qi paths. It filled the various parts of his body with an extremely large quantity and have him strength. Both his hands held the heavy ruler tightly as a low cry sounded from his throat. Immediately, the heavy ruler once again viciously pierced forward. As the wind was strong, it pulled away all the air in the area where the heavy ruler passed. Low and deep gas explosion sounds repeatedly resonated, piercing one's eardrum. Under this attack, the distance between the two of them was basically covered in the blink of an eye. However, just as the two daggers of Yao Shang made contact with the heavy ruler, their bodies strangely twisted. Their bodies used a unique stance as they nestled close to the surface of the heavy ruler and rotated a couple of times before they suddenly appeared at the spot where Xiao Yan was holding the heavy ruler. With a dark, cold smile, the sharp daggers in his hands were unceremoniously sliding toward where Xiao Yan's hands were. Some exclamations sounded in the stadium as everyone eyed Xiao Yan. Yao Shang had suddenly bullied his way to get near him. Under such close distance, the strength of the heavy ruler was basically completely blocked by the other party. According to a normal situation, Xiao Yan would likely be pressured by Yao Shang until he ended up on the losing end after this. Moreover, if Xiao Yan was careless, those tricky, vicious, poisonous snake-like daggers would even leave behind quite a deep wound on Xiao Yan's body. There were only a couple of people knitting their brows together while the entire stadium was exclaiming. With Xiao Yan's fighting experience and speed, how could he allow the other party to enter his own attack's blind spot this easily? Lu Fei's face was so excited that her face was somewhat flushed red as she watched Xiao Yan face a treacherous situation. She nearly let out a cheer. However, the eyes of Lu Qin, who was seated beside her, stared intently at Xiao Yan's face. There was not the slightest threat of panic there. Instead, it faintly contained a cold smile. His heart immediately sank a little. Under the countless number of focused gazes in the arena, Yao Shang's two daggers approached Xiao Yan's hands. The dense, cold wind on them caused the pores on Xiao Yan's hands to open up. As the daggers approached Xiao Yan's hand, the joy on the corner of Yao Shang's mouth expanded. Just as the daggers were extremely close to Xiao Yan, the latter finally made a move. He did not adopt any shocking counterattack, but instead took the initiative to release the heavy ruler in his hand. The heavy ruler flew through the air and landed heavily on the ground. The clear sound caused some people to sigh. Could the fight still continue after he had lost his weapon? Of course, there were similarly quite a number of people who adopted other thoughts. At this moment, they suddenly recalled the scene of Xiao Yan's fight with Bai Sheng back in the fighting arena. At that time, the strength that Xiao Yan had displayed after losing his weapon was even wilder and more ferocious than before. Xiao Yan's act of abandoning his weapon caused a wild joy to surge onto Yao Sheng's face. This moment did not allow him to hesitate anymore. The daggers in his hands were suddenly covered by a black-colored Dou Qi. As threads of Dou Qi lingered over them, a strange smell of fish suddenly filled the arena. Imaginary submerged thorn. A dark cry containing a dense coldness was let out as the pair of daggers swiftly shook in a strange manner. Threads of black air covered them as the daggers shook. The black air appeared to be a poison serpent that possessed a spirit as it shot out in all directions. At this moment, each thread of black air possessed the strength to penetrate a huge rock. Xiao Yan clearly understood in his heart that these black vapors that came flying over from all directions not only possessed a shocking strength, they also contained a fatal poison. As he watched them, Xiao Yan's hands swiftly formed some seals in front of him. He immediately let out a soft cry and wisps of green-colored flames swiftly surged out from the acceptance spirit within the vortex. As the flames within his body surged out, the exterior of Xiao Yan's body was once again wrapped by a flame. Moreover, as the flame flickered, it agglomerated into a flame armor in the blink of an eye at lightning-like speed. Qi. As the countless number of black threads heavily knocked on the armor, it appeared like ice was meeting boiling oil as a qi sound was repeatedly emitted. The force that was sufficient to penetrate an enormous rock merely caused the flame armor to be slightly dented. As the black thread surged explosively, two dense cold glows lit up. With lightning-swift momentum, they immediately pierced violently toward the flame armor. Immediately, two clear metal sounds resounded from within the arena. The two dark black daggers were extremely large. Even though the green flame armor was extremely strong, it was still penetrated by a depth of half a finger. Even though it was penetrated, this was the dagger's limit. The extremely hot temperature on the flame armor instantly caused the dark black daggers to become fiery red. Yao Shang was holding tightly on the daggers with his hands as the daggers emitted a chi-chi sound and white vapor came rising from them. Such a situation shocked him to the point where he hurriedly maneuvered his Dou Qi and wrapped it around his hands. Despite this, he still felt a searing pain that was gradually becoming stronger. Yao Shang violently pushed at the daggers, but they did not move even a little. Helpless, he could only swiftly release his hands. As he withdrew, his gaze stared intently at Xiao Yan, whose entire body was wrapped within the flame armor. At this moment, he appeared to faintly see a mocking gaze flash from underneath the helmet. The green flame Dou Qi suddenly soared, and the helmet flame that covered Xiao Yan's head instantly disappeared. Xiao Yan's face was revealed with the disappearance of the helmet. At this moment, his mouth appeared like a frog as it beat in a large rhythmic motion. His hands swiftly formed a seal. This is bad. The heart of Yao Shang, who was flying back in retreat, suddenly sank as he watched Xiao Yan's movements. However, as this thought flashed across his heart, the seal on Xiao Yan's hand suddenly ceased. His mouth beat before it was abruptly opened. Immediately, an extremely clear tiger roar that shook one's eardrum suddenly sounded explosively within the arena. Lion-tiger gold-shattering roar. The sound of a tiger roar surged out from Xiao Yan's mouth. A circular substance-like sound wave spread out in a lightning-like manner much like a ripple. Instantly, it caught up to Yao Shang. The head of the latter immediately became giddy. His stomach felt nausea as a mouthful of fresh blood surged into his throat before finally spilling out from the corner of his mouth. Under the sudden sonic attack, Yao Shang finally suffered serious trauma. Moreover, a fatal dizziness also appeared. In this kind of exchange, such a giddiness would undoubtedly decide the victor. Given Xiao Yan's character, he would definitely not give up on this kind of giddiness that was purposefully created. Therefore, just as Yao Shang's mind was being replaced by dizziness, Xiao Yan's body finally made a move. The silver glow under his feet flickered and a faint lightning roar sounded. Immediately, everyone's gazes were blurred as Xiao Yan's body instantly appeared in front of Yao Shang in a ghost-like manner. Everyone's hearts were abruptly raised when they saw this scene. They knew that the victor was going to be decided at this moment. The dizziness in Yao Shang's mind merely lasted for a couple of breaths. However, when his mind gradually recovered its consciousness, a black shadow had already appeared in front of him. As shock rose in his heart, an extremely powerful wind, that carried a low sonic boom, sounded over the entire arena. Octane blast. Yao Shang had already lost his chance to dodge given such a close distance. His face was covered by shock and despair. The sound of one inhaling cool air sounded all over the arena at this moment. Under such a ferocious attack, it was likely that Yao Shang would definitely lose. Yao Shang has lost. Faint words were spat out from both Lu Qing's and Lin Xiuyao's mouth at the same time. However, the former's face was dark and solemn while the latter's face was filled with amazement and smiles. Upon hearing the words that were emitted from Lu Qing's mouth, the face of Lu Fei, who had an excited face earlier when she anticipated Yao Shang beating Xiao Yan up until the latter begged for mercy, suddenly became pale white. Her mouth repeatedly opened and closed thinking, how can this be? The fist that was wrapped by powerful Dou Qi passed through the obstruction of the air and carried an incomparably powerful force as it heavily smashed into the chest of the shocked Yao Shang. His fist rotated and a force that was thrown in all directions launched out. Grug! An intense pain was transmitted from Yao Shang's chest as an unusual redness surged onto his shocked face. An instant later, he finally could not help but wildly spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. His body appeared to have suffered a serious blow as it shot backward before finally landing heavily outside of the arena. Numerous crack lines instantly appeared on the ground where he landed. The fresh blood that was spat out was vaporized by the flames when it was still around 2 to 3 feet from Xiao Yan's body. The green flame armor on Xiao Yan's body trembled before it swiftly turned into nothingness. Xiao Yan slowly stepped forward. He eyed the pale white face of Yao Shang outside of the arena in an indifferent manner. A calm voice reverberated over the arena. You have lost. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 569, Dazzling. Chapter 569, Dazzling. Xiao Yan's calm voice reverberated around the arena, causing the numerous private conversations to abruptly cease. Numerous gazes that contained different kinds of emotion repeatedly looked back and forth between the person standing in the arena and at the miserable-looking Yao Shang outside of the arena with a pale white face. The silence continued for a moment before a clear clapping sound abruptly started. Immediately, a chain effect appeared to have occurred as an orderly applause came roaring from the stadium and soared to the clouds. Xiao Yan raised his head as he heard the applause that filled the stadium. He looked at the place where Xun Er was at. At this moment, this girl was smiling sweetly. Her delicate hands elegantly clapped and produced a moving applause. The first claps that had sounded earlier came from this spot. Xiao Yan smiled at Xun Er before once again turning his head. His gaze was thrown in the direction where Lu Qing and the others were. Upon seeing the former looking over, Lu Qing's gaze met with his. His chin gave a slight nod without leaving a trace before it faintly turned away. Lu Fei, who was gritting her teeth and repeatedly cursing by the side, was automatically ignored by Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan wins this match. Su Qian on the judge's seat also smiled and stood up. His gaze looked over the entire arena as he spoke slowly. As Su Qian's decision sounded, the applause that resounded across the entire arena once again became much louder. The gazes that were used to watch the black-robed young man in the arena had some reverence and fear that could not be hidden. The strength that Xiao Yan had displayed in the match had completely subdued them. Xiao Yan once again glanced at Yao Shang's ashen face. The purple cloud wings on his back gently flapped, and his body lifted before immediately flying to the tall platform. With a shake of his shoulders, the purple cloud wings were swiftly withdrawn before finally disappearing under numerous gazes of envy around him. Xiao Yan, you are really good. Now, I want to see just how that fellow is going to provoke you. Wu Hao revealed surprise on his face as he smiled and spoke while giving Xiao Yan a heavy punch. The fight earlier could be said to have been filled with ups and downs. He did not know just how many times his heart had clenched. It is really unexpected that you actually possess this kind of rare flying Dou technique. Hu Jia's curious voice was transmitted from Xiao Yan's back as she also spoke with an envious face. Xiao Yan smiled and threw his gaze toward the green-clothed young lady in front of him. The pretty eyes of the latter also contained a slight smile and gentleness. Cuckoo, Xiao Yan, congratulations. By having defeated Yao Shang, it can basically be said you are able to enter the top 10. A hearty laugh sounded from behind Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan turned around to take a look and discovered that it was Lin Xiaoya's group. I was merely lucky. If I had not coincidentally restrained the Black Water World, it is likely that it wouldn't have been so easy to win. Xiao Yan shook his head and replied while smiling. You possess a flying Dou technique, so that Black Water World does not have much of an impact on you anyway. Lin Xiaoya's gaze drifted toward Xiao Yan's back without leaving any trace as he clicked his tongue and praised. However, now that you have defeated Yao Shang, you have dampened the vigor of Lu Qing's group. It is likely that there will no longer be anyone who will look down on you in the future. Lin Xiaoya's gaze was thrown toward the place where Lu Qing's group was as he spoke with a teasing smile. I only want to enter the top 10. It does not really matter much to me whether it is the first or the 10th within the top 10. Xiao Yan smiled as he replied. He did not want to enter into the contest between Lin Xiaoya's and Lu Qing's factions. His purpose behind participating in the grand competition was merely to obtain a top 10 spot and gain the qualification to enter into the bottom level of the Blazing Sky Qi Refining Tower. Since the 1st and the 10th ranks both possessed the qualification to do so, it was fine as long as he was able to obtain a spot in the top 10. Lin Xiaoya laughed. He had also heard the meaning within Xiao Yan's words, and did not continue to get entangled in this topic. He redirected the conversation as he said, Coco, we might make a return trip to the deep mountains after the grand competition. If you also have some interest, you can come with us. That thing has extremely great benefit to you. Xiao Yan's heart leaped when he heard Lin Xiaoya bringing up the matter of the core-quenching body milk. His face, however, did not register any change in expression as he randomly spoke in a perfunctory manner. We will see when that time comes. However, the strength of that beast is a little frightening. It is likely not going to be easy to succeed. We can just try. It is not like you don't know the value of that thing. Lin Xiaoya sighed. Although he clearly knew that the chances of success were low, he was still unwilling to give up. Xiao Yan nodded in a vague manner. He carelessly conversed a little with Lin Xiaoya before his eyes were attracted by an intense fight within the arena. The matches after Xiao Yan's were also exciting and dangerous. A fight at this level was something that even those with Xiao Yan's eyesight could not resist quietly nodding their heads in approval. The students who could reach this step all had a strength that basically belonged to the peak of the inner academy. It was natural that they gave others a dazzling blood-boiling feeling when they fought. Xiao Yan had also witnessed Lin Yan in action in the fight that followed. The latter's strength had clearly improved after the fire poison had been completely expelled from his body. According to Xiao Yan's estimation, if one were to judge the current Lin Yan solely based on his strength, it was likely that he would be able to enter the top 5. In this match, his opponent was merely someone who was ranked 19th on the strong ranking. Thus, Lin Yan did not exhaust much of his strength and managed to get his opponent to admit defeat after a short 20 exchanges. Not long after Lin Yan appeared, 2 other opponents who Xiao Yan paid attention to also appeared one after another. They were Lu Cheng and Lin Xiaoya. There was still the gap between Xiao Yan's current reputation and that of these 2 dazzling stars within the inner academy. As the main focus of attention in the stadium, the appearance of the 2 of them instantly attracted everyone's eyes. Immediately, passionate shouting resounded in a deafening manner within the stadium. The one who made the first appearance was Lu Cheng. This time around, his opponent was someone ranked 11th, whose strength had reached the 8-star Dou Ling class. This kind of rank and strength was already very close to the top within the inner academy. However, from the somewhat bitter mannerisms the latter displayed when he appeared, it seemed that he was still extremely depressed over having picked Lu Cheng as his opponent. The fight that followed did not exceed Xiao Yan's expectations. The moment the fight began, Lu Cheng's extremely domineering aura firmly covered the opponent. Each time his claw-like hands attacked, he would leave behind numerous afterimages in the air. His claw hand attacks appeared unrestrained, and no pattern could be found. Even though his opponent had used all his strength, there were still some injuries that repeatedly appeared. As this kind of suppression continued for nearly 10 minutes, Lu Cheng finally erupted. His terrifying speed exploded instantly. By the time everyone recovered, they only saw Lu Cheng's claw-like hand pausing on the other party's throat. As he sensed the dense, cold wind that was transmitted from his throat, the expert who was ranked 11th was sensible to admit defeat. As everyone in the viewing gallery watched the victor of the fight be determined in less than 10 minutes, everyone sighed and shook their heads. He was indeed worthy of being a top 3 existence on the strong ranking. Although the strength of Lu Cheng's opponent had reached the 8-star Dou Ling rank and appeared to be close to that of Lu Cheng who was at the peak of the Dou Ling class, the gap when they started fighting was still extremely great. Even a person who was a little weaker was able to see the gap in one glance. Xiao Yan overlooked Lu Cheng in the arena from the tall platform and could not resist sighing. This grand competition had already reached the second round, but the latter had still not used the mountain-splitting spear on his back. By relying only on his hands, he was able to cause so many experts to quietly withdraw. Such a strength was indeed terrifying. This Lu Cheng appears to have half a foot in the Dou Wang class. Although he is still unable to compare with a true Dou Wang, he is much stronger when compared to ordinary Dou Lings. Xun Er beside Xiao Yan drooped her pretty eyes a little as she spoke softly. Moreover, it is also likely that Lin Xiaoya possesses a similar strength. Xiao Yan nodded slightly inside. They are indeed 2 extremely strong fellows. In this inner academy, it is likely that there is no one else other than Ziyan who can suppress them. Xiao Yan suddenly turned his head over when he spoke until this point. His eyes stared at Xun Er and he smiled deviously as he asked, "Could Xun Er do it?" Xun Er's long narrow eyebrows trembled slightly as she saucily returned the question, "What does Xiao Yan Ji think?" Xiao Yan's eyes stared at the young lady, who was laughing prettily, and his mind suddenly became absent-minded. How long had it been since he had seen her dazzling side? She had the qualifications and the strength, but was willing to quietly remain behind him to do some tiny and insignificant things. Xiao Yan's hand slowly rubbed Xun Er's slightly flushed face as he softly said, "Girl, I know that your training talent is very great. It has been so since long ago. Although I seldom see you truly attacking, I am still able to sense that it is likely that your current strength is much stronger than me. You appear to have completely withdrawn your dazzle in the Jianan Academy, especially after I arrived. I do not hope that you suppress yourself because of me. Instead, I like your dazzling manner. That way, I will have the motivation to chase after you." Those pretty eyes were startled as they studied the lamenting Xiao Yan. A moment later, Xun Er cracked a smile. Her flawless, beautiful smile caused the eyes of those around to be filled with shock. Their breathing also felt asphyxiated. Xiao Yan Gege wishes to see Xun Er's dazzling side? The green-clothed young lady stood prettily. Her black hair was randomly restrained by a purple ribbon. At this moment, a dignified and proud expression appeared on the face where a shallow smile had been hanging. This pride was completely different than Lu Fei's one of basking in the glory of others. Instead, it was confidence. A confidence in one's strength. A man who was filled with confidence had great charm, while a woman who was filled with confidence similarly possessed an incomparably unique attraction. This could be clearly sensed from the surrounding gazes which had suddenly become hot. Xiao Yan observed the emotions on Xun Er's face that he was not familiar with, and a smile slowly surfaced on his face as he nodded. "Once the competition is over, I will let Xiao Yan Gege see a Xun Er who is most dazzling." The young lady gave a sweet, gentle smile as she eyed Xiao Yan's joyful face. Immediately, she supplemented, and also before we part. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 570, One Pester and One Strong. Chapter 570, One Pester and One Strong. Not long after Lu Qing entered and left the arena, Xiao Yan had finally waited long enough to see Lin Xiaoya's appearance in the arena. Xiao Yan had been extremely curious of this expert who was ranked in front of Lu Qing. Li Xiaoya had been unable to display the sharpness that was associated with his rank deep in the mountains since his opponent was a Dou Qi class magical beast and he was busy dodging the entire time. However, from the looks of how he could still jump around in such a lively manner after receiving such a heavy blow from the snow demon sky ape, which had awoken its wild and violent bloodline, it seemed that the strength of this fellow belonged to a frightening group. The appearance of Lin Xiaoya was undoubtedly one of the few highlights of today's competition. Moreover, his popularity within the inner academy was something that even Lu Qing could not compare with. His normally approachable, warm manner made it extremely easy to let others get a good feeling about him. Even someone as tenacious as Xiao Yan had difficulty forming any enmity toward him. Therefore, as he entered the arena, the surrounding viewing gallery started emitting a deafening cheer. The faces of some female students also became flushed as their gazes carried embarrassment and joy while looking at the green-clothed young man who was standing straight and tall in the arena. If one said that everyone in the inner academy held fear and respect for Lin Xiaoya and Lu Qing, it was likely that they felt more respect for the former and a greater amount of fear for the latter. The completely different auras emitted by both of them decided how welcome they were. Xiao Yan leaned against the guardrail. His gaze had some interest as he eyed Lin Xiaoya in the arena who was smiling in all directions. Xiao Yan's heart also contained anticipation. Lin Xiaoya's opponent arrived not long after the former entered the arena. He was a peak expert who was ranked 13th on the strong ranking. However, this expert had a bitter expression similar to what Lu Qing's opponent had earlier today. Given his level, it was not considered too difficult for him to enter the top 10 if he had some good luck. Unfortunately, now that he had drawn a lot that caused him to meet Lin Xiaoya, a tiger that blocked his road, he basically had no chance of entering the top 10. There was not much suspense in this battle since the beginning. Although Xiao Yan hoped that the expert who was ranked 13th on the strong ranking would be able to force Lin Xiaoya to quietly reveal some of his true ability, things did not go the way he desired. Even after the latter displayed all his strength to save himself, Lin Xiaoya still maintained his indifferent manner. His green garment flattered as his long clean hands, which seemed to belong to that of a female, repeatedly tightened their grip. Occasionally, both of his palms would form a strange shape. Lin Xiaoya's opponent was powerless against Lin Xiaoya's hands. They remained close to the former's body like a maggot in the tarsal bones. No matter how the former struggled, his attacks were ultimately restricted by his opponent's hands. Additionally, he did not actually manage to touch Lin Xiaoya's clothes from the start to the finish. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes as he eyed Lin Xiaoya's soft snake-like body from the tall platform, which extended and withdrew freely. By relying on the terrain, he was able to clearly absorb the situation of the fight in his eyes. Hence, Xiao Yan was extremely certain that Lin Xiaoya's strange pestering hand attack should be a kind of extremely strong close-range Dou technique. Lu Qing has his two ultimates, one claw one lance. Being able to surpass him by one level, Lin Xiaoya naturally has ultimate skills that are not inferior to those two. Lin Yan's voice suddenly appeared behind Xiao Yan. He smiled proudly when he saw Xiao Yan turning his head to look over. Do you want to know what they are? Tell me if you want to. Xiao Yan shrugged his shoulders and spoke indifferently. Being clearly aware of Lin Yan's character, this fellow would purposefully refuse to say anything if one were to act curious at this moment. As expected, Lin Yan merely helplessly shook his head when he saw Xiao Yan's careless manner. He walked forward. His hands grabbed the guardrail as he eyed the one-sided battle below. He smiled and said, "One pester and one strong." One pester and one strong? Xiao Yan lifted his brows and softly muttered. Lin Xiaoya has practiced a kind of strange Dou technique, pestering snake hand. It is just like what you have seen. He is able to use this Dou technique to completely suppress all your attacks within an extremely small area. Someone with weaker strength would basically be toyed with by him until their attacks would move with his wish. Lin Yan clicked his tongue and spoke with some amazement. This pestering snakehand and Lu Qing's great rift coffin splitting claw are completely different. If the latter is said to be incomparably strong and tough, this pestering snakehand belongs to the type that uses gentle force to subdue a tough one. I have fought with him a couple of times, but I was strangely battered by that pestering snakehand. If one were to discuss the degree of formability, this pestering snakehand is even stronger than the great rift coffin splitting claw of Lu Qing. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. His eyes glanced at the arena below and had indeed discovered that as Lin Xiaoya moved, his snake-like body was strangely agile. Once those hands were stuck to you, it would likely not be an easy task to escape from them. Sticky candy, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth moved, and gave Lin Xiaoya's Dou technique an appropriate name. What about that so-called one strong? Xiao Yan softly asked as his eyes flickered. I am also not very certain about this one. That one strong of Lin Xiaoya is much like Lu Qing's spear. Very few people are able to cause them to use those attacks. However, according to my reasoning, it should be a kind of extremely powerful sword Dou technique. I have heard rumors that it is very strong. Back then, even Lu Qing was defeated by this move. After so many years have passed, I think that so-called one strong is even more frightening. Lin Yan rubbed his head and laughed awkwardly. There was an anticipation in his tone after his words sounded. Xiao Yan nodded inside. He is indeed worthy of being an expert in the inner academy, only weaker than Ziyan. Even though he hit his killing move, an ordinary person was still unable to contend with him. There is nothing to be surprised about. Other than a small number of special people, these two people are from the oldest batch of students within the inner academy. It is not surprising that they possess such achievements. You, on the other hand, just entered the inner academy less than a year ago, yet you already possess the strength to squeeze into the top 10. If one were to talk about it, you are the greatest monster. I think that if you were given enough time, even that brute strength queen would not be your match. Lin Yan glanced at Xiao Yan somewhat strangely. His eyes repeatedly looked in all directions when he spoke the last few words, seemingly afraid that the brute force queen would suddenly appear. Xiao Yan laughed and said, "Forget it, I don't wish to obtain Ziyan's position. Otherwise, if I were to anger her, I would not feel well because I would receive a punch from her." Lin Yan shrugged his shoulders and said, "You are able to sense how much Lu Qing and Lin Xiaoya view you seriously. I think that even if they didn't speak it aloud with their mouths, they are very surprised at your current achievement given such an age." But Xiao Yan smiled and softly said, "I will not stay for long in this place. The inner academy is merely a temporary stop. Is it because of the matter of that clan of yours? I have also gained some information about you from the mouths of some elders." The gaze which Lin Yan eyed Xiao Yan with had suddenly become a lot hotter. That heat even had a hint of reverence to it. Challenging a sect with an elite dozong all by yourself and managing to leave safely after that. I really don't know how an incredible person like you managed to do it. Xiao Yan was slightly startled before he immediately came to a sudden comprehension. With the strength of Jianan Academy, it was likely that it had obtained information about him the first day he entered the academy. Moreover, the matter of him challenging the Misty Cloud sect had already become extremely well known within the Jianan Academy. Anyone would be able to know about it just by random inquiry. Xiao Yan smiled, but he did not wish to say anything on this topic. According to my timeline, I might become an elder and stay within the inner academy for 1 year if I enter the top 10. If you wish to return to the Jiama Empire at that time and don't resent the company, I will follow you around a little. After all, roaming the continent is something in my future plans. Lin Yan patted Xiao Yan's shoulders and laughed. Xiao Yan raised his head and eyed the smiling face of Lin Yan by his side in a stunned manner. A moment later, he nodded his head somewhat joyfully. With Lin Yan's strength, it was likely that he would enter the Dou Wang class sooner or later. An expert Dou Wang could be considered quite valuable even in the continent, much less within the Jiama Empire. The breakout of a clash between the Misty Cloud sect and himself in the future was unavoidable. If he were to gather some truly strong people by his side, it would be much more relaxing when he decides to make his move against the Misty Cloud sect. I will definitely call you at that time. As the two of them conversed, the fight within the arena gradually approached its end. This battle was basically in Lin Xiaoya's control right from the beginning until the end. His gentle snake-like hands adhered to his opponent until the latter felt dazzled and confused. Hence, this battle carried a little amusement, but ended after lasting for around 10 minutes. When Lin Xiaoya's hand quietly pressed on his opponent's chest, a gentle force suddenly erupted. At that point, everyone knew that this battle had already reached the expected end result. Let's go. There is nothing much to see in the subsequent battles. Lin Yan waved his hand at Xiao Yan while eyeing Lin Xiaoya's opponent, who had been knocked out of the arena below. He took the lead to turn around and walk out of the stadium. As he walked, he said, "Now, let's just wait for the fight for the top 10 tomorrow. However, I don't know which unlucky 3 fellows will be eliminated." Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. His gaze was thrown into the arena. Coincidentally, Lin Xiaoya's gaze was also thrown over. The two gazes intertwined in mid-air. They smiled to each other, but those smiles respectively contained some anticipation and passion within them. Clearly, the two people also had great respect for each other. This was perhaps because of the connection between strong people, allowing them to understand one another. Although the strength of Xiao Yan on the surface did not possess this qualification, Lin Xiuya and any observant person knew that this young man who was a little younger than them had a frightening fighting strength that was comparable to them. Hopefully, I will not meet an opponent that will give me too much of a headache tomorrow, Xiao Yan muttered within his heart. He turned around and walked towards Xun Er and the others outside of the tall platform. Finally, he disappeared from everyone's sight amid the loud cheers within the stadium. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 571, Scroll. Chapter 571, Scroll. The moon was like a silver plate as faint moonlight scattered down from the sky, covering the entire inner academy in a layer of obscure silver yarn-like cover. Xiao Yan sat cross-legged on the bed within his room, training continuously. Threads of energy surfaced from his natural surroundings before finally pouring unceasingly into his body. Xiao Yan Gege, are you asleep? A soft knock suddenly appeared after the training progressed for nearly an hour. Xun Er's gentle voice was immediately transmitted into the room. Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes and glanced with uncertainty toward the door before speaking with a smile, "Come in." The door emitted a sound as it was pushed open and a green-clothed young lady slowly walked in. Under the reflection of the faint moonlight from the window at her side, her elegant and beautiful face caused others to involuntarily revel in it. The young lady's tall body stood prettily in front of Xiao Yan. The faint delicate fragrance that came floating over caused Xiao Yan to feel a throbbing in his heart. Without realizing it, that small follower who had wondered about behind him back then had now become watery and moving. Xiao Yan came down from the bed. His gaze stared at her exquisite watery-like spring pupils. His gaze had quietly become a little passionate as he gently asked, "Is there something?" A shallow redness surfaced over Xun Er's white delicate face as she appeared to have sensed the fiery passionate gaze being transmitted from Xiao Yan's eyes. This little girl's appearance was completely different from the indifferent manner she usually displayed. It could not be denied that Xun Er possessed extraordinary charm at this moment. The fiery passion in Xiao Yan's eyes gradually became increasingly richer. A man and a woman in a room alone in the dead of night appeared to easily provoke a person into thinking of things that were not proper. As Xiao Yan's eyes grew increasingly passionate, the embarrassed redness on Xun Er's face also became much richer. A moment later, she suddenly took out a black-colored scroll from her storage ring and stuffed it into Xiao Yan's hands. After which, she turned around and fled. However, Xiao Yan's hand and eyes were fast as he grabbed the latter's clean white jade-like wrist and pulled slightly. Under the young lady's exclamation, Xiao Yan pulled her into his embrace. The lovely body knocked into Xiao Yan's hug. As she sensed the warmth that was transmitted over from beyond her clothes, the bashful redness on Xun Er's face could basically spill water. After quietly struggling for a moment, she could only give up a pointless resistance as her voice became as tiny as a mosquito, "Don't." Xiao Yan's hand quietly hugged her narrow waist, which could not even support one full embrace. That comfortable feeling of contact caused Xiao Yan's heart to be filled with joy. He lowered his head and eyed Xun Er, who was bashfully red. He teasingly said, "I say, girl, you have come to my room in the middle of the night. Tell me honestly. What is your motive?" "The thief that cries thief." Xun Er raised her brows and softly muttered. Xiao Yan eyed her small pouting mouth, which revealed a little woman's grieved manner. His hand, which was hugging her delicate waist, involuntarily tightened. A hand lifted her smooth chin as his gaze overflowed with a thread of desire. He eyed her mouth-watering, little, sleek, red mouth under Xun Er's widened watery eyes. His head slowly lowered. Xiao Yan Gege. You must keep this thing well." The face of Xun Er, who clearly knew what Xiao Yan wanted to do, expressed a redness that was becoming increasingly richer. Her heart beat rapidly. When the other party's breath pounced on her face, she suddenly took the black-colored scroll that she had just stuffed into Xiao Yan's hand and hurriedly lifted it. She coincidentally blocked the space between their two faces, which were about to make contact with each other. Xiao Yan could only cease his movement after being blocked by the scroll. He extended his hand and took the black-colored scroll. Xun Er sighed in relief only after sensing Xiao Yan's actions. However, besides sighing in relief, there appeared to be a hesitant feeling in her heart. Just as Xun Er's gaze was flickering, Xiao Yan, who had received the scroll, randomly stored it into his storage ring. His hands softly held Xun Er's face under her stunned gaze. After which, a face that carried a smile swiftly magnified in her eyes. The two faces that contained embarrassment and a smile swiftly approached each other within this quiet room. After which, they touched. A pair, a tall man and woman, were in a tight embrace under the moonlight. Each of them released the fiery passion within their hearts. The kiss between the two of them was somewhat unfamiliar and awkward. However, for a man and woman who had tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time, it was undoubtedly the most ecstatic moment of their lives. The faces which touched took a long while before they parted. When they finally did, they both carried a heavy panting sound. Xiao Yan licked his mouth and lowered his head to eye the young lady in his embrace. His heart, which had originally quieted a little, immediately leaped wildly. At this moment, threads of black hair dangled in front of the forehead of the young lady in his embrace. Her pupils, which were always filled with a smile for him, appeared to contain a little feeling of love. Those pupils were like waves of spring water, which contained a bewitching feeling amid her purity. Under this attraction, Xiao Yan could even sense a fiery heat gradually brewing within Xiao Yan's lower abdomen. The bodies of these two people were basically stuck together. Hence, Xiao Yan had merely displayed a slight action when Xun Er, who was snag-led weakly in his embrace, fled like a shocked deer. She hurriedly stepped away from Xiao Yan's embrace and said with an embarrassed red face, "Xiao Yan Geg, don't be a rogue." Xiao Yan laughed when he saw Xun Er in this manner. He could only withdraw the desire in his heart. Once again, he licked his mouth and savored the ecstatic softness earlier. A smile at the corner of his lips involuntarily expanded. Xun Er's face was bright red upon seeing this proud manner of Xiao Yan. She viciously rolled her eyes at him. However, after experiencing such intense emotions, even this dirty look appeared exceptionally bewitching. Xiao Yan once again smiled. He was also someone who would leave things be. He knew that this girl was a little too shy over that manner. Therefore, he ceased teasing and lazily sat on a soft chair in one corner. He randomly took out the black-colored scroll that Xun Er had handed over earlier. His eyes drifted over it, only to have the surprise on his face become denser. The scroll was completely black in color, but its luster was extremely dark and solemn. If one were to look at it carefully, one would even be able to discover that this scroll emitted an extremely faint black glow. Moreover, various kinds of unusual lines were drawn above the scroll. They wrapped all around, just like tadpole writing, e-script, which was complex and unpredictable. Tadpole writing, e-script, a complex form of ancient writing which looks somewhat like tadpole. The black-colored scroll flipped over his hand. Xiao Yan was once again stunned to realize that the substance the scroll was created with was a little strange. There was not a spot where one could open it. Its entire body was just like a bamboo scroll and was completely different from an ordinary scroll. "What is this?" Xiao Yan raised his head doubtfully as he waved the scroll in his hand toward Xun Er and asked. At this moment, the flush redness on Xun Er's face became much paler. However, there was still a little embarrassment visible. She took repeated steps and gently shifted to Xiao Yan's side before smiling while saying, "A scroll containing a Dou technique. However, one must be at the Dou Wan class before one can open it." Xiao Yan's hand trembled upon hearing this. He nearly dropped the scroll in his hand onto the ground. A Dou technique that required the strength of a Dou wine before it can be opened? This was something that he had met for the first time. What class is this Dou technique? The smile on Xiao Yan's face gradually withdrew as he inquired seriously. "Won't Xiao Yan Gege know when you open it?" Xun Er shook her head and avoided Xiao Yan's question. "This thing is too valuable," Xiao Yan knit his brows. However, before he had finished speaking, a pair of resentful eyes were shot over from his side, causing him to stop his mouth in an awkward manner. "Since we were children, Xiao Yan Gege has never accepted anything from Xun Er." Xun Er softly sighed. All right, I will accept it." Xiao Yan laughed bitterly upon seeing Xun Er's resentful manner. He hesitated for a moment and nodded his head. He was an alpha male, and it was difficult for him to accept it in short notice when Xun Er suddenly took out something this extraordinary. "Remember, you must wait until you enter the Dou Wan class before you can open it and practice it. Otherwise, it will end up being detrimental to you instead," Xun Er reminded in a soft voice. Her resentful face immediately revealed a beautiful smile when she saw that Xiao Yan had accepted the scroll. "Yes." Xiao Yan nodded his head. His eyes were shining as he studied the green-clothed young lady opposite of him. Xun Er's pretty face stared intently at Xiao Yan. After which, she said in an extremely serious low voice, "Additionally, Xiao Yan Gege, you must definitely remember Xun Er's words regarding the Dou Qi ancient god's jade. Otherwise, you will end up in extremely great trouble. Now, you still do not have the strength to possess it. Hence, you must definitely not leak news about it." Xiao Yan did not dare to joke as he eyed the serious manner of Xun Er. He simply nodded gently. "Coco, in that case, Xun Er will return to my room first. Xiao Yan Gege, have a good rest. There is still a great intense battle tomorrow." Xun Er gave Xiao Yan a sweet smile after saying this before immediately walking out of the door. Xiao Yan frowned slightly as he watched Xun Er's back, which had disappeared. For some unknown reason, he kept having the feeling that the recent Xun Er was a little strange, repeatedly leaving instructions for some things. Perhaps I am thinking too much? Xiao Yan moved his hand after shutting the door. The black-colored scroll once again appeared in his hand. In a deep voice, he asked, "Teacher, can you see what kind of skill is in this scroll?" "No, there is a special seal on top of the scroll. One has to forcefully break it open, otherwise, no one will know what Dou technique is inside." Yao Lao's voice sounded not long later. "However, with that identity and background of this little girlfriend of yours, a Dou technique that causes her to attach such importance to is definitely not an ordinary thing." Xiao Yan nodded quietly. A flicker slowly flashed in his eyes before he finally let out a soft sigh. "Xiao Jia, you have given that thing to young Master Xiao Yan?" Ling Ying was somewhat stunned as he eyed the young lady in front of him within a room that contained a delicate fragrance. Those watery eyes of hers still revealed a faint embarrassment that was difficult to sense. Xun Er merely randomly nodded her head in the face of Ling Ying's question. That manner was as though the thing that she had gave was merely an ordinary item. "That is something that the clan head took great pains to." Ling Ying smiled bitterly as he spoke. "This generosity. Xiao Yan Gege is more suitable for it than me." Xun Er replied with a faint smile. She immediately waved her hand and said, "Old Ling, don't let others know about this matter. Even father cannot know. This, all right." Ling Ying merely hesitated for a moment before sighing helplessly. His body immediately twitched, turning into a shadow that disappeared into the darkness. "Xiao Yan Gege, Xun Er has done all that she can do. It is up to you to navigate the path of a strong person. Hopefully, when we meet again in the future, you will be able to become a truly strong person. So strong that Xun Er could only look up to you." Xun Er held the warm teacup as her soft words quietly sounded within her heart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 572, Contesting for the Top 10. Chapter 572, Contesting for the Top 10. Night slowly elapsed under the flow of time. When the last sliver of the moon disappeared from the horizon, a faint light began to expel the darkness of the land. Following the first rays of sunlight scattering into the inner academy, the quiet atmosphere immediately announced its disappearance. Today was the day that the top 10 of the strong-ranking grand competition were to be determined. With the progression of the grand competition up to this point, it could basically be said that it had entered a true climax. All the students of the inner academy were awaiting the new top 10 experts on the strong ranking to be chosen. The spacious stadium was crowded by many people in an extremely short period of time. A passionate, noisy sound repeatedly reverberated by everyone's ears. That fiery hot atmosphere infected everyone who entered the arena. By the time Xiao Yan and the others had arrived at the tall platform, the place had already become overcrowded. Over half of the competitors had been eliminated after the 2 days of elimination, but it was extremely good for those people to observe a match at such a high level even if they could no longer participate. At this moment, Xiao Yan had undoubtedly become the biggest dark horse in this season's strong-ranking grand competition. He already possessed the qualification to charge into the top 10 after having merely entered the inner academy less than a year ago. This strength was sufficient to cause an ordinary person to be shocked. Hence, he attracted many gazes the moment he had entered. Ignoring the gazes from all around, Xiao Yan's group arrived at the seats they had occupied yesterday before sitting down. They conversed and smiled with one another while waiting for the competition to begin. Xiao Yan's group had just sat down when a small lovely figure strangely appeared in front of them. A long pale purple ponytail and a cute carved jade appearance possessed quite a great lethality toward both male and female. Ziyan continued smiling quietly at Xiao Yan the moment she appeared. Xiao Yan glanced at Ziyan in front of him, who had disappeared for an entire day. His face was immediately filled with surprise. At this moment, the latter's clothes were a little tattered. Bruises actually covered her delicate hand and arm. "What did you do?" Xiao Yan could not help but ask when he saw this pitiful manner of Ziyan. "I have roamed around within the deep mountains and found a spiritual medicine that caught my eye after much difficulty. In the end, I met a Dou Huang-class magical beast guarding it. I fought with it. I couldn't beat it, so I fled back." Ziyan twitched her lips and said in an uninterested manner. Xiao Yan and the others did not know how to react upon hearing this at first. This girl was indeed abnormal. She actually dared to go and find trouble with a Dou Huang-class magical beast. It really was the case of the young being fearless. "She, that fellow, didn't fare much better than me. It received some firm punches from me and was beaten until its skin broke to reveal raw flesh." When she saw Xiao Yan's expression, Ziyan immediately became unhappy as she sneered. Xiao Yan raised his brows. He did not think that Ziyan was lying. Although her strength was that of a Dou Wang on the surface, that strange strength of hers was so frightening that it caused one's hair to stand. It was likely that even the strong body a magical beast would not be unharmed after being struck by a full-force punch. Hee, Xiao Yan, shall we go together the next time around? I will hold back that fellow, and you can go and take the spiritual medicine. Ziyan suddenly came forward and stopped with her face close to Xiao Yan's. She made a suggestion as she laughed. Xiao Yan immediately rolled his eyes weakly when he heard these words. The last time around, he had spent a great amount of effort just to deal with a Dou Wang-class snow demon sky ape. Was it not asking him to seek bitterness by getting him to deal with a Dou Huang class? Xiao Yan carelessly dealt with it with a couple sentences. He immediately sensed commotion had occurred in the surrounding atmosphere and turned his head in surprise. The figures of Lin Xiaoya and his group had appeared at the entrance of the stadium. As the most dazzling star in the inner academy, the commotion which he stirred was naturally even greater than that of Xiao Yan earlier. The numerous gazes that had suddenly shifted truly caused one to sense the kind of unmovable reputation and status he had within the inner academy. The moment Lin Xiaoya and the others entered, they directly rushed toward the position where Xiao Yan was at. Hopefully, we will not meet each other as the 6 people that are selected today. I don't wish to meet you at such a pivotal moment. A hearty laugh was transmitted into Xiao Yan's ear before Lin Xiaoya arrived in person. His voice viewed Xiao Yan extremely seriously, causing those in the crowd around them to throw a surprised gaze toward Xiao Yan. The people in the inner academy who could be viewed this seriously by Lin Xiaoya were existences as rare a unicorn horn or a phoenix feather. If that is really the case, I'm afraid that I am the one who is unlucky. Xiao Yan laughed. He similarly did not wish to meet with Lin Xiaoya at such a moment. His target was merely the top 10. As long as he could successfully enter the top 10, then he would no longer have anything to fear. At that time, he would also not need to worry about meeting an extremely troublesome opponent. Who would dare cause you to be unlucky with me protecting you? An old-fashioned voice sounded from behind Xiao Yan. Immediately, Ziyan leaped onto her chair and looked down from a higher vantage point as she patted Xiao Yan's shoulders. She immediately stared at Lin Xiaoya disdainfully. 2 small fists were pressed against each other as she said, "Brat, it is best that we don't meet up later. Otherwise, even if you jump down from the arena, I will also chase after you and beat you up." Ziyan, who had suddenly jumped up, caused the smile on Lin Xiaoya's face to be greatly withdrawn. He spoke in an embarrassed manner, that is only natural. Who in this inner academy can oppose Senior Ziyan? Consider yourself sensible. Ziyan smiled proudly. She was just thinking of piling up some vicious words when Xiao Yan at her side hurriedly pulled at her ponytail and got her down from the chair. He ignored her struggle as he pressed her behind him before shrugging his shoulders and smiling bitterly to Lin Xiaoya. Lin Xiaoya was dumbfounded as he watched Ziyan, who was forcefully pressed behind Xiao Yan. Although she was struggling, it was clear that it was merely just like a little child misbehaving. Since when did this brute force queen not get angry after being treated in this manner by others? If this was in the past, whoever dared press down on her head would likely be captured and beaten until their face was black and blue even if they fled to the outer academy. What kind of medicine did this little fellow Xiao Yan give the brute force queen? He is actually able to have such a good relationship with her? Lin Xiaoya muttered a little within his heart and did not dare to stop for long. If Ziyan was to point at his nose and curse loudly at this place, it was likely that everyone would quietly laugh even though they knew the terror of this little girl. Hence, he swiftly spoke a couple of sentences to Xiao Yan before hurriedly leading some people to their seats. Xiao Yan's group could not resist smiling as they watched Lin Xiaoya beat a hasty retreat. It was really unexpected that this fellow with the most dazzling reputation within the inner academy would actually be this fearful of Ziyan. It really was the case of one being subduing another. Another very respected competitor, Dou Qi, also entered the stadium not long after Lin Xiaoya arrived. Originally, his path also required him to walk past the spot in front of Xiao Yan's group. However, his sharp eyes caught sight of that little girl with a pale purple ponytail seated beside Xiao Yan the moment he entered the arena. His expression changed a little without leaving any trace. Immediately, he took a turn nonchalantly and bypassed Xiao Yan's group. Although this change in Dou Qi's route was extremely obscure, it was still discovered by some sharp-eyed people. Immediately, they could not help but laugh. All of these top people within this inner academy had lost the bearing that a strong person should have in front of this cute little girl. The number of people in the stadium also increased as time flowed by. Noisy voices were mixed together before climbing to the clouds. Once the elders on the judges' seats also took their seats, a gong sound finally reverberated in the stadium. The moment the gong sounded, the noisiness that had spread throughout the arena slowly fell. Numerous gazes were thrown toward the judges' seats. Su Qian arranged his clothes in front of the attention of the entire stadium. He slowly stood up and said in loud clear voice, "After 2 days of elimination, there are still 13 people remaining in the strong ranking grand competition. In order to enter the top 10, there must be 3 people who are eliminated today. According to the rules of the grand competition, we will randomly pick 6 people to compete. The winners will enter the top 10 while those who lose can only be ranked behind. The moment Su Qian's voice sounded, he took out a bamboo cylinder and placed it in front of him. There were 13 paper lots within the cylinder. The 13 paper lots have the names of the last 13 competitors. I will randomly pick those 6 people who need to compete. The atmosphere in the stadium had become more tense following the introduction of the bamboo cylinder. Many people stared in an unblinking manner at the judges' seats. The deciding factor of the top 10 names were all determined by this. Su Qian slowly drew a piece of paper in front of everyone's gazes. He took a glance before immediately reading out loud, Yan Hao. As Su Qian's voice sounded, everyone could clearly see Yan Hao's face abruptly tighten on the tall platform. The next name that is drawn will be Yan Hao's opponent to determine who will enter the top 10. Su Qian once again drew a piece of paper as he spoke in an indifferent manner. He immediately opened it and his gaze drifted over it. He said, Qian Mo. Numerous gazes followed the voice and turned toward a somewhat fat man on the tall platform. Qian Mo was ranked 8th on the strong ranking and had an extremely great strength. He was also at the peak of the Dou Ling class like Yan Hao. However, if they were to really fight, he was much weaker than Yan Hao. Hence, the moment Qian Mo heard his opponent was Yan Hao, his brows immediately knit together. Su Qian ignored the gazes in the stadium. He continued drawing a piece of paper and opened it, only to be startled. Immediately, he shook his head somewhat helplessly. Zi Yan. Hua, clamor. The moment the name sounded, even Lin Xiaoya, Lu Qing, and the others on the tall platform abruptly raised their hearts. Su Qian clearly understood their emotion. He quietly smiled and slowly drew the lot that would cause someone to be extremely depressed. Qin Jin. Who, everyone on the tall platform let out a long breath. Immediately, their faces carried a sympathetic look as they eyed a pale-faced man. This pitiful fellow. Even though he was ranked 6th on the strong ranking, it was likely that there would not be the slightest tension when meeting that brute force queen. The last lot. Su Qian shook his hand from the judges' seats. A paper lot was sucked into his palm before he slowly opened it and opened his mouth with some surprise. Lu Qing. The entire stadium was once again silent. Some people muttered in their heart. Looks like there will be another unlucky fellow appearing. Lu Qing's expression did not fluctuate even a little. As long as his opponent was not Zi Yan, he would not be the least bit afraid even if he were to meet Lin Xiaoya at this point. Seemingly in an attempt to increase everyone's anticipation, Su Qian slowly took out the final lot. He waved it toward everyone before laughing softly and opening it. Soon after this, the smile on his face was withdrawn and he was completely stunned. The hearts of everyone in the stadium were like that of cat claws when they saw this manner of his. Su Qian finally recovered a moment later. His gaze was slowly thrown toward a spot on the tall platform and helplessly shook his head. Xiao Yan. The entire stadium was silent. Under a wave of regretful sighs, they immediately eyed the black-robed, young man on the tall platform with brows knit together. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 573, The Contest Between the Novice Dark Horse and a Veteran Expert. Chapter 573, The Contest Between the Novice Dark Horse and a Veteran Expert. Everyone on the tall platform looked at each other. It was really unexpected that the biggest dark horse would meet a true tiger that would block his path at such a critical juncture. It was likely that only Zi Yan and Lin Xiaoya possessed the strength to fight Lu Qing in the inner academy. Although Xiao Yan's performance in the 2 battles earlier had been impeccable, there was undoubtedly still an extremely large gap when compared to a true peak expert on the strong ranking like Lu Qing. This Xiao Yan can be considered to be unlucky, Yan Hao sighed as he spoke to Lin Xiaoya beside him. Han Yu also knit her brows slightly. Although she already held a high opinion of Xiao Yan's strength, she had no choice but to admit that there was still a big gap when one truly compared him with a strong person like Lu Qing. Lin Xiaoya's expression was calm. No one knew what he was thinking. It was a long while later before he softly spoke, we should come to the conclusion after the match. Although I also think that the chances of Xiao Yan losing are high, I also cannot deny that he similarly has some chance of victory. His match with Lu Qing, it is difficult to say. The few people by his side nodded slightly. Their gazes involuntarily swept toward Lu Qing's position. At this moment, the forehead of the latter also displayed extremely faint surprise. However, he did not reveal too much of an emotional fluctuation. His mind was calm, appearing similar to Lin Xiaoya. Compared to Lu Qing's calmness, Lu Fei beside him had nearly involuntarily leaped up and cheered loudly. The defeat of Yao Shang at Xiao Yan's hands yesterday had caused her to hold back a stomach full of anger. Originally, she was cursing Xiao Yan in hope that he would meet her brother Lu Qing in the competition, but it was really unexpected that the latter was really this unlucky to collide with Lu Qing in this most crucial match. This pleasant surprise that had suddenly appeared caused her to proudly spit out a word in her heart: retribution. Ugh. Wu Hao patted Xiao Yan's shoulders somewhat helplessly. He wanted to say something only to realize that he had nothing to say. He could only let out a sigh. Hey, Xiao Yan, why don't I help you beat up Lu Qing until he cannot turn up for the match? That way, you can advance directly. Ziyan swung her purple-colored ponytail as she waved her fist toward Xiao Yan and said, Please, can you have a little more confidence in me? Xiao Yan shook his head with a bitter smile. He rubbed Ziyan's head and looked all around him, discovering that with the exception of Xun Er, the expressions of the others were somewhat solemn. He could not help but laugh helplessly. Although my opponent is Lu Qing, you all don't need to show this kind of wailing manner, no? The match has yet to even begin. Wu Hao and the others could only forcefully smile when they heard this. They knew just how importantly Xiao Yan viewed the top 10 positions. Now that such an event, that left one helpless, had appeared at the most critical juncture, it was likely that Xiao Yan was also extremely frustrated. Xiao Yan did not know whether to laugh or cry as he eyed these people who appeared even more dispirited than him. Although Lu Qing was very strong, no one knew who would end up victorious if they were to really go all out in fight. If he were to completely unleash everything with his current strength, forget about an elite Dou Huang, Xiao Yan would even be able to cause a Dou Huang to be in an extremely miserable state. After all, once a true large-scale angry Buddha lotus flame was unleashed, the destructive force that caused even Yao Lao to be extremely shocked was not something simple. Of course, the side effect of a large-scale angry Buddha lotus flame was far too great. Unless it was a life-and-death situation, Xiao Yan would not easily use it. This thing was also his true last hidden trump card. The private conversations in the stadium continued for a while before everyone once again threw their gazes back to the judges' seats. Su Qian's gaze slowly withdrew from the spot where Xiao Yan was at. In his heart, he could only hope that this young man, who controlled a heavenly flame at such a young age, would once again be able to display a miracle and charge into the top 10 even after being blocked by a strong person like Lu Qing. The first match, Yan Hao, Qian Mo. As Su Qian's soft cry sounded, the atmosphere in the stadium suddenly turned away from Xiao Yan's misfortune. Numerous gazes were thrown toward those two fellows on the tall platform. Yan Hao was the first to stand up under the eyes of all the people. The expression of this man, whose figure was not any thinner than Lu Qing, did not change as he walked to the edge of the tall platform. After which, he leaped down and landed heavily in the arena. Once Yan Hao entered the arena, that somewhat fat Qian Mo also helplessly stood up. After which, the fat on his entire body shook as he came to the edge of the tall platform. The muscles on his body shrank and a faint wind agglomerated around his body. Immediately, that large body slowly drifted down into the arena like a balloon in front of the stunned audience. He actually practices wind affinity Dou Qi. Countless of people involuntarily wiped their cold sweat. The elegant and agile wind affinity Dou Qi really had a completely different feeling to it when it was used by this person in this manner. Although his other appearance was not too elegant, everyone understood in their hearts that a person who was able to occupy a spot in the top 10 of the strong ranking was a person with extremely frightening strength. One would definitely lose some blood if one were to judge a book by its cover. The atmosphere in the viewing gallery immediately became fiery hot as the two people entered the arena. The two of them were existences within the top 10 on the strong ranking. It must be said that this fight could be considered to be extremely exciting. After a soft, "Let the match begin" by Su Qian, the two people in the arena immediately drew their weapons. Yan Hao's weapon was still that dark black enormous metal hammer, while Qian Mo bared a circular sawtooth golden-colored item from his storage ring under everyone's stunned gazes. The circular yellow-colored sawtooth disc was merely the size of a palm. However, the numerous sharp sawteeth on its edge faintly contained a cold penetrating glow. It is rumored that this weapon of Qian Mo is called Golden Sawtooth Disc. It has shocking momentum when thrown. Moreover, it is extremely accurate and vicious. If 10 of these golden sawtooth discs were to be thrown out together, it would be something that would really cause one to have a headache. Wu Hao softly spoke to Xiao Yan from the side. Oh? Xiao Yan lifted his brows in a somewhat interested manner. He did not expect that this fatty actually had such an unexpected tactic. It appeared that those who were able to enter the top 10 did indeed have some skill. Qian Mo cupped his hands toward Yan Hao while the viewing gallery was engaged in waves of private conversations. He laughed dryly. "Big brother Yan, you must be a little gentler when you strike. If that black metal hammer of yours were to smash down, this body of mine would immediately become a pile of mincemeat." "Don't give me that nonsense. Fat Qian, it has been a long time since I met you. I wonder just how much stronger that golden sawtooth disc is compared to the past. Yan Hao scolded with a smile. He waved the black metal hammer in his hand. The sharp rushing sound of wind caused the people in the viewing platform around to involuntarily cover their ears. The fat flesh on Chen Mo's face twitched as he laughed out loud. His expression immediately became solemn as he held a golden sawtooth disc in his right hand. Dense Dou Qi surged out explosively from his body as waves of rotating wind formed around him. Finally, it agglomerated into the sawtooth disc under the former's control. Ha! A low voice suddenly sounded. Chen Mo's hand suddenly trembled and the golden sawtooth disc flickered and emitted a golden light, much like a golden bolt of lightning. It shot explosively toward Yan Hao. The golden-colored disc's speed was so quick that it was terrifying. Everyone could vaguely see a golden-colored line flash across their eyes when the lightning struck Yan Hao. Bang! The dark black metal hammer viciously smashed against the ground. Immediately, a thick arm-sized crack line swiftly spread on the ground. Waves of extremely powerful dark yellow energy shot out from the crack lines and coincidentally struck the golden yellow lightning, smashing it until it charged directly into the sky. Again! There are still 9 cycles of the 10-cycle Chen. Ha ha! Yan Hao laughed out loud. The Dou Qi in his body flowed swiftly. The skin on the surface of his body had turned into a rock-like state at this moment, emitting a grayish-white color. Qian Mo laughed bitterly inside. Yan Hao's Dou Qi belonged to the ground affinity type. Moreover, it was the extremely rare rock Dou Qi. This kind of Dou Qi would enable the practitioner's body to turn as hard as rock, which coincidentally restrained his golden sawtooth discs. Qian Mo was suppressed by Yan Hao both in terms of strength and affinity. It looks like it is very difficult for him to be victorious. Moreover, using the golden sawtooth discs consumes a lot of Dou Qi. With his strength, he is merely able to display 10 strong attacks. Hence, Qian Mo also has a nickname within the inner academy called 10-cycle Qian. But Wu Hao appeared like a commentator as he repeatedly explained to Xiao Yan the various names that the latter had not heard of. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. These kinds of golden sawtooth discs were not very suitable for this kind of open competition. The place where its entire strength could be displayed should be when it was used as a sneak attack. Just imagine, if 1 or 2 such golden sawtooth discs were to be shot out suddenly and unexpectedly from a corner when one was walking in the mountain forest, would it not cause one to have a headache and be frightened? Qian Mo was also clear of his own weakness within the arena. However, he did not have any other choice. Back then, his teacher had already said that if he were to become an assassin, it was likely that he would fare very well. However, if he were to face a fight head-on, his fighting strength would be greatly reduced. One after another, incomparably sharp golden sawtooth discs shot out explosively from Qian Mo's hands in a lightning-like manner. However, regardless of how tricky he was, they did not have much of an effect on Yan Hao. This was because the latter had basically used all his Dou Qi on his defense. Even if Yan Hao was occasionally unable to block a disc, the sharp golden sawtooth discs would merely leave behind a long pale white scar on his body. Although using all his Dou Qi to defend in this manner was extremely exhausting, it was much better when compared to Qian Mo's usage of the golden sawtooth discs. Therefore, this battle of the two of them was basically fighting to see whose Dou Qi was more powerful. This fight where one party was attacking and the other party was defending may be extremely interesting in the eyes of some ordinary students, but it was somewhat boring for Xiao Yan and the others. This was because all of them knew that Qian Mo had already descended into a disadvantage in this match. This was because the full force of his attack was unable to break the full strength of Yan Hao's defense. After the match continued for nearly half an hour, Qian Mo finally helplessly waved his hands. He stored the last 2 golden sawtooth discs in his hands away and immediately admitted defeated in front of the stunned gazes all around him. Qian Mo's admission of his loss was within the expectations of Xiao Yan and the others. After waiting for a short while, the second match also followed. Ziyan vs Qinzhen. A match where the disparity of strength was even greater. Ziyan flashed and entered the arena at the first opportunity. Yesterday, her heart was filled with a fiery anger because of that Dou Huang class magical beast. Now, she anxiously needed someone to help vent her anger. Therefore, the moment she entered the arena, she drew up her sleeves. Her dark black large eyes viciously swept over the tall platform. The many people on the tall platform shrank their necks as they eyed this manner of Ziyan. Their hearts repeatedly mourned for Qinzhen. However, Qinzhen did not show himself after Ziyan had descended into the arena. Just as everyone became somewhat impatient, a weak voice finally sounded. Qinzhen said that he has a stomachache and cannot participate in the competition. The entire stadium was silent. Immediately, they felt at a loss. This was too comical, no? Xiao Yan and the others rubbed their somewhat stiff faces. Just what did Ziyan do in the past? She actually caused all these experts on the strong ranking to be this worried or even fearful. Su Qian and the other elders also helplessly shook their heads. However, they did not blame anyone. They similarly clearly understood that Zi Yan was basically a monster-like existence on the strong ranking. Even someone like Lin Xiaoya and Lu Qing would not dare to pluck the tiger's whiskers, much less anyone else. Since Qingjin has admitted defeat, let's start the last fight for the top 10 position. Su Qian stood up, let out a cough before immediately speaking in a slow manner. As Su Qian words fell, the numerous gazes in the stadium immediately turned to the tall platform. Finally, they stopped on Xiao Yan's and Lu Qing's bodies. The third match today was likely the one everyone anticipated the most. The contest between the novice dark horse and the veteran expert. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 574, Seething. Chapter 574, Seething. The entire stadium was silent. The gazes of everyone were all gathered on the two people on the tall platform. Lu Qing was the first to move under the observation of everyone. He slowly stood up and immediately strode to the edge of the tall platform under Lu Fei's worshipping gaze. Finally, his body flashed and leaped down. Lu Qing's legs stomped heavily onto the arena. He raised his head, and his gaze turned toward the position where Xiao Yan was located. His eyes had some fieriness within them. The opponent that he viewed the most highly within this strong-ranking grand competition was Lin Xiaoya. He did not view any other competitors too seriously. However, the significantly strong fighting strength that Xiao Yan had displayed during these past 2 days was also able to cause a strong person like Lu Qing to pay attention and view him a little more seriously. Being able to fight with this dark horse that had caught the most attention before his fight with Lin Xiaoya was much like having an appetizer before the big meal. Hence, his interest in this match was quite great. As Lu Qing entered the arena, all the gazes in the stadium immediately gathered onto Xiao Yan alone. Many people wanted to know whether this new student dark horse would be able to maintain his continuous victory like he did in the past now that he was faced with Lu Qing, a veteran top expert. Wu Hao and the others helplessly shook their heads as they sensed the focus of the entire stadium. They immediately turned their heads to watch Xiao Yan beside them. Xiao Yan's expression did not change under the focus of the entire stadium. He did not even feel a little fear because his opponent was Lu Qing. He stood up and slowly walked to the edge of the tall platform. Xiao Yan Geg, all the best. Xun Er's gentle encouragement was transmitted from behind him. Xiao Yan did not turn his head around. He merely waved his hand behind him as his toes pressed on the ground. A faint silver glow surfaced under his feet as his body immediately flashed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in that spacious arena. Xiao Yan's feet gently stepped onto the arena. He raised his head and his gaze coincidentally intertwined with Lu Qing on the opposite side. For eyes studied each other and some unknown feelings were mixed in their eyes. From Xiao Yan's perspective, he had been doing his utmost to avoid colliding head-on with a strong person like Lu Qing or Lin Xiaoya because he must enter the top 10. The plan for the fallen heartflame was far too important to him. He must ensure that nothing would go wrong. Therefore, he had been adopting the attitude of avoidance whenever he could. Now, however, there was nowhere to run. This caused a true fiery hot fighting intent to appear in his heart. Although Xiao Yan's desire for a fight was not as crazy as Wu Hao or the others, he would still feel the surge of fighting intent within his heart when he met a truly strong person. Since I cannot avoid this current fight, I shall totally let go and fight. Xiao Yan let out a deep breath as he muttered in his heart. Hopefully, you will not disappoint me. Lu Qing suddenly opened his mouth as his gaze focused on Xiao Yan. His voice was somewhat suppressed, but it also contained his aura, carrying a taste of sharp tyrannity. I will naturally go all out. Xiao Yan smiled. His hand grabbed the ruler's hilt on his back as he abruptly drew it. The heavy ruler was tilted slightly to the ground, and a pressuring wind carrying a humming sound appeared. Lu Qing glanced at the heavy ruler in Xiao Yan's hand. Surprise flashed across his eyes. Since the time when Xiao Yan fought with Bai Chang, he knew that this enormous ruler may perhaps have some strangeness to it. Now that he was facing it personally and could hear the pressuring sound of wind being split, he could confirm in his heart that this black ruler in his opponent's hands was likely just like his mountain-splitting spear, extremely heavy. No wonder his attack increases instead of decreases when the heavy ruler leaves his hand. He actually carries the heavy ruler frequently and treats it as training. A strange thought flashed across his heart. Lu Qing could not help but have a little higher opinion of Xiao Yan. Being able to persevere in using this kind of method to train was something that only a person with a strong mental strength could do. While this thought revolved around his heart, Lu Qing did not immediately draw the mountain-splitting spear on his back that he had not used. His somewhat large hands were slowly extended out. They curled occasionally and widened at other times, forming numerous strange claw-like arcs. Don't say that I am underestimating you. I will only use the mountain-splitting spear on opponents who are qualified. I hope that you will possess this qualification. Lu Qing glanced at Xiao Yan and spoke faintly. One of his claw-like hands hacked in front of him abruptly. An invisible wind shot out, and left behind a couple of tiny dents on the ground. Xiao Yan smiled, but did not reply. Unless one displayed a strength that would truly cause their opponent to take him or her seriously, a person like Lu Qing, who possessed great strength, would not view you seriously. Xiao Yan thought that if it was not because he had quite a good performance in the few matches earlier, it was likely that Lu Qing would have been too lazy to even bother saying these words to him. The conversation of the two people in the arena was also transmitted to the viewing gallery at the edge. However, no one felt that Lu Qing was arrogant and haughty. Instead, they quietly praised him in their hearts. He was indeed worthy of the name Tyrant Spear Lu Qing. Who could beat him with such arrogance? This was the gap that was brought about by strength. If Lu Qing did not possess this kind of strength, it was likely that he would be scolded by others as being overly wild and presumptuous in their hearts when he voiced such words. On the high platform, Lu Fei's pretty face contained love and tenderness as she eyed the wide and heavy back that would cause people to feel extremely secure. That arrogant sharp aura caused her to be intoxicated with love. Humph, just watch carefully. Look at how elder cousin will defeat that fellow. Lu Fei suddenly let out a soft snort as she tilted her head and spoke to the somewhat pale-faced Yao Sheng beside her. Given Chief's strength, defeating Xiao Yan is naturally as easy as flipping his hand. No matter how he jumps, he is but a little worm who will ultimately have a hard time causing any large wave. Yao Sheng's gaze stared at Xiao Yan in the arena in a dark, cold manner. His defeat in the latter's hands this time around was quite a big blow to him. Hence, he, being a little narrow-minded, naturally placed all of the blame of the humiliation that he had received from his defeat onto Xiao Yan. As he spoke these words, however, he had forgotten about what that would make him, after having been beaten by a person whom he thought of as a worm. The pride on Lu Fei's face immediately became a little richer after Yao Sheng's words. Those pretty eyes swept across that green-clothed young lady on the opposite side of the tall platform who was elegantly seated. She clenched her silver teeth. The other party's appearance was something that she could not find any flaw with, even from the perspective of a woman. However, it was because of this perfection of the other party that she ultimately bore a grudge. The phrase, "women are jealous creatures," was completely true. As private conversations sounded from all over the tall platform, Su Qian waved his hand slightly from the audience seat. The voices of the entire stadium became much softer. Su Qian's gaze eyed the two people who were facing each other within the arena. Even with his strength, he could not help but form some anticipation. Although it appeared that there was a large gap between the two, this match still retained one suspense after another. Perhaps other people might think that Lu Qing had a higher chances of victory, but his many years of experience told him that Xiao Yan's chances of victory was likely not low. Even with his old sharp eyes, he was unable to see just who would win or lose this battle. Since the competitors have already arrived, then I will announce that this last match that determines the last name in the top 10 will officially begin. Su Qian's gaze looked all around him as his faint voice arrived slowly under the anticipation of the countless number of people. As Su Qian's voice fell, a boiling atmosphere immediately covered the entire stadium. Numerous fiery hot gazes were firmly focused on the two people in the arena. They clearly understood that this fight, which was perhaps the most exciting fight since the start of the grand competition, was about to begin. An extremely tyrannical aura suddenly erupted from Lu Qing's body within the arena after Su Qian's voice sounded. The strength of this aura was something that caused even the audience, who were a great distance away, to feel difficulty breathing. As a wave of pale golden Dou Qi surged out from Lu Qing's body, his large claw-like hands also appeared to once again expand a little at this moment. As his knuckles were slightly bent, they emitted a clear sound just like beans being crushed. The claw-like hands that were curled into a strange arc randomly tore at the air in front of him. Immediately, the air rippled and a partially visible air scar appeared in the area where his claw-like hands passed before being swiftly annihilated. Although many people had never faced it head-on, they were still able to feel a powerful suppression from the overbearing aura that Lu Qing emitted. Hence, there were quite a number of people who felt an admiration toward Xiao Yan, who maintained an expression as calm as an old well while standing in the arena. The seals were quickly formed on Xiao Yan's hands. An instant later, the green-colored flame surged out and the temperature which abruptly soared immediately spread and obstructed the powerful aura of Lu Qing. Skyfire 3 Mysterious Change, Green Lotus Change. The green-colored flame that spread all over his body emitted a suwa sound, and was withdrawn into his body as this low cry sounded within Xiao Yan's heart. Following the entrance of the flame into his body, Xiao Yan's aura also rose in correspondence. Although he was still unable to compare to Lu Qing, he was at least able to engage in a standoff with the latter and not appear too weak. Xiao Yan had displayed the Skyfire 3 mysterious flame before the fight had even begun. This was sufficient for one to see just how seriously he regarded Lu Qing. Of course, he also understood clearly in his heart that it was likely that he would be completely defeated in the first exchange if he did not use the Skyfire 3 mysterious change to raise his strength. After all, Lu Qing, who had taken half a step into the Dou Wang class, was much stronger than an ordinary peak-level Dou Ling. Xiao Yan sensed the powerful galloping wave like Dou Qi that flowed in a rumbling manner. He let out a long breath as his arms shook. His sleeves were just like metal pieces at this moment, emitting strange clang-clang sounds. The heavy ruler was tilted to the side as the green flame Dou Qi shrouded over it. An invisible, hot wind grilled the ground until it appeared dry. Xiao Yan's gaze slowly lifted. He eyed Lu Qing, who similarly had his Dou Qi wrapped around his body. Suddenly a low cry sounded in the arena. A faint rolling thunder was immediately emitted as a vague black shadow, dragging an enormous black ruler, carried a ferocious aura as it shot explosively toward the unmoving Lu Qing in front of a countless number of heated gazes. Xiao Yan actually dared to take the lead in launching an attack in a fight of such great disparity. Just this boldness caused many people to nod quietly. The dozens of meters of distance was covered in the blink of an eye. The two people instantly became close to each other within the arena. Their gazes were locked on each other, and their fighting intent, that could not be suppressed, finally completely erupted in a boiling manner. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 575, The Collision Between the Octane Blast and the Great Rift Coffin Splitting Claw. Chapter 575, The Collision Between the Octane Blast and the Great Rift Coffin Splitting Claw. The two human figures appeared to be like meteors colliding as they crashed under the gazes of the countless number of people. Monstrous Dou Qi ripples from the fallout were shot all over the place. Qi. The heavy ruler in his hand cut through the air much like a black-colored lightning bolt. It carried a ferocious wind that caused the air to distort. It violently hacked down toward the unmoving Lu Qing, who was like an imposing mountain. Under that powerful force, even the air under the ruler was completely expelled. A low sonic boom resounded, much like an underground explosion, oppressing and horrifying people. The powerful suppressing wind caused Lu Qing's clothes to be glued to his skin. However, his face did not move just because of the heavy ruler that came hacking over ferociously. His eyes indifferently watched the increasingly heavy ruler. When it was merely half a foot from his head, Lu Qing finally took a random gentle step to the left. The heavy ruler landed strongly, but it glanced past Lu Qing's arm narrowly as it fell. It did not have the slightest contribution. The instant that the attack missed, Lu Qing's left hand curled slightly. It immediately slapped to the left side in front of him. The seemingly careless slap by the handclaw slapped extremely accurately on the body of the ruler the instant the heavy ruler fell. Immediately, a powerful force surged out and slammed the heavy ruler until it flew over a foot away, which coincidentally blocked Xiao Yan's intention of immediately changing his attack stance. As the subsequent attack stance by the heavy ruler was cut off, the entire aura of Xiao Yan also delayed for the blink of an eye. Lu Qing completely grabbed the opportunity of this momentary pause, which was extremely difficult to discover. His palm faced the ground and was curled into a slight arc which was like an extremely sharp beast claw. His arm trembled and the sharp claw carried a cold wind as it smashed heavily toward Xiao Yan's chest. Xiao Yan also reacted in an instant as the heavy ruler was pushed aside. His left hand moved aside in a lightning-like manner. Powerful Dou Qi swiftly agglomerated over his fist as he clenched his 5 fingers. It was immediately thrown out violently and coincidentally collided together with that hand claw that was extending over explosively. Bang! A fist and a claw collided violently as a low, deep explosion suddenly appeared. A ripple force that caused the air to fluctuate continuously surged out before spreading in all directions. Thump thump. Xiao Yan's body shook intensely as his footsteps stepped back quickly. The extremely hard ground was filled with threads of crack lines each time one of his feet landed. This continued for quite a number of footsteps before a soft muffled snort softly sounded from Xiao Yan's throat. His right foot immediately stomped violently. The hard ground where it landed was instantly cracked, forming extremely small fragments. Xiao Yan completely resolved the force that was transmitted from his hand before raising his head with a serious expression. He eyed Lu Qing, who had merely took one step back. The other party's strength had steadily suppressed him in a head-on collision. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of somewhat cool air. His gaze stared intently at the expressionless Lu Qing on the opposite side. In his heart he clearly knew that the longer he dragged out the fight with this kind of person, a person with powerful strength and awfully rich combat experience, the greater it was to his disadvantage. Hence, if he wanted to greatly increase his chances of victory, he must obtain the greatest offensive effect in the shortest amount of time. Although Xiao Yan knew just what kind of fighting tactic was the most advantageous in his heart, he still felt somewhat of a headache. Lu Qing was not an ordinary opponent. As long as he revealed even the slightest bit of an opening, it was likely that he would be faced with a storm of wild attacks. He was waiting for the best opportunity to strike, and so was his opponent. The thing that caused him to be most depressed was that the other party had sufficient time to leisurely and quietly wait for Xiao Yan's strength to be exhausted. However, he on the other hand, must obtain a certain offensive effect within a certain period of time. Xiao Yan had undoubtedly fallen into a disadvantage under the comparison of this mentality. Xiao Yan laughed bitterly in his heart as he tossed those chaotic thoughts out of his mind. He tightly gripped the ruler's hilt as his gaze narrowed and eyed Lu Qing on the opposite side, who had similarly placed all his attention on him. A moment later, Xiao Yan's body suddenly leaned a little forward as his feet abruptly stepped on the ground. Immediately, he carried the extremely sharp sound of rushing wind. The pressure of the wind was great as a vague black shadow broke through the resistance of the air in a lightning-like manner and shot explosively toward Lu Qing. Xiao Yan's sudden ruler-throwing assault caused surprise to flash across Lu Qing's eyes. However, his expression did not change much. Both his hands were abruptly curled into a claw-like shape and his footsteps advanced instead of retreating. As a step fell suddenly, his somewhat large handclaw was wrapped by a pale golden Dou Qi. He extended a little below the vague black shadow that had suddenly appeared between his handclaws. Lu Qing's handclaws were wrapped by a pale golden Dou Qi as they abruptly grasped with force that lightning-like black shadow that had abruptly paused in midair. Although his handclaw grabbed the heavy ruler, Lu Qing's body was shaken by this powerful force until he took a couple continuous steps back. Only then did he completely resolve all the force caused by the heavy ruler. However, by being able to just rely on the strength of a claw to easily receive this heavy ruler at Xiao Yan, with enough force to shatter a mountain rock, it must be said that the strength of this fellow was really somewhat frightening. Lu Qing's 5 fingers were curled into a strange arc and all his fingers were coincidentally in contact with the heavy ruler. The couple of relay points and the powerful Dou Qi on his body was the reason he was able to receive Xiao Yan's attack in such an easy manner. As Lu Qing's handclaw gripped the heavy ruler, the frightening weight that it contained immediately caused Lu Qing's expression to change a little. Although he had already expected that this ruler would be quite heavy, he was somewhat surprised to discover that this ruler was even heavier than his own mountain-splitting spear now that he had. Surprise had just risen in his heart when astonishment quickly followed. This was because Lu Qing was somewhat shocked to realize that the Dou Qi that was originally flowing extremely smoothly within his body had suddenly become very sluggish after grabbing hold of the heavy ruler. This ruler is a little strange. A thought flashed across his heart in a lightning-like manner. Lu Qing's handclaws were basically relaxed at the same time. The heavy ruler powerlessly fell down after it was ceased being clamped onto. A slight low rolling thunder sound suddenly rang out the instant that the heavy ruler rolled down. Lu Qing frowned slightly. He instantly raised his head and a vague black shadow appeared within close vicinity in a strange ghost-like manner. The vague black shadow borrowed the instant that Lu Qing was absent-minded because of the heavy Xian ruler and approached him in an instant. Those 5 fingers were abruptly tightly clenched as the Dou Qi in his body wildly circulated at this instant. Octane Blast. A low cry suddenly sounded as Xiao Yan's fist violently smashed directly at Lu Qing. Along the way, the wind on his fist soared a couple of times as unceasing low, deep explosive sounds, like that of firecrackers, resonated by everyone's ears. An attack that was wilder and more vicious compared to any other caused Lu Qing's eyes to be slightly narrowed. He could sense that this incomparably ferocious attack by Xiao Yan was the powerful close-range attack that had defeated Bai Chang and Ya Shang. It is still a little lacking if you want to rely on this to defeat me. However, I want to see whether this close-range attack of yours can contend with my great rift coffin-splitting claw. A smile surfaced on his face as Lu Qing's handclaw suddenly curled into a strange arc. Pale golden Dou Qi lingered over the tip of his fingers. It expanded and shrank, carrying a dense chill. Great rift coffin-splitting claw. The claw faced the attack and the smile on Lu Qing's face was instantly withdrawn a moment later. His arm was extended as his hand claw shot out explosively. A shapeless wind formed a partially visible blowing arc in front of the claw. Its aura was extremely shocking and was not the least bit weaker than Xiao Yan's octane blast. Waves of exclamation sounded from the viewing gallery when they saw the 2 people in the arena who had actually chosen the most direct physical fight. Everyone was able to tell that the 2 people were quite accomplished in terms of close-quarters combat. However, they were similarly clearly aware that this kind of close-range physical combat was somewhat bloodier and more violent when compared to a fight between weapons. Of course, men did not have the slightest bit of discrimination toward this. This could be seen from the faces of the students that were suddenly filled with a red glow. Wu Hao and the others also tensed up their bodies at this moment. In this kind of physical combat, any carelessness would basically result in one ending up losing with serious injuries. Although they had great understanding of Xiao Yan's close-range combat, that Lu Qing was similarly an expert in this style. This close-range attack of Xiao Yan is likely of a class that is not lower than that of the Great Rift Coffin Splitting Claw. However, I don't know whether it will be able to defeat it in a head-on clash. Yao Hao eyed the wind that Xiao Yan carried somewhat seriously as he opened his mouth to speak. Lin Xiaoya's gaze did not blink as he eyed the arena. However, he slowly shook his head when he heard Yan Hao's words. I'm afraid that it won't. I have seen Xiao Yan display this kind of Dou technique a couple of times. Although its explosive force is extremely strong, the follow-up eruption after that cannot be compared to that of the Great Rift Coffin Splitting Claw. After all, Lu Qing has practiced this until he had truly reached the pinnacle level. If Lu Qing were to take down Xiao Yan's attack, the retaliation that follows might well result in Xiao Yan being in danger of losing. Wu Hao, Han Yu, and the couple of others beside him nodded when they heard this. Their gaze immediately carried a worry as they eyed the collision that had instantly erupted within arena. Under the countless number of gazes, the fist and claw, which respectively carried extremely strong destructive forces, finally collided with a bang. Bang, dot. The clear sound of an explosive force suddenly sounded in the arena. A ripple that could be called a storm suddenly erupted from the point of contact between the two of them. The ground repeatedly emitted an overwhelming cracking sound wherever it passed. Numerous crack lines began swiftly spreading from under the bodies of the two of them in a web-like manner. The destructive strength created by the forceful storm caused the sound of saliva being swallowed from the viewing gallery to appear one after another. This extremely pure physical strength actually had such a frightening destructive force. A fist and a claw appeared to have been adhered together within the arena as an invisible force repeatedly spread out from the feet of the two people. After which, everyone saw the extremely firm ground swiftly crack apart, turning into extremely tiny fragments before the fragments were finally shaken into powder at the end. Xiao Yan's eyes stared firmly at the expressionless Lu Qing. His arm trembled slightly at this instant. The resultant force from the head-on collision between the two had nearly caused his arm to descend into a numb state. His heart sank a little. This time around, the octane blast which had never failed in the past did not achieve much impact. Xiao Yan could sense that when the hidden force of the octane blast entered Lu Qing's body, it was shattered by an even more ferocious force. The force that was created from the octane blast was being swiftly reduced. On the other hand, the large hand claw that was tightly grabbing his hand did not show the slightest trace of relaxing. The eruption force is fair, but the follow-up is inadequate. At a certain moment, the rock statue like Lu Qing suddenly opened his mouth slowly and smiled toward Xiao Yan. He spoke softly, I'm afraid that it is over. Lu Qing's voice had just fell when his hand claw abruptly pressed down in a strange manner. Immediately, it broke past the hindrance of Xiao Yan's arm and shot toward the latter's chest. The claw's wind was incomparably sharp. Xiao Yan's defeat was basically certain should he be struck by it. However, Xiao Yan's left hand that had been left dangling was already prepared as it swiftly formed some seals. He smiled slightly as a hot green-colored flame surged out from his body. As the flame surfaced, a firm flame armor, that could not be destroyed, suddenly covered Xiao Yan's body. That may not be the case. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 576, Explode. Chapter 576, Explode. As Xiao Yan's laughter sounded, the green-colored flame on his body had instantly wrapped firmly around him until he had disappeared underneath the armor within the blink of an eye. Having been prepared, the agglomeration of Xiao Yan's flame armor was so fast that it was frightening. By the time Lu Qing's sharp handclaw suddenly came in close contact with Xiao Yan's body, the flame armor had already completely taken shape. Lu Qing's eyes shrank slightly at the flame armor that had suddenly appeared. Being in such close contact, the extremely hot temperature of the flame armor caused his body to faintly transmit a searing pain. His heart was immediately shocked. This fellow's green flame was indeed a little strange. I just want to see whether this armor of yours can truly defend against all attacks? The attack was imminent and it was too late for him to withdraw it. Hence, a coldness surged within Lu Qing's eyes as his attack charged forward instead of pulling back. The Dou Qi within his body surged wildly as a pale golden Dou Qi shot out an eye-piercing glow, isolating the hot temperature. Due to the stimulation of the Dou Qi in his body, Lu Qing's claw hand had instantly become sharper. Immediately, the sharp hand claw collided heavily with the flame armor. The two collided and the clang-clang sound of metal colliding immediately sounded within the arena. As the sound fell, one could see that the surface of that extremely firm armor had formed quite a deep dent. Xiao Yan, who was hidden under the flame armor, also took a step back after receiving such a heavy blow. Although the flame armor isolated a large portion of the force, there was still some hidden force that seeped through the armor and shook his body until it swayed. Clang! Clang! Lu Qing instantly followed up in a ghost-like manner the moment Xiao Yan stepped back. The golden glow shined brightly on his claw hands. Numerous afterimages were left behind as they descended, and those golden glowing sharp claw hands landed unceasingly on the flame armor. Immediately, the entire arena emitted a clang-clang sound that caused one to be struck with fear. Following this wild attack by Lu Qing, there was an increasing number of dents appearing on that incomparably firm flame armor. By the end of Lu Qing's series of attacks, it was basically full of holes. Xiao Yan was also shaken by that extremely powerful force until he withdrew by more than 10 steps. Moreover, this was the result after having the flame armor block most of the force. It was difficult to imagine just what state Xiao Yan would be in if he did not secretly prepare this tactic beforehand. Should that sharp handclaw, which could shatter gold and cut rocks, firmly strike his body, he would at the very least end up being seriously injured and losing his fighting ability. Countless numbers of people were sweating profusely on the viewing gallery as they eyed the numerous afterimages dancing within the arena as Lu Qing performed his wild attack. Their hearts quietly whispered that he was indeed worthy of the name Tyrant Spear Lu Qing. This attack was indeed incomparably tyrannical, causing one to be struck with terror. Everyone was stunned by this extremely sharp attack of Lu Qing, while at the same time, they could not help but feel amazement toward Xiao Yan in the arena. Xiao Yan may have descended into a disadvantage under this wild and violent attack of Lu Qing, but he was not defeated yet. This ability caused everyone to be filled with admiration as they exclaimed, "No wonder he is qualified to be viewed so seriously by Lu Qing and Lin Xiaoya. This new student Dark Horse does indeed have some abilities." During that short distance of over a dozen steps, the numerous afterimages that Lu Qing showed basically had the force of 100 strikes, which all mercilessly smashed the flame armor. Faced with such a heavy attack, that extremely firm flame armor was on the verge of cracking apart. Even its color had become much paler. On the tall platform, Lu Fei's face was filled with wild joy as she grabbed Yao Shang's hand by her side. Her voice had become somewhat sharp in excitement. That fellow is about to be defeated. Beside her, Yao Shang's gaze stared intently at the arena before frowning slightly. His strength far surpassed Lu Fei's, so his eyes were naturally a little sharper. Although Xiao Yan was shaken until he continuously stepped back within the arena, Yao Shang, who had personally fought with him, clearly knew just what kind of frightening defensive strength the damn flame armor had. That fellow Xiao Yan has an extremely outstanding combat awareness. He was actually able to agglomerate his flame armor in that instant. I think that he should have already prepared it beforehand. Yan Hao smacked his lips and continued in amazement. However, it is fortunate that this fellow was hiding a card. Otherwise, this frightening attack of Lu Qing, that had erupted instantaneously, would have likely been sufficient to cause Xiao Yan serious injury had he not used the defense of the flame armor. However, the flame armor appears to be also unable to block all of Lu Qing's attack. From the looks of it, that armor is also about to burst apart. Han Yu knit her brows slightly. Anyone could tell that it was likely that the flame armor on Xiao Yan's body could not be maintained for much longer. Lin Xiaoya's eyes stared intently at the arena. A moment later, he finally slowly opened his mouth. It is likely that this attacking momentum of Lu Qing won't cause much harm to Xiao Yan. Although it appears that Xiao Yan is beaten until he is unable to retaliate now, his withdrawing footsteps are in sequence, and he does not have the slightest panic. I think, huh? Surprise suddenly flashed past Lu Xiaoya's eyes before his words sounded. He suddenly sensed the sudden fluctuation of the natural energy within the arena. What is it? That slight fluctuation was extremely weak and appeared to be hidden by something. Therefore, even Yan Hao and the others did not discover it. This caused them to open their mouths and question uncertainly. Lin Xiaoya narrowed his eyes. An instant later, he finally sensed something and his gaze was suddenly thrown toward Xiao Yan, who was repeatedly stepping back under Lu Qing's wild and violent attack. His mouth moved slightly and he immediately muttered with surprised eyes, "Xiao Yan is perhaps about to retaliate." Retaliate? Yan Hao and the others were slightly startled when they heard this. They immediately knit their brows and watched Xiao Yan, who was basically collapsing 1,000 miles under Lu Qing's attack. They really could not see the slightest trace of him retaliating. In their eyes, should this attack of Lu Qing continue for a while longer, it was likely that victory would be decided at the moment the flame armor on Xiao Yan's body completely broke apart. Lin Xiaoya laughed softly but did not point anything out. He merely smiled faintly and said, "It is really unexpected that Xiao Yan is actually this cunning. He is indeed a troublesome opponent to deal with. Even though he is facing Lu Qing, he has not shown the slightest sign of chaos." Yan Hao and the others eyed each other and immediately shook their heads helplessly. They were about to inquire again when an uproar suddenly sounded from the stadium. Immediately, they hurriedly turned their gazes to the arena only to involuntarily feel shock. Under Lu Qing's storm-like wild and violent attack, the incomparably tough green flame armor finally reached its end. The moment Lu Qing's sharp claw violently smashed onto a dent, the entire armor instantly shook intensely. Immediately, crack lines swiftly covered the armor under the pitiful gazes all over the stadium. Finally, a clear cracking sound appeared. The armor that had received nearly 100 attacks from Lu Qing finally cracked apart and turned into nothingness. As the armor disappeared, Xiao Yan, hidden within it, also once again appeared in everyone's sight. At this moment, not only were Xiao Yan's clothes somewhat shattered by the hidden force that had penetrated through the armor, but his expression was also pale. A thread of blood even flowed down the corner of his mouth. Clearly, even though he had the protection of the flame armor, he was truly a little injured when faced with that nearly bull-like wild and violent attack. Lu Qing's expression was as deep as water. The shattering of the last layer of Xiao Yan's defense merely caused his brows to be quietly lifted. The pale golden Dou Qi once again covered his handclaw, and the sharp claw's wind shot toward Xiao Yan's chest. With a blood trace remaining on the corner of his mouth, Xiao Yan eyed Lu Qing, who did not rest even a little as the latter once again attacked fiercely. A cold smile that was difficult to notice was lifted in his dark black eyes. His body did not move as his right hand slowly lifted before it directly faced Lu Qing. From the looks of his manner, it was as though he was about to receive the latter's attack head-on. This actions of Xiao Yan immediately caused private conversations to appear in the viewing gallery. After the exchange earlier, everyone knew that Xiao Yan was unable to beat Lu Qing in a head-on clash. This current action of Xiao Yan could really be only judged as seeking death in the eyes of everyone. Regardless of what they thought of, however, Xiao Yan still stubbornly adopted such a maneuver in the arena. A coldness was contained in his eyes as he watched Lu Qing, who had arrived in an instant. Even Lu Qing was somewhat surprised at the actions of Xiao Yan. However, on top of feeling surprise, his heart had unknowingly tightened greatly. It was said that abnormalities were monsters. Xiao Yan was not a fool. It was impossible for him to adopt a method like using an egg to collide with a rock. As the doubt in Lu Qing's heart was rotating swiftly, a pale green-purple color suddenly flashed in his eyes. Immediately, the hairs all over his body stood up. A kind of intense sense of danger surfaced in his heart. An instant later, the green-purple color once again appeared. This time around, Lu Qing finally discovered the source where it was transmitted from. His eyes immediately shrunk in an abrupt manner. This was because that place was within the dark black sleeves of Xiao Yan, who was facing him. The wild and violent attack was basically forcefully stopped by Lu Qing in mid-air. He ignored the tightness in his chest caused by the force. Under the numerous stunned gazes from the surrounding viewing gallery, Lu Qing's expression changed suddenly. His 2 feet also stomped on the ground, and his body swiftly retreated. It's too late. Xiao Yan involuntarily parted his mouth and smiled as he watched Lu Qing, who appeared to have discovered his intentions. His clean white teeth still had a little remnant of blood. He flicked his finger and a faint voice emitted, "Go." As the voice sounded, a green-purple glow immediately flashed out from Xiao Yan's sleeves. Following the appearance of this cluster of green-purple glow, the temperature of the arena suddenly rose. At this moment, everyone finally understood just why Lu Qing had swiftly withdrawn at the last moment. Xiao Yan had actually dug a pit long ago, waiting for Lu Qing to charge over. The green-purple glow's flashing speed was so fast that it was frightening. However, it still did not escape the attention of the elders on the judges' seats. As they sensed the frightening destructive strength contained within it, even the expression of the first elder Su Qian involuntarily changed a little. The green-purple glow flashed a couple of times before it appeared in front of Lu Qing as his eyes shrunk swiftly. Explode! The simple sound of a word was slowly emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. An explosion that could collapse mountains and break the land suddenly appeared. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 577, One Move. Chapter 577, One Move. The collapsing mountain and cracking land explosion reverberated like rolling thunder in the spacious arena under a countless number of shocked gazes. A majestic destructive wind was much like a storm, carrying a high temperature as it swept in all directions from the spot in the arena where the flame lotus had exploded. The ground within the arena cracked wherever the storm passed. A crack line that was as thick as an arm began to swiftly spread over the entire arena like a spider web. That seemingly tough fighting arena had completely turned into a mess in an extremely short amount of time. Numerous stunned gazes stared foolishly at the arena that was completely destroyed from the viewing gallery. Their minds were somewhat unable to come to terms with it. They did not expect that the cluster of green-purple light, which had not been clearly seen, would actually be able to create such a frightening destructive strength. It was a long time later before everyone gradually recovered from their dull state. All the gazes were abruptly turned to the pale-faced black-robed young man whose chest was rising and falling repeatedly. Without exception, the eyes of these people were filled with surprise and shock. Clearly, this lightning-like frightening attack that Xiao Yan had displayed really caused them to be in shock. From the tall platform, Lu Fei's pretty face was pale as she watched the arena below where dust scattered all over the place. Her hand covered her mouth and terror flashed across her eyes. The eruption of this sudden, frightening retaliation by Xiao Yan had basically beaten her down from her prideful heaven into hell. She had never thought that Xiao Yan, whom she had always held a grudge against, would actually be in possession of such a trump card. Yao Sheng's mouth also gradually widened beside Lu Fei. It was a long while later before shock and rejoice flashed across his eyes. It was fortunate that this fellow did not display this move in the fight yesterday. Yao Sheng acknowledged that even if he were to use his entire strength, it was likely that he would at the very least be seriously injured under this move that possessed such terrifying destructive strength. Don't worry, Fei Er. Chief's strength far exceeds Xiao Yan. Even though the latter has displayed this kind of extremely powerful Dou technique, Chief has similarly not used his full strength. Yao Sheng comforted Lu Fei by his side, who had been shocked to the point where her pretty face had become pale. Lu Fei's expression only became slightly better after hearing Yao Sheng's comforting words. However, she was still a little afraid and uneasy. Those pretty eyes slowly turned from the dust-filled arena to the black-robed, young man with a cold and stern face. For some unknown reason, those pair of eyes had a missing hatred and an additional uneasiness along with a little fear. Her greatest support in the inner academy was Lu Qing. However, the current Xiao Yan had displayed a frightening strength that was sufficient to contend with Lu Qing. Hence, the effect of this support was reduced to its lowest. Having lost this great support, what right did she have to display any kind of disdain in front of Xiao Yan? I have also heard that Xiao Yan is in possession of a Fire Lotus Dou technique that possesses an extremely great strength. However, according to that rumor, it did not appear to have such a great destructive force, right? Yan Hao muttered as he watched the arena that had basically been laid to waste. Back then, Xiao Yan merely possessed the strength of a Didosher. Now that he has advanced to the Dou Ling class, the strength of his Dou technique would naturally become stronger along with him. Lin Xiaoya smiled. However, his eyes also faintly held a little seriousness. If he could not defend in time, that Fire Lotus attack earlier would likely result in him being seriously injured even with his strength. It was really unexpected that Xiao Yan was really in possession of such a powerful trump card. How is Lu Qing? Don't tell me? Han Yu's pupils swept over the arena. However, she was unable to see even half a human figure under the thick dust. Lin Xiaoya narrowed his eyes. A long while later, he shook his head and said softly, although even I must admit that this Fire Lotus Dou technique of Xiao Yan is frightening, it is likely going to be quite difficult to rely on just this to completely defeat Lu Qing. Due to his Dou Qi affinity, this fellow's defense is even stronger than mine. Yan Hao and a few others nodded slightly upon hearing this. Their gazes once again turned to the dust-filled arena. As their gazes once again turned to the arena, that dust which had spread all over the place finally became fainter. A moment later, a wind suddenly blew past, and immediately the dust was swept away. The moment the dust was completely expelled, a person was standing straight in a corner of the arena that had been laid to waste. His tall body that emitted a spear-like sharp aura slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Their gazes watched that tyrant figure which was standing as straight as a spear in the mess. The clothes of this human figure, which were originally filled with a powerful aura, had been completely shattered, and his naked body still had quite a number of charred black traces. His entire person appeared to be completely changed from the expert demeanor he displayed earlier. However, this miserable figure did not prevent the viewing gallery to emit a low cheer. Xiao Yan's gaze coldly stared at the human figure amid the mess some distance away. A moment later, Xiao Yan's eyes solidified and he finally discovered that the dark black, heavy spear that Lu Qing had been carrying on his back was currently held in Lu Qing's hand. After Lu Qing held the long spear in his hand, the demeanor of his entire body was just like a long lance, which revealed a cold glow. His aura was much stronger and sharper compared to what it was earlier. No wonder he is able to endure the explosion of the angry Buddha Lotus Flame. He actually took out his ultimate hidden trump card. Xiao Yan's heart quietly relaxed. His eyes were raised and coincidentally made contact with Lu Qing's eyes. Those four pupils intertwined. Xiao Yan was able to discover the dignity and seriousness that surfaced in the latter. After that earlier attack, this extremely proud man had finally completely treated Xiao Yan as an equal opponent. The heavy spear in Lu Qing's hand was slowly pointed toward Xiao Yan under the gaze of everyone. A low and deep voice reverberated in the arena, "You have the qualification to get me to use the mountain-splitting spear." These words of Lu Qing were undoubtedly an acknowledgement of Xiao Yan's strength. After that frightening attack that Xiao Yan had displayed earlier, there was not a single person in the arena who doubted Xiao Yan had such a qualification. Hence, the entire arena was actually quiet in a moment. All the gazes were paused on the two people who were facing each other from a distance within the arena. Xiao Yan's fist slowly tightened. A clear explosive sound appeared from his joints. The sharp blade-like aura of Lu Qing at this moment was indeed pressuring. One could tell that the current him had truly unleashed his strength to his limit. In the subsequent battle, Lu Qing's attacks would likely be even wilder and more violent compared to what they were earlier. Lu Qing is about to use the mountain-splitting spear. On the tall platform, Lin Xiaoya sighed softly as he stared at the dark black, heavy spear in Lu Qing's hands. He said, being able to force Lu Qing to this extent, Xiao Yan could be considered to have received a glorious loss even if he is defeated. Yan Hao nodded slightly by the side. With the exception of Lin Xiaoya and that brute force Queen Zi Yan, it was likely that there was no one else with the qualification to force Lu Qing to use the mountain-splitting spear. This point was something that Yan Hao had no choice but to admit, even with the pride in his bones. Even he did not possess such a qualification. However, Xiao Yan has attached a great importance to the top 10. I think that it is likely that he will not give it up easily. Han Yu knit her eyebrows and softly replied. Lin Xiaoya laughed faintly as he spoke, unless Xiao Yan has a stronger hidden trump card other than that Lotus Flame Dough technique, otherwise, it would likely be difficult to reach the top 10 list. His voice had a somewhat regretful taste to it. Now that he had witnessed Xiao Yan's impressive strength, his heart also gained fighting intent. He wanted to challenge him. However, if Xiao Yan were to be defeated in Lu Qing's hand, it was likely that this opportunity would disappear. Lin Xiaoya's eyes flickered as his gaze was thrown to the black-robed, young man with cold eyes in the arena. He really hoped that this fellow who frequently acted beyond the expectations of others to once again reveal a miracle. One move. The dark black mountain-splitting spear within Lu Qing's hand was heavily smashed into some rock fragments in the arena as he suddenly opened his mouth and spoke to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan frowned slightly. His gaze looked at Lu Qing on the opposite side, whose aura had suddenly become sharp. The final move that will determine the victor. Lu Qing's face, which had been as deep as water, suddenly revealed a somewhat stiff smile. The mountain-splitting spear drew past the air. A golden-colored Dou Qi left behind a faint golden-colored trace in the empty air. This is the trump card that I saved to deal with Lin Xiaoya. However, from the looks of the situation now, I will have to display it on you first. Upon hearing these words, everyone in the viewing gallery immediately extended their necks. Their gazes repeatedly moved back and forth between the two of them. Xiao Yan stared at the extremely confident smile on Lu Qing's face. He knew that the subsequent attack of the other party would really decide the victor of this match, as he had said. His lips were tightened, and a long while later, Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of the somewhat hot air before him in front of the public's eyes. He cupped his hands slowly. Xiao Yan will seek your advice. The top 10 was a target that Xiao Yan would never give up on. He would use all his strength to defeat the person blocking him regardless of who that person was. Good, you have guts. The glow in Lu Qing's eyes suddenly soared as he replied in a deep voice. At the same time, he moved both his legs. His hands tightly held the mountain-splitting spear. Leaning his body slightly forward, he pointed the cold glowing spear tip toward the distant Xiao Yan. As Lu Qing displayed this stance, the skin of the distant Xiao Yan immediately felt a chill. He could sense that Lu Qing had already locked his attack onto him. An unusual pressuring feeling wrapped around Xiao Yan. However, a boiling fighting intent that was just like boiling water began seething within Xiao Yan's chest. His body stuck out suddenly as a clear laughter swept across the earlier pressure. Senior Lu Qing, you can just come at me with all you got. I, Xiao Yan, will definitely get a top 10 spot today. His thunder-like laughter reverberated throughout the entire arena. That pride which soared to the sky was something that gave even those viewing from the viewing gallery to feel a blood-boiling feeling. As his laughter fell, Xiao Yan slowly took a step forward. His hand abruptly extended toward a spot that had been turned to a complete mess. A suction force surged and the dark black heavy Xian ruler shot back to him. Finally, Xiao Yan's palm was extended slightly and firmly grabbed it. Senior Lu Qing, let us take a look and see just who will lose and be eliminated. The heavy ruler suddenly pointed toward Lu Qing, whose aura was as sharp as a blade. After Xiao Yan's clear voice sounded, the natural energy between the heavens and earth immediately became extremely wild and violent. At this moment, even the expressions of the elders in the judges' seats instantly underwent a drastic change. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 578, The Collision Between the Great Splitting Rock and the Flame-Splitting Tsunami. Chapter 578, The Collision Between the Great Splitting Rock and the Flame-Splitting Tsunami. An unusual wild and violent energy fluctuation suddenly rippled over the arena as the clear voice reverberated. Those people who were the first to sense this ripple were the elders sitting in the judges' seats. Immediately, their expressions underwent a sudden change. Their gazes all suddenly turned at almost the same time. Finally, they stopped on the black-robed young man who was proudly standing in the arena while carrying the heavy ruler in his hand. The source of that wild and violent ripple was from this place. The elders on the viewing gallery faced each other. Immediately their throats rolled slightly. This energy ripple was at least a couple of times stronger compared to the fire lotus that had an extremely terrifying destructive strength earlier. This fellow, just how many trump cards does he have? At this moment, those elders could not help but feel a troubled feeling despite their strength. Although Xiao Yan's current strength was merely that of a douling, other than a few of the elders in the stadium, each of them questioned themselves and realized that it was likely that not one of them who would not feel a headache when faced with Xiao Yan's never-ending powerful Dou techniques. Following the increasingly wild and violent energy ripple in the arena, threads of substance like hot pale red energy suddenly seeped out from the empty space. Finally, it shrouded Xiao Yan's body and rotated wildly. Following the rotation of this pale red energy, a wild wind suddenly surfaced and immediately swept in all directions. The ferocity of that wild wind even caused some of the large rocks on the ground to roll a couple of times. At this moment, nearly everyone in the stadium had noticed the strange change of Xiao Yan. Immediately, numerous stunned gazes were shot over. Some of the students with ordinary eyesight did not notice anything at the beginning. However, those people with outstanding ability within the inner academy were initially stunned when they saw the cocoon-like fiery red energy lingering around Xiao Yan's body. Their faces immediately changed drastically. Following numerous schwa-schwa sounds appearing one after another, nearly everyone sat up straight on their seats. Their faces were stricken with shock. Cluck! Yanhao's eyes were wide like a dead fish as he stared unblinkingly at that black-robed young man who was wrapped within a wild and violent red-colored energy. His throat rolled a little. Only a moment later, a hoarse voice that contained a chilly air was emitted. This is, what Dou technique? It was possible for anyone to be able to tell that Xiao Yan was clearly displaying an even more frightening Dou technique at this moment than the earlier flame lotus based on the unusual situation. To the side, the clear and indifferent smile that hung on Lin Xiaoya's face disappeared. An extremely solemn and shocked face was staring intently at the arena. That frightening energy ripple was something that caused even him to feel extremely cold. A Dou technique that is able to cause the fluctuation of natural energy, that would at least require D class in order to be possible. Lin Xiaoya inhaled a deep breath of air. He did his best to suppress his galloping heart as his voice spoke with some difficulty. D class? The moment the two simple words left his mouth, even Han Yu's delicate hand could not help but cover her red lips. Her pretty face was covered with shock and disbelief. A high Shen in D class may merely have a one-level distance, but the gap was just like that of the heavens and the earth. Most Shen class Dou techniques relied on the personal strength of the user to unleash its strength. However, a D class Dou technique was already able to rely on the natural energy to achieve an extermination-like destructive strength. One was a person and the other was the heavens and earth. There was basically no comparison between the two. Unceremoniously put, a Shen class Dou skill may be quite rare. Who among those could enter into the strong ranking and not possess one or two kinds of Shen class Dou techniques? On the other hand, D class, there was really no one who had displayed one. A Dou technique of this class was not only rare but it was also extremely difficult to practice. Back then, Xiao Yan had also suffered greatly when practicing the flame-splitting tsunami despite having Yao Lao teaching him by the side in order to barely reach a low-level mastery. When he practiced the 3000 lightning movement sometime earlier, he was also required to take the risk of undergoing the refining of his body with the wind lightning strength. If Xiao Yan had not had the green lotus core flame protecting his body, forget about reaching a low-level mastery of the 3000 lightning movement, he would not be able to enter even the most initial entry level. From this, it was sufficient for one to see the frightening gap between that of the Xian class Dou techniques and the D class Dou techniques which could not be remedied. Yao Shang, what is wrong with all of you? On the opposite side of the tall platform, Lu Fei was shocked by Yao Shang and the others around her who had suddenly stood up. Her pretty eyes turned toward the arena. However, with her strength, she was unable to sense just how frightening the substance-like wild and violent flame lingering around Xiao Yan's body was. Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan appears to be using a kind of D-class Dou technique. Yao Sheng suddenly sensed that his throat had become extremely dry. Even his voice had become extremely unfamiliar. The moment the four words D-class Dou technique entered her ear, Lu Fei's slightly open small mouth immediately stiffened along with the expression on her face. It was a long while later before she quiveringly threw her gaze toward the cold expression of the black-robed young man. Although her strength could not be compared with Yao Shang and the others, she was extremely clear of just how terrifying a D-class Dou technique was. Cousin will win, right? Lu Fei straightened her body and smiled as she asked a question. However, that smile was extremely forceful. Even she herself felt that it was extremely fake. Yao Shang, who always expressed great confidence in Lu Qing, had become quiet at this moment. A D-class Dou technique. The meaning that these 4 words contained was just like a heavy rock that pressed on his heart, causing even his breathing to appear a little rough. Lu Fei's pretty face immediately became pale as she sensed Yao Shang's silence. She bit her lips, and those eyes that were staring at the black-robed young man in the arena actually showed a little regret. Back then, when she had come into conflict with Xiao Yan, the latter was but a person who had just entered the Dou Ling class and a new student who did not even have the qualification to enter the strong ranking. However, this new student who caused her to feel great disdain and hatred had currently stepped over many strong people and ascended to the strong ranking. Earlier he had even forced her extremely proud elder cousin to use his trump card, the mountain-splitting spear. After, the D-class Dou technique he was displaying had finally completely trampled over all of Lu Fei's support until it was worthless. Faced with this person who could basically defeat the undefeatable legend in her heart anytime, even with Lu Fei's arrogance, she could not help but feel some regret. She regretted why she had to come into conflict with this frightening fellow. Of course, with things having developed until this stage, regret was useless. The Dou technique in the arena was like a strung arrow on a bow. There was already not the slightest room to turn things around. Xiao Yan did not know that he had aroused the galloping hearts of countless number of people merely because he had started to display the Dou technique. At this moment, his gaze was still staring in an unblinking manner at the distant Lu Qing, who was pointing the mountain-splitting spear toward him. The moment the fiery hot, wild, violent energy appeared over Xiao Yan's body, Lu Qing's eyes instantly shrank to the size of pinholes. With his experience, he was naturally able to identify just what that kind of energy this represented. However, with the fight having reached this point, he could only swing his spear and attack even if the strength of the opposing Xiao Yan suddenly surged to that of the Dou Wang class. His character did not allow him to cower. This was especially when his opponent was truly new student. A mottled air that was suppressed in his chest was let out with a long breath. A powerful pale golden glow slowly surged out from Lu Qing's body. That bright eye-piercingly intense light was like a dazzling sun, causing everyone to be afraid to look at it directly. Moreover, an extremely sharp spear tip and wind soared out from within that glow. Lu Qing still used his action to demonstrate his stance even when faced with the frightening Dou technique of Xiao Yan that had suddenly used. Moreover, he also clearly understood that even if Xiao Yan truly controlled the D-class Dou technique, he would definitely be unable to display its full strength. Moreover, this final trump card of his was something he had practiced for many years, and by coordinating with a homologous Dou Qi when unleashed, Lu Qing believed that its strength would definitely be able to reach the true peak of the Xin-class Dou techniques. He did not feel the slightest fear even if it were to collide with a D-class Dou technique. Instead, it had evoked a little bloodthirstiness in his body. Today, he wanted to let everyone know that there was still a chance for a Xin-class Dou technique to contend against a D-class Dou technique. A glow flashed violently across his eyes. As the true great battle approached, Lu Qing sensed the blood of his entire body had begun to boil at this moment. This kind of feeling was one he had not felt for a long time. It's something that had only appeared when he was fighting with Lin Xiaoya back then. Haha, Xiao Yan, come. Let me see just who will be victorious today. A hearty loud laugh carrying an incomparable domineering aura filled the entire arena, pushing the atmosphere in the arena until it reached a high tide. Everyone on the tall platform was so agitated that their expressions were flush red. Some of those who had little self-control could not resist standing up and shouting loudly with all their strength toward the arena. Senior Lu Qing, Xiao Yan definitely wants the top 10 spot. The black-robed, young man suddenly raised his head. He did not feel the slightest fear under this domineering aura of Lu Qing. His body was as straight as a spear and appeared extremely imposing. In an instant, it caused a strange color to surface in the eyes of quite a number of pretty female seniors in the viewing gallery. All right. In that case, I want to see if your strength has such qualification. The bright golden light grew increasingly stronger. In the end, it wrapped Lu Qing's entire body within it. Only that thunder-like laughter was emitted in a vast and mighty manner. Xiao Yan eyed the bright pale golden glow that had basically enveloped half of the arena. The heavy ruler in his hand was slowly extended. Immediately, the wild and violent fiery red energy that lingered around his body rotated even more forcefully. Even the space around his body had become slightly distorted. Waves of nearly substance-like wild, violent red-colored energy suddenly and abruptly poured unceasingly into the heavy Shen ruler under a soft cry by Xiao Yan. As such frightening energy was poured into it, one could see a strange dark redness surfacing on the originally dark black heavy ruler. From the looks of it, that black ruler was just like it had a dark red flame lingering over it. Boom! A tremor that moved the ground and shook the mountains suddenly sounded. Everyone's gazes hurriedly looked over. That cluster of bright golden glow in the distance had slowly gathered into a body. As its feet landed on a huge rock, the huge rock immediately cracked into a pile of powder under the energy that was released. Xiao Yan, if you are able to receive this attack of mine, I will hand the third spot on the strong ranking over to you with both hands. A spear image that was wrapped in golden light was extended out and pointed toward Xiao Yan from a distance. Lu Qing's proud voice that was filled with confidence was emitted. If you are able to receive this attack of mine, I, Xiao Yan, will automatically give up on the top 10. The heavy Xian ruler that basically completely transformed into a dark red color was slowly pointed toward Lu Qing. A ripple surfaced over the space where the heavy ruler moved through. Xiao Yan's face became flush red as he unleashed a loud untamed laugh. Haha, good, good, good. As the wild laughter sounded, the bright golden glow suddenly became restrained. An instant later, the originally extremely eye-piercing golden glow shrank back into the mountain-splitting spear in a lightning-like manner. Following the pouring in of such an enormous amount of energy, a liquid-like golden-colored energy flowed like a spirit over the tip of the mountain-splitting spear. Let the victory be decided in one move. Lu Qing's hand shook abruptly. The long spear was tilted toward the sky. Immediately, the heavy spear carried a humming, rushing wind sound as it was abruptly smashed down. As the heavy spear smashed down, an extremely terrifying force followed the ground and seeped out. Immediately, the debris of the enormous rocks around him turned into powder under the numerous shocked gazes around him. Great splitting rock! A thunder-like explosive cry suddenly sounded. The golden glow suddenly erupted in a flood-like torrent over the tip of the mountain-splitting spear. The bright golden glow that came from all directions carried an incomparably sharp ear-piercing explosive sound as it drew through the air in a lightning-like manner, heading toward Xiao Yan in the distance. Wherever the golden glow passed, the enormous rocks on the entire arena cracked apart abruptly. A full-force strike by Lu Qing was actually this frightening. The faces of the entire stadium changed when faced with such a majestic attack. Even the elders on the judges' seats revealed solemn expressions. This kind of Dou technique was basically on the edge of the D-class. This Lu Qing was indeed frightening. Xiao Yan's dark black eyes were basically covered by the golden-colored glow from all directions. As the key target, Xiao Yan was able to sense just what kind of frighteningly sharp attack the golden glow contained. However, Xiao Yan similarly had absolute confidence that any attack would disappear under the heavy Xian ruler. A breath of slightly hot air was deeply absorbed into Xiao Yan's lungs. His foot slowly stepped forward under the gaze of everyone. The heavy Xian ruler in his hand was being lifted high over his head. Green veins were revealed over his arm, much like numerous wiggling little snakes. The audience all over the stadium halted their breath at this moment as they had Xiao Yan's heavy ruler being raised up high. Their expressions were so anxious that they were completely flushed red. Under the firm focus of a countless number of gazes, Xiao Yan's hand trembled the next instant before the heavy Xian ruler in it fell suddenly. Flame-splitting tsunami! Break it! Two wild cries suddenly sounded. Immediately, a dark red ruler glow that was dozens of feet large erupted out explosively from the heavy ruler with an irresistible, powerful, frightening momentum. The moment the ruler glow shot out, it was as though the air was like the water in a lake that a person had thrown a huge rock in. It rippled with a bang. A half-a-meter wide crackline followed the ruler glow that had been shot out. It swiftly spread over the originally wrecked arena under the many shocked gazes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 579, A Breath Remains. Chapter 579, A Breath Remains. The enormous dark red glow rushed through the air in a lightning-like manner. A slight energy seeped out wherever it passed, causing the huge rocks on the ground to be shattered into powder. Moreover, the nearly half-a-meter wide crackline swiftly expanding on the ground completely destroyed this arena. The golden-colored bright intense light occupied half of the sky in the arena. The dark red glow was like a crescent as it shot out. The two contained an extremely sharp glow and the space along the way vibrated. Cracklines spread out, and a frightening destructive force caused the faces of everyone in the viewing platform to fill with shock and fear. If they were in that position, it was likely that the little energy that seeped out would be sufficient to shock them to death. A fight of this level was a little too terrifying. The two extremely frightening attacks were about to collide with a bang. A countless number of eyes watching reflected the golden and dark red glow as the two attacks came together like meteorites. The hearts of everyone were involuntarily lifted the moment when the two were very close. Just who would be victorious in this kind of frightening exchange? Under the anticipation and the uncertainty in everyone's hearts, the dark red and golden glow violently collided together in the air in the next moment. However, just as everyone covered their ears and awaited the shockingly large explosion about to reverberate all over the place, the collision in the air strangely did not emit even the slightest sound. Numerous stunned gazes were slowly being lifted. After which, they eyed the two liquid-like clusters of different colored dark red and golden yellow that were eroding each other in the sky. Although this kind of exchange was silent, everyone's eyes still discovered that the space had become extremely distorted upon contact between these two energies. At a glance, it gave people a treacherous illusory feeling. The completely silent arena was vaguely filled with a slight hissing sound that was being emitted from the energies eroding each other in midair. The dark red and golden yellow were like two clusters of extremely large clouds that covered the sky above the arena. The seemingly calm exchange contained the thought of swallowing the other party. Xiao Yan's gaze stared intently at the two clusters of enormous energy in the air. After the ruler glow left the ruler, his entire body appeared to have become exhausted. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper and his body was quivering. If the heavy ruler in his hand had not made contact with the ground, it was likely that even his entire body would not be stable. Clearly, the flame-splitting tsunami this time around had completely drained the last bit of Dou Qi within Xiao Yan's body. Compared to Xiao Yan, Lu Qing appeared to be a little better. However, his expression was similarly as white as paper. His gaze anxiously eyed the two clusters of energy in midair. They were repeatedly eroding and swallowing one another. A countless number of gazes paused on that scene occurring in midair. Immediately, the entire stadium was waiting for the result of the exchange between these two clusters of energy that contained such frightening destructive strength. The two repeatedly swallowing and entangling dark red and golden yellow energy in midair suddenly became like boiling water under everyone's gazes. An intense ripple appeared. Immediately, the two clusters of energy suddenly swelled under everyone's uncertain gazes. Numerous gazes were stunned as they watched the two clusters of enormous energy suddenly swell in a strange manner. They felt an uneasiness for some unknown reason. After the swelling reached a certain limit, the two clusters of enormous energy suddenly ceased all actions. A strange dark, deep luster like a tiny bright dot suddenly surfaced. Following the appearance of that unusual luster, the space suddenly began to fluctuate. A little mutation seemed to have appeared when the strongest attack of Xiao Yan and Lu Qing were in contact and swallowing each other. This kind of condition was something that even they themselves were surprised and at a loss about. The light spot swiftly expanded within those two clusters of energy. In the end, the spot of light became increasingly eye-piercing. The rippling of the space had become increasingly intense at this moment. All the elders on the judges' seats frowned intently as they eyed the little change as the energy made contact. Dou techniques of the D class and above may be able to borrow the natural energy to strengthen their attacks. However, when it collided with a similarly strong Dou techniques, it was extremely easy for different unexpected occurrences to appear. Some of these unexpected changes were something that even the people who used them could not anticipate. From the looks of the situation earlier, it was clear that an unusual change had occurred when Xiao Yan's and Lu Qing's attack were swallowing each other earlier. First Elder Su Qian frowned slightly as he watched the increasingly eye-piercing, large light spot within the energy cluster. A moment later, he appeared to have sensed something and his expression suddenly changed. He stood up abruptly and moved his body before disappearing from the judges' seats. The instant Su Qian disappeared, the two light spots in the sky appeared to be like balloons that had been pierced. A strange wild and violent natural energy immediately spread in the sky. Bang! The eye-piercing intense light scattered down from the horizon. As the natural energy became violent, the dark red and golden yellow energy cluster finally could not resist the unusual movement of energy. Immediately, a shocking thunder-like explosion that carried an extremely frightening windstorm came sweeping from above. Space rippled wherever the windstorm passed. A countless number of people in the viewing gallery wore shocked expressions as they watched the energy windstorm that was swiftly expanding. Even though they were far apart, they were still able to sense the horror within. If this windstorm were to spread over, it was likely that hardly any of them would be able to survive. Space lock! An old figure suddenly flashed into the air in the nick of time. A cold cry sounded and a strange energy surged out from his body. Empty space had begun fluctuating like water rippling at this instant. Finally, it wiggled like lightning before finally completely solidifying. The entire space above the arena, including that spreading energy windstorm, was completely solidified. Although the energy windstorm was blocked by Su Qian, there were still two clusters of energy that had escaped. The clusters of these two energies followed the little thread of vague relation that remained from the two Dou techniques that had been released. Under numerous shocked gazes, they collided against the bodies of the unprepared Xiao Yan and Lu Qing in a lightning-like manner. Grug! Being viciously knocked into by these wild and violent energies, a mouthful of fresh blood immediately came spitting out from the mouth of the two of them. In an instant, their bodies rubbed against the ground as they were violently shot out. Finally, they were like two black lines that smashed out of the arena and shot into two of the viewing galleries, giving rise to a commotion. The expression on Su Qian's face changed a little as Xiao Yan and Lu Qing were shaken and scattered by the energy that had spilled out. The energy that the two Dou techniques had created possessed a wild and violent strength that was much stronger than the earlier pure Dou technique strength after swallowing and eroding each other. At this moment, Xiao Yan and Lu Qing were both in an exhausted state. The result of being violently knocked against in this manner. Su Qian's expression was dark and solemn. The seal in his hand moved abruptly as his mouth cried out coldly, "Break!" As the cry fell, the solidified energy windstorm was slowly annihilated and disappeared. Su Qian waved his hand after destroying the energy windstorm and two elders flashed out from the judges' seats. Finally, they flashed in the direction the two people that were flying back. A moment later, each of them carried two human figures with tattered clothes and blood traces on their body. Those traces of blood had appeared in the arena, which was destroyed until it was a complete mess. Everyone in the stadium hurriedly straightened their bodies. They eyed Xiao Yan and Lu Qing, who had already fallen unconscious in the arena. Each of them quietly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and immediately smiled bitterly. These two crazy fellows, it was merely a fight for the top 10, but they actually got themselves in this state. However, that fight earlier, everyone smacked their mouths as they savored the thrill from the sweeping energy windstorm from earlier. In hindsight, they felt that their heartbeat had become much faster. Su Qian moved his body and appeared in the arena. He eyed the arena that was completely wrecked and helplessly shook his head. It seemed like this match had created the greatest destruction in the many years of the strong-ranking grand competition. Su Qian lowered his body, and two waves of Dou Qi invaded the unconscious Xiao Yan and Lu Qing. A moment later, Su Qian sighed in relief. Fortunately, their lives were not in jeopardy despite their serious injuries. A large group of figures also flashed down from the tall platform and immediately gathered around First Elder Su Qian and the others. Yan Hao quietly glanced at Lu Qing, whose body was covered in fresh blood. A strange feeling involuntarily surfaced in his eyes. He muttered, "It is really unexpected." Even with Lu Qing's strength, he was actually turned into such a miserable state by Xiao Yan. Lin Xiuya by his side nodded slightly with a calm expression. However, the hand in his sleeves trembled slightly. The destructive strength that was contained in the two clusters of energy that the two people had created earlier was far too terrifying. He clearly understood that if any of those attacks landed on his body, he would likely become seriously injured or even die. A figure strangely appeared beside Xiao Yan and her delicate hand held the latter's arm. A moment later, the figure finally sighed in relief. She turned around and smiled sweetly toward Wu Hao, Hu Jia, and the others. "Relax, he's fine." Su Qian's old eyes studied Xun Er, who had flashed down. He was slightly startled and immediately smiled in a friendly manner as he spoke, "Relax, he is all right." Those people to his side were slightly stunned upon hearing Su Qian's friendly laughter. Su Qian held an extremely high position within the inner academy. Adding his frightening strength, there was rarely anyone who had the qualification to be treated in this manner by him. Xun Er smiled sweetly at Su Qian, but did not reply. She merely helped Xiao Yan by rubbing the blood traces on his face while feeling some heartache. Her pretty, slightly frowning manner caused the hearts of the surrounding men to tighten. "First Elder, now that the both of them are unconscious, who is considered the victor of this match?" An elder suddenly asked hesitatingly as he eyed the two unconscious individuals. The ears of the surrounding people were immediately lifted upon hearing these words. This was the most important matter. Su Qian's brows were knit slightly. He had some difficulty deciding. According to the rules, the both of them can be considered to have left the arena. Moreover, they are currently unconsciousness. It is difficult to clearly say who. Su Qian's voice had just fell when an arm that was covered with fresh blood was slowly lifted with great difficulty under the numerous shocked gazes from around. Cough. I still have a breath. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 580, coming to a close. Chapter 580, coming to a close. Everyone watched the black-robed young man who was raising his hand with great difficulty. His face was covered with traces of blood as he tried his best to prevent his eyes from closing. All of them were speechless. This fellow was really a strong man who could not be beaten to death. He was still able to maintain some consciousness even after receiving such a frightening retaliation of the remnant Dou techniques. Surprise flashed across Su Qian's face. At this moment, Xiao Yan had clearly reached his true limit. The thing that supported him to keep his eyes open was perhaps that determination of having to enter the top 10. Su Qian laughed bitterly and shook his head. He mused for a long while before slowly speaking, "This match ends in a draw. In other words, the both of you can be considered to have entered the top 10 together. Therefore, you need not worry. Xiao Yan half-consciously heard these words of Su Qian. Only then did his tensed heart relax. His eyelids were swiftly shut and his consciousness gradually descended into darkness. Su Qian sighed once again as he eyed Xiao Yan, who had truly entered into an unconscious state at this moment. With Xiao Yan and Lu Qing's current injuries, it was likely that they would have to miss the few subsequent battles. Su Qian's gaze glanced at the unconscious Xiao Yan on the ground and he involuntarily shook his head once again. This fellow really exceeded people's expectations. Lu Qing was actually turned into this seriously injured condition even with his strength. This scene was likely something that most people present had not expected. First Elder, if the two of them end in a draw, won't it mean that there will be 11 people in the top 10 of the strong ranking this season? In that case, there would also be 11 names who will enter the tower to have their body refined by the essence heart flame? An elder hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth and inquiring. Su Qian nodded slightly. He said indifferently, so be it, if need be there can be 11 shares. Although the essence heart flame may be valuable, the Inner Academy also stored a couple of extra shares after so many years. It should not be a problem for us to take one share now. Otherwise, how would we account to these two people? After all, if we were to really discuss what happened in detail, the two of them had both left the boundary of the arena and it is very difficult to determine the victor. All the elders ceased saying anything after hearing the first elder speak in this manner. They nodded their heads and withdrew. We will use the spare arena in the subsequent fights. However, due to their injuries, Xiao Yan and Lu Qing are unable to continue participating in the competition. However, the important matters have already been settled now that the names for the top 10 have been determined. It does not matter that the two of them are not participating in the subsequent top 10 ranking competition. After all, everyone's hearts have a scale of sorts to determine the true ranking name list. Su Qian's gaze looked in all directions and spoke with a faint smile. Everyone sighed in relief and nodded once Su Qian's words sounded. The frightening strength that these two fellows had demonstrated earlier had caused their hearts to feel a chill. They would have a much easier time without these two fighting for the ranking order. Of course, this mood was not something that everyone had. At the very least, Lin Xiaoya sighed somewhat regretfully. Having lost opponents like Lu Qing and Xiao Yan, what was there to anticipate about the subsequent competition? The unconscious Xiao Yan and Lu Qing were carried out of the arena under the numerous gazes filled with respect and reverence, and were sent to the resting area. The competition still continued after Xiao Yan and Lu Qing's withdrawal. However, after the soul-stirring fight of the two earlier, the fights after that had difficulty causing everyone to feel overly shocked despite them being extremely intense. Those few people who participated in these ranking fights were extremely helpless when faced with this. After all, the fight between Xiao Yan and Lu Qing had basically left the limit of an ordinary douling. How would they be able to surpass it? The ranking competition continued all the way until the afternoon before it gradually came to an end. After an intense fiery hot fight, the new strong ranking name list was released. The first was naturally the little monster Ziyan. With her frightening and unusual strength, forget about the students, even some of the elders could only dodge her. Even the haughty Lin Xiaoya did not have the heart to fight for the first position. There was also not much of a surprise for the second position. Having lost Lu Qing and of course the sudden emerging dark horse, Xiao Yan, who one must also consider, the remaining people were unable to shake him from his position. Hence, Lin Xiaoya once again sat firmly on the second position of the strong ranking. The third was originally Lu Qing. However, with his current withdrawal, his name was replaced by Yan Hao. The fight for the fourth rank was much more intense than the couple of ranks in front. However, after various fights, Lin Yan finally unexpectedly won in the end, and rose to the fourth rank from the ninth rank in one go. The fight for the remaining 6 names were similarly intense. When the competition was over, other than 2 of them being the former top 10, the remaining few were new people who had suddenly appeared. Due to lots being drawn, it was likely that they had some luck, however, their strengths were still extremely strong. After all, this strong ranking was not an ordinary name list. Even if one had sufficient luck, one must have a corresponding strength to support it if one wanted to reach the end. Although the name list for the strong ranking had been determined, everyone's heart used its own measuring scale just like Su Qian had said. Therefore, although Xiao Yan and Lu Qing were similarly ranked 10th on the strong ranking, everyone, including Yan Hao who had obtained the third position, clearly knew in their hearts that this position still belonged to that man with a domineering demeanor. No, there was still someone who stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Xiao Yan. In that soul-stirring fight, Xiao Yan used his extraordinary fighting strength to subdue everyone's hearts. From that moment on, no one in the Inner Academy would dare look down on this new student who had entered the Inner Academy less than a year ago. At the same time, the reputation of Pansgate naturally rose like a boat on a rising tide. The most important reason why Lin Xiaoya's and Lu Qing's factions could be considered to be two extraordinary existents within the inner academy was because the two of them had a strength that far exceeded the remaining experts on the strong ranking. However, the current Pan's Gate, this new student faction similarly possessed such an expert with extraordinary strength. The influence of Pan's Gate would naturally rise in the future. Just as everyone was about to bring an expression of having not been fully satisfied and leave the arena after the final fight ended, an additional fight caused their faces to be replaced by a stunned look. According to the rules of previous seasons, there would be a couple of sparring-like matches after the strong ranking grand competition. In this kind of match, the competitors were able to choose any one of the top 10 on the strong ranking to challenge. Of course, the challenge here naturally did not have the formality of a true grand competition. In summary, it was just some additional fun even after the grand competition. Although it was only sparring, there would seldom be anyone who would actually participate. After all, these experts who were able to come out of the numerous selections had a strength that belonged to the top experts in the inner academy. Would it not be just seeking shame if one still wanted to challenge them despite clearly knowing that they were no match for these people? However, this season's final fun event caused everyone to descend into a dull state. There was no other reason other than that the challenger was a young lady who was so pretty that it caused one to have an asphyxia. Additionally, it was because the opponent that this green-clothed, young lady challenged was actually Lin Xiaoya. Of course, just this alone was not sufficient enough to cause the entire arena to enter into a dull state. Instead, in the subsequent sparring match, an ordinary match merely lasted for less than 10 minutes. However, just in these short 10 minutes, Lin Xiaoya, who had been bitter about not having been able to find an opponent who could match him in the grand competition, was defeated miserably. Cold sweat appeared on Lin Xiaoya's forehead as a pair of shallow fingers paused half an inch above it. He looked blankly at the faint smiling green-clothed young lady in front of him and suddenly felt that his mouth was dry. He did not feel even the slightest bit upset in his heart. This was because in that exchange earlier, he was basically being forced back at every step. This may appear to be an extremely short amount of time, but he had already taken out his strongest trump card. However, at the moment that he had just displayed his strongest Dou technique, the green-clothed young lady's finger flicked slightly, and a fiery hot golden-colored glow shook the technique until it completely disappeared. The instant when his strongest Dou technique was shaken until it disappeared, Lin Xiaoya understood that this battle was basically meaningless. The two of them were of a completely different level. The subsequent attack of the opponent also caused him to abandon his last hope. I have lost. Lin Xiaoya shrugged his shoulders in the arena and immediately laughed bitterly under the numerous shocked gazes in the arena. I have always thought that Xiao Yan was the darkest dark horse this season. It is really unexpected that his little girlfriend is even darker than him. With your strength, you can go and directly find Senior Yan to spar with. Numerous pairs of eyes from the viewing gallery were protruding out like dead fish. They really did not know what was happening at this moment. This was especially so for Lu Fei on the tall platform. The expression on the face of hers was so interesting that it left one speechless. Of course, she had personally witnessed how the opponent whom her older cousin had viewed extremely seriously was easily defeated by a person whom she frequently ridiculed and cursed quietly. Such a great difference caused her to have difficulty accepting it. Challenge Yan? That little girl might go and cry to Xiao Yan Gege. At that time, the one who would be scolded will be me. The setting sun radiated from the horizon, covering the delicate, pretty body of the green-clothed young lady in an obscure glow. Lin Xiaoya's heart appeared to have been heavily smashed by a hammer as he watched that elegant smile that carried a quietness on her flawless face. That kind of feeling seemed to be called love at first sight. This kind of feeling caused Lin Xiaoya to have the impulse to laugh spontaneously. The him who had always viewed women as something he can easily obtain would actually have this kind of. The reason for challenging you was merely because he said he wanted to see my dazzling sight. Unfortunately, he is unable to see it. The green-clothed young lady slowly withdrew the delicate finger from Lin Xiaoya's forehead and spoke in a distant manner. Lin Xiaoya widened his mouth. He, originally the most free and easygoing fellow in the inner academy, was stammering in embarrassment in front of this young lady. Relax, I am not very interested in being second on the strong ranking. Now that the sparring is over, I will still need to go and take care of Xiao Yan Gege. Xun Er followed Xiao Yan's manner as she shrugged her shoulders toward Lin Xiaoya. She immediately turned around. Taking fine steps, she stepped on the ground, which was covered by the light from the setting sun, and with a sway of her green dress, she slowly disappeared from the stadium. A stadium so quiet that it was frightening. Why have I never discovered such an outstanding girl in the past? Lin Xiaoya's gaze was blurred as he watched the slim figure that had gradually disappeared from his sight. His head was immediately pulled back as a complicated emotion toward Xiao Yan rose in his heart. It was jealousy and admiration. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 581, Recuperation. Chapter 581, Recuperation. The 2 or 3 days after the strong-ranking grand competition had come to a close, the entire Inner Academy was still remained in shock from those soul-stirring battles. Everybody in the Inner Academy was discussing the battles that occurred during the strong-ranking grand competition. Among those, the 2 battles of Xiao Yan against Lu Qing and Xun Er against Lin Xiaoya were naturally the ones which were relished the most. This was especially the case for the latter. Everyone's faces still carried a shocked expression when discussing the latter. No one expected that this young lady, who appeared quite quiet despite having a stunning appearance, would actually hide such a frightening strength. In the past there were even some people in the Inner Academy who had quietly mocked her as a flower vase because of her appearance. However, after this incident, everyone finally understood that the most frightening person within Pansgate was not Xiao Yan. Instead, it was the beautiful, young lady who was always obediently behind him. Borrowing the momentum that Xun Er and Xiao Yan had established, the reputation and status of Pansgate had basically risen continuously within the short 2 to 3 days after. Every member of Pansgate held their heads up high with a strong aura as they walked within the Inner Academy. The carefulness from the period earlier no longer existed. When passers-by saw these members of Pansgate, their faces carried envious looks. With Xiao Yan and Xun Er, these 2 experts with extraordinary strength backing Pansgate, one could anticipate the day when the strength of Pansgate would exceed that of the factions of Lin Xiaoya and Lu Qing. However, as different rumors were being spread wildly within the Inner Academy, the 2 main characters involved, Xiao Yan and Xun Er, had disappeared. A few human figures were standing in a secret room within the small pavilion home of Pansgate. Their gazes were resting on Xiao Yan, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed with his eyes shut. At this moment, Xiao Yan's expression no longer displayed the paleness from back then. From the pale red luster, it appeared that his inner injuries had completely healed. Moreover, his breathing had already recovered the strength of the past. If one were to carefully sense it, one could even feel that this aura appeared to have an indication of not being very stable. This kind of unstable breathing was not foreign to Xun Er and the others beside her. This was because such a situation would occur each time their strength advanced. Xiao Yan has already trained for 3 days, why is he not done yet? Even if he is advancing his strength, it doesn't appear that it would take such a long time, right? Wu Hao frowned at Xiao Yan with tightly shut eyes as he opened his mouth to speak. An ordinary advancement naturally does not need much time. Therefore, it is clear that he is not undergoing an ordinary advancement, stupid. A clear muttering voice sounded as Zi Yan, who wore a pale purple ponytail, rolled her eyes at Wu Hao while purposefully speaking in an aged voice. However, this explanation of hers caused Xun Er and the others to laugh spontaneously. What is there to laugh about? If this fellow continues to remain unconscious, I will have to nibble at those awful tasting things. Zi Yan frowned as she spoke in a distressed manner. Xun Er rubbed Zi Yan's little head and smiled as she threw her gaze toward Xiao Yan, who had his eyes tightly shut. She said, this time around, Xiao Yan Ji suffered extremely serious injuries. The Dou Qi in his body had basically been completely exhausted during the fight with Lu Qing. However, it is because of this high-level battle that enabled him to gain from the misfortune, obtaining an opportunity to advance his strength. Moreover, it is just as Zi Yan has said, the advancement of Xiao Yan Ge's strength is not an ordinary one. If I guess correctly, Xiao Yan Ge is likely to have his strength raised by more than 1 star if his advancement succeeds. You mean, continuously raising 2 stars? This kind of situation is extremely rare. Normally, unless one consumes some natural treasure or medicine, it is very difficult for such an result to occur when simply undergoing an advancement. Hu Jiao was startled as she replied in a somewhat stunned manner. Moreover, even if one consumed a medicine that results in one's level rising one after another, there would be quite a few impurities. In the future, one would need to use extremely great effort in order to re-establish a firm foundation. Xun Er shook her head and laughed softly. The battle this time around can be said to have had an extremely great benefit to Xiao Yan Ge. I am also not very certain why this kind of situation would appear, or just how much his strength will be raised. However, there is one key point, and that Xiao Yan Ge's strength will advance greatly after this. All of you need not worry. This is not the least bit detrimental to him. Alright, all of you still have other things to do. It is fine with just me here. Xun Er's pretty eyes stared at Xiao Yan's face as she waved her hands toward Wu Hao and the others. Wu Hao and the others could only shrug their shoulders when they heard this before leaving. Oh, that's right, Xun Er, Lin Xiaoya has come to Pan's gate again saying that he would like to make a visit to the injured Xiao Yan. Hu Jia's footsteps suddenly paused as she knit her eyebrows, and turned her gaze toward Xun Er. I don't know what medicine this fellow took these past few days, but he keeps running to this place at all hours of time. I've never seen him this enthusiastic in the past. Don't tell me that you have got him to chase after you defeated him? Xun Er was slightly startled. She randomly nodded and immediately said indifferently, just say that I am not free. You can just dispatch him. Xiao Yan Gege is at a critical juncture of his advancement and will not entertain any guests. Hu Jia rolled her eyes. Suddenly, she leaned close to Xun Er's ears and softly said, I think that the attitude that fellow toward you seems a little strange. It seems that Bai Shan back then, and even Wu Hao, all are the same. Xun Er's bright eyes glanced at the strange face of Hu Jia as she spoke nonchalantly, don't say these words in front of Xiao Yan Gege in the future. Additionally, tell him that Xiao Yan Gege is not free these few days and that he need not come. Otherwise, no one will entertain him. What a pitiful fellow. Hu Jia spread her hands and mused for a moment. She said, however, it doesn't seem nice if you don't show your face, no? He has come a couple of times but you have always avoided meeting him. No matter how little, he still has a friendship with Xiao Yan. Xun Er knit her eyebrows slightly and immediately nodded her head helplessly. She turned her body and walked out of the room. Let's go, I will dispatch him. Hu Jia extended her tongue as she watched Xun Er, who had turned around and left. At the same time, she muttered in her mouth, he can fancy anyone he wants, but if he takes fancy to this girl, who has hung all of her heart on this little fellow, he deserves it. Lin Xiaoya sat in a chair in the living room. His finger slowly knocked against the surface of the table as his gaze looked all around him. For some unknown reason, he quietly felt somewhat anxious. A group of people suddenly came swarming from the upper level as his gaze took a look around him. Lin Xiaoya hurriedly stood up. A faint happiness flashed across his face without leaving his trance when his gaze swept over the green-clothed young lady who was slowly descending. Senior Lin, Xiao Yan Gege is recuperating and cannot come out. I'm sorry. Xun Er slowly walked down the stairs and came to the hall. She smiled faintly at Lin Xiaoya as well as Yan Hao beside him as she spoke. Cuckoo, it's fine. Lin Xiaoya smiled. It must be said that he was a little handsome and outstanding. Those green clothes of his gave off a somewhat dashing aura, and his voice was warm. It was little wonder why many female students called him the man who possessed the greatest charm in the inner academy. However, this refined smile of his did not appear to have much effect on the young lady in front of him. The latter sat elegantly in her chair, arranging her eyelashes. Her gaze never stopped on the former. Lin Xiaoya laughed bitterly in his heart when he saw this attitude of Xun Er. He finally sighed dispiritedly after the many conversations that he had rehearsed were replied to in an indifferent manner without leaving a trace. After which, he stood up, took a jade box from his storage ring and placed it on the table. He smiled and said, this is a medicine that possesses quite a great healing effect. I think that it should have some use on brother Xiao Yan. Junior Xun Er, please do not reject this. Xun Er hesitated for a moment before nodding her head slightly. Those bright eyes stopped on Lin Xiaoya's face for the first time as she softly said, in that case, Xun Er shall thank Senior Lin on behalf of Xiao Yan Gege. Cuckoo, it's fine, Lin Xiaoya hurriedly waved his hand. Lin Xiaoya merely felt that he could no longer maintain his indifferent wind-like expression after his face was being swept by the other party's eyes. He cupped his hands and brought Yan Hao to leave the hall in a somewhat miserable manner. Xun Er did not have the slightest bit of intention of holding him back when he left. She nonchalantly left the jade box on the table and slowly walked to the second story. What a pitiful fellow, Hu Jia eyed Lin Xiaoya's back, which no longer had that indifferent demeanor, before looking at Xun Er, who was not the least bit affected. Her face was immediately filled with sympathy as she clicked her tongue and smacked her lips. Hey, you fellow, she has only defeated you once and now you are smitten? Yan Hao eyed the aura of Lin Xiaoya in front of him outside of Pan's gate. He involuntarily pat his head as he spoke with a bitter smile. Lin Xiaoya smiled embarrassingly. He was also extremely helpless and had no solution. That kind of feeling was something that would come without notice. One would not be able to block it even if one wanted to. Ugh, looks like it is destined that you are going to be miserable. From the looks of her attitude, it is clear that she does not have the slightest feelings for you. She repeatedly says Xiao Yan Gege here and there. I don't think that you have any chance. Yan Hao sighed. Lin Xiaoya was silent. He also clearly understood what Yan Hao had said. From the looks of the attitude that Xun Er had displayed toward him earlier, he knew that his demeanor and appearance, that had always worked in front of other females, did not have the slightest impact on her. Xiao Yan did not appear to be any weaker than him in terms of training, talent, accomplishment, etc. If it was him in that earth-shaking battle back then, it was likely that his ending would not be any better than Lu Qing's. Moreover, from the elegant indifference that Xun Er displayed, he basically had no room he could occupy. All of these things clearly pointed to the fact that he, Lin Xiaoya, did not have the slightest chance. Ugh. Lin Xiaoya faced the sky and let out a long sigh. He shook his head with all his strength. A curse burst out from Lin Xiaoya under Yan Hao's stunned gaze. Damn it. I am so jealous of Xiao Yan. Why does that brat have such good luck? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 582, Advancement of Strength. Chapter 582, Advancement of Strength. Xun Er quietly sat to one side in the quiet secret chamber. Her delicate hand held her cheeks and under her green-colored sleeves revealed snow-white wrists. A pair of bright treasure-like pupils used the little, gentle light to stare at Xiao Yan, who was sitting in a cross-legged manner with his eyes tightly shut. It had been 5 days since the strong-ranking grand competition. However, Xiao Yan had still not shown any traces of waking up from his training. This caused Wu Hao and the others to be quite worried. They had suggested forcefully waking the former up from his training state a couple of times, but they were all stopped by Xun Er. With her eyesight, she was naturally able to sense that the Dou Qi in Xiao Yan's body was surging by the day. By the time he truly awoke, his strength would definitely advance greatly from the time when he was seriously injured. If he was woken up at this time, it would undoubtedly mean that he would lose this excellent advancement opportunity. Looks like there are no results today. Xun Er sighed gently again after seeing that Xiao Yan still did not have any trace of waking up despite having waited for a long time. She muttered before standing up, preparing to leave. However, the moment that Xun Er had stood up and was about to leave, a strange energy ripple suddenly surged within the secret room. Immediately, the former's pretty face became joyous. Her gaze suddenly turned toward Xiao Yan. Not long after the ripple was emitted, a powerful aura suddenly surged out from Xiao Yan's body, whose eyes were still tightly shut. This aura soared repeatedly, and in an extremely short amount of time, it had exceeded the aura of Xiao Yan at his peak. Moreover, it was still continuing to climb. Joy surfaced on Xun Er's face as she sensed the aura that was swiftly climbing. It was indeed as she had guessed. Xiao Yan had been repeatedly absorbing an extremely large amount of energy into his body for the past couple of days. Now, under the assault of that large amount of energy, the barrier between the levels were easily destroyed. The sudden soaring of the aura continued for a full 5 minutes before the increase finally came to a gradual stop. A moment later, an energy ripple suddenly spread out from Xiao Yan's body before finally colliding with the hard wall, shaking the secret room until it trembled. After the energy ripple surged out, the strange, sleek redness on Xiao Yan's face gradually scattered until he recovered his usual color. His tightly shut eyes trembled slightly before finally being slowly opened to see Xun Er's joyous gaze. As Xiao Yan's eyes were slowly opened, a cluster of green flame abruptly shot out before shrinking back in a lightning-like manner and disappearing. Who? Mottled air that contained some black color was expelled by Xiao Yan. The black air slowly rose before making contact with the tough ceiling. Immediately, it corroded a small hole in the ceiling under an extremely soft Qi sound. Xun Er's brow were slightly knit when she witnessed this scene. A layer of pale luster surfaced on Xiao Yan's face following the release of the mottled air. A joyous expression appeared without restraint on Xiao Yan's face as he sensed that the Dou Qi in his body was more than a couple of times stronger than before. Congratulations, Xiao Yan Geg. This serious injury has not only not left behind any seeds of trouble, but has instead allowed you to gain from misfortune. From the looks of your current aura, I think that your strength should be around that of a 5-star Douling, no? Xun Er parted her mouth and smiled as she saw the pleasant surprise all over Xiao Yan's face. Xiao Yan sensed a little before nodding slightly. He smiled and said, it should be around that of a 5-star Douling. Although Xiao Yan was pleasantly surprised at having advanced 2 levels in one go, he did not feel that it was too inconceivable. Other people might feel disbelief over his strength suddenly soaring by 2 stars, but he had some clues regarding it. Although this great battle was the primary instigating factor, an even greater reason was because his body had swallowed various medicinal pills and natural treasures. One example was the core-quenching body milk that he had consumed some time earlier. Although most of it was used to refine Xiao Yan's body, there were still some remnant medicinal power that had seeped into various parts of his body. Due to Xiao Yan's body having fallen into a completely exhausted state, that hidden medicinal power naturally and automatically seeped out. Besides helping him heal his injuries, it also gifted him with an enormous help in raising his strength. But it seems that there are some problems within Xiao Yan Gege's body? Xun Er took repeated steps until she was beside Xiao Yan. Her bright pupils looked at the latter and probed with a serious expression. Xiao Yan was startled before immediately coming to a sudden understanding. It was likely due to her having witnessed that thread of black air earlier. Xiao Yan rubbed his head and said helplessly, back then, I helped Nailan Jia expel poison in order to obtain a medicinal ingredient. In the end, I got the poison into my body. However, it is fortunate that I have the protection of that heavenly flame, and that poison is unable to cause me any harm. Due to this, it has been hiding within my body, and I can only expel a little bit of it each time I advance my strength. Xiao Yan Gege is unable to settle it even with your alchemist skills? Xun Er spoke in a somewhat startled manner. This poison is a little extraordinary. Back then, Nailan Jia, whose strength was at the Dou Qi class, nearly ended up dying because of it. How would it be so easy to completely expel? Xiao Yan shrugged his shoulders and replied. Relax, it's fine. As long as that heavenly flame is in my body, that thing will have no effect. Xiao Yan comforted. He immediately turned his body. He got down from the bed before twisting his body that had been sitting for a couple of days. A bone-cracking sound immediately sounded in a sweet manner within the secret room, much like beans being crushed. That's right, what happened at the end of the strong-ranking grand competition? I should have entered the top 10, right? Xiao Yan suddenly recalled the most important matter and hurriedly asked. Cool, relax. You have already entered the top 10 although you are ranked last. Xun Er curled her lips and smiled. She eyed Xiao Yan's face, which appeared to have released a heavy burden, before immediately adding, Lu Qing has also entered the top 10. Xiao Yan was startled before he asked in a stunned manner, in that case, who won? The first elder says that it was a draw. Therefore, the both of you were allowed to enter the top 10 together. Xun Er spoke with a sweet smile. So it's like this, whatever. In any case, I don't care how many people are in the top 10 together as long as I am allowed to enter the depths of the blazing Skychi refining tower. Xiao Yan nodded his head unconcernedly. He stretched his lazy waist before swiftly walking out of the secret room. He muttered, my bones are about to rust after staying here for so long. Girl, let's go and taste some fresh air. Xun Er smiled when she heard this. She immediately nodded before following him. Quite a large commotion was created when Xiao Yan and Xun Er appeared in Pan's Gate. During this period of time, rumors of Xiao Yan's serious injuries being difficult to cure had been spread in the outside world. Although Xun Er and the others had refuted the rumors during this period of time, Xiao Yan not revealing himself these past few days had caused the members of Pan's Gate to feel some uncertainty. They were naturally filled with joy and excitement now that they saw a perfectly fine Xiao Yan with a complexion that was even better than before. Xiao Yan could not help but feel some surprise as he walked within Pan's Gate. He discovered that there seemed to be even more members in Pan's Gate compared to before. Moreover, the overall atmosphere was also extremely high. As he walked, those numerous gazes that shot toward him from all directions were filled with respect and fear. Hey, Xiao Yan, are you finally completely cured? Lin Yan's familiar voice suddenly sounded just as Xiao Yan was looking around him. Immediately, a human figure swiftly appeared by Xiao Yan's side, revealing a face filled with joy as the former patted Xiao Yan's shoulders. Xiao Yan smiled to Lin Yan. His gaze suddenly paused on the latter's chest. An extremely familiar badge was being worn on that spot. Xiao Yan immediately had a stunned expression. Why are you wearing the badge for our Pan's Gate? Xiao Yan's face was stunned. Big brother Lin Yan has already joined our Pan's Gate. Is there any problem with him wearing our badge? Xun Er by the side could not control herself as she laughed. Xiao Yan stared dumbfoundedly. It was a long while later before he spoke with a strange face. You, as a top 10 expert in the strong ranking, are actually willing to lower yourself to join our Pan's Gate? What, lower? The reputation of the current Pan's Gate is something that even Lin Xiaoya's wolf teeth and Lu Qing's splitting mountain cannot contend with. Although they do have the presence of experts sitting there, Pan's Gate has more experts than them. Forget about the brute force queen who remains here all day. Even you are able to contend with an expert like Lu Qing. Moreover, there is still Xun Er. Even the ranked 2 Lin Xiaoya was easily defeated by her? Who in this inner academy still dares to say that Pan's Gate is weak and easy to provoke? Lin Yan laughed. When did Xun Er defeat Lin Xiaoya? Xiao Yan was once again startled. His face showed surprise as he eyed Xun Er, who was curling her mouth into a smile by his side. It happened in the sparring matches after the strong ranking grand competition was over. TSK, you didn't see that scene. Lin Xiaoya was defeated in Xun Er's hands in less than 10 minutes. At that time, everyone present appeared to have become dull. Lin Yan waved his hand and laughed gloatingly. The shock in Xiao Yan's eyes grew denser as Lin Yan spoke. He knew that Xun Er had definitely hidden her actual strength. However, he did not expect that she would be this strong when she truly erupted. That Lin Xiaoya was an expert that could contend with Lu Qing. Xiao Yan had spent all his strength in order to defeat Lu Qing, only to end up with the both of them seriously injured. He did not expect that this girl would be able to defeat Lin Xiaoya within a short 10 minutes. That strength was likely to have also reached the Dou Qi class, right? Xiao Yan involuntarily inhaled a breath of cold air as he thought of this possibility. This girl was really a little too frightening. Her current age appeared to be quite a lot younger than himself. A 17 or 18-year-old Douwan? This kind of achievement was really able to cause those elders within the inner academy to feel so inferior that they would cover their faces and weep. As this thought flew in Xiao Yan's heart, he also came to a sudden understanding upon recalling the ancient faction behind Xun Er. It appeared that she could not be viewed ordinarily. Xun Er smiled gently, appearing to clearly understand the thoughts that lingered in Xiao Yan's heart. Her delicate hand rubbed Xiao Yan's arm. Which part of that extremely obedient manner was remaining from the cold manner that she had when challenging Lin Xiuya back then? Lin Yan smacked his mouth when she saw the gentle and obedient manner Xun Er adopted toward Xiao Yan. Even a battle-crazy fellow like him could not help but feel envy surfacing in his heart. How many people in this inner academy could enjoy this blessing of the fairer sex? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 583, Deputy Commander of the Black Submerged Army, Ling Quan. Chapter 583, Deputy Commander of the Black Submerged Army, Ling Quan. Xiao Yan's days had once again become as calm as before after waking up. Although he would attract quite a number of surprised and various kinds of gazes each time he revealed himself in the inner academy, it became natural to him after getting used to it. After a long time, Xiao Yan was able to reach the point of completely ignoring them. Although the grand competition had already ended, the matter regarding entry into the blazing Skychi refining tower was being pushed back, perhaps in order to provide the competitors sufficient time to recuperate. This caused Xiao Yan, who was filled with anticipation, to begin feeling that it was difficult to pass the time. Xiao Yan did not enter the blazing Skychi refining tower to train during this period of time as he had just raised his strength by 2 stars. Instead, he chose to quietly refine the Dou Qi within his body that had suddenly soared. This kind of sudden, large increase in his Dou Qi may cause people's hearts to be filled with joy, but such an abrupt surge did not have the same kind of firmness of Dou Qi that one received upon advancing one step at a time. Superficially advancing was a taboo in advancement. Hence, for the sake of the future, Xiao Yan must ensure that his body maintained a truly filled condition at all times, and not that kind of empty superficial strength. The junior sect leader of the blood sect which he had killed in the Black Corner region was the best example of this. Although he had advanced to the Dou Ling class at such a young age, his strength was much weaker than an ordinary Dou Ling in a true fight. Moreover, due to his superficial strength and unstable Dou Qi, the fighting strength he displayed was naturally limited. The originally superficial Dou Qi within Xiao Yan's body gradually became substantial during his laid-back and quiet training every day. With the Green Lotus Core Flame, an excellent assistant in the refinement of Dou Qi, the time and effort that Xiao Yan needed to spend in refining Dou Qi was clearly reduced and easier compared to that of an ordinary person. For some unknown reason Xun Er liked to pull Xiao Yan away to enter the deep mountains together during this time that had once again become laid back. After which, they would lie on the lush green grass and cuddle together while the warm sunlight shone on them. The days were enriching and blessed. However, Xiao Yan felt a repeated inkling that something was about to happen while they made time to enjoy their enriching experiences in this quiet mountain forest. They were on a slightly inclined grass surface. The lush green-colored grass was like a green-colored carpet that extended to the edge of one sight. There was an extremely spacious mountain gorge in the grassland not far below. The gorge was extremely deep. With the faint clouds lingering there, that place appeared to be like paradise. Xiao Yan and Xun Er laid in the grassland. The faint sunlight covered their bodies, giving them a warm drowsy feeling. Xun Er tilted her head slightly. Those gem-like bright eyes watched the calm and content face of the green-robed young man beside her who had his eyes shut. Her small mouth was slowly lifted into an arc. A moment later, she appeared to have recalled something, and her eyes became slightly gloomy. She spoke in a deep voice, "Xiao Yan Ji, you must definitely properly practice the scroll that Xun Er has given you after you reach the Dou Wine class in the future." Xiao Yan opened his eyes when he heard the soft gentle voice beside his ear. He smiled and rubbed Xun Er's head while speaking, "That's only natural. How can I not put in all my effort to practice something that Xun Er gave me?" Xun Er smiled and laughed sweetly upon hearing this. Her laughter was like that of a mountain stream colliding against a rock, crisp and pleasant. "However, girl, why is it that you have appeared a little strange during these past few days?" Xiao Yan suddenly spoke as he looked directly at the moving face of Xun Er. Xun Er was slightly startled. Her gaze flickered as she avoided Xiao Yan's gaze. She spoke in a soft voice, "No. I feel no different from in the past." "Is that so?" Xiao Yan smiled. He was just about to say something when Yao Lao's solemn voice suddenly sounded in his heart, "There is a large group of auras flying in your direction. These auras are extremely strong, and their targets appear to be the both of you." Xiao Yan was startled when he heard Yao Lao's words. His expression immediately changed. Without having time to think why such a large group of extremely strong foreign auras had appeared within the inner academy, Xiao Yan stood up and pulled Xun Er, preparing to leave this place. The latter appeared to have faintly sensed something when Xiao Yan pulled her up. Her pretty face immediately changed as she hurriedly pushed Xiao Yan into the forest. Her mouth anxiously spoke, "Xiao Yan Geg, quickly go and hide. Do not come out no matter what." "What is it? Are those people coming after you?" Xiao Yan grabbed Xun Er's delicate hand and spoke with a sinking expression. Xun Er's gaze swept over the distant northern horizon. She sensed the auras that were swiftly rushing over, and her delicate hand hurriedly pressed against Xiao Yan's body. She spat out forcefully and a gentle wind pushed Xiao Yan into the forest. At the same time, she instructed, "Xiao Yan Geg, suppress your aura and don't allow them to discover you." Xiao Yan's expression kept changing after being pushed by Xun Er into the forest. He did not understand why Xun Er would suddenly become this anxious. Just who are these people? Xiao Yan's fist slowly tightened as his gaze followed Xun Er, and turned to the northern horizon. An unusual anger was quietly rising in his heart. A large cluster of rushing wind sound appeared from the sky not long after Xiao Yan was pushed into the forest. Finally, over 10 extremely small black dots appeared on the northern horizon. The route of these black dots was extremely clear. They were directly rushing to where Xun Er was. As the sharp rushing wind sound became more intense, the speed of the black dots became even faster. Finally, they appeared within a visible boundary. Xiao Yan's gaze passed through the gap between the tree leaves and watched those 10+ black spots within his sight. Shock immediately surfaced on Xiao Yan's face. Those black spots were not human figures, but were over 10 completely black magical beasts with silver-colored horns on their heads that were over a foot long. The horns were filled with strange lines, and a wild thunderous sound was emitted from them. There were 4 large wings which grew on the back of the magical beast. A wild wind howled and whistled down from the sky as the wings were flapped, suppressing the forest until it rested a little lower. Xiao Yan had never seen or heard of these foreign magical beasts. However, this did not hinder him from feeling stunned in his heart. This was because he had sensed an extremely ferocious aura from these magical beasts. Clearly, these magical beasts were not merely ordinary transport magical beasts, but a kind of flying combat beast. Flying beasts were rare in and of themselves. Flying beasts used in combat were even rarer. Only those extremely large factions had the capital to breed and tame them. Xiao Yan's gaze shifted away from these 4-winged horned beasts before finally stopping on their enormous backs. Xiao Yan was once again startled. He saw that there was a human figure standing on the backs of each of the 4-winged horned beasts. These people were wearing purple-black robes on their bodies and displayed expressionless faces. As their gazes shifted slightly, they appeared like sharp blade blows that caused one to feel a chill over one's body. Xiao Yan was somewhat shocked to realize that the aura of all of these 10+ human figures were just like deep lakes where one could not see the bottom. This kind of situation was something that Xiao Yan was only able to sense from those elders within the inner academy. The 10 enormous 4-winged horned beasts flapped their wings before finally stopping in the mountain gorge. Numerous gazes swept toward the green-clothed young lady standing in the grass. "Kuku, Xun Er Xiaojia. I have finally found you." The leading 4-winged horned beast descended slowly. On it was a man who spoke with a laugh to Xun Er. This man was not considered very old. From the looks of his appearance, he appeared to be around 24 to 25. His appearance was extremely handsome and relaxed and could compare with Lin Xiaoya. The purple-black robe on his body caused him to have an additional steady aura compared to Lin Xiaoya. Most importantly, this man seemed to be the leader of this group. This was because the positions the other 9 people stood in were clearly behind him. Such small and insignificant details were the best at revealing the differences in status. "I am the new deputy commander of the Black Submerged Army, Ling Quan. I have been ordered by the clan leader to bring Xiaojia back." The man who called himself Ling Quan stood on the 4-winged horned beast as he cupped his hands toward Xun Er, and spoke respectfully to Xun Er. "I have said that I will return by myself. Why do all of you have to hurry over from such great distance?" The sudden arrival of Ling Quan and the others caused Xun Er's expression to become cold. Therefore, her words also contained a chillness when she spoke. "The clan head has given the instructions, as such we can only obey them." Ling Quan smiled slightly. He was just about to say something when his eyes suddenly solidified. His gaze was instantly thrown toward the forest as he spoke in a deep voice, who was eavesdropping. Ling Quan words had just sounded when the expressions of the 9 human figures who were quietly standing on the 4-winged horned beast's back instantly turned cold. In an instant, the bodies of the 9 human figures flashed into the forest. A wave of low and deep collision sounds appeared immediately. "Stop! Xun Er's pretty face changed as she cried out sternly. As Xun Er's stern voice sounded, a human figure suddenly came out from the forest. Finally, he flapped his wings and paused in mid-air before eventually slowly landing beside Xun Er. He was Xiao Yan, whose clothes were somewhat disorderly. "Xiao, are you alright?" Xun Er's pretty face was anxious when she saw Xiao Yan's somewhat panted breathing. Her habitual form of address was just about to be shouted out when she became cautious. Immediately, she forced herself to become calm as she asked. Xiao Yan frowned a little because of this change of Xun Er. He asked, "What is happening?" After Xiao Yan flashed out of the forest, the 9 human figures also appeared to be like a single body as they came out together. Finally, they landed behind Ling Quan. Their gazes were like sharp knives that were firmly locked onto Xiao Yan. The change of the expression on Xun Er's face did not escape Ling Quan's notice. The latter's eyes narrowed slightly as he immediately turned to look at Xiao Yan, who had appeared. He was slightly startled when he saw that face. His finger gently knocked on his forehead as he suddenly spoke in a half-smiling manner. "If my guess is correct, this should be that young Master Xiao Yan who was once the trash of the Xiao clan? I have seen a drawing of you. Who are you?" Xiao Yan's face was as deep as water as he asked in a deep voice. "The deputy commander of the Black Submerged Army. However, it is pointless telling you this. You, or perhaps I should say the Xiao clan, does not have the qualification to come into contact with such a level." Ling Quan smiled as he replied. His voice contained an extremely straightforward contempt. He had long heard of the news of the Xiao clan nearly being exterminated. The current Xiao clan had completely declined. In what way did they possess the greatness they had back then? Xiao Yan's expression gradually turned dark, cold upon hearing the disdain that Ling Quan words had toward the Xiao clan. His hand also slowly grabbed the heavy Xian ruler. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 584, Separated. Chapter 584, Separated. Ling Quan, shut your mouth. The Xiao clan and our clan have a treaty of alliance. How can we allow you to open your mouth to insult them? Xun Er shouted sternly toward Ling Quan. Her heart became anxious as she sensed Xiao Yan's expression becoming darker and colder. "Cuckoo, Xiao Jia, you need not be angry. It is just that I am a little outspoken." Ling Quan smiled. He changed his words only to suddenly say, "However, the clan had instructed me before my journey that I should inquire about the location of the key from the Xiao clan if I meet young Master Xiao Yan." When he spoke until this point, Ling Quan smiled and turned his gaze toward Xiao Yan. "May I inquire if young Master Xiao Yan can inform me, but..." Xun Er's heart shook when she heard this, being afraid that Xiao Yan would reveal some traces. She was just about to interrupt when Xiao Yan by the side knit his brows and asked uncertainly, "Key?" Ling Quan frowned as he watched Xiao Yan's doubtful expression. He quietly spoke in his heart, "Don't tell me he doesn't know?" Now that the Xiao clan has fallen apart, no one knows whether the Hall of Souls has snatched the key. It would be troublesome if they have already obtained it. I have not obtained any news of that key after staying in the Xiao clan for so many years. Aren't you dreaming if you think you can obtain it so easily? Xun Er sighed in relief within her heart as she spoke indifferently. "Coco, I am only randomly asking. The main purpose of my journey here is to bring young Miss back. The other things are just offshoots." Ling Quan smiled and immediately bowed to Xun Er and said, "Young Miss, please. The clan head really misses you." Xun Er knit her eyebrows. She shook her head slightly and was just about to move her foot when Xiao Yan by the side grabbed her hand. He inquired in a low voice, "Are you leaving?" "Xiao Yan Geg, I have already left the clan for many years and have already delayed the time of my return a couple of times. This time around, it appears that I cannot push it back. Xiao Yan Gege, remember the words that I spoke to you before. You must not reveal the news that the Dou Qi ancient god's jade is in your hands. In the future, you will also know who exactly the faction is behind Xun Er. However, Xiao Yan Gege must not come and look for Xun Er before you possess the strength to protect the ancient jade. Otherwise, some people in the clan will definitely hold you there. The ancient jade in your hands has too great of an implication." Xun Er lowered her head slightly while her lips moved gently. A gentleness that carried a pleading voice was transmitted to Xiao Yan's ears. Xiao Yan's expression was volatile. The hand which held Xun Er's arm trembled slightly. "Xiao Yan Gege, Xun Er will wait for you. I will wait until you have become an expert that looks down on everyone. Xun Er has always believed that you will stand at the peak of the continent. At that time, the declined Xiao clan will once again stand on the continent because of you." Xiao Yan's arm trembled repeatedly. His emotions had become a mess due to Xun Er's words. Although he was no longer the impulsive young man he used to be after the experience these years have brought him. Experiencing this kind of separation after experiencing the upheaval of his clan really caused him to have a feeling of being unable to accept the situation. Moreover, only at this moment of separation did he clearly realize just what kind of weight the young lady in front of him occupied within his heart. Young Master Xiao Yan, this is our mission. Therefore, please release our Xiaojie. The expression in Ling Quan's eyes slowly became cold as he watched Xiao Yan, who was holding onto Xun Er's arm. However, his face still carried a warm and inspiring smile. Xiao Yan completely ignored Ling Quan's words. His gaze stared intently at Xun Er. A moment later, he finally slowly released his arm under the malicious gaze of Ling Quan. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to release Xun Er's arm, his hand was abruptly extended and rounded the delicate and soft waist. He violently pulled her into a hug and his head was buried in the black hair of Xun Er, which emitted a faint clean fragrance. He muttered, "Xun Er, wait for me. I will go and look for you. I don't care how large or frightening the faction behind you is. You are mine. If I need to reach Dou Zun in order for the faction to look straight at me, I will strive to become a Dou Zun. If Dou Zun won't do, then Dou Shang. If Dou Shang won't do, then Dou Di." The ancestor of the Xiao clan was able to reach that height back then. I, Xiao Yan, will definitely also be able to. The back of Xun Er's teeth bit her lower lip. Her gem-like pupils flickered a little. Fool, if you were to really reach Dou Di, you could choose any girl you want in the continent. The smile on Ling Quan's face was finally withdrawn a little as he watched Xiao Yan boldly pull Xun Er into a hug. His eyes were as dark and cold as the blade of a knife as they paused on Xiao Yan's body. He slowly tightened his fist. A faint substance like flame gushed out from his fist. Xun Er forcefully escaped from Xiao Yan's hug after having appeared to sense the fluctuation of the natural energy. She swiftly spoke in a soft voice beside his ear, "Remember what I have said. At the very least, do not come into contact with my clan before you have reached Dou Zone." Once she said this, Xun Er turned around and her toes pressed gently on the ground. Her body flashed into the air before her shoulders shook slightly. A pair of brilliant golden-colored Dou Qi wings surfaced on her back. The pair of wings flapped and she landed on one of the four-winged horned beasts. Finally, she was carried by the latter under a wild wind, and flew toward the distant horizon. The 9 human figures behind Ling Quan also swiftly flashed onto the four-winged horned beasts before finally catching up in a lightning-like manner and firmly protecting her in their midst. Xiao Yan's heart had a desolate feeling as his gaze firmly looked at the four-winged horned beast which had gradually become distant. He turned his gaze before finally stopping on the body of Ling Quan, who was still standing in the same spot. He spoke faintly, "Isn't Deputy Commander Ling Quan leaving? I am not in a hurry." Ling Quan smiled. His smile gradually became cold as his gaze looked at Xiao Yan in a dark and cold manner. He coldly laughed, "It is just that I want to inform you of something. With your achievements and the background of the Xiao clan, which has become like a dog which has lost its home, you are not good enough for Xiaojie. I will tell you honestly. The clan head has already guessed that Xiaojie might have some feelings for you. Therefore, he had tasked me to bring some words to you. Forget Xiaojie. It is best that you treat those matters of the past as though they have never happened. Xiaojie has an extremely important position in the clan. Only the truly strong people in the continent are good enough for her. You are not worthy." Ling Quan's face contained harsh disdain during those last 3 words. Xun Er was sought after by all the geniuses in the clan. He was naturally included among them. However, when he saw that Xiao Yan had actually dared to pull Xun Er into a hug earlier, it was likely that he would have been unable to control himself and kill Xiao Yan on the spot had he not been taken into account by Xun Er's presence. Now that he was conveying a message, he naturally needed to dig and ridicule all he could. According to his presumption, it would naturally be a most satisfactory result if he could use words to devastate Xiao Yan. However, the Xiao Yan in front of him was unexpectedly calm after his words sounded. His indifferent black pupils stared at Ling Quan. A moment later, he laughed softly, shook his head and spoke, "It is not up to you to find fault with whether I am good enough. Moreover, you should be jealous of me, right?" The meanness on Ling Quan's face was slowly withdrawn as he looked at Xiao Yan in a gloomy manner. "Are you seeking death? Don't think that you can be this arrogant because Xiaojie is protecting you. If I want to kill you, it would be like crushing an ant." Xiao Yan indifferently studied Ling Quan, whose face hid a killing intent. The manner which did not have the slightest fear caused the killing intent within Ling Quan's heart to writhe repeatedly. He hated this ant-like fellow displaying such an indifferent manner. Just as Ling Quan's killing intent slowly spread, a faint old voice suddenly sounded in the grassland, "Deputy Commander, letting all of you enter the inner academy is already a great act of tolerance. Now you are actually thinking of acting against a student of our academy?" A black figure strangely appeared in midair as the old voice sounded. It was surprisingly First Elder Su Qian. The killing intent on Ling Quan's body was swiftly withdrawn when he saw Su Qian appearing. He cupped his hands toward the former and laughed. What is First Elder saying? I am merely having a heart-to-heart conversation with young Master Xiao Yan, but... Alright, don't beat around the bush in front of me. I have already given the greatest face to your clan by allowing you to come and search for a person. You should leave immediately now that you have found her. Su Qian knit his brows and spoke in a deep voice. Ling Quan smiled when he heard Su Qian giving the order to expel him, but did not retort. He bowed his body slightly toward the former before once again turning toward Xiao Yan. He gave a superficial smile and said, looks like you have not given up. Alright, if you have the ability in the future, you can come to look for the young Miss, Xiao Jia, in the clan anytime. At that time, this deputy commander will let you witness the true gap between us. Ling Quan's shoulders trembled upon saying this. A pair of deep red Dou Qi wings shot out. The pair of wings were flapped slightly before his body swiftly rose into the air. He finally flew in a lightning-like manner into the horizon, disappearing from the edge of the sky in a short time. Su Qian's body slowly descended as he watched Ling Quan leave. He landed beside Xiao Yan and patted his shoulders. He sighed, little fellow, don't allow that fellow to give you a blow. Otherwise, you will really align yourself with his intentions. Their clan is a little different from ordinary people. They are somewhat blessed when they train. If one were to truly discuss about training talent, he would not be able to match you. Xiao Yan smiled slightly and quietly nodded. He spoke softly, if he were to really act just now, I would have let him leave something behind even if I had to fight all out until I ended up seriously injured. Su Qian was slightly startled he heard that soft-spoken Xiao Yan's words. He clearly knew that the former was not simply trying to be brave. He nodded and smiled as he said, I believe that it is not surprising for a person who was able to rely on his own strength to turn the misty cloud sect upside down has this ability. Cuckoo, alright. Little fellow, tomorrow is the time to enter the blazing Skychi refining tower to receive the refining of one's body by the heart flame. If you are able to endure it, it will pave the way for the advancement into the Dou Wang class. It is useless saying anything now. Only by becoming a truly strong person would you be able to go to that clan and search for your little girlfriend. Su Qian patted Xiao Yan's shoulders and comforted. He immediately turned his body and walked slowly toward the forest. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. He eyed Su Qian's back which had disappeared within the forest. Only then did he turn around and throw his gaze toward the distant northern horizon. He muttered, Xun Er, wait for me. Moreover, Xiao Yan's fist slowly extended out from his sleeves. Drops of blood was seeping out from the gap between his fingers. That meanness and disdain of Ling Quan from earlier did not have no impact on Xiao Yan. Ling Qian right. I will remember this debt and humiliation. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 585, Entering the lowest level of the Blazing Skychi Refining Tower. Chapter 585, Entering the lowest level of the Blazing Skychi Refining Tower. Xiao Yan coincidentally met both Wu Hao and Hu Jia the moment he returned to Pan's gate. The two saw the former's gloomy face and looked at each other. They did not understand who had angered this fellow whose face always carried a smile. Their gazes drifted toward Xiao Yan's back. Hu Jia appeared to have discovered something as she involuntarily asked in a soft voice, Where is Xun Er? Xiao Yan slowly sighed and replied, She left. Left? Wu Hao and Hu Jia were immediately stunned when they heard this. Their faces were immediately filled with surprise. Where has she gone to? When will she be back? She has returned to her clan. It is likely that she will not return again in the future. Xiao Yan's footsteps paused at the main entrance and spoke in a faint voice. He immediately pushed the door and entered. After which, the door emitted a bang and was heavily shut. Wu Hao and Hu Jia stared blankly at the tightly shut main entrance. It was a long while later before they sighed in a somewhat desolate manner. After having gotten along for so long, nearly everyone within Pan's gate had nothing but esteem and respect toward that young lady who always carried a gentleness and a smile. It was natural that their hearts felt as though something was lacking now that they heard she had left. Ugh, it is likely that the emotions of quite a number of Pan's gate members will fall if this news is released. Hu Jia sighed. Wu Hao nodded with a bitter smile. He spoke softly, no wonder I kept having the feeling that Xun Er was a little strange recently. She was actually about to leave. It is likely that Xiao Yan doesn't feel good in his heart. Wu Jia helplessly spread her hands. She immediately turned around, walked toward the outside, and spoke, Forget it. I shall not disturb him and let him be alone. Wu Hao nodded and followed her with low spirits. The small room, which contained a faint delicate fragrance, still had the remnant scent of the young lady. Xiao Yan's body lay on the soft bed and slowly shut his eyes. The moving frown and smile of that young lady within his mind was like a blade cutting at him. He deeply imprinted it into the depth of his memories. He never experienced this feeling when the beauty was around. Only now that the scented figure had gone far away did these feelings climb up from the depths of his innermost memories. It was like a total mess that was lingering around his heart. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air. He knew that her figure would likely accompany him for the rest of his life. "I will look for you." Xiao Yan's hand that was holding onto the blanket tightened slowly as he muttered softly to himself within the room. The inner academy, which was calm for a period of time, once again became lively the next day. This was because today was the day that the top 10 experts on the strong ranking could enter the blazing Skychi refining tower to receive the essence heart flame and refine their body. Everyone in the inner academy clearly knew that as long as one managed to endure such a refinement of one's body, it would basically pave the way for one to advance to a Dou Wang in the future. Such an opportunity, that one could meet but could not hope for, was sufficient to cause anyone to want it and feel envious. A large group of members from Pan's Gate swarmed in front of the small pavilion home within Pan's Gate. They had the tightly shut doors and emitted soft private whispers. Creak! The tightly shut door suddenly emitted a slight sound. All the private conversations ceased immediately. The numerous gazes that were staring at the door contained a fiery heat and respect. A black-robed, young man slowly walked out under all the heated gazes. That seemingly warm face caused all the members of Pan Gate to be roused with force and spirit. As the true leader of the current Pan's Gate, each and every single action of Xiao Yan would affect the spirits of the entire Pan's Gate. As long as Xiao Yan was not defeated, no matter what kind of opponent he met, the members of Pan's Gate would have never-ending fighting spirit and confidence. Wu Hao and Hu Jia quietly sighed in relief as they saw Xiao Yan recovering his original expression. If he was to still act as desolate and gloomy as yesterday in such a situation, it was likely that he would cause the emotions of everyone present to fall. Xiao Yan's gaze looked all around the area. Each time his gaze shot to a certain area, the members of Pan's Gate would involuntarily lift their head and raise their chest. Their gazes were fiery hot and excited. Xiao Yan smiled slightly as he slowly raised his hand. It fell immediately as his voice spoke briefly, "Let's go." Upon saying this, Xiao Yan's footsteps took the lead as they walked out of Pan's Gate. A large group of members of Pan's Gate marched forth and followed closely behind him. With such a large group moving around, the commotion that they caused was quite great. Numerous gazes shot over, and when they saw the young man in a black robe leading, they realized the cause of this and followed behind the proud Pan's Gate members with faces full of envy. Due to the sale of medicinal pills, the current Pan's Gate had truly monopolized the entire Inner Academy's medicinal pill market. Even that medicinal gang was finding it increasingly difficult to compete with Pan's Gate following the increase in the latter's strength. The abundant fire energy had caused the special fire energy reward and punishment system within Pan's Gate to become increasingly perfect. Therefore, even some of the students within the Inner Academy who had already entered long ago had become envious of the treatment that the members of Pan's Gate were receiving. A large group of people marched forth in a mighty manner and headed directly toward the blazing Skychi refining tower. They met a few other factions along the way. However, their momentum and aura were undoubtedly much weaker when compared to Pan's Gate. Although most of the leaders of the other factions were experts in the top 10 of the strong ranking, they did not dare to show any pride in front of Xiao Yan, this special existence who could even beat Lu Qing to the point where the latter was seriously injured. After all, they clearly understood that if Xiao Yan and Lu Qing had not fought until they were both seriously injured, it was likely that the both of them would be the greatest contenders for the top 3 spots. Xiao Yan and Lin Xiaoya's group, which were similarly rushing over, came into contact as they were about to reach the blazing Skychi refining tower. Both groups were startled when they met before they immediately greeted one another. Xiao Yan's gaze swept over a group of merely 20+ people behind Lin Xiaoya as they greeted one another. His heart let out a quiet praise. Although the number of people in this group were not as many as that of Pan's Gate, all of their auras were concealed while the glow in their eyes flickered occasionally. From the agglomeration of the auras all over their bodies, most of their strength should be around that of a 1-star Douling. I think that this is the wolf teeth that is renowned within the Inner Academy. There are not many people, but each of them could fight against 10. This is a true elite. While Xiao Yan was observing the wolf teeth behind Lin Xiaoya, the latter's gaze also partially drifted toward Xiao Yan's side. However, he did not see that figure which had been deeply imprinted in his mind. Disappointment immediately flashed across his eyes. He quickly engaged in a chat with Xiao Yan as they swiftly walked toward the top of the tower, which had appeared at the edge of their sight. The place was already crowded by a huge number of people by the time Xiao Yan's group arrived. Due to the top 10 of the strong ranking about to enter the bottom of the tower, the Inner Academy had already prohibited the remaining students from entering. Although this action caused everyone to complain, they also knew that this was a rule established generations ago, and they were helpless in doing anything about it. The appearance of Xiao Yan's large group immediately attracted the attention from everywhere. Xiao Yan, who had a current reputation and prestige that did not lose to Lin Xiaoya, was naturally instantly recognized by everyone. Immediately, various voices sounded in the crowd. Xiao Yan ignored these noises. His group relied on their large number, and he, like a sharp knife being inserted into the group, split them apart. Finally, they swaggered toward the empty land just outside the main entrance of the blazing Skychi refining tower. There was a spacious area in the empty space in front of the main entrance. However, this kind of area was reserved for the use of those factions with quite a great strength. The current Pan's Gate naturally possessed such a qualification. Hence, the group was unceremonious as they searched for a good spot before sitting down with their legs crossed. Xiao Yan watched the group of people who were squeezing behind him and involuntarily exhaled. Over half a year ago, he too only had the qualification to stand outside and watch those factions occupy the best spots with envy. It was unexpected that his position had currently been exchanged. Hey, Lu Qing is also here. Lin Xiaoya's body suddenly flashed to Xiao Yan's side and sat down before curling his lips in one direction as he spoke. Xiao Yan was startled when he heard this. His gaze also turned in the same direction as Lin Xiaoya's, and he did indeed see a commotion suddenly occurring within the crowd. After which, a group of people with an overbearing aura broke into them before rushing toward where the main entrance was. The leader of that group was Lu Qing, who was carrying the mountain-splitting spear on his back. Behind him was Lu Fei, Yao Sheng, as well as a group of men whose figures were quite strong and whose auras were not any weaker than the members of Lin Xiaoya's wolf teeth. Lu Qing sensed something when Xiao Yan's eyes focused on the former. Turning his head slightly, his eyes collided with that of the black-robed young man who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Four eyes watched each other, and Lu Qing's footsteps gradually slowed. As the focus of the entire place, each and every single action of his naturally got the attention of everyone. Hence, numerous gazes were once again turned toward Xiao Yan. The surrounding private conversations immediately became much quieter upon seeing these two opponents who could be described by the phrase enemies frequently cross paths. Lu Qing hesitated for a moment under the focus of the surrounding gazes. However, he led his group slowly toward where Xiao Yan and the others were. The members of Pan's Gate behind Xiao Yan immediately became much more tense when they saw Lu Qing's large group of swarming over. Each of their gazes revealed enmity. There were even some who drew their weapons. This action of both parties immediately caused the surrounding voices to completely become quiet. They eyed these two factions that seemed to be about to engage in a large-scale intense fight. Lu Qing's footsteps stopped at a distance of around 10 meters from the members of Pan's Gate. He waved his hand, and the large men with overbearing auras stopped their feet at the same time. The orderly sound of footsteps landing on the ground emitted a bang that was filled with an imposing presence. Lu Qing brought Lu Fei and Yao Sheng as he slowly stopped in front of Xiao Yan. His gaze stared intently at the smiling face of the young man. A moment later, he spoke in a deep voice, "You are very strong. I have underestimated you." Xiao Yan smiled as he cupped his hands toward Lu Qing and said, "I was merely lucky." "Luck does not exist in a fight," Lu Qing said faintly. His boiling hot gaze immediately turned toward Xiao Yan as he spoke. "However, I have one additional opponent from now on. This is an extremely good thing for me. I will come and look for you to spar if there is time in the future." Lu Qing did not wait for Xiao Yan to reply after saying those words. He turned around and brought everyone to sit down at a spot not far away, quietly waiting for the door of the tower to open. Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head as he watched Lu Qing and the others, who turned around and left. This fellow was actually quite troublesome. There were some other people who rushed over after Lu Qing's followers all came. Finally, after nearly half an hour, the sound of rushing wind suddenly came from the sky. A couple of old figures appeared outside of the tower's door. The person leading them was surprisingly the first elder, Su Qian. "Coco, looks like everyone has arrived. In that case, I shall not say any unnecessary words." Su Qian's gaze took one look around. He did not waste his breath as he waved his hand. The heavy tower door creaked before slowly opening. "The 11 people within the top 10 of the strong ranking should follow me. Everyone else is not allowed to enter today. Otherwise, you can forget about entering it within the next half a year." Su Qian spoke in a faint voice before immediately ignoring everyone who was shocked by this severe punishment until their necks shrank. He immediately turned around and walked toward the tower. Xiao Yan was the first to stand up after seeing Su Qian's back. After which, he stepped into the blazing Skychi refining tower under numerous envious gazes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 586, Essence Heart Flame. Chapter 586, Essence Heart Flame. The bright light immediately became much darker after entering the blazing Sky Qi refining tower. Xiao Yan raised his gaze only to see Su Qian pausing at this place, appearing to be waiting for them. Su Qian smiled at Xiao Yan when he saw that the latter was the first to enter. He eyed the expression which showed he had recovered to his previous self and nodded his head, feeling pleased. He quietly praised in his heart, "This little fellow not only possesses shocking talent, but his character is also this tough. It is not a coincidence that he has so many achievements." Lin Yan, Lin Xiaoya, and the others came in one after another not long after Xiao Yan entered. The 11 people stopped in front of Su Qian. Other than Ziyan, who had an impatient face, the others appeared a little enthusiastic. "Hey, Xiao Yan, I have eaten all of my stuff. You must help me refine some once we leave this place." Ziyan ignored Su Qian as she leaped to Xiao Yan's side. She pulled his sleeves while swinging her pale purple ponytail and muttered, "I hate coming to this tower the most." "Yes." Xiao Yan slightly nodded his head. He clearly knew that Ziyan's original form was a magical beast. Hence, she had somewhat of a mentality that rejected flames. The so-called Essence Heart Flame did not have much of an refining impact on her anyway. After all, she had already advanced to the Dou Qi class. It was useless to pave the way again. However, it was better than having nothing. Being able to refine her body once again for free would more or less have some benefits for her. Therefore, Ziyan was not opposed to it. Although she had a naive character, she was still able to clearly distinguish the benefits. Su Qian coughed softly and stared at Ziyan, who was not concerned at all. He immediately turned his gaze helplessly toward Xiao Yan and the others as he spoke in a stern manner, "All of you should follow me all the way. Do not walk about on your own. You should not walk about randomly once you reach the bottom few levels of the tower. Do not observe your surroundings no matter what kind of activity occurs. Otherwise, I will revoke your qualification. Do you understand?" Everyone was somewhat stunned when they heard this, but they still nodded their heads. Seeing that everyone had nodded their heads, Su Qian turned around and led the way at the front. The route he took was different from when they usually descended the tower. Instead, he entered the metal door Xiao Yan had broken into back when he first entered the tower. Xiao Yan's heart instantly leaped as he watched Su Qian take this route. He clearly understood that in the darkness behind this metal door was an extremely large, deep hole. Moreover, the true fallen heart flame was concealed in this bottomless, dark black hole. Xiao Yan adopted an unusual emotion as he followed Su Qian and entered the metal door that was closely guarded. The faint dim light shot down from the wall, shining at the enormous space behind the metal door until it was quite obscure. Although the light was hazy, it did not hinder Xiao Yan as he looked at the large hole in the middle of this enormous space. The other few people also curiously looked all around them. This place was somewhere that even Lu Qing and Lin Xiaoya were entering for the first time. The gazes that looked all around paused on that deep, black hole not long later. Although everyone's hearts were filled with curiosity, they did not dare to carelessly move out of line and go over to check it out when they recalled Su Qian's earlier instructions. Xiao Yan's gaze intensely paused on that dark, deep hole. It was a long while later before he forcefully pulled his gaze back. His gaze was lowered slightly as he followed Su Qian in front of him. The route that Su Qian led them along was merely at the edge of this spacious interior. Therefore, it was quite far from the middle. Even so, Xiao Yan and the others sensed a kind of extremely hot temperature. They walked along the edge for a couple of minutes before Su Qian led everyone into a somewhat dim tunnel that slowly spiraled down. As Xiao Yan's footsteps followed the repeatedly winding stairs, he could sense that he and the others were heading deeper to the bottom levels of the blazing Sky Qi refining tower. The security in this tunnel stairway was extremely tight, and was enough to cause Xiao Yan and the rest to feel shocked. Almost every couple of minutes they descend the stairs, a guard who was standing like a statue would appear. Accompanied by the surrounding dim atmosphere, this kind of tight security caused a couple of people to secretly swallow their saliva. If they didn't have too much trust in the inner academy, it was likely that some of them would suspect Su Qian was bringing them to a dangerous place. The group of people basically did not have the mood to converse in this kind of pressuring atmosphere. Other than Ziyan's voice, which was repeatedly muttering to Xiao Yan, the remaining people all had tense faces. The entire stairway only appeared to have a somewhat messy, heavy breathing sound. This travel under such a pressuring atmosphere continued for nearly half an hour before it was finally broken by a light that appeared at the end of the dim tunnel. "We have arrived." Su Qian swiftly walked toward the end. His faint voice immediately caused everyone's spirit to be roused. Their footsteps became faster before eventually scrambling to swarm out of the tunnel. Everyone's footsteps stepped out of the dim tunnel. The eye-piercingly intense light caused Xiao Yan and the others to habitually shut their eyes. However, they swiftly opened them. Their faces were immediately filled with surprise as they swept all around. This was an extremely spacious and empty space within the tower that occupied a vast area. At a glance, this was basically more spacious than any other level above. As this place did not have many training rooms, it had an empty feeling when one took a glance at it. Xiao Yan's gaze moved around. A moment later, it stopped at the area in the middle. There was a large hole that was approximately dozens of meters wide there. His gaze slowly shifted up and Xiao Yan's eyes immediately narrowed. There was a similarly enormous hole in the ceiling that was nearly 100 meters high that was facing the deep hole below with great precision. Clearly, almost every level of this blazing Skychi refining tower had such a hole and that these holes were connected to one another. Looks like in this deepest part should be the place where the fallen heart flame is located. It is just that I do not know which level this would be, Xiao Yan muttered in his heart. All of you should follow me. Su Qian's gaze looked all around him. He immediately waved to Xiao Yan and the others before lifting his feet and walking over to the middle area. Xiao Yan's gaze brightened when he saw this and was the first to follow. As he approached the black hole in the middle, Xiao Yan could clearly sense a strange temperature covering his entire body. Su Qian was still over 20 meters from the deep hole when he paused his footsteps. He waved his hand and two figures immediately flashed and appeared from an unknown area before finally stopping around 10 meters from the hole. Xiao Yan's gaze eyed those two figures. These two people were clearly also the elders of the inner academy. However, they did not frequently reveal themselves outside. Hence, even he had never seen them before. All of you, sit down. Su Qian pointed at a spot on the ground. There were 11 specially made jade platforms there. At a glance, they were jade green in color. Xiao Yan and the 10 others hurriedly followed his instruction after hearing his words. Each of them searched for a jade platform before sitting down. Xiao Yan immediately felt a wave of faint coolness seeping into him the moment his buttocks touched the jade platform. As he sat at this spot, it appeared that even the hot temperature of the outside world was isolated. Su Qian finally turned his body after seeing everyone sitting on the jade platforms. He spoke a couple of words to the two elders in a soft voice. After which, the two elders slowly walked closer to that deep hole. Their hands formed a couple of seals in a lightning-like manner before letting out a soft, deep cry. As the cry of the two people fell, the empty surroundings of that deep hole suddenly began to fluctuate. Following which, a layer of somewhat illusory energy ripples slowly surfaced in everyone's sight. So this place also has a special energy seal. Looks like this inner academy has an extremely tight defense against the fallen heart flame. Xiao Yan spoke with a sudden understanding in his heart as he watched that seemingly illusory, yet extremely firm energy ripple. The two elders beckoned with their hands following the surfacing of the energy ripple cover. Immediately, a white-colored light that was the size of a human head slowly drifted out from the deep hole. Finally, it seeped through the energy ripple before being suspended at a spot around 2 meters from the ground as it floated up and down. Other lights came drifting out one after another not long after the first pale white light drifted out. A moment later there were a total of 11 light clusters appearing in front of Xiao Yan and the others. Everyone blinked their eyes and studied the chicken egg-like white-colored lights with doubtful expressions. Su Qian smiled faintly as he saw the loss on everyone's faces. He waved his sleeves gently. Immediately, the color of those white-colored lights swiftly became transparent. Finally, it revealed the thing within it in front of everyone. As the color paled, the thing that appeared within the light was, surprisingly, what seemed like an invisible flame that could still be seen by the naked eye. These flames curled and rose within each of their own light clusters. However, all of the temperature appeared to have been completely isolated by the light. Therefore, Xiao Yan and the others were actually unable to sense even the slightest heat. This is the essence heart flame. Su Qian stared at this invisible flame as he spoke faintly. This kind of essence heart flame is extremely difficult to obtain. Every year, we exhaust a great amount of human effort in order to obtain 3 to 4 clusters. Moreover, this also depends on one's luck. This thing does not have much use for those of the Dou Wang class and above. However, it is able to pave the way for someone below the Dou Wang class to advance to a Dou Wang. Of course, there is also quite a great amount of risk. The pain of refining one's body is extremely difficult to endure. If one is not careful, not only will one fail, but the flame will also cause significant damage to one's body. First Elder, this refining of one's body with the essence heart flame, what is the success rate of previous years? Lin Yan raised his hand and carefully inquired. The failure rate of each batch of top 10 of the strong ranking who come here to receive the body refinement is quite high. Each time around half the people fail. Su Qian mentioned casually. However, cold sweat began to appear on the forehead of some people. A 50% chance of failure, this seemed to be a little high, no? The Dou Wang class is the defining line of the experts on the continent. All of you who are at the peak of the Dou Ling class should be clearly aware of just how difficult it is to advance to this class. If one does not have sufficient luck, it is possible for one to pause at this level forever. Su Qian glanced at Lin Xiaoya, Lu Qing, and the others as he spoke. You can tell me if you don't dare receive the refinement of your body. This essence heart flame is extremely rare and precious. It would naturally be good if we can save it. Su Qian carelessly spoke. Everyone faced one another upon hearing this. However, no one dared to say anything about withdrawing. It was just as Su Qian had said, advancing to the Dou Wan class was far too difficult. If one were to give up on having such a chance, a future with regret would be. Since no one has any dissenting opinions, all of you should close your eyes and sink your mind into your body. Don't get distracted. We will intervene if any problem occurs. Su Qian waved his hand when he saw that no one spoke. The 11 light clusters flew toward the foreheads of everyone. Finally, they emitted a bang and broke apart in front of everyone's eyes, which were staring intently at them. The invisible flame within it fell and entered into everyone, from the tops of everyone's heads. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 587, The Pain of Refining One's Body. Chapter 587, The Pain of Refining One's Body. As the clusters of invisible flame entered into the forehead of Xiao Yan and the others, the bodies of the 11 of them immediately began to tremble via a varying degree. Soon after, their faces began to flush red to the degree of burning coal. There were even threads of white fog seeping out from everyone's head. Su Qian nodded slightly as he saw the flushed red faces of the 11 of them. He instructed the 2 elders. Watch them carefully. Don't let any accidents occur. The 2 elders bowed and received the orders. A gray-robed elder among them sighed, I wonder how many people will be able to successfully endure this time around. This kind of refinement of one's body with the heart flame is far from those heart flames used to train within the upper few levels can compare with. This kind of searing pain is something that even someone with great mental strength may not have absolute confidence in being able to endure through it all. Su Qian spoke faintly. The other elder smiled bitterly and nodded. He said, there were only 4 among the last batch of top 10 in the strong ranking who managed to endure through it. The remaining 6 failed and even ended up receiving serious internal injuries. They had to recuperate for a full 2 to 3 months before they completely recovered. Although the benefit of this refinement of one's body with the heart flame is sufficient to cause one to be envious, it is not that easy to enjoy it. Let's see their own luck. It is nothing much if they fail, but if the heart flame successfully refines their body, it can allow them to have a slightly easier time advancing to a Dou Wang in the future. Even though it cannot achieve the result of directly raising their strength to a Dou Wang, most of those who can enter the top 10 of the strong ranking are those with excellent talent. As long as it is not someone with extremely terrible luck, they would definitely have the chance to advance to the Dou Wan class after exhausting 5 or 10 years. Su Qian carelessly spoke. His gaze immediately turned toward the enormous, deep hole behind him and frowned slightly as he spoke. How is the fallen heart flame recently? Is there any activity? Hearing Su Qian's question, the earlier gray-robed elder hurriedly spoke. The fallen heart flame is unusually quiet during this period of time. It even reached the point where not the slightest activity has appeared. If it were not because we were surveying traces of its activity, it is likely that we would have thought that it had just quietly fled. No activity? Su Qian was not only not happy when he heard this, but his face had also gradually become solemn. During all these many years, the fallen heart flame had been constantly trying to break the seal. How was it possible that it was suddenly void of activity? As the saying goes, an abnormality is usually the result of a demon. Was the fallen heart flame brewing something? Su Qian's expression became increasingly serious as this thought lingered in his heart. A moment later, he asked in a deep voice, how is the seal? We have summoned all the elders within the inner academy, gathering together 18 people and spending 5 days to completely repair all the seals that had begun to collapse from the attacks of the past. The other elder eyed Su Qian's serious expression and smiled as he continued. First elder need not be too worried. Even if the first layer of the seal was unluckily broken, there is still the seal that the headmaster personally put in place at the surface of this blazing skychi refining tower. It is quite difficult for this fallen heart flame to break through it. Su Qian knit his brows and reprimanded, don't underestimate this fallen heart flame. A heavenly flame is agglomerated from the most destructive natural strength over an extremely long time. Its strength could be said to be frightening. Should any mishap happen, this entire inner academy would be instantly destroyed. Such a price is something that our Jianan Academy cannot afford. That elder was somewhat ashamed at being reprimanded by Su Qian. Assign more people to pay attention to the fallen heart flame. Release the signal the moment there is any activity. I have already informed the outer academy. There will be people swiftly hurrying over the moment that something goes wrong with the fallen heart flame. Su Qian spoke in a deep voice. Yes, sir. The two elders hurriedly responded respectfully the moment they heard this. Additionally, you should pay more attention to these little fellows. Don't let anything happen. I will go to the lowest level below to investigate the situation. Su Qian's body moved as his words sounded. He immediately disappeared from this spot in a strange manner, leaving behind the two elders who were looking at one another. Pain. A pain that seeped out from deep within his bones. This was what Xiao Yan was currently feeling. After that invisible flame invaded his body, it was as though his entire body was thrown into a fire cauldron. Moreover, this flame was burning his body from within. The raging fire, the hot temperature, the momentum, it seemed to be refusing to give up until it incinerated his body into ashes. White fog seeped out from his head. The chi pads, bones, and even blood within Xiao Yan's body appeared to have become invisible at this moment. The invisible flame seeped out from all over his body much like maggots in tarsal bones and began to incinerate anything that could be burned within his body. The Dou Qi that was hidden within the Dou crystal was also unable to avoid this calamity. Although Xiao Yan could not see within the Dou crystal of his body, he was able to sense that the Dou Qi within it was like floodwater that churned repeatedly. Under this deep bone-searing pain, each second of each minute felt like it took days or even years. Although Xiao Yan had the impulse of fainting on the spot, he was able to sense that his organs appeared to be gradually becoming stronger under the incineration of the invisible flame. This also repeatedly increased the intensity of the pain. Such a body refinement was just like a kind of torture. After these 2 years of training and experience, Xiao Yan had confidence in his determination and toughness. Moreover, he was also a little adapted to the heavenly flame because he had already successfully refined the green lotus core flame. Even though this was the case, he was also made this miserable because of the refinement of the heart flame. It was difficult to imagine just what kind of frightening degree the searing pain was to those people who had not adapted to it. Endure. This was the word that was repeated in Xiao Yan's heart as he clenched his teeth. At this moment, he can only use the self-hypnotizing method to cause himself to endure for a longer time. The torment passed by extremely slowly. However, Xiao Yan gradually became numb as this kind of intense pain continued. After his heart became a little less focused on the pain, he was finally able to divide his attention to sense the many slight changes that his body was undergoing under the calcination of the essence heart flame. The slightly superficial Dou Qi, due to his strength having soared abruptly by 2 stars some time earlier, was gradually becoming substantial at an extremely joyous speed under this kind of calcination of the heart flame. Xiao Yan was able to sense that the superficial feeling in the Dou crystal when he maneuvered his Dou Qi in the past was swiftly disappearing. The Dou crystal once again recovered to the kind of substantial feeling of the past. His bones, chi paths, and even muscles were just like metal under the intense flame as they were being refined at an extremely slow pace until they became tougher and filled with explosive strength. Due to various reasons, Xiao Yan luckily endured past the most painful period. However, some of the others were not so lucky. Around an hour or so after the essence heart flame entered their bodies, a student became the first to show abnormal signs. His originally flush red expression instantly became pale white and his body trembled swiftly like he was having a seizure. Those 2 elders who had been paying attention to Xiao Yan and the others naturally discovered the unusual action of this student at the first instance. Their expressions immediately changed a little. With a flash of their bodies, they appeared beside the ladder. Those shriveled hands were extended at the same time before they gently landed on the back of that student. Powerful Dou Qi suddenly surged into the ladder's body from their palms. As the Dou Qi surged out, the student's body trembled even more intensely. Finally, a flushed redness surged onto his pale face that was as white as sheet. A fresh mouthful of bright red blood was involuntarily spat out. The fresh blood landed on the ground and immediately let out a chi-chi sound. A wave of white smoke rose before finally leaving behind a shallow bright red mark on the ground. That student also slowly opened his eyes after that fresh blood was spat out. He appeared to clearly understand that he had failed and his eyes were filled with dejection and helplessness. You should rest by the side first. Failure is something frequent when the heart flame refines one's body. You need not be too concerned over it. The gray-robed man eyed the dejected expression of the student and comforted him. However, his voice had just sounded when another student's body swiftly convulsed. The 2 elders could only bitterly smile and flashed to that person's side. They repeated their actions and forced the heart flame out from within that student's body. The failure of the first 2 people appeared to have caused a chain effect. Within a short hour, there were another 3 people who failed, causing the 2 elders to be awfully busy. After they finished dealing with the final student who had a problem, the two elders looked at the 6 people that still remained. The elders appeared to have laid down a heavy burden as they sighed when they saw that the aura of these people were still stable despite their faces being flushed red. These 6 people had clearly endured past the most dangerous period. As long as nothing seriously wrong happened after this, they should be able to be successful. Looks like there will be a few more people who succeed this time around compared to the last batch. An elder wiped his perspiration as he smiled and spoke. The other elder nodded. His gaze looked toward the 5 people who were somewhat dispirited due to their failure and helplessly shook their heads. He got up and said, "Take care of these people first. I will send them out of the tower." As he said this, he turned toward the 5 people, waved his hand, and led them back up the route they had taken to arrive here. The refinement of one's body by the essence heart flame was something that exhausted quite a lot of time. Although Xiao Yan and the 5 others had endured past the most difficult period, they were receiving the calcination of the heart flame during the subsequent 3 days. During this calcination, they were able to clearly sense that the interior of their body, regardless of whether it was their chi paths, bones, etc., were greatly strengthened. On the 3rd day, the refinement of their bodies by the heart flame gradually approached its end. The flush redness on their faces was gradually withdrawn. Waves of auras of varying strength soared from within their bodies. Although this aura did not differ much in strength compared to before their bodies were refined, their aura was clearly much more substantial compared to a couple of days earlier. However, just as everyone was about to finish successfully, the expression of Su Qian, who had been monitoring the activity of the fallen heart flame at the lowest level of the blazing sky chi refining tower, suddenly changed drastically. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 588, Fallen Heart Flame, Erupt. Chapter 588, Fallen Heart Flame, Erupt. At the lowest level of the blazing sky chi refining tower, there was a scene that was completely different from the top levels. The hot temperature that was rising within the enormous space even caused one's vision to become hazy. When one gently inhaled a breath into one's body, one immediately felt like one was inhaling a breath of flames. A fiery red light had seeped out from an unknown source and lit up the entire space until it became quite bright. The middle area of this space also had an extremely spacious deep hole. The entrance of this deep hole was bigger than any of the upper levels. Its interior was also not black in color, but filled with a kind of dark pale redness like that of coagulated blood. An energy barrier that was visible to the naked eye formed a circular pillar and firmly locked the place just outside of the deep hole. The surface of the energy barrier was filled with somewhat mysterious varying lines. They were like snakes passing by, leaving behind various winding dents. Additionally, the energy barrier at this spot was extremely wild and violent. Threads of powerful energy ripples spread out repeatedly. There was even an extremely deep explosive sound. Su Qian sat cross-legged not far from the energy barrier. His eyes appeared to be partially closed. Borrowing his enormous Dou Qi, his will had wrapped around the entire lowest level of the blazing sky chi refining tower. Any slight ripple would not be able to escape his senses. The faint sound of liquid flowing suddenly sounded in the quiet bottom level. That sound was like lake water churning. However, just this slight sound caused Su Qian's solemn expression to change drastically. His eyes were abruptly opened and 2 eyes that were like sharp glows directly shot toward the deep hole in the middle. The sound was being emitted from there. Su Qian stood up in a lightning-like manner. His body moved, and the next time that he appeared, he was already by the edge of the deep hole. His eyes were aglow like that of lightning, as his gaze shot toward the interior of the deep hole. However, the flowing liquid sound that had suddenly sounded earlier appeared to have completely disappeared a moment later. Su Qian frowned slightly. He hesitated for a moment before both his hands slowly touched that layer of extremely wild, violent energy barrier in front of him. The wild, violent energy that was sufficient to easily convulse any elite Do Wang until he was injured appeared to have become a pet that had seen its owner in Su Qian's hand and swiftly quieted down. As the former's hand slowly parted, that circular energy barrier was also divided into a tunnel that allowed a person to pass. Su Qian's body flashed and instantly squeezed into the energy barrier. His feet firmly stood on the edge of that deep hole. Immediately, an extremely great heat pounced at him from in front of him. Even Su Qian's strength did not dare to underestimate this kind of high temperature. As his sleeves were waved, a powerful Dou Qi wrapped around his body, isolating that extremely hot heat. Only after performing these protections did Su Qian's gaze shoot into the deep hole. A faint fluorescent light gradually covered his eyes. Under this fluorescent light, the deep regions of that bottomless hole finally revealed a little bit of another scene. There was a sea of magma. However, the color of the magma here appeared exceptionally dark red compared to ordinary magma. It was as though it was mixed with countless amounts of fresh blood. Its entirety was filled with a strange color. The sullenness on Su Qian's face increased as he eyed the corner of the magma world that extended into the ground with an unknown depth. Although he clearly knew that the original body of the fallen heart flame was hidden within it, he did not dare to easily charge into this kind of extremely harsh environment even with his strength. Moreover, there was also the fallen heart flame which possessed some intelligence hidden within it watching him menacingly. Borrowing the increase in his eyesight, Su Qian was able to vaguely see a corner of this magma world. Even with his strength, the dark redness that filled his eyes caused his heart to feel irritation after watching for a long time. He clearly understood that this was trouble created by the fallen heart flame. This kind of flame that formed from people's hearts was the most unusual. Why is there no activity? The magma world was still as calm as it was in the past. There was not the slightest sign of any unusual movement. However, before this, Su Qian had clearly sensed the flow of extremely large energy. In this deep area underground without any other living beings, what else other than the fallen heart flame would be able to possess such a large amount of energy that caused even him to feel shock? Su Qian knit his brows tightly. With his strength he naturally knew that it was impossible for him to have sensed wrongly. Yet, now. Bang! A slight sound suddenly and quietly sounded from within the magma world. Immediately, it passed through the deep hole of unknown height and was transmitted into Su Qian's ear. This slight sound was just like that of a heartbeat, causing the heart of the person who heard it to involuntarily beat with it. Su Qian's eyes instantly shrank to the size of pinholes. He was able to reaffirm that the magma world under him was definitely preparing for an event that was imminent. That strange sound from earlier was definitely somewhat off-putting. However, even though he knew that something was about to happen in the underground area beneath him, Su Qian still did not dare to enter it. After all, should anything happen to him, it was likely that this inner academy would descend into catastrophe once the fallen heart flame suddenly erupted again. Bang! Just as Su Qian was deep in thought, another low and deep sound suddenly appeared. Additionally, this sound was even clearer and louder than before. That manner appeared to be as though there was something about to break out of its cocoon and appear. The fist in Su Qian's sleeve slowly tightened. His expression was dark and volatile. Under the reflection of the dark red light, it appeared somewhat dark and solemn. Bang! Another sound that appeared like that of a heartbeat once again sounded. This time around, it was even stronger than the previous one. Bang! Another one sounded 5 minutes after that previous one. After which, another one in 3 minutes. As time flowed by, the frequency of that somewhat strange sound beating became increasingly rapid. In the end, Su Qian was somewhat shocked to discover that the sound was actually completely in rhythm with the sound of his own heartbeat. Just what exactly has happened? Su Qian muttered softly in his mouth. His expression suddenly changed drastically as his gaze eyed that underground magma world with shock. An extremely wild and violent majestic energy was slowly surging from the bottom of the magma from that spot. Moreover, as this wild, violent energy surged, the calmness of that magma world was suddenly broken. A wild wind from an unknown source began billowing above the magma, bringing that magma as it roiled and rose, forming a 100-foot large fire-colored wave that immediately smashed heavily down. That instantaneous bang was just like mountains collapsing and the land splitting. This energy, a green color surfaced on Su Qian's face as he sensed that familiar energy that had suddenly surged. After so many years of exchanges, he was naturally extremely familiar with this energy. This was something that belonged to the fallen heart flame. What has this thing done? Why has its energy suddenly changed and become a couple of times more powerful than in the past? Su Qian's expression was shocked as he muttered. The energy has become so much stronger. Then, the seal's effect. Su Qian suddenly recalled something extremely important. His heart instantly became cold. Just as he was planning to immediately gather some people to reinforce the seal, a wave of loud rumbling bangs suddenly sounded from the bottom of that deep hole. The former's eyes looked down and immediately slowly inhaled a breath of cool air. The dark red magma in the endless magma world suddenly began to churn intensely. An extremely wild and violent energy spread within it. As the magma churned, there appeared to be something that was about to break through the surface. A moment later, the rolling magma suddenly became calm. However, Su Qian's eyes did not relax just because of this. He clearly sensed that the wild, violent energy was coming increasingly closer to the surface. Puff! A great wave suddenly rose from the surface of the magma. As the magma flew, a fire python whose nearly transparent body broke through the magma. It was dozens of feet long and its entire body was covered with an invisible flame seeping out from it. Majestic energy that caused one to be shaken until they could not bear it appeared in the solemn gaze of Su Qian. Hiss! Having broken through the magma, the enormous transparent fire python, which was so huge that one could not see its end, lifted its enormous head as though it had been imprisoned for 1,000 years. A sharp sonic wave that was sufficient to convulse an ordinary Dou Ling until he died on the spot was swiftly spread out. As that sonic wave spread, a countless number of bombs appeared to have been thrown into the magma world. Low and deep explosive sounds repeatedly resonated. The magma shot out explosively and flames gushed out wildly in all directions. After venting out in a near-insane manner, that enormous transparent fire python appeared to have sensed the focus from the ground. It abruptly lifted its massive head. Those triangle pupils that contained an invisible flame focused intently on Su Qian at the exit of the deep hole. Su Qian immediately felt a chill in his body as he was locked on by that invisible flame. That manner was as though his entire body had been scanned from inside out by the other party. The snake eyes locked onto Su Qian. A mere instant later, the being which had quite a great intelligence appeared to have recognized its old opponent. Immediately, a frightening energy fluctuation suddenly rose from its enormous body. The degree of its majesty, filled with wildness and violence, immediately caused even Su Qian to feel a chill in his heart. Hiss! Another wild, violent, sharp sonic wave erupted. The enormous body of that invisible fire python suddenly slammed on the magma. Immediately, that gigantic body that was nearly 20 to 30 feet long, carried a high temperature and extremely violent energy as it charged explosively toward the exit of that deep hole, much like invisible lightning. This is bad. That beast wants to attack the seal. The action of the invisible fire python caused Su Qian's expression to change. His toes pressed on the edge and his body withdrew outside of the energy barrier in a lightning-like manner. The seal on his hands moved abruptly and one could see the energy at the entrance of the deep hole suddenly surge. Finally, it formed a colorful energy barrier that firmly sealed the hole. The instant the seal was moving in his hand, a thunder-like cry was suddenly emitted from Su Qian's mouth. Finally, it mightily reverberated throughout the blazing Skychi refining tower and the entire inner academy. All elders, hurry immediately to the tower. All students must leave any area within 100 meters from the blazing Skychi refining tower. Upon hearing this thunderbolt-like cry that resounded throughout the sky, the entire inner academy fell into a complete silence. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 589, Breaching the Seal. Chapter 589, Breaching the Seal. The colorful energy barrier was like a cover with a beautiful hue, sealing the deep hole in an extremely firm manner. The moment the energy barrier took shape, the surrounding space immediately began to form waves of ripples. Clearly, the energy contained within this energy barrier, which appeared to have been carelessly agglomerated, was extremely powerful. This kind of extremely powerful energy barrier was a seal that the inner academy had already set up a long time ago. Any elder was able to activate it during a critical moment. Its purpose was to guard against the sudden eruption of the fallen heart flame. Although the energy barrier was powerful, its body appeared to be like the surface of a lake where a giant rock had been thrown in. A wave of extremely great heat approached in the blink of an eye. Waves of extremely rapid fluctuation were stirring. Bang! The enormous blood-red magma suddenly erupted out from the endless underground before carrying a strength that could move mountains and flip seas as it violently struck at that colorful energy barrier. Immediately, a muffled sound reverberated over the entire bottom level of the tower. The instant that the sound rang out, numerous tiny crack lines suddenly began to snake across the energy barrier under Su Qian's changed expression. Finally, it burst apart under a clear sound. After accumulating over a long period of time, the degree of intensity of the eruption of the fallen heart flame this time around was wilder and fiercer than any previous time. Hence, the energy barrier, which had an extremely powerful defensive strength, only endured for a moment under the initial collision of the two of them before it completely broke apart. As the saying goes, the first drum boosts courage, the second lowers morale, and the third exhausts courage. The fallen heart flame had prepared well this time around. The wild, violent energy that it had displayed was something that caused even Su Qian to harbor fear in his heart. Following the energy cover bursting apart, a blood-colored magma pillar that was dozens of meters long immediately erupted from that deep hole like the eruption of a volcano. Just before the blood-colored magma pillar erupted, the wild, violent circular pillar energy barrier once again surfaced by the edge of the deep hole, blocking the magma that was intent on spitting in all directions. Ha! Seal! Although there was some change in Su Qian's expression when the first seal was broken in the blink of an eye, he did not appear to be overly alarmed. The seals in his hands were repeatedly formed, and a low cry was once again emitted from his mouth. As the cry sounded, a wave of energy fluctuation instantly rose at the exit hole located on the ceiling that was dozens of meters above. Immediately, another powerful multicolored energy barrier was instantly formed. Xiao Yan and the others had just woken up from the refinement of their bodies by the heart flame at the 8th level of the blazing Skychi refining tower when they heard Su Qian's rolling thunder-like cry that reverberated by their ears. They were immediately startled. A moment later, the eyes of Xiao Yan, who appeared to have understood something, immediately revealed an excited expression. He knew that it was likely that only the fallen heart flame would cause Su Qian to be this solemn. The two elders who had been taking care of Xiao Yan and the others also heard Su Qian's cry. Their expressions immediately changed drastically. They exchanged looks with one another and saw shock in each other's eyes. All of you should leave the tower quickly. Do not stay here. The grey-robed elder from earlier turned his head around and spoke to Lin Yan and the others who had expressions indicating they were at a loss. Lin Yan and the others looked at one another but did not delay any longer. The current situation clearly indicated that there was an extremely great problem that had occurred within the tower. The few of them stood up. After which, they hurriedly turned around and swiftly walked toward the route that they took to arrive. Xiao Yan mused for a moment before looking at that deep hole in the middle without leaving a trace. With the help of the green lotus core flame, he was able to clearly sense an extremely hot temperature that was being agglomerated underneath from that deep hole. Moreover, an energy ripple that was shockingly wild and violent was also rising swiftly. Xiao Yan, hurry and leave this place. An elder once again pressed Xiao Yan when the former saw the latter lagging behind. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. He did not say anything as he pulled the curious Ziyan by his side and swiftly caught up with Lin Xiaoya and the others. After which, the group entered the tunnel through which they arrived under the gaze of the two elders. Only after seeing Xiao Yan and the others leave did these two elders sigh in relief. They exchanged gazes with one another before their bodies flashed hurriedly. Finally, they swiftly disappeared from the empty interior of the tower. Xiao Yan's group hurriedly walked forward in the dimly lit tunnel. Perhaps it was because they did not have Su Qian leading the way just like when they came, but the atmosphere was much livelier than when they came. Hey, Xiao Yan, do you know what has happened in the tower? Lin Yan's expression was filled with mystery as he moved to Xiao Yan's side and asked with a laugh. Xiao Yan was startled when he heard this. He immediately smiled and shook his head. Lin Yan was somewhat proud when he saw Xiao Yan shake his head. He was just about to reveal some secret when Ziyan by the side curled her lips with disdain. Her tender voice reverberated in the tunnel, isn't it merely the uprising of the flame underneath the tower? It is not as though this is the first time that such a thing has happened during these past few years. Surprise flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes when he heard these words of Ziyan. She actually knew about the flame sealed underneath the tower? Lin Yan smiled in an embarrassed manner. Immediately, he frowned at Xiao Yan, however, it seems to be a little different this time around. Although the tower would have some energy eruptions in previous years, I have never seen the first elder sound this solemn. The energy in the tower has indeed become a lot more violent. I was unable to clearly sense it in the past. However, after the heart flame refined my body, this kind of feeling is becoming increasingly clear. Lin Xiaoya at the front suddenly turned his head around and spoke with knit brows. Lin Xiaoya's words stimulated some echoes by others. They had indeed felt that their senses to natural energy had become sharper after their bodies had been refined by the heart flame. Clearly, this should be some of the benefits of one's body being refined by the heart flame. Forget about it. It is not up to us to intervene in this manner. Everything should be fine with the strength of the first elder and the other elders. Xiao Yan laughed softly as he spoke. If it was Xiao Yan's old strength and status, these most outstanding people within the inner academy would definitely not be too bothered with what he said. However, things were different now. It was likely that no one among those present would neglect any word he spoke. Hence, everyone smiled and nodded when they heard his words, and did not get entangled further on this topic. They increased the pace of their footsteps and quickly headed to the top of the tower. After over 10 minutes of hurrying, Xiao Yan's group finally walked out of the meandering dim tunnel, and climbed into the spacious area on the first level of the blazing Skychi refining tower. As his footstep climbed the final flight of stairs, Xiao Yan's gaze instantly turned to that enormous deep hole at the middle. However, his gaze had just drifted over when his expression changed a little. This was because he discovered that the originally dark black interior of the deep hole now had a kind of faint blood-red color emerging from within it. Moreover, there was an enormous pillar-shaped energy barrier at the edge of the deep hole, appearing just like a water curtain as it firmly wrapped around the deep hole. Xiao Yan's gaze followed the circular pillar-shaped energy barrier and moved up. He discovered that this energy barrier was actually connected directly to the dark black tip of the blazing Skychi refining tower. Xiao Yan's mind recalled the energy barrier that he had seen in the level below. He suddenly came to a sudden understanding. These holes were facing each other from a distance and the surrounding energy barrier was an axis that connected all of these deep holes together. With the protection of these energy barriers, even if the fallen heart flame erupted, it could only follow the energy barrier in charge to the peak of the tower and would not cause much damage to the interior of the tower. If it was to charge to the top of the tower. Xiao Yan recalled the first time he had seen the blazing Sky Qi refining tower, where he had sensed that the exterior of the dark black tower had a layer with an extremely powerful seal. It was likely that the fallen heart flame would exhaust quite a great amount of energy in order to break through that seal layer. The energy barrier that had appeared in the spacious center of the tower had similarly attracted the attention of Lin Xiaoya and the others. Their expressions were immediately a little stunned. They exchanged glances with one another, each feeling somewhat doubtful. ****. Forget it, let's leave. This should be taken care of by the Inner Academy's elders. Let's not be meddlesome. The result would not be too good should any accident occur. Lin Xiaoya eyed the blooming red light from the deep hole, and felt a faint uneasiness in his heart. Hence, he quickly hastened everyone. The other few people also shared the same feeling upon hearing him press them on. After their bodies were refined by the heart flame, they appeared to have a kind of extremely faint sense for some dangerous things. Although Xiao Yan was a little unwilling when he heard that everyone wanted to leave, he could not show any actions that were too independent and special. He immediately nodded his head. However, just as everyone had pressed against the edge and walked for a few dozen steps, a liquid surged. A loud crashing sound like that of a falling waterfall suddenly sounded. The expressions of Xiao Yan and the others were startled under this strange loud sound. Their gazes immediately followed the sound and moved before finally facing the deep hole that contained a blood-red glow. What is happening? A person quietly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and spoke carefully. Under this kind of environment, such a strange crashing sound was able to cause one's heart to become afraid. Xiao Yan's gaze stared intently at the entrance of that deep hole. He was able to clearly sense an extremely majestic, wild, violent energy was swiftly approaching. Ziyan by the side appeared to have also sensed the terror of that wild and violent energy. Her small face changed slightly, and her little hand tightly grabbed onto Xiao Yan's sleeves. Bang! Just as everyone was feeling extremely nervous, a layer of colorful energy barrier seemed to have suddenly appeared at the entrance of the hole. However, the energy barrier had just appeared when a blood-red heat surged up in a lightning-like manner. Finally, the heat was accompanied by a furious roar as it collided with a bang to the barrier. The extremely firm colorful energy barrier was merely able to endure for less than 1 minute under the increasingly frightening wild and violent energy before it burst apart. As the energy barrier burst apart, a blood-colored magma pillar that was dozens of meters large immediately came surging out explosively in all directions from under the deep hole. Finally, it moved along the surrounding energy barrier and violently collided against the top of the tower under the shocked gazes of Xiao Yan and the others. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 590, Breaking Through the Tower. Chapter 590, Breaking Through the Tower. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, the blood-colored magma pillar carried a hot magma flow as it charged through the final seal from every direction. Immediately, it collided violently against the tip of the blazing Sky Qi refining tower. Bang! The low, deep, furious thunder-like explosion suddenly rumbled beside everyone's ears. During this meteorite-like collision, Xiao Yan clearly sensed that the entire blazing Sky Qi refining tower had shaken violently. Everyone's expression was a little pale as they watched the fiery hot magma that was erupting from that deep hole. Even though they were isolated by an energy barrier, they could still faintly sense its high temperature. The blood-colored magma pillar collided heavily with the tip of the blazing Sky Qi refining tower. However, the magma did not shake the latter until it broke because of its ferocious forward momentum. The instant they collided, a layer of a somewhat dark, thin energy barrier immediately surfaced at the dark black tip of the tower. This energy barrier that was not even as thick as one's finger may have appeared to be thin and weak, but this thin layer of dark black energy managed to completely stop that incomparably ferocious magma pillar. The attack failed and a countless number of rock fragments shot out explosively from the magma. Finally, they shot toward those energy barriers by the side. They had just made contact when these rock fragments were shaken into powder by the wild and violent energy on the energy barrier. However, the blood-colored magma pillar did not withdraw and disappear after it failed. It merely descended a couple of dozens of meters. There were hot waves that were repeatedly rolling over the blood-colored magma. A moment later, the waves suddenly expanded greatly. An enormous transparent fire python that caused Xiao Yan's group to be stunned slowly appeared in the fire wave as it extended a head that appeared ferocious because of its immense size. What is this thing? Even with the mental strength of Lin Xiaoya and the others, they involuntarily cried out in a shocked voice as they watched the invisible fire python that merely revealed an enormous head and the length of its body. Xiao Yan's gaze stared intently at the invisible fire python that was rolling within the magma. His throat rolled slightly. This was the first time that he had seen the enormous snake at such close proximity. Moreover, he also sensed something. The invisible fire python that was within the magma pillar should be the mysterious being that was hidden at the bottom of the deep hole which he had seen the first time he entered the blazing Sky Qi refining tower, the actual body of the fallen heart flame. It is really unexpected that the fallen heart flame has already evolved to this state. At this moment, this thing is basically a little different than an ordinary mystical beast. Yao Lao's surprised voice suddenly sounded at this moment. From the looks of it, the shock that this invisible fire python gave him was quite big. Xiao Yan nodded his head in shock within his heart. After undergoing the accumulation and agglomeration over countless number of years, it had actually evolved from a cluster of invisible flame into this current beast. The mystery of nature did indeed cause one to feel amazed. Teacher, what do we do now? This thing is actually so terrifying. Do we capture it? Xiao Yan anxiously asked in his heart. Directly capture it? If I were in my heyday, we could give it a try. Now, it is best that we quietly wait for action to be taken by the inner academy. Yao Lao mocked Xiao Yan's question as he spoke. Xiao Yan let out an embarrassed smile and nodded. The fire python extended its enormous head out from the magma pillar. Having appeared to have sensed a couple of little fellows that were just like ants not far away, the triangle pupils that contained a white color glanced slightly at where the latter was. Under the focus of the pure white triangular pupils, even Ziyan took a small step back in fear despite her character, much less those other people who were frightened until their faces were white. The invisible fire python was unconcerned about this group of people who were just like ants in its eyes. Hence, it merely randomly glanced once before withdrawing its gaze. It raised its head and stared intently at the tip of the tower that was as black as ink. A circular cord-like black-colored energy was slowly lingering at that spot. The seemingly thin and weak defense possessed an extremely frightening defensive strength. Hiss. Suddenly, the invisible python emitted an extremely sharp hissing sound. An invisible sonic wave was suddenly spreading out. Immediately, it collided heavily with the energy barrier around it. Waves of intense ripples rose on the energy barrier. Xiao Yan could not resist swallowing his saliva as he watched the energy ripple that was swiftly fluctuating. Just a random hiss of this thing had a destructive strength that was stronger than his lion-tiger gold shattering roar by a countless number of times. The sharp hissing slowly weakened and the invisible fire python widened its enormous mouth. Immediately, an enormous invisible flame abruptly erupted from it. The moment that invisible flame appeared, Xiao Yan and the others could still sense the temperature of this place suddenly soaring despite being isolated by the energy barrier. Immediately, everyone had no choice but to unleash their Dou Qi to wrap around their body. Only then did they feel somewhat better. The invisible flame charged toward the layer of black energy film at the end of the energy barrier. Along the way, a varying degree of distortions appeared in the space it passed through. At a glance it appeared like the folds on clothes. Even the space was burned to the degree where it became distorted. If it was a person's body, it was likely that at that instant, it would be incinerated until even their ashes would not remain. The speed at which the invisible flame was spat was not very fast. It took around 30 seconds or so before it carried its extremely frightening hot temperature and collided with the black energy layer. The moment the two came into contact, it did not emit a loud sound like it did earlier. Instead, it appeared like ice on hot oil, continuously sizzling and emitting smoke. Although the dark black energy film was thin, its defensive strength was shockingly strong. Even after having that invisible flame glued to it, it was still as firm as it was in the past. When that invisible fire python saw this situation, it once again emitted a sharp hiss. Waves of flames repeatedly spat out as though they did not require any effort. Although the black energy film was extremely strong, it was unable to endure for long under this kind of continuous incineration. Hence, as time flowed by, the layer of dark black energy became increasingly thinner and increasingly illusory under the focus of Xiao Yan's group. Seeing the weakening of the dark black energy film, the invisible fire python once again emitted a hissing sound. However, even Xiao Yan and the others could hear the joy within the hissing this time around. Immediately, the latter worked even harder to swiftly spit out that incomparably frightening invisible flame. The burning that continued for a long time without stopping also caused the black energy film to become increasingly thinner and illusory. Around 5 minutes later, that energy film basically became so faint that it was only partially visible. Clearly, it was about to reach the point of cracking apart. This fallen heart flame is indeed frightening. Even the seal of the blazing Sky Qi refining tower is unable to trap it. Looks like it is only a matter of time before it breaks the seal. Xiao Yan involuntarily muttered in his heart as he watched the energy film that was about to disappear. All of you little brats, why are you still here? Just as Xiao Yan and the others were watching the scene until they were stunned, over a dozen human figures suddenly flashed out from the tunnel. The person leading them was surprisingly Su Qian. He involuntarily cried out when he saw Xiao Yan and the others who were still standing in this place. Only after hearing this cry did Xiao Yan and the others recover. Their gaze looked at the 10+ human figures that had rushed out. These people were clearly the Inner Academy's elders. The group of them nodded carefully and were planning to withdraw when they discovered that after his loud cry, Su Qian had swiftly shifted his gaze from them toward the increasingly illusory and thin black energy film which was being incinerated by the flame of the invisible fire python. This is bad. The seal of the blazing Sky Qi refining tower is about to be broken. This thing is using some unknown method this time around and actually caused its own strength to soar. Su Qian's face was shocked at this moment despite his mental strength. His voice was even a little sharp. First Elder, what do we do now? An elder hurriedly inquired. All of them clearly knew just what kind of serious consequence would occur once the fallen heart flame broke through the seal. Su Qian's face was dark and volatile. A moment later, he suddenly waved his hand and spoke with a sharp voice, "All elders, follow me at once." At this moment, the seal of the blazing Sky Qi refining tower won't be able to endure for much longer. We can only use the formation seal that the headmaster left behind back then. Let us see if we can seal it. Su Qian did not pause for even a moment after speaking. His body flashed and swiftly rushed toward the exterior of the blazing Sky Qi refining tower. When he was passing by the side of Xiao Yan's group, he let out a stern cry, "Why are all of you still staying? Get as far as possible once you get out of the tower. Don't allow anyone to come over." The necks of Xiao Yan's group shrank as they heard Su Qian's stern cry. They were just about to move when numerous figures rushed out from beside them in a lightning-like manner. Finally, these figures turned into numerous afterimages that rushed out of the blazing Sky Qi refining tower. Xiao Yan's group was shocked by the speed of these elders. They too did not dare to stay in this place for long. They hurriedly charged toward the exterior of the tower. Xiao Yan once again turned his head around and took a glance just as they were about to leave the tower. He immediately inhaled a breath of cool air as he saw the layer of black energy had already become incomparably faint under the fierce burning of the invisible flame. It looks like this blazing Sky Qi refining tower can no longer imprison the fallen heart flame. Next, it is up to the elders. Hopefully, they will leave a chance for me. Xiao Yan muttered in his heart. He ceased staying in this place as he turned around and rushed out of the blazing Sky Qi refining tower. Eye-piercing sunlight came shattering down the moment they exited the tower, causing Xiao Yan to narrow his eyes. He lifted his gaze and looked in all directions, only to realize that the originally extremely crowded tower exterior had become totally empty. His gaze looked afar. Only then was he able to see some scattered human figures in the distance. Xiao Yan's body rushed toward the small slope of a hill. He suddenly raised his head and was stunned to realize that there were nearly 20 human figures suspended in the sky. Various different colored Dou Qi wings were being flapped slightly, causing the space to appear somewhat bright and colorful. These human figures in the sky stood in a scattered manner. They appeared to be randomly standing, but there was faintly some unique traces. If one were to carefully observe them, one would be able to discover that in the middle of this group of people was surprisingly the blazing Sky Qi refining tower. Pale varying colored energy barriers were over the 20 figures. Threads of energy that one had difficulty seeing with the naked eye were quietly being extended. Xiao Yan's heart thumped abruptly the instant the formation was formed in the sky. That green lotus core flame which was flowing within the Qi paths also emitted a somewhat hot temperature at this moment. It is about to be broken, Xiao Yan muttered softly, having appeared to have sensed something. An earth-shattering, mountain-splitting explosion suddenly reverberated through the sky just after his voice sounded. Immediately, that incomparably firm tip of the blazing Sky Qi refining tower was suddenly blasted apart. The hot magma pillar suddenly gushed out under the many shocked gazes in the distance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 591, 1000-Layer Ceiling Formation. Chapter 591, 1000-Layer Ceiling Formation. The hot magma flow was like a fire pillar which erupted from the top of the blazing Sky Qi refining tower in a straight manner. In that instant, the natural energy within the entire Inner Academy suddenly began to run rampant. After breaking through the seal of the blazing Sky Qi refining tower, an excited sharp hiss was suddenly emitted from the magma flow in a lightning-like manner. Immediately, the magma came shattering down from all directions, and a ferocious flame would rise wherever it passed. Hence, in a short period of time, the area that was nearly a couple of dozens of meters around the blazing Sky Qi refining tower transformed into a sea of flames. While the magma spilled downward, an enormous invisible fire python that was hundreds of feet long immediately shot out explosively from within. It sensed the freedom that it had not experienced for a long time, and those enormous triangular eyes were filled with an extremely human-like wild joy. Countless numbers of students were on some of the three tops over 100 meters away from the blazing Qi refining tower. Their faces were filled with shock as they watched that enormous being charge out from the top of the blazing Qi refining tower. No one expected that the place that they had frequently trained in actually contained such a fierce thing. Where is Xiao Yan? Lin Xiaoya and the others who had just escaped from the tower were on the top of a roof before Lin Yan suddenly looked all around him and hurriedly asked. He's there. Zi Yan extended her little finger and pointed to an area in the sky around the blazing Qi refining tower. There was a black figure that was flapping a pair of purplish-black wings while floating in mid-air. That fellow. Didn't the first elder tell everyone to leave that place? Why is he still staying there where it is a problem that even the first elder and the others cannot solve? Lin Yan's expression immediately changed as he hurriedly asked upon seeing this. Zi Yan pulled her pale purple ponytail. She had a tender voice, but she purposefully acted in an elderly manner. It is not as though that fellow is a fool. Relax. He will definitely flee faster than a rabbit should something happen. He still needs to refine things for me. How can he die so easily? Lin Yan immediately felt at a loss when he heard this. He helplessly shook his head, and could only cease his attempt at a pointless reply. He turned his gaze toward the enormous being that had rushed out from the blazing Qi refining tower, and a shock immediately surged on his face. He muttered, "What magical beast is this? It is actually this frightening." Lin Xiaoya, Lin Yan, and the others shook their heads. With their knowledge, they were still unable to see the origin of the invisible fire python. This is not some magical beast, even I don't know what it is. Zi Yan shook her head as she bit the tip of her finger and thought for a moment only to end up laughing. Her original form was a magical beast. Thus, she was naturally able to sense that the invisible fire python did not have the aura of a magical beast. If one were to ask her to give a reason, it would be making things difficult for her little head which only thought about eating all day long. Everyone shook their heads. This brute force queen really did survive by only relying on her strength. While everyone was conversing, Su Qian was watching this invisible fire python that had broken through the blazing Qi refining tower in sky above. His expression also changed slightly. Soon after, however, he let out a stern loud cry, "All elders, listen up. Form the 1,000 layers seal formation." As Su Qian's cry sounded, the 18 elders that were suspended in the sky immediately let out a response in unison. Immediately, 18 powerful Dou Qis surged out explosively before intertwining with one another in a lightning-like manner. As they intertwined, countless numbers of somewhat tiny energies were reflected just like light. These energies intertwined with one another and a moment later, they formed an extremely dense energy web in the sky. This colorful energy web repeatedly reflected. Hence, it was basically covered layer after layer. That manner was as though thousands of layers were superimposed on each other, and they all possessed an extremely shocking defensive strength. Xiao Yan's expression was solemn as he eyed the colorful energy web that had formed in the sky. Su Qian's hand swiftly formed some seals. Immediately, his finger pointed toward the middle of the energy web. An enormous amount of energy surged out before pouring into it. Having received the support of this enormous energy, Su Qian pulled his hand back once more, and the energy web that was nearly 100 meters wide suddenly shot down from the edge, forming a layer of a colorful energy barrier. As this energy barrier fell, an extremely firm defensive web once again intercepted the head of the fallen heart flame. Due to it having exhausted too much energy when breaking through the blazing Qi refining tower earlier, the flame on the body of the invisible fire python temporarily appeared somewhat dim for a short period after it had charged out of the tower. It was quite a long while after the 1,000 layers seal formation was formed in the sky before the fierce flames once again rose from the large body of the fire python. The wild, violent energy within the invisible fire python appeared to have once again recovered greatly following the rise of the flame. It slowly lifted its enormous head, and it fiercely glared at the colorful energy web in the sky. Having already tasted the sweet taste of freedom, it was naturally unwilling to return to that world filled with magma and fire poison. Hiss! It hissed toward the sky. That sharp sonic wave appeared substance-like as it swiftly spread out. Finally, it shook the surrounding vertical energy walls, carrying waves of swiftly shaking ripples. Due to the energy web enveloping an area that was far too large, Xiao Yan, who was pausing nearby, was also wrapped into it. It was fortunate that Xiao Yan was alert and intelligent. He swiftly descended down to the sea of flames below the moment the invisible fire python emitted its sonic attack. With the help of the green lotus core flame wrapping around his body, not only did the sea of flames around him not cause him any damage, but they had instead provided him with the best condition to hide himself. They are about to fight. Xiao Yan's expression was excited as he watched the two sides in the sky which were about to begin fighting. He had waited nearly a year for this day, and it appeared that he was about to achieve his reason for coming to the Jianan Academy. Be careful. The activity when they start fighting will not be small. Yao Lao's reminder sounded in Xiao Yan's heart. Although the latter was reminding Xiao Yan, his voice also contained a joy that was difficult to hide. Xiao Yan nodded. He hid his body behind an enormous rock and ignored the fiercely burning flames around him as his gaze stared at the sky. The invisible fire python emitted a sharp sound in the sky before it gradually curled up into a snake shape. Its completely white triangular eyes stared intently at Su Qian, who was at the middle of the energy web. As the snake curled up, the flame on the invisible fire python's body began to rise more intensely. Even the surrounding air had become distorted to the point where the gazes that were looking at the fire python could only see a vaguely enormous body. Everyone heads up. Be careful of its retaliation. I have already released the signal. As long as we hold on for a while, the deputy headmaster of the outer academy and the other elders will hurry over. At that time, we will definitely be able to seal it once again by combining all of our strength. Su Qian immediately let out a stern cry as he watched the posture of the fire python that appeared to be just about to attack. We understand. The elders' expressions became solemn as they replied in deep voices after hearing the cry. Hiss. The orderly replies had just sounded when the invisible fire python occupying the spot suddenly extended its body. That enormous body immediately shot out explosively in a lightning-like manner. Its speed did not slow even a little because of its enormous body. Wherever the fire python passed through would leave behind traces of a vacuum in the air. A hot searing temperature was able to cause the expressions of some of the elders to change slightly despite them being far away. Only after personally exchanging blows with it did they understand that this fallen heart flame appeared to have become much stronger than before. Ha! The invisible fire python was swiftly magnified in Su Qian's eyes. An instant later, the hand seal of Su Qian moved abruptly, and he was the first to let out a loud cry. When the cry sounded, that colorful energy web also emitted an eye-piercing, colorful, intense glow. Bang! Its enormous body carried an incomparably ferocious charging force as it violently collided with the colorful energy web. That ferocious and strong force struck the energy web until it was protruding by nearly 10 meters. The alarming appearance of being on the verge of breaking caused the students far away to wipe the cold sweat in their hearts. Go back! Su Qian's eyes coldly and sternly observed the fire python that was struggling wildly against the energy web. His hands pressed down violently, and the entire space immediately appeared to be violently pressed downward. After Su Qian pressed both of his palms down, the energy web that was pressured until it protruded out abruptly emitted an intense glow. An extremely powerful rebound surged out, and shot the enormous body of the invisible fire python. That enormous strength violently smashed down on the ladder. The huge tail swayed in midair before it finally came to a sudden stop when it was less than 10 meters from the ground. The invisible fire python did not stop when its first attack showed no effect. Its enormous tail was swung, and its body once again shot explosively toward the skyline. When it was less than 50 meters from the energy web, it widened its mouth, and an invisible flame surged out explosively in all directions. Su Qian's expression changed a little as he watched the invisible flame that came surging over. His hands swiftly formed some seals, and an incomparably powerful Dou Qi was poured unceasingly into the energy web. The invisible flame swiftly collided with the energy web. That extremely frightening temperature immediately caused ripples to rise on the surface of the energy web. Although the invisible flame was ferocious, the energy web that was formed from 18 elite Dou Wangs in a Dou zone was naturally not an ordinary thing. Hence, the two gradually came to a stalemate where neither could do anything to the other. Hiss! Another sharp sound wave suddenly appeared. The invisible flame that came sweeping out in all directions actually began to squirm. Finally, it agglomerated into a small fire snake that was as thick as an arm in front of Su Qian's drastically changing face. The moment the small fire snake was formed, it had an extremely frightening speed as it violently smashed against the energy web. Immediately, it exploded with a bang. The energy web began to shake swiftly the moment the explosion swept forth. An extremely tiny hole quietly appeared. Due to the speed at which Su Qian and the others reacted, this hole did not become the main culprit of the collapse of the energy web. However, the instant this hole appeared, an extremely wild and violent energy shot out explosively from this spot. It finally shot to the horizon. That majestic energy ripple was something that one would clearly be able to sense even from thousands of kilometers away. Oh no, Su Qian's heart immediately sank the moment that this wild, violent energy rose and spread. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 592, Calling Out to Friends and Allies. Chapter 592, Calling Out to Friends and Allies. There was a city named Feng City sitting outside the long mountain range around the inner academy. The city was not very large. However, it possessed an extremely important position in the Black Corner region. This was because this was the place that the medicinal king of the Black Corner region, Han Feng, resided. As the top alchemist in the Black Corner region, Han Feng, who had long since become a Tier 6 alchemist, held quite a high position in the hearts of many factions and experts. Of course, a Tier 6 alchemist was quite rare even in the entire continent. Even an ordinary Dou Huang or Dou Zone would have to be a little courteous when meeting him. After all, everyone knew just what kind of gathering strength a Tier 6 alchemist possessed. Feng City. This city was named after Han Feng's name. Such a special honor was something that extremely few people within this chaotic Black Corner region, which was filled with massacre, could enjoy. Han Feng was one of them. The middle of the city was a bamboo forest which was completely different from the noisy marketplace outside. This bamboo forest possessed an extremely tight defense. An ordinary person could forget about entering. Even if they were to approach a certain area around it, they would face indiscriminate attacks. Each year, there were quite a number of people who were killed by the guards of the bamboo forest because of this. Even though this place was quiet, it had become forbidden ground in the hearts of many people within Feng City. There was a bamboo house deep within the bamboo forest. The lush green color, which was like that of emerald, seeped out a kind of faint bamboo fragrance. A man was sitting cross-legged in a bamboo room within the tall bamboo house beside a window. He was wearing an alchemist robe. On the back of the robe the word Feng was visible in exquisite hand-sewn embroidery. At this moment, that man was focusing intently on a medicinal formula in his hand. His undistracted manner appeared extremely focused. The man who had his head lowered while he was in silent deep thought suddenly raised it. His sharp gaze directly shot toward the distant northern horizon. He sensed an unusual yet faintly familiar energy wave at that spot. The man's face was quite handsome. He was frowning slightly as his somewhat thin lips pressed tightly against each other. They had a cold and stern feeling to them. Even though this was the case, it still ended up causing him to have some additional charm. This feeling, the man's hand was curled into a fist that slowly knocked on his forehead while he muttered softly. Countless pieces of information repeated flashed across his mind. A long while later, his curled fist that was knocking his head stiffened abruptly. A light flashed in a lightning-like manner within his eyes as they shot once again toward the source where the energy ripple was emitted. His surprised voice carried a little shock. It seems like the ripple from a heavenly flame? The man's calm heart started to toss around because of the energy ripple that was suddenly transmitted. His eyes narrowed before they were suddenly slowly shut a moment later. With a gentle flick of his finger, a wave of clean liquid like dark blue flame strangely extended out from within the body of the man. Finally, it wrapped firmly around him. That dark blue flame was quite strange. At a glance, it was actually just like a cluster of clear flowing lake water. However, the most authentic sense clearly told everyone that this was not a pool of water, but a kind of flame. The spiritual strength of the man had begun to soar greatly at this moment, as the dark blue flame rose. The somewhat blurry feeling earlier had appeared to be something surging by his side at this moment and was extremely clear. It is indeed a heavenly flame. The dark blue flame around the man's body was suddenly withdrawn as he suddenly stood up. His gaze was fiery hot as he stared at the distant mountain range. A moment later, he seemed to have recognized something as his brows were knit once again while he muttered, "The direction from which the energy ripple was transmitted from seemed to be where the Xun Er Academy is at? Don't tell me it is them?" Although he possessed an extremely great summoning strength within the Black Corner region, the Xun Er Academy was also an extremely large being. Ordinarily speaking, even he would not dare to easily provoke it. Of course, this unwillingness to offend would definitely disappear automatically when the benefits reached a certain point. For example, the attraction of a heavenly flame. Han Bang. The man suddenly turned around and cried in a deep voice. As his voice sounded, a ghost-like human figure came flashing out. Finally he appeared within the bamboo house with one knee kneeling on the ground. His voice may have been hoarse, but it did not lack respect. "What orders does Master have?" "Take these tokens and inform the Ground Fire Sect, 8 Gates, Blood Sect and ask their sect leaders to hurry over to Feng City within 2 hours. I have something that requires their help. Additionally, you will personally send these 2 tokens to that place and invite those 2 misters to make a trip over." The man randomly waved a couple of strange tokens, and threw them toward the human figure who was kneeling on the ground. The latter grabbed them in a lightning-like manner, and had just stored them into his storage ring when 1 gold and 1 silver token were shot over. The human figure received these somewhat special gold and silver tokens. His face, which had remained expressionless, changed somewhat at this moment. In a soft voice, he asked, "Master wishes to invite even them? They usually won't even see an ordinary person. It is likely that even Master must take out something that can attract them to invite them this time around. Just do as I say. If I am able to accomplish my goal, the thing that they want will naturally not be a problem." The man waved his hand indifferently as he spoke. "I understand." That human figure no longer hesitated after hearing those words. He gave a respectful reply before his body was swiftly thrown into the darkness and eventually disappeared. The man finally slowly let out a breath of air as he watched the black figure disappear. He came to the front of the window with slow footsteps and his gaze studied the distant mountain range. A deep blue flame suddenly surged within his eyes. "Heavenly flame, Coco, I have searched for it for so many years. It is really unexpected that it is hidden within those deep mountains. As long as I am able to obtain a second kind of heavenly flame as well as swallow and refine it, then," a wild fieriness suddenly surged onto his originally sharp and cold face. The man's hands abruptly tightened, and was just about to say something when his brows suddenly became tightly knit. His hands held his chest and hurriedly coughed a couple of times. At this moment, his breathing had also become quite a mess. The cough continued for a while before it slowly subsided. Letting out a deep breath of air, the man clenched his teeth and softly said, "Damn old fellow. All would be well if he had given me the flame mantra to practice back then, saying that my mind wasn't straight. My talent for refining pills is much stronger than yours." His voice had become much softer toward the end. However, from the appearance of his tightly clenched fist, one could imagine the fury and hatred within his heart. Bang! The invisible fire python once again collided heavily against the colorful energy web. It immediately let out a wave of thunder-like explosions. However, the energy web was tight at times and relaxed at others, causing the invisible fire python to be unable to escape within a short period of time. However, following the repeated attacks by the fire python, the color of the colorful energy web had clearly become much fainter. Moreover, the expressions of some of the elders gradually became pale, and their breathing became hurried. Clearly, they had exhausted quite a great amount of strength in order to contain the attacks of the invisible python. Bang! The invisible fire python struck the energy web in a wild and violent manner. With its enormous body and its majestic energy, it gained extremely frightening momentum each time it collided with the latter. Under the nearly insane collisions by the fire python, one of the elders was finally unable to endure it any longer after around 1 to 2 hours. Gurg! In this ferocious collision, the Dou Qi within an elder's body was the first to become exhausted. A mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out. Immediately, he barely managed to muster the remaining Dou Qi within his body to flap his wings to slow his descent. Having lost the strength of an elder, the pressure on the other elders immediately soared. That invisible fire python also clearly understood that its chance had arrived. Hence, its attacking speed also increased. Over 10 minutes later, another elder spat out blood and withdrew. 20 minutes later, the third elder also withdrew in defeat. Su Qian's expression became increasingly ugly as he watched the pale expressions of the elders who withdrew one at a time. Despite having repeatedly exchanged blows with the fallen heart flame these couple of years, he had never truly witnessed the terror when the fallen heart flame completely erupted. Now that he had seen it personally, he also clearly understood that such a natural being was indeed frightening. In just 3 short hours, 10 of the 18 elders had already withdrawn. Only 8 elders and Su Qian were still bitterly holding on. Although the elders of the Inner Academy suffered terrible losses, the situation of the invisible fire python was not very good either. The insane manner of its attacks and energy consumption had caused the flame on the surface of his body to become much dimmer. Its attack stance had also weakened. All the elders still bitterly enduring were able to see a thread of hope when they sensed the increasingly weak attack of the invisible fire python. Xiao Yan, who was hidden in the flame, eyed the elders in the sky spitting out blood and retreating one after another. He involuntarily wiped some cold sweat off his face. Despite having so many elders joining hands, they still ended up in such a miserable state because of the fallen heart flame. It appeared that in order to subdue it, the degree of misery he suffered was likely going to be even greater than when he swallowed the green lotus core flame back then. From the looks of the situation, it appears that the elders of the Inner Academy won't be able to hold on. Teacher, when should we intervene? Xiao Yan anxiously asked in his heart. Once the fallen heart flame broke free from the defense, it was likely that it would swiftly disappear. At that time, finding it would likely be extremely difficult. There's no need to be anxious, Yao Lao's voice swiftly sounded in Xiao Yan's heart. There is a large group of auras hurrying over from the east. They are likely the experts in the Outer Academy. Let them squander the strength of the fallen heart flame a little longer. Xiao Yan was startled when he heard this. His gaze hurriedly shot toward the horizon. He was indeed able to faintly see some black dots at a spot his gaze could barely reach. The black spots were quickly magnified. A moment later, they transformed to a large group of people that appeared in the eyes of everyone within the inner academy. Haha, Elder Su, consolidating the people consumed quite a lot of time. Hopefully, we have not arrived too late. An elderly laugh suddenly resounded throughout the sky. Who else did this somewhat familiar voice belong to other than the deputy headmaster, Hu Gone? Su Qian also sighed in relief when he saw these reinforcements that had appeared at the most critical juncture. It appeared that the worst-case scenario would not appear today. The moment that the reinforcements from the outer academy arrived, numerous experts who possessed quite a great influence within the Black Corner region had also gathered together within Feng City outside of the mountain range. Finally, the large group of experts soared to the sky under the laughter of the man who had a maple leaf sewn on his back. Finally, they extended their Dou Qi wings and rushed toward the inner academy at the other side of the mountain range. A truly great battle was about to erupt. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 593, Joining Hands to Seal. Chapter 593, Joining Hands to Seal. The appearance of Hu Gone and the others were undoubtedly reinforcements, causing the state of the elders, who had already reached their limits, to be bolstered. Everyone listen up, exchange spots with a couple of the elders. Hu Gone waved his hand at the large group of people who had instantly flashed and appeared in the sky outside of the energy barrier. Immediately, over 10 experts that had hurried over from the outer academy flew up. They successfully received the task of maintaining the energy barrier with great cooperation. The few elders also sighed in relief when the heavy burden was received. They cupped their hands toward Hu Gone and the others with gratitude before flying down from the sky and sitting cross-legged on the ground in order to swiftly recover their exhausted Dou Qi. Although the experts that Hu Gone had brought over from the outer academy were a little weaker than the elders of the inner academy, they were better off in terms of having quite a lot of them. Hence, despite the colorful energy web being slightly dimmer, it was still able to withstand the wild attacks of the invisible flame. Su Qian's heart also sighed in relief as he sensed the increasingly weakening attacking strength of the invisible flame. It appeared that this thing also had a point where it reached exhaustion. A crowd of black mass was squeezed together on some of the rooftops and treetops around 100 meters away from the colorful energy barrier. They eyed this frightening exchange and felt somewhat speechless. The elders who they had usually respected and feared were extremely weak under the invisible fire python. Even with their eyesight, they could see that if not for the arrival of the reinforcements from the outer academy, it was likely that the energy web would have been broken by the invisible fire python. However, they also felt a shock for that mysterious invisible fire python on top of them being speechless. It was actually able to rely on its own strength to turn the inner academy upside down. Moreover, from the looks of the situation, even the first elder appeared as though he feared it greatly. What exactly is that thing? Countless numbers of people were shocked and aghast in their hearts as they muttered. Seeing that its wild attacks were useless, the invisible fire python in the sky finally ceased these meaningless actions. It once again curled its enormous body in mid-air. Those completely white eyes stared intently at the energy web in the sky. A snake tongue that was a full half a meter long was extended, appearing as though it was agglomerating the strength it needed to attack once again. Seeing that the invisible fire python had ceased its heavy collision, the pressure that Su Qian and the others felt was also reduced. However, they did not relax much. After all, they clearly understood that the enormous being below might unleash an extremely ferocious all-out attack in the next moment. Elder Su, it is extremely disadvantageous for us if we drag it out with it in this manner. Supporting the energy web exhausts too much Dou Qi. If it continues to cease moving, we will not be able to continue to maintain the web. Hu Gone flashed to Su Qian's side as he frowned and spoke in a deep voice while his gaze stared intently at the invisible fire python within the energy web. Su Qian nodded slightly and immediately laughed, relax. Its current self is also in a tired state, and should not be able to unleash any overly strong attack within a short period of time. We should begin preparing for the next step of the seal during this period of time. Yes, the people from our outer academy will be responsible for maintaining the energy web. You can direct the people from the inner academy to proceed with the next step of the seal. Hu Gone nodded. Both of his hands immediately formed a seal, and a powerful Dou Qi surged out from his palm before receiving that thread of energy from Su Qian's hand. Although Hu Jia's strength could not be compared with Su Qian, he was at the very least an expert at the peak of the Dou Wang class. Hence, no mess would appear with him as the person in charge of controlling the entire energy web. Su Qian, whose hands were freed, slowly rose. Finally, he was suspended at the middle of the energy web. His gaze swept over the flames surrounding the blazing Skychi refining tower and immediately cried out in a deep voice, "All elders and instructors of the Inner Academy, listen up. Confirm your position according to the formation and carry out the formation plan." As Su Qian's voice sounded, those elders who had rested for a while also hurriedly opened their eyes. Their bodies leaped and once again pounced into the sky. They scattered and remained suspended in midair. A large group of human figures suddenly swarmed out from the cluster of people from the outer academy after all the elders took their position. There were a large number of them. Forget about comparing their auras with those of the elders. They were clearly one level lower even if they were to be compared with Lin Xiaoya, Lu Qing, and the others. It was obvious that these were the instructors of the Inner Academy. Although their auras were not very strong, they won in terms of having a large number of them. Therefore, with such a large group of human figures rushing about, it caused their aura to temporarily soar. Some of the students who were a great distance away also felt their heart boil because of this scene and even had an impulse to go forward and lend a hand. The 88 instructors did not possess the ability to fly. Therefore, most of them merely rushed onto some of the top of the trees around the energy barrier. The scattered figures formed an extremely clear correspondence with the elders in the sky. Form the seal formation. Su Qian's figure was suspended high in the sky above the energy barrier. His hands abruptly gestured as he let out a deep cry. As Su Qian's cry sounded, numerous Dou Qi glows suddenly surged out in midair. Finally, numerous elders and instructors emitted extremely orderly clear voices from their mouths. Dou Qi surged immediately and nearly 100 Dou Qi glows shot out explosively from everyone's hands. Their target was, however, not the invisible fire python within the energy web but Su Qian in the sky. Su Qian's expression was solemn as he watched the Dou Qi beams shooting over from every direction. The seal in his hands changed abruptly, and a powerful circular space ripple appeared in front of him. Finally, it formed a 5-foot circular vacuum. Those nearly 100 Dou Qi beams were shot into it. Immediately, the vacuum was filled with an extremely powerful aura. Hence, a 5-foot vacuum Dou Qi ball appeared in Su Qian's hand. Having appeared to have sensed that extremely terrifying energy that was gathering in the air, the invisible fire python, that was curled up to recover its strength, began to feel uneasy. Its white triangular eyes viewed Su Qian in the sky with a sharp and ferocious gaze. The hot invisible flame once again surged out from its body. After which, it swung its huge tail and its body once again shot toward the energy web. The space shook repeatedly along the way, appearing distorted and folded. "Everyone, be careful. Don't allow this beast to break through the energy web," Hugon cried out in a deep voice. His expression became serious as he watched the invisible fire python that was carrying an incomparably great momentum. "Yes." Everyone cried out in unison. The Dou Qi in their bodies surged out, and finally poured into the energy web, causing the latter's color to become even brighter. Xiao. Its enormous body passed through the air before suddenly smashing against the energy web much like an enormous meteorite. Immediately, a loud mountain-splitting and earth-shattering explosion surged out from the point of contact. In that instant, the expressions of many experts in the outer academy had become a little paler. "This beast is indeed frightening." Su Qian's face was a little flushed. He watched that energy barrier be pressed until it formed an extremely dangerous arc. The Dou Qi within his body suddenly flowed like floodwater before it was unceasingly poured into the energy web and held it together. However, the invisible fire python appeared to know just how great a danger the energy agglomerating in Su Qian's hand was this time around. Hence, it basically went all out to struggle. The glow of that energy web had quietly dimmed a little under this struggle. "Elder Su, hurry up." The hand of Hugon was repeatedly trembling slightly as he grit his teeth and shouted toward Su Qian in the sky. Su Qian's gaze was locked intently on the invisible fire python, which was struggling intensely in the web below. The glow of that enormous Dou Qi ball in his hand also grew increasingly bright. His long robe rose until it was stretched to the max. The way it grew was as though it was a balloon which had air blown in it. The Dou Qi ball in his hand was basically like a bright sun following the gathering of energy, appearing extremely eye-catching. In the next instant, that enormous Dou Qi ball suddenly began to tremble intensely. Su Qian understood that this was because it had already reached its limit. A stern coldness flashed across Su Qian's eyes as he sensed the Dou Qi ball trembling in his hand. He let out a low cold cry that reverberated within the inner academy like rolling thunder. "Beast, go back." Su Qian's hand suddenly pressed downward as the cry sounded. That enormous Dou Qi ball also emitted a qi sound as it cut through the resistance of the air, and quietly entered the energy web. Finally, it appeared like a cannonball as it violently smashed into the enormous body of the invisible fire python. Hiss. Even with the strength of the invisible fire python, it emitted an extremely sharp hiss upon being struck by such a wild, violent attack. The powerful explosion that had suddenly erupted pushed it violently to the ground. Finally, it was shot into the broken blazing Skychi refining tower from Su Qian's hands. Seal! The invisible fire python was once again thrown into the blazing Skychi refining tower. Joy flashed momentarily in Su Qian's eyes. His hands abruptly formed a seal while he cried. As Su Qian's cry resounded, one could see that the top of the blazing Skychi refining tower, which had broken apart, suddenly emitted a layer of pale black energy film. The tip of the tower was firmly covered. Ha! Seeing the fallen heart flame, which was once again sealed within the tower, the countless students watching from the surroundings immediately emitted a cheer that could move mountains and flip the sea. Teacher, Xiao Yan watched the blazing Skychi refining tower, which contained a black-colored glow from within the sea of flames. He knit his brows slightly as he softly spoke in his heart. Don't be anxious. It is not so easy to seal the fallen heart flame. Moreover, there seems to be another faction which had been alerted by the activity here. Yao Lao's somewhat surprised voice sounded in Xiao Yan's heart. Xiao Yan was startled when he heard this. His face immediately changed slightly as he involuntarily cried out, "Don't tell me it is the people from the Black Corner region? The surroundings of the Jianan Academy only have the Black Corner region. I think it should be. These fellows are really cats which cannot resist the smell of fish. They even dare to get involved in the matters of the inner academy." Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed. His gaze was thrown toward the clear sky. Although the inner academy was covered by a space mirror, it was not a very strong concealment against a truly strong person. Su Qian in the sky also heaved a sigh of relief as he watched the fallen heart flame, which was once again sealed from the sky. A smile also surfaced on his face when he heard the cheers from the distance. However, the smile had just surfaced when it suddenly stiffened under the soft laughter that had suddenly appeared. Coco, it is really unexpected that the inner academy is still hiding such a heavenly flame. First Elder Su Qian, you had really kept the secret well. A wave of ripples suddenly rose within the clear sky as this laughter sounded. Immediately, a large group of human figures slowly walked closer. They eventually remained suspended in the sky. Immediately, a bloodthirsty aura covered the sky of the entire inner academy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 594, Incomplete Flame Mantra. Chapter 594, Incomplete Flame Mantra. The laughter that had suddenly appeared above caused the cheer that had resounded over the place to suddenly stop. Countless numbers of students watched the large group of people who had appeared in the sky in a stunned manner, and were somewhat unable to make heads or tails of the situation. In the sky, Su Qian's expression was dark and solemn as he glared at the group of people, who had appeared by breaking through the mirror. His gaze slowly paused on the man who was wearing an alchemist robe at the front. His eyes immediately began to slowly narrow as he coldly laughed. "I thought I recognized you. It is actually the medicinal emperor Han Feng from the Black Corner region." Coco, First Elder is too courteous. That name is something that was randomly given to me by my friends from the Black Corner region. I am really not worthy of it. The thin lips of the man who was addressed as Han Feng carried a slight smile as he spoke to Su Qian. "Han Feng, this is a place that belongs to my Jianan Academy. What are all of you planning to do by coming uninvited?" Hu Gan's expression had similar appeared quite ugly because of the appearance of Han Feng and the others. His body slowly rose until it was behind Su Qian before crying out to him. "He is Han Feng?" Xiao Yan was suddenly startled when he heard the name from the ground. His immediately spoke in a soft, shocked voice as his gaze involuntarily examined this alchemist grandmaster who could be considered as his senior. Han Feng laughed softly. However, his gaze glanced to the broken tip of the blazing Skychi refining tower. In a gentle voice, he said, "A heavenly flame is a natural mysterious object. It is indeed a little too cruel to seal it here in this manner. As an alchemist, a flame could be said to form a kind of faith in our hearts. Therefore, Han Feng wishes to ask First Elder to release this heavenly flame, and not perform this kind of imprisonment." The moment that Han Feng's voice sounded, not only did the faces of Su Qian and the others become quite strange, but even those people around him also had strange expressions. For those people in the Black Corner region, murder and arson were common things, much less whatever nonsense imprisonment was. Most importantly, the thing that was imprisoned was not even a human but merely a cluster of flame, even though this flame possessed an extremely great amount of energy. What a ridiculous excuse. Do you think we, the people at the Jianan Academy, are 3-year-old kids? Hu Gan laughed coldly. He waved his hand and one could hear the rushing wind sound from all over the sky. Immediately nearly 20 human figures with Dou Qi wings flashed and appeared, watching Han Feng's group on the opposite side in a malicious manner. "Just tell us if you want to snatch the heavenly flame." Speaking in a roundabout manner does not match your status. Su Qian flung his sleeves as his gaze suddenly swept over the group of people with strange appearance behind Han Feng. The hand in his sleeves immediately tightened as he said faintly, "Kuko, you are indeed worthy of being the Medicine Emperor. You are able to invite the leaders of factions like the Blood Sect, Ground Fire Gate, 8 Gates. You are likely the only one who possesses such summoning ability within the Black Corner region, but... Haha, First Elder is really an outspoken person." Han Feng laughed. He immediately let out a sigh and spoke, "Since First Elder is able to guess my intentions, I would trouble you to accommodate us. You should know just how important a heavenly flame is to us alchemists. I will try my best to satisfy whatever conditions you have as long as you can hand the heavenly flame to me." Ridicule was contained on the corner of Su Qian's mouth. He waved his sleeves and mocked, "Do you think I don't know just what kind of person you are? If it was your teacher Yao Zunjia who was saying this, I might actually consider such an offer. You, however, should go and continue practicing for a couple more decades. Our Jianan Academy has not relied on an empty name to survive in the Dou Qi continent for so many years. TL, Zunzi, basically a title of sorts given to Dou Zun." The smile on Han Feng's face was slowly withdrawn. His gaze that was filled with warmth had also gradually become dark and cold. Since First Elder is unwilling to hand it over, you should not blame Han Feng for forcefully snatching it. The moment his words sounded, a wave of liquid water like dark blue flame suddenly surged from his body. High temperature slowly spread out from it. Heavenly flame? Waves of shocked voices sounded the moment the dark blue flame appeared. In everyone's eyesight, it was natural that they were able to identify Han Feng's flame at a glance. Xiao Yan's gaze that was staring at the sky from the cluster of flames on the ground had suddenly shrank at this moment. He gently inhaled a breath of cool air as he muttered, "This fellow actually also possesses a heavenly flame." His voice had just sounded when his expression suddenly changed slightly. He merely sensed that the dark black ring on his finger had become quite hot at this moment. Xiao Yan forcefully endured the searing pain, but remained silent. When he first heard the name Han Feng, the black-colored ring had also become fiery hot because of the uprising of Yao Lao's spiritual strength. This kind of flame had become increasingly intense now. "Teacher," Xiao Yan softly cried out in his heart. It was a long while after Xiao Yan's voice sounded before Yao Lao's voice carried a tread of low spirits as it slowly sounded, "I am fine. You need not worry. It is just that I did not expect this traitor would actually have such good fortune." Xiao Yan gently rubbed the dark black ring as he spoke in his heart, "Relax, teacher, leave the matter of cleaning up the traitors to me. It is fine that you have such an intention, but the current you is still no match for him. His training time far exceeds your own, and he also currently possesses a heavenly flame. Therefore, do not have any conflict with him in the near future." Yao Lao sighed. Xiao Yan quietly nodded. He knew that what Yao Lao said was true. With his current ability, he was far inferior to the senior regardless of whether it was in terms of strength or medicinal refinement. However, Xiao Yan suddenly knit his brows doubtfully and softly spoke in his heart, "Teacher, I remember that an ordinary alchemist can at most have one kind of flame, right? Since this Han Feng also possesses a heavenly flame, why is he still here to rob?" Yao Lao descended into a silence the moment Xiao Yan's words sounded. It was a long while later before a deep hoarse voice sounded, "This is because he also practices flame mantra." Xiao Yan's body stiffened. His face was shocked. However, the flame mantra which he practices is merely an incomplete one. Only with Yao Lao's words at the end did Xiao Yan quietly sigh in relief. Incomplete? What do you mean? Back then, when he was still my disciple, he had stolen the flame mantra when I was off guard. However, I discovered it while he was practicing. Due to his haste, he could only obtain a portion of flame mantra's Qi method routes. Yao Lao's voice was somewhat hoarse when he recalled his memory back then. "However, I have already said that his talent in medicinal refinement is not weaker than your own. After feeling about for so many years, it is likely that he may have found a little something. Otherwise, he would not be interested in a second type of heavenly flame." Xiao Yan nodded slightly. His gaze stared intently at the figure in the sky. It was really unexpected that Han Feng also practiced the flame mantra. Although it was merely an incomplete version, it still caused Xiao Yan to possess a somewhat strange feeling. That was, he must kill the latter. This kind of feeling did not arouse from Xiao Yan's heart. Instead, it was nearly a sort of instinctive reaction. This kind of instinctive reaction reached deep into Xiao Yan's mind, causing his intention to kill Han Feng to be much denser. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air and suppressed the killing intent that rose from within his heart. His gaze swept over the two factions within the sky as he involuntarily frowned. If he were to compare the number of people now, the Jianan Academy naturally had more people. However, most of the people from the academy were at the Dou Wan class. Other than Hu Guan, there was no one else who was an expert Dou Huang. On the other hand, most of the faction leaders on Han Feng's side were of the Dou Huang class. On top of this, some of the experts from the other factions were at the Dou Huang class. No one knew just who would end up losing if they were to really fight. However, the Inner Academy still has the first elder. He is an elite Dou Zong. With him around, it is likely that Han Feng would not dare to be careless despite him having many expert Dou Huang. Xiao Yan repeatedly calculated both parties' strength within his heart. Han Feng, the old me advises you to leave as soon as possible. I can treat it as though nothing has happened. Otherwise, if the headmaster returns in the future, it is likely that not one of you present will be able to escape. Su Qian cried out sternly as he watched the dark blue flame rising from Han Feng's body. Coco, First Elder need not try to scare me. Your headmaster has not revealed himself for many years. Who knows just where he has run off to? Han Feng laughed. The gaze which he used to look at the blazing Sky Qi refining tower was filled with heat. As long as I am able to obtain this heavenly flame, it is likely that no one will know who the one who took it is even if he came searching for me in the future, but... Therefore, I will also advise First Elder to hand over the heavenly flame. You are also clearly aware of what kind of characters that we, the people from the Black Corner region, have. If we were to really end up fighting, it is likely that this Inner Academy would also be completely destroyed, right? Han Feng appeared to laugh as he spoke. His voice was actually filled with a threat. Su Qian inhaled a deep breath of air. His face was covered in green. Both of his hands were slowly extended out of his sleeves and grasped the air gently. The space began to fluctuate intensely at this moment as he spoke in a dark and cold manner. It has been many years since I fought. Today, the old me will decide and see if you have the right to say these words. All elders, listen up. Protect the heavenly flame until death. Su Qian suddenly let out a soft cry. His cry was like a thunder that resounded unceasingly in the sky. Protect the heavenly flame until death. All the experts in the academy cried out in unison. Immediately, waves of powerful auras surged to the sky. Stubborn fellow. A Dou Zong may be strong, but it does not mean that one is invincible. The Black Corner region still has people who can match you. Han Feng quietly took a step back when he sensed the powerful pressure that spread out from Su Qian's body. With a cold laugh, he immediately turned around and spoke respectively, Misters Gold and Silver, please reveal yourself. Haha, Han Feng, you should know the price of inviting us to act. Hopefully, you will eventually be able to take it out. Otherwise, Han Feng's voice had just sounded when two loud bouts of laughter suddenly sounded. The space began to ripple immediately as a gold and a silver figure appeared in the sky in a ghost-like manner. The expressions of Su Qian and the others immediately changed as they watched the gold and silver figures in the sky. A cold wind-like voice popped up from the gap between Su Qian's teeth. It is really unexpected that even you two were invited. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 595, Chaotic Great Battle. Chapter 595, Chaotic Great Battle. Two human figures surfaced in the sky in a strange manner. One of them was in a golden robe while the other was in a silver one. However, if one were to look carefully, one would be able to discover that the faces of the two were basically identical. They had white hair and beards, and their features appeared to be carved out from a mold. The names of these two people were not unfamiliar even to the elders within the Inner Academy. It was due to this that their expressions changed slightly. The so-called Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver were two of the top experts ranked on the Black Corner ranking in the Black Corner region. Due to the two of them being twins and their chi method were completely the same, these two people, whose strength were similar to only a peak Dou Huang experts when they were apart, were able to complement each other's strength when they fought an opponent together. They possessed quite a great chance of victory even when facing in Dou Zone. Hence, the names of these two were extremely renowned throughout the expert level of the Black Corner region. This caused even the elders within the Inner Academy to have heard of them. You are also thinking of intervening in this matter? Su Qian slowly spoke in a dark and solemn manner. We were tasked by others. Each of us has what the other needs, and it cannot be helped. The old man who was wearing gold robes smiled and spoke to Su Qian. Old Su, I will tell you that it is better to give the heavenly flame to Han Feng. If your headmaster were around, we would not agree to this transaction. Unfortunately, there is no news of that old fellow after so many years. No one knows if he is dead or something. The silver-robed old man laughed in a somewhat mean voice. That tone was actually similar to the gold-robed old man. Hey, what wishful thinking. I want to see just how great the gold-silver elders who are rumored to be able to fight an opponent across a class are. Even if the headmaster is not around, it is not up to all of you to come and behave atrociously. Su Qian laughed coldly. If that is the case, it seems that there are insufficient experts in your inner academy. The gold-robed old man laughed. Although Han Feng's side was fewer in number, they won in terms of their strength, having far surpassed the elders of the academy. If they were to really fight, it was possible for them to deal with 2 at once or even 3. Su Qian's expression was icy cold. However, he was too lazy to say any more nonsense. Both of his hands rotated slightly and a majestic Dou Qi spat out from his palm, shaking the air until it began to tremble a little. First Elder Su Qian, I will ask you one last time. Are you going to hand over the heavenly flame or not? Han Feng's patience had completely worn down as they dwindled in this manner. His eyes Su Qian and the others before asking faintly. Su Qian was expressionless. He merely waved his sleeves in the face of Han Feng's inquiry. A powerful Dou Qi pillar suddenly shot out from his sleeves and rushed directly at Han Feng. Humph. Han Feng's expression gradually turned cold when Su Qian took the lead to attack. He snorted and flicked his finger. A deep blue flame surfaced in his palm. Finally, with a gentle swing, it collided violently with the Dou Qi pillar. Bang, dot. A low, deep explosion appeared and the energy ripple that came spreading over shook Han Feng until he hurriedly took a step back. Only then did he stabilize his body. Although he had the help of a heavenly flame, Su Qian was still in elite Dou zone. The former was unable to gain any advantage in a head-on collision. Su Qian's body did not pause for a moment after throwing out a strike. He turned into lightning that instantly shot toward Han Feng. Cuckoo, old Su, you should come and play with us. The gold and silver figures instantly flashed and appeared in front of Han Feng. Parting their mouths, they gave Su Qian a smile. The hands of the two of them tightened and an extremely powerful pale green Dou Qi shot out explosively. Su Qian twisted his body to dodge the pale green Dou Qi that shot over explosively. His body moved and appeared in front of both the gold and silver old men. Immediately, the wind from the palms of the 3 parties were exchanged with one another, and a low, deep, muffled thunder-like sound of the palms' wind was repeatedly emitted from the afterimages that caused one to be dazzled. Han Feng's gaze turned to Hu Gan and the others upon seeing Su Qian being pestered by the gold and silver old men. With a wave of his hand, he turned around and laughed toward the large group of people behind him. Next, I would like to trouble everyone to stop the remaining people. I will go down and undo that seal. They are but some Dou wines. It is fine if you leave them to us. Moreover, the taste of the fresh blood of the elders within the inner academy is something that I have yet to taste. The sect leader of the blood sect Fan Lao stared at Hu Gan and the others in a dark manner filled with malice. He parted his mouth and revealed his somewhat sharp teeth. Ever since his only son was unknowingly killed within the Black Corner region and the search for his murder turned out futile, Fan Lao's originally gloomy character had become somewhat temperamental. The moment he acted, he would kill and obtain blood, appearing extremely violent. Cuckoo, in that case, thank you very much everyone. Han Feng will definitely thank everyone heavily once this matter is successful. Han Feng cupped his hands to Fan Lao and the others. The dark blue Dou Qi wings behind him flapped and he immediately landed next to the blazing Sky Qi refining tower. Stop them! Hu Gan waved his hand upon seeing his. The nearly 30+ experts of the academy behind him immediately rushed out from all directions, blocking Han Feng's route. TSK, your opponents are us. Over 10 human figures carrying dense bloody auras suddenly flashed and appeared before forming an opposite situation with the experts of the inner academy. Han Feng laughed. His body turned and he continued flying toward the blazing Sky Qi refining tower. The 30+ experts from the academy had just acted when the 10+ top experts from the Black Corner region came flashing out in an orderly manner. Immediately, the incomparably powerful wind they carried came knocking violently. Finally, the group of 30+ experts were completely scattered in a short instant when the human figures rushed forth. The battle in the sky arrived suddenly and intensely. All the students in the distance were not exactly clear what happened in the sky. However, after the battle erupted, the repeated sounds of energy explosions caused their expressions to change. Only now were they able to guess that the mysterious person who had suddenly arrived had ill will. Although they understood this in their hearts and some of the students wanted to lend a hand, the battle in the distant sky caused them to feel that they were powerless. Hence, they could only just watch the wild, violent, chaotic battle that had erupted in the sky, as their hearts repeatedly prayed that the elders in the inner academy could expel these unwanted guests. Han Feng flapped his wings after the chaotic battle erupted in the sky and appeared at the top of the blazing Sky Qi refining tower. He had the dark, dim glowing energy film below and was just about to act when a sharp rushing wind sound suddenly sounded above his head. Han Feng frowned slightly. He flapped his wings and dodged the wind attack before slowly raising his head, only to see Hu Gan staring at him with an icy cold face. You can forget about having delusions of the heavenly flame. The powerful Dou Qi in Hugon's hands swiftly agglomerated as he spoke in a deep voice. It is likely that you cannot block me with just you alone. Han Feng felt a little surprise as he watched Hugon, who had actually escaped the battle circle of the large group before immediately speaking with a smile. With his strength and with the help of the heavenly flame, there was basically hardly anyone among the Dou Huang class who were a match for him. Hence, Han Feng was not too afraid of Hugon despite the latter's strength being at the peak of the Dou Huang class. In that case, you can come and try. Hugon laughed coldly. He did not say any nonsense as a powerful aura came spreading out from his body. Dou Qi wrapped the frowning Han Feng as it erupted. The two people immediately turned into blurry figures as they intertwined and fought with each other. Hence, the sky had completely descended into a chaotic fight. A fiery battle was basically occurring wherever one looked. The sound of energy explosions were like firecrackers that let out repeated bangs. Xiao Yan was somewhat stunned as he watched the chaotic battle in the sky from the ground. Su Qian was already delayed by the so-called gold-silver elders. Hugon and Han Feng had also sunk into an intense battle. All the elders were being repeatedly and forcefully stopped by the sect leaders of the blood sect and the various other sects, who were fighting too at the same time. Yet they were actually managing to gain the upper hand in this situation where they were outnumbered. It must be said that the difference between elite Dou Wangs and Dou Huangs was quite big. Xiao Yan's gaze was slightly dizzy because of the dazzling fight. He merely inquired bitterly within his heart, "Teacher, what do we do now? We can only wait. You cannot go and break the seal yourself during this great battle between both parties. You will attract the attention of both parties if you do that." Yao Lao's voice sounded swiftly. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. He could only do as he was told and once again hid his body under the cover of the flame. However, just when he had hid himself again, the sharp sound of rushing wind suddenly shot explosively from the sky, shocking the former. His purple cloud wings moved abruptly and his body flashed to the air to dodge the wind. Although this action allowed him to dodge the attack, it also caused his body to be revealed. However, it was fortunate that some of those people who were alerted did not adopt any offensive stance toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan also did not dare to stay in this sky that was filled with chaos. He immediately began to hurriedly wrap his body within a green-colored Dou Qi before withdrawing. Just as Xiao Yan was about to withdraw, the sect leader of the blood sect, Fan Lao, who was enjoying himself fighting with three expert Dou Wangs at a certain spot in the sky, suddenly turned his eyes and randomly swept them over. His gaze suddenly paused. A human figure that was wrapped in green flame. This back that appeared to be one that he was familiar with caused a bloody redness to instantly surge up in both of his eyes. He borrowed a certain sense that enabled him to know that this back was definitely the same as the back of the murderer that appeared in the mirror he had refined from the blood of his dead son. After being unable to find the murderer of his son after all sorts of methods, it was unexpected that he would meet the murder in this kind of place. Roar! A bloody redness agglomerated within his eyes as a roar that was filled with fury and killing intent exploded out from his mouth. A powerful bright red Dou Qi abruptly surged. The three expert Dou Wangs, who were caught off guard, were shaken until their bodies flew back. The instant the three Dou Wang elders pulled back, the wings on Fan Lao's back were flapped, and his body appeared to be like a blood-colored light as it shot explosively toward Xiao Yan at the corner under a countless number of shocked gazes. A sharp roar shook the horizon. "Little bastard, you really gave me a hard time looking for you. Go and die with my son." If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 596, Fighting Fan Lao. Chapter 596, Fighting Fan Lao. The thunder-like roar that suddenly appeared on the horizon also caused Xiao Yan's entire body to tremble. He hurriedly turned around, only to find a blood-red human figure swiftly expanding within his eyesight. "This is bad. How did this old fellow discover me?" Xiao Yan had clearly heard Fan Lao's cry. Therefore, he was stunned in his heart. At the same time, the wings on his back flapped swiftly, and his body flashed in a lightning-like manner with the intention of shaking off Fan Lao. Xiao! Xiao Yan's body had just turned around when a sharp wind flashed toward him. A chill appeared in his heart as he forcefully twisted his body and he narrowly dodged the blood-red force. His body shot back as he scolded angrily in his heart, "Old dog, you are really vicious." Fan Lao's face was green, and filled with a poisonous look. His eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan as the blood-colored wings on his back flapped. His body transformed into a bloody figure that shot explosively toward Xiao Yan. A dense, chile, blood-colored Dou Qi swiftly agglomerated in his hand. Although Xiao Yan also had the help of a flying Dou technique, its flying speed was unable to compare with true Dou Qi wings. Hence, in merely the blink of an eye, Fan Lao flashed and appeared above Xiao Yan's head. The blood color in his hand smashed down violently. At that instant, even the air shook intently. Clearly, Fan Lao did not show any mercy in his attacks. He was completely using fatal moves. Return me my son's life. Lao Fan's expression was ferocious as he grinned and spoke. He could sense Xiao Yan's strength. He was merely a little Dou Ling, it was definitely as easy to kill him as it was to flip one's hand. Xie. As the bloody glow came curling over from all directions, a faint thunder noise suddenly sounded. Xiao Yan's body, which was standing quietly in the air, suddenly trembled a little. His entire body also became illusionary at this instant. Bang! The bloody glow came surging down explosively and firmly smashed onto Xiao Yan's body. However, Xiao Yan did not spit out blood and become seriously injured as he had expected. That bloody glow passed through Xiao Yan's body without any resistance. After which, that body slowly disappeared. This body was actually an afterimage. Xiao Yan was panting as he suddenly flashed and appeared around a dozen meters from where the bloody glow surged. He laughed coldly at the surprised face of Fan Lao as he said, "It is not so easy to kill me, old dog." Fan Lao waved his hand and scattered the blood glow that had curled out. His gaze watched Xiao Yan in a dark and solemn manner as his voice said in a dark and evil manner, 3,000 lightning movement? Looks like the one who killed my son was indeed you. Xiao Yan's gaze stared at Fan Lao. No matter how one put it, the other party was an elite Dou Huang. If he had not displayed the 3,000 lightning movement and caught the other party off guard earlier, it was likely that he would not escape being killed on the spot. After all, the gap between him and the latter was really too large. Waves of powerful Dou Qi flowed out unceasingly from the Dou crystal within Xiao Yan's body. Finally, it began galloping within his Qi paths like floodwater. The feeling of being filled with the energy that it carried caused Xiao Yan to quietly feel a little emboldened in his heart. Good. Very good. Fan Lao flapped his blood-colored Dou Qi wings slightly. The perniciousness of his laughter caused one's entire body to feel cold. Once I capture you, your death will not be too simple. I will rear you as my blood slave who will provide me with the freshest blood day and night. Otherwise, I will not be able to face my dead son. Old dog, why don't you come and try? Those dark black pupils had a dark coldness gradually brewing in them as Xiao Yan slowly spoke. Given Fan Lao's status, being called old dog repeatedly by Xiao Yan also caused him to become extremely furious. He immediately decided to let Xiao Yan suffer a fate worse than death. Both of his somewhat sharp palms moved slightly and threads of blood-colored Dou Qi began to surge out like fresh blood. Finally, they formed tens of thousands of blood threads that surrounded Fan Lao's body as the latter began to breath hurriedly. Xiao Yan's face had also become extremely serious as he sensed the frightening aura that was gradually rising within Fan Lao's body. As long as one made the slightest mistake when fighting with an expert of this class, one would end up with a miserable death. The fight between Xiao Yan and Fan Lao in the sky within the extremely chaotic battleground naturally aroused the attention of a countless number of inner academy students in the distance. All the faces of these students immediately became ugly. They were unclear of the situation, but from the looks of it, it appeared that Xiao Yan had stepped forward to help contribute by fighting with a powerful opponent. Hence, quite a number of people felt respect for Xiao Yan within their hearts. After training for so many years within the inner academy, they did possess quite the feelings toward this place. Now that there were strong enemies attacking them, it was natural that they felt a similar feeling of fighting against a common enemy. However, due to their strengths and other reasons, they could only just stand at this place and watch battle, powerless to do anything. Xiao Yan, who had just stepped forward, undoubtedly became someone whom they entrusted. Hence, numerous ear-shaking, deafening, threatening sounds also shouted out loud in an excited manner from the countless number of students in the distance. At this moment, it must be said that Xiao Yan's reputation had truly exceeded Lin Xiuya, Lu Qing, and the others. Xiao Yan was also startled when he suddenly heard the threatening sound that reverberated through the air. His gaze drifted in the direction where the voices came from and was immediately somewhat speechless upon seeing the fieriness and respect on the faces of these students. If he was not discovered by Fan Lao, he would have long ago fled afar. Who would be willing to take such a big risk and fight with a Dou Huang? I will reduce your reputation in their eyes to dust. Don't tell me that a mere little Dou Ling can flip the sky? Fan Lao laughed coldly. He immediately waved his hand abruptly. The blood-colored energy threads which shrouded around him immediately curled out in all directions. The sharp rushing wind sound repeatedly let out a chi-chi noise. The blood-colored energy threads that came from all directions nearly covered all the space Xiao Yan could use to dodge. Fan Lao was clearly aware of just how shockingly agile the person in front of him was after having practiced the 3,000 lightning movement. Hence, he had restricted the other party's speed the moment he attacked. Xiao Yan's gaze was focused as he eyed the blood-colored energy threads that came from all directions. He exhaled a deep breath of air and suddenly emitted a low cry. A turbulent green-colored flame surged out explosively and finally wrapped his body within. The appearance of the green-colored flame immediately caused Fan Lao's expression to change. With his experience, he was naturally able to see just what kind of background this flame had. However, his attack had already been activated. He could only continue no matter what kind of attack the opponent used. Moreover, even though Xiao Yan truly possessed a heavenly flame, attempting to unleash its strength would depend on his own strength. Hence, the appearance of the green-colored flame may have caused Fan Lao to be shocked, but he did not feel any sense of panic. The blood threads that came from all directions passed through the sky in a lightning-like manner, appearing in front of Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye. However, just as the blood threads were about 3 meters from Xiao Yan, a hot temperature suddenly erupted. The blood threads, which were of the dark and cold affinity, immediately melted into nothingness. Although the green-colored flame had some ability to restrain the dark, cold blood threads, those blood threads were coming from all directions, and were showing no sign of being exhausted. Hence, Xiao Yan's flame was gradually shrinking back as it was pounced by the unceasing amount of blood threads. Fan Lao coldly laughed as he watched Xiao Yan's flame, which was gradually shrinking. He waved his hand, and the blood threads all over the place twisted strangely. They intertwined with one another before coiling into a blood ball net. Within the net was Xiao Yan, who was putting up a resistance. So what if you have a heavenly flame? With your strength, you are unable to unleash its full potential. Fan Lao laughed in a dark, cold manner. He eyed Xiao Yan, who was bitterly resisting the corrosion of the blood threads. He tightened his hand and the blood-colored energy agglomerated before eventually solidifying into a blood-colored long spear that had a flickering cold glint. Little bastard, go and die. Enmity surfaced on the corner of his mouth. Fan Lao laughed in a dark manner as his hand shook abruptly. Immediately, the blood-colored long spear tore through the air in a lightning-like manner as it carried a sharp wind and shot explosively toward the blood ball net Xiao Yan was trapped in. Old fellow, aren't you embarrassed at fighting a Douling as an elite Dou Huang? A tender voice suddenly sounded in the air just as the blood-colored long spear was about to shoot into the blood ball net. Immediately, a lovely small figure suddenly appeared outside of the blood ball net. A pale purple ponytail was flung as a tender little fist was thrown forward violently. Immediately, the air in front of her was pressured into an invisible air bubble that collided with the blood-colored long spear, but bang! The air ripple spread quickly with a low, deep explosion shaking the air until it fluctuated slightly. Fan Lao's gaze was like that of a poisonous snake that firmly locked onto the lovely little girl which had appeared outside of the blood ball net. His expression sank as he cried, "Are you seeking death?" Ziyan curled her mouth. Her little fist gave out a few punch that formed some wind. A low, deep sonic boom formed under her fist. She raised her head and faced Fan Lao without the slightest fear. "Old fellow, who is going to help me refine Yaoan should you kill Xiao Yan?" Fan Lao's expression sunk. He was too lazy to say any nonsense. Given his character, he would not show the slightest mercy killing when he was angry, even if the person in front of him was a baby, much less a little girl. Hence, the blood-colored energy once again agglomerated ferociously as his palm fell. Ziyan's carved jade-like little face became slightly serious after appearing to sense the killing intent that was rising within Lao Fan's body. Her little fist also slowly tightened. Chie! Another 2 rushing wind sounds appeared just as Fan Lao was about to act. 2 figures flashed through the sky and appeared beside Ziyan's body. At a glance, the 2 of them were surprisingly Lin Xiaoya and Lu Qing. At this moment, the 2 of them had a pair of somewhat thin and illusionary Dou Qi wings. With the exception of Ziyan, it was likely only the 2 of them could rise to the sky to fight among the entire student population of the Inner Academy. The disaster of the Inner Academy is not just your problem alone. Lu Qing turned his head around and looked at Xiao Yan, who was struggling to resolve the blood thread imprisonment. There was actually a faint thread of respect in the former's gaze. "Kuko, Lu Qing is right. You should settle your trouble first. We will delay him." The long sword in Lin Xiaoya's hand shook gently as he added, "Honestly speaking, however, you really have no fear. If you had not chosen to take the lead and step forward, it's likely that even I would not dare to intervene in such a situation." Xiao Yan watched the 3 of them outside in a stunned manner. He immediately laughed bitterly and shook his head. He did not stand out intentionally. "Looks like I can only go all out," Xiao Yan muttered softly as he stared at Fan Lao, whose eyes were filled with killing intent. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 597, Helping Hand. Chapter 597, Helping Hand. A couple of human figures were suspended in the air opposing each other in the distant sky outside of the chaotic battleground. Behind one group was an enormous blood ball net that was extremely eye-catching. "Give me 3 minutes." Xiao Yan's gaze swept toward Ziyan and the three others outside as he suddenly spoke. Ziyan and the three others were stunned before they immediately nodded slightly. TSK, with just you three Dou Wangs? Moreover, two of you only have half a foot in the Dou Wang class. Yet you hope to delay me? Fan Lao let out a strange laugh. Old fellow, you really are full of crap. Ziyan curled her mouth and scolded. She immediately shouted to Lu Qing and Lin Xiaoya beside her, I am about to attack, the two of you should be careful. Her voice had just sounded when the lovely little figure trembled slightly. Without waiting for a reply, she shot toward Fan Lao who was not far away. Her little fist was slightly tightened as a frightening energy was brewed on it. Seeing Ziyan act, Lu Qing and Lin Xiaoya both felt helpless. They hurriedly moved their bodies and followed quickly. The Dou Qi within their bodies was unleashed to the maximum. They clearly understood that their opponent this time around was stronger than any other one they had faced. If they were careless, it was very possible that they would be seriously injured or even be killed on the spot. Ziyan and the other two, who had suddenly rose to the air to support Xiao Yan, undoubtedly became the focus of attention of all the Inner Academy students on the ground. The four, who were called the peak experts among the Inner Academy students, were facing off against an elite Dou Huang. This exciting battle caused many people to feel their blood starting to boil. Some of the students who had the ability to join the fight but were unable to rise to the air had completely flushed red faces caused by the fighting intent that filled their chest. Among them were Ling Yan, Yan Hao, and the other top existences. Only people of their class barely had the qualification to participate in a fight at such a level among the students of the Inner Academy. A group of people from the younger generation actually dare to be so bold? Fan Lao coldly laughed as he watched Ziyan and the other two who shot over. His pale white shriveled hands suddenly shook. Immediately, 3 waves of blood-colored Dou Qi surfaced and immediately agglomerated into 3 blood snakes that were as thick as one's arm. With a flick of his finger, the blood snakes were shot out abruptly. They opened their bloody huge mouths in a savage manner. A bloody stench pounced onto the faces of the former 3. The blood snakes instantly shot out and reached them. Sensing the wild, violent, dark, cold energy that was contained in the bodies of these snakes, Ziyan's expression had quietly become serious. Her small fist was slowly pulled apart, and her 5 fingers aimed at the blood snake that had shot over. Break! Bang! Ziyan's 5 fingers suddenly tightened as her voice sounded. Immediately, an invisible ripple flashed and spread out in a lightning-like manner. The air 10+ meters in front of her appeared to be molded by a frighteningly enormous cluster of air which, coincidentally, passed through the blood serpent at this spot. The blood serpent was pinched until it burst into a cluster of bloody fog in the shrunken space. Having molded the opponent's attack until it exploded in one move, Ziyan swiftly drifted toward Lu Qing and Lin Xiaoya who were scrambling around because of the snakes. She flicked her fingers and 2 gusts of wind shot out explosively, convulsing the 2 bloody snakes until they turned into a cluster of blood fog. After settling the harassing blood snakes, Ziyan's toes pressed on the air and her lovely little body appeared in front of Fan Lao in a ghost-like manner. She twisted her waist and her delicate little leg drew a half-moon shape as it violently kicked at the latter's head. Ziyan's small leg was delicate, weak, and appeared to have the feeling of breaking at the slightest touch. However, if anyone were to neglect the frightening force contained within it, it was likely that the person would receive a terribly painful and bloody lesson. With Fan Lao's many years of experience of muddling in this chaotic man-eat-man black corner region, it was naturally impossible for him to make such a mistake when fighting with another person. Moreover, after he saw Ziyan blast apart his blood spear with a punch, he knew that this seemingly weak little girl possessed an extremely frightening strength. Hence, it was naturally impossible for him to choose to ignore Ziyan's close-range attack. Fan Lao's shriveled hands swiftly danced and a wave of turbulent blood-colored energy suddenly surged out from Fan Lao's body. Finally, it agglomerated into a bloody liquid-like circular energy barrier on the left side of his body. Bang! Ziyan's leg carried a low and deep explosive sound as it violently smashed onto the sticky blood-colored barrier. Immediately, a muffled explosion sounded, and one could see ripples fluctuating swiftly on the blood-colored barrier. The fighting strength contained on her feet caused the blood-colored energy barrier to be compressed into a frightening arc. However, just as her foot was merely half an inch from Fan Lao's face, the force on it was finally completely resolved by the blood-colored energy barrier. Following a bang, the energy barrier that was compressed into an arc was violently reflected and bounced Ziyan's foot until it was far from Fan Lao's body. Humph! Ziyan nearly snorted when her attack was blocked. Her body borrowed that reflected strength as it quietly floated up. With a flash of her body, she rushed into Fan Lao's chest. That delicate hand of hers moved swiftly and numerous after-images appeared. They carried incomparably forceful winds as they viciously smashed against Fan Lao's chest. Although Fan Lao did not adopt the attitude of looking down on Zi Yan, he still underestimated the latter's agility, speed as well as her sharp reaction in battle. Hence, he was initially violently smashed by a couple of Zi Yan's small fist strikes. That frightening force also caused his expression to change a little. Such a frightening physical strength was something that even some expert Do Wang specialized in training their physical body had difficulty possessing. Devouring blood armor. Although he suffered a couple of firm punches that caused the blood aura within his body to become a little more superficial, Fan Lao was still a battle-experienced expert Do Huang no matter how one put it. Hence, he recovered his senses within an extremely short amount of time. His hands moved in a lightning-like manner, and a bloody force flowed. A fresh dark red seemingly solid blood-like armor appeared on his body. Chang. The afterimage's fist violently smashed on the dark, bloody liquid-like armor. Waves of metal collision sounds immediately sounded. That armor's defense was extremely strong, and was actually able to endure without breaking under Zi Yan's wild and ferocious smashes. Fan Lao's body repeatedly pulled back in the sky. Although the armor dispersed quite a lot of the strength, the remnant force still caused his body to withdraw swiftly. He was actually being beaten so miserably by a Do Wang-class little girl under this kind of environment where countless of people were staring at him. This also caused his expression to become increasingly darker, more solemn, and even more furious. Countless numbers of students in the distance watched Zi Yan, who was showing her might in the sky. All of them were extremely shocked. Zi Yan had seldom fought within the inner academy. She did not reveal any overly great strength even during the strong ranking grand competition due to various reasons. Therefore, quite a number of people who did not know her background had a doubtful attitude toward her strength. Today, however, that kind of doubt was destroyed without being attacked. A person who could force a Do Huang back. With such strength, her position as first on the strong ranking was indeed something that no one could touch. Shang. Another vicious punch landed on the armor. That armor, which was already about to break, finally cracked apart completely. Zi Yan did not have the time to rejoice when the armor cracked apart before a wave of surging blood aura erupted from within Fan Lao's body. The strength of that aura even shook Zi Yan until she took a couple of steps back. Zi Yan had yet to have any reaction after body was shaken back when she heard a dark, low cry that suddenly sounded by the side of her ear, blood demon hand. Wild winds suddenly blew in the sky as the cry sounded. The wind even contained a trace of the bloody aura. Zi Yan swiftly raised her head. Her small face changed involuntarily as she saw a 20-foot large enormous blood-colored hand suddenly appearing not far above her head and violently slamming toward her. Great splitting mountain. A loud cry was suddenly heard just as the enormous bloody hand violently shot toward Zi Yan. The sharp sound of rushing wind suddenly resounded, and a pale gold sharp wind shot explosively into the sky. Finally, it collided heavily with that bloody palm. A thunder-like explosion immediately reverberated throughout the horizon as a turbulent energy ripple overflowed and shook the air until it swiftly vibrated. The Do technique attack which Fan Lao had agglomerated for a while was actually scattered by an attack, causing him to be very shocked. He glanced at the pale-faced panting Lu Qing and the shock in his eyes became even more dense. These students of the inner academy were actually so strong? That earlier attack of his was something that even an ordinary expert Do Wang would be seriously injured if he was to endure it. It was really unexpected that this attack was scattered by a little fellow who only had half a step in the Do Wang class. This caused him to involuntarily feel extremely shocked. Green submerged sword strike. A pale green human figure suddenly flashed above Fan Lao's head just as the latter was absent-minded. The clear ring of a sword sounded from the long sword in his hand. Dark green energy agglomerated swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the entire sword was covered by an energy sheath. There were actually a countless number of wild winds that appeared and rotated around the body of the sword. As the cold cry sounded, the longsword suddenly left his hand and coagulated with the 10+ rotating storms. Finally, it turned into a silent vague shadow that directly shot toward Fan Lao's head in a lightning-like manner. Lin Xiaoya's sneak attack was as fast as lightning. By the time Fan Lao sensed it, the frightening force that pricked one's skin had already reached the top of the head. At that moment, he could only give up on using a Do technique to oppose it. His body shook and bloody aura immediately surged out from his head and scattered in all directions, much like a sea of blood. The green-colored sword shadow instantly penetrated the sea of blood. The frightening force that it contained caused the sea of blood to fluctuate intensely. Agglomerate. Fan Lao's cold cry suddenly sounded. The sea of blood fluctuated abruptly, and the sword figure that was about to penetrate through it appeared to have met a quagmire at this moment. Its movement in its trajectory was increasingly difficult. As the viscous force contained within the sea of blood grew increasingly stronger, that green-colored sword figure finally completely came to a stop just as it was merely 2 feet from Fan Lao's head. The attack, which contained Lin Xiaoya's full strength, was actually unable to cause any actual harm to Fan Lao. This caused the former's expression to change slightly. The gap between him and Fan Lao was really too enormous. Xiao! A rushing wind sound was suddenly emitted from the sea of blood just as Lin Xiaoya was feeling shocked in his heart. A bloody palm suddenly erupted from it and heavily struck the former, who could not dodge in time. Grug! A mouthful of fresh blood was immediately spat out from Lin Xiaoya's mouth after receiving such a heavy attack. His body fell shakily, and the pair of vague Dou Qi wings on his back had also begun to become illusionary. Clearly, this sudden attack of Fan Lao had caused him to be quite badly injured. The expression of Lu Qing also changed as he saw Lin Xiaoya being seriously wounded. He had just moved when another bloody palm shot out explosively from the sea of blood. The speed of the bloody palm was so fast that it was terrifying. After having unleashed his strongest attack, Lu Qing's body had also become much slower. Hence, he could only watch with his eyes as the bloody palm moved increasingly closer to him. A lovely little body suddenly flashed and appeared the instant Lu Qing was about to be struck. A little fist violently smashed forward. The air was once again swiftly compressed before the invisible air let out a bang and erupted under the pressure of the force. It collided heavily with the bloody palm, causing a fog of blood to splash throughout the sky. Fan Lao's eyes were dark and cold as he watched Zi Yan, who had appeared beside Lu Qing. The pair of blood-colored wings on his back flapped slightly and his body swiftly surfaced. An instant later, it actually shrank into the sea of blood which had spread dozens of feet in every direction in the sky. A group of trash. I will finish all of you together. A wave surged in the sea of blood as Fan Lao's dark, cold laughter was slowly emitted. Be careful. Zi Yan frowned slightly as she watched Fan Lao squeezing into the sea of blood. She warned Lu Qing and was just about to act when she immediately sensed that the sea of blood had suddenly begun to churn. Her heart immediately tightened. Corroding blood palm. A cold cry suddenly sounded from within the sea of blood. Immediately, the sea of blood roiled intensely before a somewhat uniquely shaped dark, bloody palm, 5 feet tall, shot out from within. A bloody aura burst out along the way. Feeling the dark and heavy blood palm, Zi Yan's eyes paused. She pushed Lu Qing behind her back a bit of distance. Her small fist shone with a jade-like glow, and under this glow's reflection, the small fists actually looked as if it was transparent. The jade-like smooth little fist collided with the bloody palm, and actually unleashed an extremely clear sound of metal colliding. Zi Yan's little face watched the enormous bloody palm in a serious manner before a powerful jade luster suddenly surged from within her body an instant later. Bang! Both fists were shot out in a mediocre manner. However, they were like ice cubes that were thrown into a pot of boiling oil. The air in front of her immediately began to ripple intensely, as an extremely powerful force curled out before finally colliding with that bloody palm. Bang! The sound of mountains collapsing and ground cracking resounded through the sky, shocking countless of people who threw their gazes over. Humph! The frightening ripple force surged out from the point of collision of the energy. Zi Yan, who was the first to be struck, immediately let out a soft muffled snort. Her footsteps were somewhat messy as she swiftly took a few steps back. On the other hand, the sea of blood not far away merely had an intense fluctuation before it blocked the force. A Dou Wang who only knows how to use brute force, don't stay here and embarrass yourself. The sea of blood fluctuated as a ridiculing cold laugh suddenly sounded. Immediately, the sea of blood, which was dozens of feet wide, shrank down to around 10 feet. Its color also appeared extremely deep and dark. Xiao! The cold laugh had just sounded when another bloody palm, which contained an extremely dark, deep color, erupted from the sea of blood. The Dou Qi in her body was somewhat superficial after being convulsed by the ripple from earlier. Hence, her expression also changed slightly as she watched Fan Lao, who was actually still able to unleash an even stronger attack at such speed. The bloody palm drew through the sky, forming an arc. It immediately appeared in front of the defenseless Zi Yan in a lightning-like manner while being watched by a countless number of shocked gazes. Go and die. Savage, strange laughter sounded within the sea of blood. It was dark and cold, much like freezing blood. Che! The faint sound of rolling thunder suddenly sounded just as the bloody palm was about to smash Zi Yan's body. The sound reverberated through the sky, and the eyes of those people who were staring in the sky immediately shrank. A black figure appeared in front of Zi Yan in a ghost-like manner the moment the rolling thunder sounded. With a random wave of his hand, a powerful green-colored flame curled out. It easily blocked the bloody palm, and even incinerated it into nothingness. The faces of Lu Qing, Lin Xiaoya, and the countless number of students on the ground revealed surprised faces as they watched the bloody palm, which contained an extremely strong strike from Fan Lao, disappear so easily. However, when they heard a familiar voice that soon followed, that surprise immediately turned into dumbfoundedness. Using such a vicious means against a little girl. I really did not disgrace you when calling you an old dog. A black-robed, young man stood in the sky with hands behind his back. A powerful frightening aura surged out like waves in the sea. The strength of that aura was not any weaker than Fan Lao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 598, Green Flame Everywhere. Chapter 598, Green Flame Everywhere. The sudden appearance of a powerful aura that was not the slightest bit weaker than an elite in the Dou Huang class not only caused the countless of students in the distance to be stunned, but even the chaotic battlefield in the sky had appeared slightly silent because of it. Numerous gazes swept toward the area where the aura erupted. Many experts were startled when they saw the source of the aura. Upon seeing Fan Lao, who was facing the source on the opposite side, their expression became different. The faces of those who regarded Han Feng as the leader immediately became ugly. At this moment, when they were evenly matched, the impact an elite Dou Huang possessed was quite great. One could even say that it could decide the final victor. Su Qian, Hu Gan, and the other experts within the inner academy may be stunned at Xiao Yan, who had suddenly erupted, but the majority of their feelings were of joy. At this moment, Xiao Yan was undoubtedly a reinforcement who had made an extremely timely appearance. With his help, their side of the battleground would be able to have at least one less expert Dou Huang. This would undoubtedly greatly reduce the pressure that the elders faced. This little brat, indeed, held something back. I just knew that it was impossible that he did not possess a true trump card after being able to force the Misty Cloud sect into that manner. Hu Gan eyed the aura emitted by Xiao Yan, which was not at all weaker than him. His heart involuntarily let out praise before he immediately gazed toward the frowning Han Feng on the opposite side. He could not help but laughed coldly. Han Feng, you better pray that the headmaster will not return within a short period of time. Otherwise, Han Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke in a faint voice. A natural and unique treasure like the heavenly flame is something that a destined person should possess. This kind of sealing method of your inner academy is somewhat against the rules. Then it is within the rules to give it to you alchemists to refine it? Hu Gan ridiculed. Han Feng knit his brows, but did not continue the meaningless argument. While he was facing off against Hu Gan, his gaze was repeatedly thrown in the direction where Xiao Yan was. For some unknown reason, he repeatedly sensed a very strange feeling coming from this young man. This feeling, why is it such a familiar feeling? Han Feng muttered in his heart. He thought about it bitterly to no avail and could only throw his gaze toward the battle circle where Su Qian and the Gold-Silver brothers were at. As the three strongest people present, there was no sign of anyone else within 100 meters of their battleground. The remnant waves of such a fight at such a level was something that even a Dou Huang expert like them did not dare to easily ignore. The Gold-Silver brothers may be able to fight with an elite Dozong after joining hands, however, it was clearly impossible for them to defeat Su Qian. As more time passed, they would gradually end up in a disadvantaged situation. There might be quite a bit of trouble if Su Qian was allowed to divert his attention at that time. Looks like I need to quickly escape. A thought swiftly ran through Han Feng's heart, and his gaze gradually became cold a moment later. He flipped his hands and a deep blue flame suddenly rose from his palm. Hu Gan's expression became much more serious upon seeing the writhing deep blue flame in Han Feng's hand. Any expert Dou Huang would be extremely afraid if Han Feng were to control the heavenly flame with his current strength. This naturally included Hu Gan. Powerful Dou Qi spread out from Hu Gan's body, causing his sleeves to flap. He slowly exhaled a breath of air, and a thunder-like explosion was emitted from his tongue. The aura on his entire body had also become much stronger amid this strange explosive sound. You are dreaming if you intend to snatch a heavenly flame from the Jianan Academy. Hu Gan laughed coldly as he twisted his body. It disappeared in an instant, and was shockingly in front of Han Feng the next time it appeared. Waves of rolling thunder sounded as the winds from his palms intertwined with each other. All of you should pull back first. I will deal with him. Xiao Yan slowly turned his head around and spoke to Ziyan and Lu Qing with a smile. Lu Qing and Ziyan were watching Xiao Yan with shocked gazes. The powerful aura that spread out from the latter's body was not the least bit inferior to Fan Lao on the opposite side. Xiao Yan's strength had basically soared in a frightening manner within a short period of time. Moreover, this kind of great increase was without reason. Although they knew that Xiao Yan possessed a kind of secret technique that could allow him to increase his strength within a short period of time, it could at the very most raise Xiao Yan's strength by a few stars. Now, however, he basically leaped through 2 classes, no? Lu Qing swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He merely felt his throat become dry. Originally, he had thought that the powerful Dou technique that Xiao Yan had displayed back then was his final trump card. Only now did he understand that if Xiao Yan were to completely unleash his strength, he would not even be able to endure a single exchange. Xiao Yan, what kind of medicinal pill did you consume? Why have you become so strong? Ziyan could not control the curiosity in her heart, and immediately ignored the somewhat superficial bloody aura within her body that was caused by Fan Lao's attack as she asked with a surprised face. Where can one find such a powerful medicinal pill? Xiao Yan smiled and pulled at Ziyan's ponytail. The latter immediately shook her head in displeasure and avoided him. Only then did Xiao Yan speak. All right, little fellow. Bring Lu Qing and Lin Xiaoya down. Leave this to me. Ziyan curled her mouth and could only nod her head somewhat unwillingly. All right. However, that old fellow is too detestable. You must get back at him for me, and make sure to give him a good beating. No problem. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. That brilliant smile caused a chill to form all over Fan Lao's body not far away. Only after seeing Xiao Yan nodding his head in agreement did Ziyan drag Lu Qing and flashed before appearing beside Lin Xiaoya, whose wings on his back had become increasingly illusionary. With one hand grabbing each of them, she swiftly rushed down from the sky and returned to the place where the group of them had stayed earlier. Lin Yan, Yan Hao, and the others on a roof watched Ziyan and the other two rushing down from the sky before hurrying forward. Lu Qing and Lin Xiaoya merely smiled and shook their heads at faces of the group showed. They immediately lifted their head together without any prior agreement and threw their gazes toward Xiao Yan, who was facing Fan Lao in the sky alone. It was a long while later before they let out a sigh. They looked at one another before sighing with a bitter smile. This top spot on the Inner Academy's strong ranking should belong to this fellow. It is really unexpected that he actually hit a card so deeply. Ziyan, who was the person in question, did not reveal any grimacing expression with regards to the words of these two people. She clearly understood that even she was much weaker compared to the strength that Xiao Yan was currently displaying. Lin Yan, Yan Hao, and the others behind the two also smiled bitterly as they nodded. The frightening strength that Xiao Yan suddenly displayed also caused them to be extremely shocked. It is really unexpected that you actually possess such a trump card. No wonder Xun Er died in your hands. Fan Lao's expression was dark and solemn as he eyed the surging aura of Xiao Yan. His voice was gloomy as he spoke. TL, Xun Er, Fan Ling, Fan Lao's son. I did not need to be like this in order to deal with him. Xiao Yan smiled. His eyes, which were staring at Fan Lao, slowly became cold. Since you are also muddling along within the Black Corner region, you should also know what kind of price a life had there. Who cares if a person was killed regardless of his identity? Forget about your son. Even if you, an old dog, who likes human blood, were to die, it is likely that not many people would remember you. Upon hearing this, Fan Lao ended up laughing in his extreme anger. What an arrogant little fellow. Don't think that your victory is certain just because your strength has soared. What kind of situation have I, Fan Lao, not seen after so many years? You little brat don't have the qualification to speak to me in this manner. Xiao Yan curled the corner of his mouth slightly and was too lazy to continue speaking nonsense with this old fellow who was overflowing with confidence. He flicked his finger, and a green-colored flame instantly surged out from the tip of his finger. Finally, it turned into two long flame whips that were swung violently in front of him. Immediately, a great heat that carried a thunderclap resounded. Fan Lao's expression slowly became serious as he sensed the gradually surging flame outside of Xiao Yan's body. Although his lips spoke those words, he did not dare to look down on the current Xiao Yan by the slightest bit. Due to his Qi method, his Dou Qi leaned toward the dark and cold side. This kind of Dou Qi affinity feared the strong Yang and explosive fire affinity Dou Qi. Xiao Yan's Dou Qi was not only of the fire affinity, but the flame he was controlling was a spiritual being among the flames, a heavenly flame. Hence, Fan Lao suffered a great disadvantage when the two fought. This was not very obvious due to the large gap in their strength earlier. However, Xiao Yan's strength had currently soared. Along with it, his control of the heavenly flame, and even its temperature, had also soared greatly. Hence, Fan Lao could no longer adopt the same kind of attitude he did toward Xiao Yan earlier when faced with such a troublesome opponent. With a wave of his sleeve, the sea of blood that was dozens of feet wide immediately began to churn. Fan Lao once again hid within it. This sea of blood was created from Dou Qi after practicing his Qi method until its pinnacle. It would provide an enormous enhancement regardless of whether it was in terms of Dou Qi recovery or attacking during a fight. Moreover, the cover of the sea of blood could even help in hiding one's body. This so-called sea of blood possessed an enormous amount of credit that allowed Fan Lao to be able to build the blood sect within the Man-Eat-Man Black Corner region to what it was and to become a powerful leader. Fan Lao's aura immediately became much more powerful following the disappearance of his body within the sea of blood. That aura, which spread across the sky and contained some bloody scent, also swiftly soared. In the end, the surrounding sky faintly carried a dark red color. A countless number of students below opened their eyes as they watched the pale blood color spreading in the sky. A wave of bloody stench also came pouncing on them despite being a great distance away, causing many to feel a chill in their hearts. A useless move. Xiao Yan simply laughed softly upon seeing the expanding aura of Fan Lao. With a flick of his finger, the green-colored flame curled out from his body in all directions. The temperature in the sky immediately soared. The dark redness that was spreading through the sky appeared to be like ice cubes meeting boiling oil as it swiftly melted. In the blink of an eye, the bloody stench that caused the bodies of a countless number of people to become cold completely disappeared from the horizon. Xiao Yan glanced faintly at the sea of blood that hid Lao Fan. He let out a smile as he slowly extended his finger and pointed toward the cluster of bloody sea. Time paused at this moment. An instant later, an unceasing amount of flame came spreading out with shocking speed. Immediately, they agglomerated into a sea of flame under a countless number of stunned gazes. The bloody aura was swiftly becoming vaporized within that sea of flame. This sea of blood, let it also be incinerated. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 599, Sea Heart Flame. Chapter 599, Sea Heart Flame. The green flame curled over the sky. Waves of distortion appeared in the air wherever one looked. A great heat spread through the air and was transmitted, covering the entire inner academy within it. Numerous gazes from the ground were stunned as they watched the green-colored flame that was curling out like a burning grassland. They could not help but wipe their cold sweat away. Such a frightening, imposing feeling was indeed a little too terrifying. The middle of where the green flame spread was a cluster of bloody sea that was merely 10 feet wide. At this moment, the sea of blood that was originally expanding in an extremely domineering manner had swiftly begun to curl up under the frightening temperature of the surrounding flames. Waves of pale blood fog repeatedly seeped out from within it before turning into nothingness. The surface of the sea of blood slowly shrank under the repeatedly rising blood fog. According to this speed, it was likely that the surroundings would be completely vaporized by the sea of fire. Heavenly flame? The sky immediately emitted numerous extremely shocked cries as the green-colored flame curled toward the sky. The gazes of some people immediately turned involuntarily toward Han Feng, who was fighting with Hu Gon not far away. At this moment, Han Feng's gaze had also stared unblinkingly at Xiao Yan the instant that the green-colored flame appeared. There was a shock that was difficult to hide within his eyes. He did not expect that the latter would actually be able to obtain a heavenly flame at such an age. It should be known that he had nearly lost his life in order to obtain this sea heart flame that was ranked 15th on the heavenly flame ranking back then. He managed to obtain it with sheer luck. The swallowing and refinement that followed also caused him to suffer greatly. Moreover, due to him practicing an incomplete flame mantra, it also resulted in the heavenly flame not being completely suppressed. The flame within his body would occasionally revolt, causing him a lot of trouble. Hence, even with Han Feng's scheming, he could not help but feel jealous when he saw that Xiao Yan was able to control a kind of heavenly flame without any fear at such an age. From the looks of the color of this flame as well as the illusory lotus shape that would occasionally form when it burst, I think that this should be the heavenly flame that is ranked 19th, the green lotus core flame. Han Feng's gaze flashed swiftly as the gaze within his eyes gradually gained an additional greed while looking at Xiao Yan. It is really unexpected that I am actually able to meet two kinds of heavenly flame within one day. This trip is really not wasted. If I am able to obtain these two kinds of heavenly flame and successfully swallow them with the incomplete flame mantra, my strength will definitely soar. At that time, I think that the old man from the Jianan Academy would not be able to deal with me even if he returned. A cold smile and fanaticism surfaced on the corner of Han Feng's mouth as this thought flashed in his heart. But despite this little fellow being young, his control over the flame appears to be extremely great. Such an enormous sea of flame is something that even the current me can barely use. Yet, he is able to use it as he pleases. Looks like it won't be easy to snatch the heavenly flame from his hands. Han Feng could not help but frown as he muttered in his heart when he saw Xiao Yan, whose face did not change much after using the sea of flames. Although the heavenly flame was extremely rare in the Dou Qi continent, there were still two different methods to remove it after it was refined. The first kind was to forcefully remove it. This kind of overbearing manner in snatching the heavenly flame required the person being robbed to be unable to resist. Moreover, once the heavenly flame was successfully snatched, the person who had lost it would gradually die as the heavenly flame left his body. Hence, this kind of method was usually used by some vicious people who wanted to obtain a heavenly flame by foul or fair means. The second type was to inherit a heavenly flame. This kind of heavenly flame inheritance similarly required one to pay a hefty price. For example, the source of the Skyfire 3 mysterious change that Xiao Yan practiced, the Burning Flame Valley, which was renowned from how they played with fire, had a kind of heavenly flame which was inherited. This type of heavenly flame was something that only the valley leader had the right to inherit. They passed it from one generation to another in this manner, and this became the strongest protection measure of the sect. However, after this kind of inheritance, when the previous leader passed it over to the next leader, the strength of the former would decline by more than half. Should one not be careful, there was even the chance of one's life being at risk. This kind of matter was basically something not uncommon during the inheritance in the Burning Flame Valley. These two methods to transfer the heavenly flame were commonly used in the continent. Most of the experts whose strength had reached a certain level would be able to know a little about it. Given Han Feng's strength, he naturally had the qualification to know about it. Moreover, back then, he had also adopted the greedy thought of snatching the heavenly flame when he attacked Yao Lao. However, he did not end up with his wish because of Yao Lao's alertness. Xiao Yan in the distant was naturally unaware that someone actually remembered him after merely displaying a little of the heavenly flame. There were quite a number of people who knew about him possessing a heavenly flame during these few years. While he was still at the Jiama Empire, even the people in the Alchemist Association and Piquing knew about it. However, there was hardly anyone who thought of snatching it. One reason was because those people who possessed a heavenly flame were extremely troublesome to deal with. Another reason was that the person who wanted to forcefully snatch the heavenly flame also needed to undertake great risk. Hence, other than a few extreme fellows, there was usually hardly anyone who would think of forcefully snatching another person's heavenly flame. Coincidentally, that Han Feng was one of these extreme fellows. He was able to use any means, fair or foul, to obtain strength, and was even able to do an outrageous act like killing his teacher without feeling any remorse. However, Xiao Yan did not currently have the time to observe this fellow who had evil intentions. His attention was currently placed entirely on his opponent, Fan Lao. That cluster of blood that was over 10 feet wide appeared to be like a rock in the turbulent waves within the enormous green-colored sea of flames. It constantly faced the danger of complete destruction. Fan Lao sensed the irritable hot temperature of the surroundings from within the sea of blood. His expression had turned extremely ugly. He may have known that the opponent's heavenly flame had a certain restraint on his sea of blood, but he did not expect that the so-called restraint was actually to such an extent. Under the surrounding sea of flame, the sharp, dark, cold energy within the sea of blood had completely lost its effect. The size of the sea of blood was also slowly shrinking under the incineration with this kind of temperature. According to this speed, it was likely unable to endure for too long. This bastard! Fan Lao clenched his teeth and scolded in a menacing manner. He lifted his eyes and his gaze passed through the flame before finally stopping on the black-robed, young man, who was suspended in the air not far away. The corner of his mouth twitched a little. It was unexpected that with his prominent position and reputation within the Black Corner region, he had actually ended up in such a helpless state by this young man who was still wet behind the ears. This was quite a severe blow to him. If I lose to this kind of person, it is likely that I will be laughed to death by those fellows within the Black Corner region, but... Fan Lao clenched his teeth viciously and suddenly formed some seals within his hand. Immediately, the sea of blood that was continuing to shrink after being surrounded by the green flame, suddenly began to surge intensely before it was swiftly withdrawn. Threads of Dou Qi quickly entered the former's body. Blood transformation. As the blood entered his body, the sea of blood that spread around the place swiftly became thinner. Those pair of eyes belonging to Fan Lao also slowly became blood red. Moreover, his pair of shriveled hands also grew increasingly white. The tip of one of his fingers strangely gained a sharp blood-colored nail. Much like an incomparably sharp blade, it reflected a dark, cold glint under the sunlight. Fan Lao's back shook slightly, and a bloody aura spurted out before covering the blood-colored wings on his back. Those Dou Qi wings immediately flapped, and an instant later, a transformation occurred. At a glance, they became even longer and stranger. One could vaguely see that it appeared just like the merger of the wings belonging to a bird and bat. After the last thread of bloody aura entered Fan Lao's body, the spreading sea of blood finally disappeared completely. The former's body once again appeared in front of Xiao Yan's sight. It is sufficient for you to be proud that you are able to force me to use the blood transformation, but... A circular blood-colored light film spread out from his body, isolating the surrounding hot temperature. The wings on Fan Lao's back flapped slightly, and his body immediately turned into blood-colored lightning that instantly flashed out from the engulfment of the green-colored flames. He appeared at a spot that was less than 10 meters from where Xiao Yan was. His dark, cold laughter reverberated on the horizon. Xiao Yan watched Fan Lao, whose appearance had changed slightly. Surprise flashed in his eyes. Currently, the latter was much stronger than before, whether it was in terms of his aura, speed, etc. From the looks of it, this old fellow had finally begun to reveal his true ability after being ravaged by the heavenly flame. This is not sufficient. Since you have been bearing a grudge in your heart over your son being killed in my hands, I will not mind sending you to meet with him. Xiao Yan spread his hand and laughed at Fan Lao. That laughter was extremely harsh and acrid when it landed in the latter's ears, causing the cold, dark face of his to be able to freeze one's heart and lungs. Xiao Yan waved his sleeves while he spoke. Immediately, the green-colored flame that covered the sky wiggled swiftly. Finally, it once again agglomerated into two jade-colored long fire snakes that slithered forward and backward. They followed his fingers and entered into his body. The spiritual strength that was exhausted when controlling such an enormous flame was quite significant. If not for the support of Yao Lao's strength, Xiao Yan would not be able to use what he did earlier even if he used all his strength. Hence, he naturally needed to recoup from using such an enormous flame. Otherwise, it would be too extravagant to allow it to simply disappear between the heavens and earth. This was especially so for Xiao Yan, who was still engaged in battle. Fan Lao inhaled a deep breath of air and did his best to suppress the killing intent that was soaring in his heart. His gaze was like that of a sharp blade as it stared intently at the smiling Xiao Yan. A moment later, his mouth emitted an awful hissing laughter. His blood-red eyes suddenly widened, and a thunder-like roar finally carried an incomparable fury and killing intent as it was emitted. Little bastard! If I do not tear you into 1,000 pieces, strip your bones, and pull out your ligaments, I might as well kill myself on the spot. Xiao Yan merely smiled when faced with Fan Lao's shocking killing intent and the countless number of stun gazes from below. His soft words completely caused the gunpowder barrel-like Fan Lao to explode. In that case, you should go and die, old dog. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 600, Great and Terrible Explosion. Chapter 600, Great and Terrible Explosion. Xiao Yan's soft, cold laughter was just like throwing a basin of cold water into oil. Immediately, a wave of blood-red majestic Dou Qi came surging out in all directions from within the body of the ferocious-looking Fan Lao. 3 shriveled pale-white claw-like hands were abruptly thrust forth, and formed some strange seals with lightning-like speed. One could see that the Dou Qi that was surging out fluctuated a little before a dark red blood spear that was as thick as 2 arms swiftly formed and appeared in everyone's eyes. Fan Lao extended his hand claw as the blood spear took form, grabbing it firmly. He lifted his head and moved his mouth slightly while facing Xiao Yan, revealing his somewhat sharp and dense white teeth. The wings on his back were flapped abruptly, and a sharp, angry roar immediately carried an incomparable amount of killing intent as it erupted from within Fan Lao's mouth. Under this clear sonic wave, the latter's body appeared to drift with the wind as it turned into an extremely vague blood figure that approached Xiao Yan in a lightning-like manner. The long spear in his hand carried a dense wind as it viciously pierced toward Xiao Yan's heart. Although Fan Lao's Dou Qi did not show any traces of soaring after using the so-called blood transformation, his speed had greatly increased. It had even reached the point that many people could only see his body tremble slightly when he moved. When they glanced again, they were shocked to discover that the figure had gradually turned illusionary. Clearly, this was something that would only be left behind when one's speed reached a certain level. Xiao Yan was able to barely leave behind an afterimage in the past after having used the 3000 lightning movement. However, that afterimage was clearly incomparable to the one that Fan Lao had created. Of course, the condition that Xiao Yan was in only had the strength of the Dou Ling class. Being able to create an afterimage that even an ordinary expert Dou Wang had great difficulty creating was enough for him to be proud of. The speed that Fan Lao displayed caused a countless of people to feel completely shocked in their hearts. However, Xiao Yan, who was facing him, had a face that was not visibly moved. His dark black eyes reflected a blood-colored light that was swiftly expanding. The next instant, the blood-colored glow suddenly turned into a savage face. That incomparably sharp energy spear passed through the hindrance of the air as it shot over while carrying a thick and cold wind. Ding! An enormous black shadow suddenly flashed and appeared. Its thick back was just like a shield that stood straight in front of Xiao Yan. The bloody spear heavily pressed against it. Immediately, a gale-like wind curled out wildly. The strength of that wind was such that it even carried the faint sound of thunder. The wings on Xiao Yan's back flapped as he took 2 steps back. His hand shook as he completely blocked the attack of Fan Lao, which contained the latter's anger. Xiao Yan's gaze was lifted slightly. It passed over the heavy Xian ruler and saw the dark, cold, savage face of Fan Lao. The latter's eyes was emitting an incomparable killing intent and bloodiness. Little bastard! I want to create a countless number of bloody holes in your body. Fan Lao laughed in a savage and creepy manner. The hand which was holding the blood spear suddenly twisted and moved the blood spear away from the ruler. It immediately carried a blood-red glowing arc as it once again pierced forward. The current you still doesn't have that qualification. Xiao Yan smiled. A thread of silver glow suddenly flashed and appeared in a lightning-like manner. His body moved and it immediately sprang away from the blood spear in a ghost-like manner. A green flame containing great heat lingered over his clenched fingers as they smashed toward Fan Lao's face without any fancy action. Fan Lao also became extremely furious when faced with Xiao Yan, who was as slippery as a loach. A similar blood aura lingered over his right hand, and his sharp blade-like fingernail was flicked gently. One could only hear a slight chi sound as if space had been torn apart at this moment. Those 5 fingers were pressed together, becoming like a sharp bloody sword that pierced toward Xiao Yan's fist. The sharp rushing wind was like a sharp blade. The sound of a sharp blade cutting open thin paper caused a person's body to overflow with a certain chill. Xiao Yan frowned slightly as he sensed the sharp force that was contained within the somewhat strange nail of Fan Lao. From the sound of it, the degree of sharpness of this nail was likely not weaker than the bloody spear. Such a direct collision between that nail his physical fist was extremely disadvantageous toward him. This thought swiftly flashed within his heart. In a split second, Xiao Yan's arm suddenly trembled, and the green-colored flame that covered his fist suddenly left his hand, turning into a green-colored fireball that shot toward Fan Lao. The fireball that left his hand was like a cannonball that had just left the shell. The moment it escaped, the temperature that was suppressed earlier completely erupted. Its color immediately became much deeper. Some folds even appeared in the space where the fireball drew past, appearing like the sky of the desert. It became illusionary because of the distortions. The change in Xiao Yan's attack was in a mere split second. Hence, by the time that Fan Lao sensed it, the dark green-colored flame had already reached him. The hot temperature still managed to cause his skin to feel waves of searing pain despite being isolated by the Dou Qi cover. It was already impossible to dodge at such a distance. Therefore, Fan Lao did not shrink back even a little. Waves of powerful blood-colored Dou Qi poured out from the pores of his skin. Immediately, a blood-colored light film agglomerated and formed on his palm. Explode! Xiao Yan's body flashed and withdrew. He eyed the dark green fireball that was in close proximity with Fan Lao. A clear voice was suddenly emitted as his mouth moved. A powerful light erupted from the fireball as his voice sounded. Immediately, a loud sound suddenly resounded through the sky. Hot flames curled out in all directions from the point of explosion. Xiao Yan's sleeves were waved and a hot ripple that had spread to his front was scattered. His eyes narrowed as he watched the fire wave spread out. In his heart, he clearly knew that an attack of such strength would not be able to wound a strong person like Fan Lao. As Xiao Yan looked, a blood-colored light pillar suddenly shot and spread out from the fire wave. Fan Lao's body slowly floated up from within the pillar of light. At this moment, his expression was still ferocious. His right hand lifted the sharp bloody spear high up while his body was half-turned, adopting a throwing stance. The blood-colored Dou Qi that was spreading around his body also appeared to have encountered a suction force as it poured unceasingly into the blood spear. The color of the blood spear grew increasingly darker following a greater amount of Dou Qi being poured in. A moment later, it appeared to have become like solidified fresh blood. Its bloody stench grew increasingly dense, and blood-colored light arcs were emitting cold, bright clusters wherever it passed. The sharp spear seemed to possess the strength to penetrate all defenses. Xiao Yan's expression gradually grew serious as the blood-colored spear agglomerated. He could clearly sense that the attack of Fan Lao this time around had truly reached the point where he had put in maximum effort. An attack that contained the full strength of a Dou Huang was sufficient to break a mountain peak. Hence, even with Yao Lao's support, Xiao Yan still did not dare to feel the slightest underestimation for it. The heavy Xian ruler in Xiao Yan's hand was slowly lifted. Waves of powerful green fire Dou Qi surged out from within his body before being poured unceasingly into it. These two people in the sky who were less than 100 meters apart had descended into an unusual silence at this moment. However, everyone knew that under this silence was a frightening storm front that was being brewed. In addition, the release of this storm was happening in the next moment. The bloody spear in Fan Lao's hand finally ceased its absorption of Dou Qi under the shocked gazes of a countless number of people. At this moment, the blood spear was twisting slightly, and was actually able to create ripples in space. The energy that was contained within it had already reached a terrifying level. Fan Lao's sharp hand firmly held the repeatedly quivering blood spear. A paleness had surfaced on his ferocious-looking face at this instant. Those blood-red eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan while a strange laughter sounded in the sky. Little bastard. Everything is over. The strange laughter had just sounded when Fan Lao ceased providing Xiao Yan with any extra time to gather Dou Qi. His arm suddenly shook, and the blood spear that contained all his strength left it. Great Blood Bodhisattva Devourer. Countless numbers of people below suddenly felt an extremely dense, bloody scent pouncing over the moment that the blood spear left his hand. Everyone felt as though they were in an abyss despite being under the light of the intense sun. Their bodies felt a chill, and the originally clear sky was also covered by the hazy bloody air. The entire place was desolate and gloomy. The sudden change in their surroundings caused the fighting in the battleground within the sky to quietly become much duller. Numerous gazes carried some shock as they were thrown toward where Fan Lao and Xiao Yan were. This was especially when everyone saw the blood-colored long spear that had escaped Fan Lao's hand. Quite a number of experts from the Black Corner region immediately let out a surprised cry. It is actually the great blood Bodhisattva devourer? Fan Lao was actually forced by that young man to the point of having to use this kind of Dou technique? This old fellow must have really lost his mind in his anger. He actually even used a D-class Dou technique. Looks like the black-robed young man is in a terrible situation. Most of those expert Dou Huangs who died in Fan Lao's hands had lost to this move. While shocked cries were being transmitted in the sky, a blood-colored lightning suddenly broke through the barrier in the sky at that moment. It appeared to have teleported, and in the blink of an eye, it carried a disgusting bloody stench as it appeared in Xiao Yan's sight. A mouthful of scorching hot air was deeply inhaled into Xiao Yan's lungs as the dark black, massive heavy Xian ruler was being lifted high above his head. At this moment, that black color of it had turned into a deep red one, much like a ruler that contained a flame. The frightening wind that the blood-colored lightning carried caused the pores all over Xiao Yan's body to tense up. His eyes stared at the bloody color that had broken through the air. An instant later, a sharp, stern cry was emitted and the heavy ruler immediately slashed down angrily. That posture was as though he wanted to split the land. Flame-splitting tsunami! A green-colored energy pillar that was over 100 feet long was instantly shot out from the heavy Xian ruler as the cold, sharp cry was emitted. The air repeatedly shook and broke, forming distortions wherever it passed, much like glass being shattered. Under a countless number of gazes that contained various kinds of emotions, the green-colored energy pillar appeared for an instant before it collided with the meteorite-like blood color. The collision caused the color of the sky to change. At this moment, a truly great and terrifying explosion suddenly occurred. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.